Chapter 1. The Imposing Detection Barrier. Ling dispatched Sasuke, Bai, and Kimimaro to remain on standby in the Village of Sound, while Orochimaru instructed the four Heavenly Kings to assist Sasuke in unraveling the seals of the cursed marks. Without pausing, Ling, Orochimaru, and Kabuto set forth directly towards Konoha this time. Konoha still bore the scars of battle, its ruins vividly apparent yet. The ninja and villagers worked in unison to restore their home. Although the village appeared battered, it emanated a vibrant spirit of resilience. Utilizing his Sharingan to deceive the guards, Ling chose not to enter Konoha from the sky. Given that Konoha was enveloped by a stringent detection barrier and Ling's purpose was not to incite trouble, the trio circumvented the defenses and quietly approached the corner of the village inhabited by the Uzumaki clan. "This place is desolate," exclaimed Kabuto as he observed the crumbling stones and dilapidated structures. "This is but a corner of Konoha, seldom visited," Ling remarked, surveying the barren surroundings. The Uzumaki clan once resided in the land of whirlpools, in the village of Uzushiogakure, renowned for their sealing techniques. Although their numbers were few, their history is profound. After the fall of their nation, clan members scattered, some adopting false identities, with only a handful remaining in Konoha. "Indeed," Kabuto replied, adjusting his glasses and nodding in understanding. Ling cast a sidelong glance at Kabuto, scrutinizing him briefly before proceeding forward. With a slight exertion, the rotting wooden door collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the air. "Let us proceed," Ling instructed, glancing back at Orochimaru and Kabuto as he stepped into the dwelling, his form gradually vanishing into the shadows. "Orochimaru-sama?" Kabuto inquired, a hint of concern etching his brow. "Ha." Orochimaru responded with a faint smile, offering no further explanation as he followed Ling's silhouette. "That aura again," Kabuto murmured uneasily, sensing the lingering malice from Ling, though he reflected that he had not wronged him, leaving him troubled and unsure of the cause. Above all, caution is paramount. The trio arrived at the shrine of the Uzumaki clan, where an array of death masks was meticulously displayed, akin to wares in a marketplace. Ling remained silent. Orochimaru frowned, while Kabuto pondered inwardly. "These masks," Orochimaru remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he sought a crucial insight. "Is this not a matter for self-reflection?" Ling replied coolly, his gaze sweeping over the masks. "With your hands sealed and bearing the visage of death, I trust this is a memory etched in your mind for eternity." "Indeed." Orochimaru chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with intensity as they settled on a mask positioned centrally in the second row. "This is the very one." "Then let us proceed," Ling declared as Orochimaru retrieved the mask. "We shall head to the southern river, where the Uchiha's hidden chamber lies. There you may reclaim your arms." Traversing from one corner of the village to another, the Uchiha stronghold was concealed at the village's edge. The Uchiha clan possesses such a secretive sanctuary, Orochimaru mused, unable to suppress his admiration. "This is a forbidden ground of the Uchiha, not to be disclosed to outsiders. The elite Uchiha, anyone possessing the Sharingan, frequently visits this place. The answer to your earlier inquiry lies here." With that, Ling's eyes shifted into the three-tomo pattern, and the marked door before them began to slowly open, revealing a passage leading underground. Ling descended first, followed closely by Orochimaru and Kabuto. Upon reaching the end of the passage, Ling held a lantern aloft, igniting a torch that illuminated a chamber adorned with talismans and stone tablets, revealing itself to the trio. "What is this?" Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment at the stone tablet. The inscriptions resembled Chinese characters, yet were not, enigmatic and difficult to decipher. "This is a relic left by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan." Ling stepped forward, gently caressing the edges of the tablet. "It is recorded within that only the Sharingan can interpret it, and the strength of the Sharingan's power determines the content visible to its bearer." "In other words," Ling turned, his kaleidoscopic eyes fixated on Orochimaru. "The greater the power of the Sharingan, the more one can perceive." "What then does Ling see?" Orochimaru gazed intently at the tablet, striving to memorize its contents. "The Sage of Six Paths." Ling sighed softly as he spoke this special name, he who unveiled the secrets of chakra and founded the ninja religion. Ling gradually narrated the tale of the Sage of Six Paths' two disciples, the Uchiha and the Senju, and the conflict between their two clans, culminating in their truce and the establishment of Konoha. Orochimaru pondered deeply, digesting Ling's revelations. "It seems the matters you have heard are of great significance," Kabuto remarked, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. Thus, you seek the power of the first Hokage. Orochimaru scrutinized Ling. Speaking leisurely, you aspire to the abilities of the Sage of Six Paths. Your words are not without merit. Are they? Ling nodded, tacitly acknowledging Orochimaru's conjecture. Yet with a hint of regret, he replied, Alas, I am unable to merge with the first cells it appears that the power of the Sage is beyond my reach. Through this stone tablet, Ling elucidated the vast intelligence he possessed, including the method to unravel the Shiki Fuin technique. Orochimaru remained skeptical, yet could not decipher the inscriptions, unable to refute Ling's assertions. This journey to Konoha, aside from recovering his hands sealed by the Shinigami, had also yielded significant insights into the bloodline limits of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Orochimaru chuckled nonchalantly, no longer fixating on Ling's words. Instead, he commanded Kabuto beside him. My hands are compromised, prepare a container, and then place that mask upon my face. Understood, Kabuto replied, promptly unrolling a scroll to begin weaving hand seals. With a resounding bang, a young man materialized before the three. This was the individual into whom Orochimaru would reincarnate before Sasuke's arrival. Ling scrutinized him briefly, quickly recognizing the man, who was currently unconscious, seemingly under the influence of some drug. Then, let the proceedings commence. Orochimaru grinned wickedly, his crimson tongue flicking at the corner of his lips, then turning his gaze towards Kabuto. Understood. Kabuto nodded, stepping forward to affix the grotesque mask onto Orochimaru's face. In an instant, a torrent of chakra erupted within Orochimaru, a pale figure faintly materializing behind him. This sensation, exquisite. This is indeed the feeling. Orochimaru chuckled softly, savoring the experience, while the Shinigami behind him slowly shifted its blade before its abdomen. This was the visage of the Shinigami. Though he had glimpsed the Shinigami in the original narrative, facing it so closely was a first for Ling, stirring his curiosity as he carefully observed the pale specter behind. Orochimaru, wow. Blood mist spewed from the mouth of the mask as the Shinigami at that moment slashed open its own belly. Return. My hands. Kabuto. Orochimaru gasped repeatedly, trembling as he commanded Kabuto. Understood, Kabuto responded, then pried open the man's mouth to face Orochimaru. As the words fell, a white serpent suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's mouth, coiling around with a glistening, pure white body, its icy gaze fixed on its target before swiftly diving into the mouth of the man in Kabuto's grasp. It seems to have come to a conclusion, Ling murmured, watching as the man slowly rose. This is all thanks to Ling's assistance. A hoarse voice resonated as the man lifted his head, his yellow, serpent-like eyes quietly scrutinizing Ling. Ling remained silent, his gaze steady on Orochimaru. What a hasty individual. Orochimaru chuckled with a sinister grin, then produced a scroll from his mouth, as thick as a man's arm, and handed it to Ling. Everything you require is contained within, along with an additional gift. Raising an eyebrow, Ling unfurled the scroll for a closer inspection, his eyes betraying astonishment as he turned to Orochimaru. What does this signify? I find it increasingly difficult to fathom your intentions. Do not be perplexed. Orochimaru replied with a mysterious smile, his tone imbued with profound meaning. By setting aside the animosity towards Sarutobi and Konoha, one can gain a clearer understanding of the world, which is what I seek. The dynamic nature of existence is captivating, while stillness is dull. While the destruction of Konoha is indeed my desire, it is far more intriguing to use the chaos of Konoha's downfall to set the wheels of the world in motion. War, politics, human nature, everything, both luminous and shadowy, manifests in a world that is ever-evolving, and I wish to seek the truths I yearn to perceive within this. Clarity. Ling fell silent, his gaze filled with questions and reflections. You, indeed, are a perplexing individual. Ling could not grasp Orochimaru's state of mind, for their perspectives on worldly matters diverged greatly thus. While he understood the man, he found it challenging to comprehend his heart. Very well, since we have both attained our desires, let us depart. This place is ultimately Konoha, Ling concluded, gathering his thoughts as he turned to leave, while Orochimaru and Kabuto regarded his retreating figure with contemplation. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, hesitating to speak. I am aware of your concerns, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Ling's silhouette, filled with anticipation. In the past, I sought to be the catalyst for the winds of the world now. Observing, I find that Ling is far more suited for this role, and I eagerly await the transformations he will bring to this realm. With that, Orochimaru followed Ling's retreating figure with keen interest, while Kabuto remained lost in thought, pondering Orochimaru's words. Having successfully obtained the Kusanagi sword and the reanimation jutsu from Orochimaru, Ling's scheme had come to fruition. Initially, had Orochimaru declined his request, Ling planned to seize what he needed using the Sharingan. However, Orochimaru's unexpected cooperation left Ling somewhat astonished. Upon returning to the Sound Village, Ling did not linger. After Sasuke was freed from the Cursed Seal, he declined Orochimaru's invitation to remain in the Sound Village, and the four set forth on their journey to new lands. The legendary isolated island, a paradise where one confronts the very essence of existence. The waterfall of truth. On the shores of the land of lightning, four figures stood in silence, observing dockworkers loading boxes of everyday necessities onto the vessel's garments. Food, medicinal herbs, and a modest supply of fresh water. Fresh water is an essential for long voyages, however, due to White's ability to extract moisture from the air with his ice crystal bloodline limit. Only a small amount was carried, with the remaining space allocated for other essentials. Moreover, Ling, carrying sealing scrolls, had made all necessary preparations. Where exactly are we headed? Sasuke asked, slightly agitated, eagerly awaiting guidance from Ling regarding their training, yet perplexed by the current undertaking. Ling glanced sideways at Sasuke and replied, "There is ample time. There is no need to fret over such trivial matters. T.Such." Sasuke gritted his teeth, turning away in silence. At that moment, White approached, bowing to Ling and inquiring, "Everything is ready. When shall we depart?" "Everything is in place. There is no need to delay," Ling stated, striding towards the steamboat billowing steam, with White, Kimimaro, and Sasuke following closely behind. The crew was making final preparations. Upon seeing Ling board the ship, they set aside their tasks and approached, asking, "Everything has been arranged as per your request. Shall we depart immediately?" None among them had ventured far at sea before. Thus, recruiting experienced sailors was essential. However, based on gathered intelligence, these sailors had never heard of the islands Ling spoke of, leaving them lacking confidence in this aimless journey into the unknown. Yet, under the allure of generous rewards, many sailors were willing to take the risk. Ling could have commanded their obedience with his Sharingan, but understanding the hardships of seafaring life from past experiences, he refrained from such actions. The voyage at sea was monotonous in the beginning. A few fishing boats could still be seen, but by the fourth day, only the rhythmic sound of waves accompanied them. The salty sea breeze mingled with a vast expanse of blue sky and water. 4 days have passed, and still no sign of anything. Ling murmured, leaning against the ship's railing, gazing into the boundless ocean. As a traveler from another world, he possessed certain advantages. However, some subtle details remained elusive. When Ling transplanted his eyes, he understood that the eternal kaleidoscope was derived from the strength among blood relatives, yet the method of integration was not detailed in the manga, leaving him to navigate this path through trial and error. The same uncertainty surrounded Turtle Island. While there were indeed real waterfalls, their location remained a mystery. What are the coordinates of the route? Such intricate details were absent from the manga. "Lord Ling, what troubles you?" White, sensitive to Ling's agitation, approached and inquired. Ling remained silent, his profound gaze fixed upon the sea, the three tomo quietly embedded within his crimson eyes. After a moment of silence, Ling glanced at White and asked calmly, "Where are Kimimaro and Sasuke?" White paused in surprise at the question, then covered his mouth with a light laugh. "What has caused you to laugh?" Ling asked, astonished and raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "They are at the rear of the deck," White replied, suppressing his smile, though the mirth in his eyes only piqued Ling's curiosity further. Could there be some matter between Kimimaro and Sasuke? With a hint of confusion, Ling made his way towards the back deck of the ship. Upon reaching, he understood the reason behind White's amusement. On the deck, Kimimaro stood by the ship's edge, holding a steel cable, the other end tied to Sasuke's waist, who was running along the undulating surface of the sea, following the ship's course. "What is this?" Ling exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Mastery of chakra manipulation. However, this method, as Orochimaru observed Ling's arrival, he first greeted him with courtesy and then elucidated. "During my time with Orochimaru, I practiced similarly with Haku. The turbulent waters and shifting currents necessitate a more precise control of chakra. The difference lies in the fact that Haku and I practiced on the surface of a lake, while Sasuke is navigating the open sea. The methods of Orochimaru?" Ling nodded in understanding. "It must be said, this technique is quite ingenious. The waves stirred by the vessel render the sea surface unstable, thus requiring even greater precision in chakra control for running upon it. This approach proves more effective than standing on the water surface. What do you sense?" Ling pondered, while Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke sprinting across the sea, inquiring, "If you cannot endure, I shall pull you aboard immediately." Chapter 72. Reflections in the Mirror. Enveloped in heavy afflictions, the mind obstructed, the dread of fear looms. The world is rife with complexities, and numerous mental tribulations pervade incessantly. Among the most recognized is the fear of confined spaces. Claustrophobia manifests as a panic response to enclosed environments, such as elevators, train compartments, or aircraft, all of which evoke trepidation. This exemplifies a form of phobia and can also be regarded as a mental disorder. In truth, in today's world, numerous psychological maladies exist, such as claustrophobia and acrophobia, both of which present formidable challenges. Ling's venture into the realm of genuine waterfalls serves as a quest to unravel the knots within his psyche. Ling was unable to utilize the other ocular technique of the eternal eye, nor could he fully unleash the might of Susanoo. The brutality of that fateful night inflicted a psychological impact on Ling far beyond ordinary comprehension. His eyes could no longer return to their original darkness, stemming from his evasion and self-reproach regarding past grievances. Sasuke's face flushed with a crimson hue, panting heavily, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, clearly at his limits. Yet, upon witnessing Ling and Junmaru's detached gazes, he clenched his teeth and persevered, declaring, "I still have a distance to cover." "Umph." Ling chuckled lightly, neither affirming nor denying. "My lord Ling, the fog has arisen." Beside him, Haku reappeared, expressing concern. "The boatman says that such dense fog should not occur at this season." "Fog indeed," Ling murmured, turning back to gaze at the distant sea, now entirely shrouded in mist. Amidst the vast expanse of azure waves, such thick fog has materialized. It seems we have reached our destination. Chapter 2. The Shackles of the Soul. Just as Ling discerned his objective, within a secluded cavern adorned with towering stone pillars, droplets of water fell softly from the ceiling, where several figures cloaked in resplendent hues of dawn and vermilion gathered. All have assembled. This marks the first occurrence since Orochimaru's defection, and a figure resembling a plant emerged slowly from the depths, its voice raspy and laced with derision. In the ensuing silence, the piercing gaze of pain, resembling rippling waves, scrutinized Obito, before shifting towards Itachi, stating, setting Orochimaru aside for the moment. "Itachi, your younger brother has not followed Orochimaru, but has departed with Uchiha Ling. Uchiha Ling, we crossed paths 5 years ago, and this time, I shall not let go." Upon hearing Ling's name from Pain, Kakuzu's expression darkened, filled with indignation. "Do not place your life in peril," a cold voice interjected, as Conan's amber gaze casually swept over Kaku. Frowning at her words, Kakuzu was about to retort, but upon meeting Pain's steady gaze, he averted his eyes, choosing to remain silent. "Let's not dwell on these matters. We should return to the main topic. The leader summoned us for a purpose," Kisame interjected, seemingly uninterested in the dispute. "Indeed, you speak truth," Pain mused for a moment before continuing. "Whether it be Orochimaru or Uchiha Ling, a confrontation is inevitable, that we have 3 years before that moment arrives, and all teams have been assigned their tasks. You must fulfill them." The members of Akatsuki were momentarily taken aback. They understood the importance of their missions, and an encounter with Orochimaru was certain. However, there was no enmity between Uchiha Ling and Akatsuki unless absolutely necessary. Why engage in battle with such a renowned and enigmatic powerhouse? Confusion flickered in the eyes of the others as they turned to Pain, but only Conan understood the underlying implications, while Itachi remained an observer, silent as ever. 3 years have passed, ample time to prepare and achieve our objectives. Hanging upside down at the apex of the cavern, Deidara's tone was audacious yet tinged with a hint of youthful exuberance as he scrutinized the assembly. If Orochimaru or Uchiha Rin were to pose any hindrance, they would surely be eliminated. "Can you all execute the task flawlessly?" The group fell silent, casting glances at Deidara, their expressions a mixture of disdain, defiance, and contemplation. Pain nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, our goal is to capture everything, including the Nine Tails. Anyone who obstructs our path, be it Orochimaru, Uchiha Rin, or the Leaf Village, must be eradicated." Pain's resolute declaration drew a subtle arch of Itachi's brow from the depths of his silence, a fleeting glimmer of speculation flickering within his crimson gaze. "Ling, you seem to instill a profound sense of apprehension and pain, despite your lack of prior interaction. What connection could possibly exist between you? Furthermore, what intentions lie behind your decision to take Sasuke with you? It is indeed arduous to escape the clutches of solitude. No soul can truly bear the weight of loneliness and revel in its embrace. In days of yore, Ling traversed the world alone, devoid of kin or companionship. His heart steeped in anguish, yearning for familial affection and the selfless, fearless concern of others. Yet, in this realm, Ling found a brotherly bond with Lai. Though his understanding of such fraternal feelings was naive, rendering him incapable of fully accepting this sentiment. It was only on that fateful night when Lai willingly offered his life for him that Ling realized the profound depth of brotherhood, transcending mere blood ties. Yet, he tragically severed this bond with his own hands. After the merging of their eyes, Ling found no sanctuary, for the dual gaze perpetually reminded him of his past transgressions. The entanglement of his heart prevented him from harnessing the ocular techniques bestowed by Lai, thus obscuring the entirety of Susanoo. Itachi once remarked that Susanoo is the third ocular technique, a harmonious fusion of the divine radiance of Amaterasu and the shadowy depths of Tsukuyomi. Sasuke appeared to transcend this paradigm, but Ling had no desire to probe into the reasons. He was merely concerned with his own sight. Should the obliteration symbolize the radiance of the Sharingan, the other ocular technique would signify the darkness. Ling was unable to master this other technique, thus preventing its fusion with obliteration. For Ling, the mere activation of the eye technique representing darkness allowed for the manifestation of Susanoo, yet without complete integration. Susanoo could not reveal its full form. As for whether Itachi and Sasuke experienced the same, Ling chose not to ponder, solely because of his own plight. It is here that Ling treads forward alone, harboring his thoughts, arriving at the site of the true waterfall. The torrential currents cascade from the heavens, sweeping across the banks and stirring countless waves, while the sun casts glistening droplets, a kaleidoscope of colors. Kenshiki, Shiro, and Sasuke await aboard their vessel. Yet Ling steps into this realm in solitude. Although the scenery is exquisite, an ominous aura lingers, preventing one from succumbing to its allure. Ling stepped into the pool formed by the waterfall, bending down to scoop a handful of crystalline water. The chill of the liquid soothed his throat. Its taste slightly metallic and astringent, reminiscent of fresh blood. At last, he arrived between the waterfalls, where a fissure unexpectedly appeared. A figure emerged slowly from the cascade. Standing before Ling, their gazes locking in mutual recognition. Their robes were identical, their features indistinguishable, save for their eyes, which bore the only difference between them. Ling's eyes, white pupils with crimson irises, adorned with the intricate design of a black jade, stood in stark contrast to this individual, who possessed red eyes and black pupils. Coupled with a vivid red jade pattern, an embodiment of opposition to Ling. We were originally two halves of a whole, merely divided by the extremes of our emotions. Ling gazed upon the shadow that bore a striking resemblance to himself and discerned, to be precise, you are the ambitious facet of my being. While I am the self burdened by conscience and remorse. Can a human heart truly be devoid of struggle and hesitation? Consider a person who possesses a fortune yet finds himself on the eve of his mother's birthday, yearning to purchase a gift as a token of filial piety. However, if debts to friends loom and demand repayment, he must inevitably choose between filial duty and friendship, and thus hesitation ensues. The essence of true conflict lies in the very moment when opposing emotions confront one another, just as Ling now stands face to face with himself. What a tiresome entanglement! The shadow gazed back at Ling, laced with mockery yet tinged with resignation. Do we truly gamble our ambitions and future simply because of this burden of guilt? Ling Moran remained silent with closed eyes, reminiscing about the past when we possessed nothing and were utterly alone. Yet in this realm, all the wildest ambitions of your imagination can be realized. A shadow approached, its eerie eyes fixated on Ling. Have you ever pondered what we could attain? Eternal life. Everlasting youth. The pinnacle of power, formidable strength. Endless wealth and an abundance of beautiful women. Are these not the very desires that men yearn for? Indeed. Ling gradually opened his eyes, gazing introspectively. My ambitions are clear within my heart, yet only after repaying my debts can I pursue them. Repaying debts? To resurrect Lai? The shadow scoffed at Ling. Then who shall wield the innate art of reincarnation to bring Lai back to life? Ourselves? Ling Wuyan furrowed her brow slightly. Not responding? Allow me to unveil the truth. The shadow smirked maliciously. Bai and Junmaru are merely pawns born of your own reincarnation, are they not? Such insidious intentions. Seizing the opportunity to claim Nagato's Rinnegan, implanting it into Bai or Junmaru, thus enabling the resurrection of Lai through the reanimation jutsu. Indeed, with Lai's revival, your debt is repaid, but who shall settle the debts owed by Bai and Junmaru? Silence. Ling coldly interrupted, the shadows of gloom manifesting between her brows. Is my revelation touching upon your innermost thoughts, igniting your fury? Yet, in the past, saving Bai and Junmaru was originally intended to transform them into instruments of reincarnation. However, your compassion, unwilling to witness their sacrifice, reflects the innate human emotions. How can one such as us, who suffer in solitude, bear to lose Bai and Junmaru once more? Ling Wuyan's gaze flickered with an undeniable shade of helplessness. Indeed, no one can escape the shackles of loneliness. And we are no exception. Thus, there is no need for hesitation. The shadow stepped closer, gripping Ling's shoulders tightly, their eyes locking in fervent intensity. Time is a benevolent healer, but the pain of Lai's passing is profound. A century hence, this wound shall mend. In this moment, we must strike down Dodo and slay Orochimaru, seeking the chance to destroy the Rinnegan and the Outer Path Golem. We shall become the mightiest in this world. At that juncture, the joys of mortals shall be within our grasp. Have you ever contemplated such ecstasy? When joy arrives, I care not. Ling pushed the shadow away, emotions surging within her. I only know that I am displeased at present. Owing a mere 2 taels of silver, I am eager to repay to avoid gossip. How much more so is the weight of a life owed? Yet, the one to whom I owe my life has departed, and repayment is impossible. I can bring them back to life. In the silence, Ling faced her own shadow, the cascading waters leaping between them. The question seemed to return to its origin. The shadow shook its head, speaking softly in resignation. Indeed, Ling's ambitions render her unable to sacrifice herself for Lai. While abandoning Bai or Junmaru would only burden her with new debts, leaving the matter ensnared in a stalemate. Therefore, I shall confront you directly. Ling gazed intently at the shadow, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. To speak plainly, I hope you can surpass me. Thus, I shall no longer be troubled by this cheap and selfish conscience, allowing me to wholly pursue my ambitions. Indeed. The shadow stepped slowly before Ling, its eyes shifting with enigma. Since we cannot persuade one another, let our fists decide the victor. I shall not allow your weakness and hypocritical conscience to undermine my grand aspirations. Ling Moran, from within his garments, retrieved a pair of black gloves and adorned his hands, the joints cracking audibly. In the face of boundless ambition and desire, you possess such confidence. The shadow elongated its form, mockingly gazing at Ling. Regardless of victory or defeat, it is my wish to witness such an encounter. Ling crouched, gathering his strength. We are, after all, one entity. Our ninjutsu, ocular techniques, and might are utterly identical. Our thoughts can traverse this space, thus negating the concept of battle. The first to fall shall be deemed defeated. With that, Ling swung a fist towards the shadow's visage. Despite his full force, it merely caused the shadow to tremble slightly. Indeed, hypocrisy ultimately reveals its frailty. The force was disappointingly slight. The shadow slowly wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, gazing at Ling with a menacing glare. Repayment, exile. Such meaningless notions shall I erase for you. With a roar, Ling was sent reeling like a drifting feather, crashing into a pond. In the ensuing silence, Ling struggled to rise, the blood evident upon his forehead and the corner of his mouth. Truly, it was a formidable blow. Nevertheless, this matter shall find its resolution. Indeed, the shadow laughed mockingly as it approached, its body taut, poised to retaliate. Do you seek punishment while bearing the mark? From whence do you derive the audacity to confront me? Should it be punishment, I am more than capable of delivering it to you. Come forth. Ling lightly curled the corner of his mouth, gesturing invitingly to the shadow. Go die. Do you truly believe you can accomplish this? Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball soared across the surface of the sea, crashing violently into the gray shadow opposing it, the searing heat generating steam akin to boiling water. A resplendent crimson glow illuminating the surroundings, both magnificent and fervent. The sailors aboard the vessel, witnessing the ninja battle for the first time, ceased their labors. Astonished by the clash of such incomprehensible power, Kimimaro, Sasuke, leaned against the ship's railing, silently whispering their names. His exquisite visage laden with worry and uncertainty. It has been 3 days since Lord Ling arrived on the island, and there has been no word, no signal, no message. Could something have transpired? As this thought crossed his mind, Bai suddenly jolted, instinctively shaking his head to dispel the unease within. Lord Ling is undoubtedly the strongest in the world, impervious to harm. Surely, he has discovered something that captivates him. Indeed, this is the truth. Amid self-reassurance, Bai Chong suppressed his emotions and focused his attention on the dual training between Junma Lu and Sasuke. Yet, The shifting gaze could not conceal the underlying unease that lingered. Enough. You may halt here. Victory is beyond your grasp. A pair of crimson eyes, shimmering with a delicate silhouette, gazed down from above at the fallen Ling, their hues intertwined with complexity and mockery. Silence. Ling slowly rose, his lips and brow stained with blood, the corners of his eyes marred with bruises. In contrast, his opponent bore only the faintest trace of a bruise at the corner of his mouth, his appearance unremarkable and devoid of any visible wounds. How foolishly brave you are. The figure advanced step by step, seizing Ling by the collar, lifting him high, eyes filled with an oddity, malice unmistakably revealed. The chasm between us is vast. Ambition far outweighs conscience. To tread steadily in pursuit of all, is it not the greatest virtue? Huh. Ling slightly curled the corner of his lips, one hand slowly unfolding, freeing himself from the grip on his collar. The outcome remains undecided. Your words are premature. At this, the figure fell silent, and in an instant, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. He tossed Ling into the air, following with a powerful side kick that struck fiercely against Ling's chest. Under the force, Ling fell like a discarded puppet, skimming across the water before crashing against the rocks, splashes and fragments erupting. Do not force me to take your life. The figure clenched his fist, seemingly struggling to contain the surging fury within. One must harbor kindness and morality in their heart, regardless of their authenticity. Should you remain unaware of the gravity of your actions, I shall slay you, rendering us both mere hollow vessels of ambition. Coughing, Ling, with great effort, propped himself up with a pained arm, staggering to his feet, staring directly at his reflection, his gaze surprisingly calm. I once stated that I hope you can surpass me. If you can achieve that, whether it be to slay me or engage in any endeavor, feel free to try. You. The figure was taken aback, brow furrowing slightly, the murderous intent unexpectedly dissipating. I do not comprehend your hesitation. Every life has its end, even without fierce slaughter. One cannot escape the trials of illness and old age. When that time comes, what shall you do? It is better to accept reality with grace. Is it not a beautiful thing? Indeed, all must eventually face death. Ling murmured, softly brushing the blood that dripped from his lips and brow, obscuring his vision. Responding obliquely, do you know of the beast ensnared by shackles? The figure furrowed his brow even deeper, narrowing his eyes at Ling, inquiring, what do you wish to convey? Just as the beast in shackles, since that fateful night, I too have felt myself bound by invisible cords. Ling wiped his chin with his arm, his eyes fleeting with despair and loathing, as if directly connected to my very soul. At that moment, I understood that if this sentiment is not repaid, I shall remain forever like the beast in chains. No freedom, no joy. Ling, your garments have become quite worn. It is time for us to procure new attire. Indeed, during those youthful days, your savings were but the meager allowances you painstakingly accumulated. Yet you selflessly chose to purchase clothing for me. Ling, the girl next door often gazes at you with a curious eye. It seems she takes a great liking to you. Indeed, she frequently casts her glance in my direction, yet how could I remain oblivious to the way you regard her? You truly harbor feelings for her, fervently. Ling, how joyous it is to celebrate your birthday. I have procured the sushi you adore. Your birthday, you say? You always remember mine and know my preferences, yet I remain oblivious to yours. What do you cherish? Alas, it is too late for regrets. Upon witnessing the brilliance in Ling's eyes, a shadowy figure snorted coldly and suddenly struck at Ling's chest. Yet, to their surprise, Ling grasped the incoming fist firmly. Chapter 3. Whispering to oneself, 5 years have passed. I have never forgotten that night. It was the same in the past. I have always been alone. This person, is their mind clouded? The figure was taken aback, attempting to break free, yet Ling held fast. Bai and Junmaru are the same. They know only my solitude, but have never comprehended me. With unfocused eyes, Ling murmured as if entranced. I yearn for the familial affection deep within my heart, yet I know not how to accept, to understand. Release me, you rascal. After I attain understanding. I have lost him. Let go. You fool. The taste of solitude. I wish not to experience again. Even if it serves as my greatest motivation. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Perish. I loathe the power of the Uchiha. I despise this bloodline and surname. Because, in the midst of murmurs, Ling's eyes suddenly transformed. The pitch-black tomo and patterns intertwined and spread as if they were living entities. Solitude. That is something beyond the reach of power. What is this feeling? Aboard the vessel, I suddenly sensed a vast aura erupting from the island, and both Sasuke and Junmura halted their battle, astonished. Their gazes drawn towards the island. What transpired on that island? Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling a force so overwhelming that it seemed to originate from another realm, sending shivers down his spine. Bai and Junmaru felt a heaviness in their forms, and in an instant, they stood beside Bai, eager to investigate. As commanded, Bai nodded, and the two figures vanished from the bow like a gust of wind. Alas, where have they gone? The boatman exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at the empty bow. This must be the marvel of ninjas. Upon reaching the island, Bai and Junmaru swiftly located the true waterfall, guided by their sensing abilities. Upon catching sight of Ling, who stood with their back turned in the pool, the two were rendered speechless in shock. In the vast pool, the spring water surged like boiling broth, and a massive shadow enveloped Ling, who faced away from them. It resembled a small tower, clad in archaic, angular armor. New arms sprouted from its elbows, surrounded by a mysterious black mist. Is that Lord Ling? Bai stared in a daze, an indescribable emotion reflected in his gaze. It is undoubtedly so, Junmura nodded, his emerald eyes glistening with concern. It moves. The colossal figure slowly turned, causing a shiver to run through Bai and Junmaru's hearts. As the giant's massive form fully rotated, its hollow eyes suddenly gleamed with a crimson light, revealing a pair of extraordinary kaleidoscopic pupils reflected within the giant's gaze. The gaze of Lord Ling. It pierces through the eye of Susanoo. Junmura stood frozen, at a loss as to how to comprehend this scene. So it was you all along. Under the protective embrace of Susanoo, Ling turned and quietly gazed at the figures of Kimimaro and Haku before him. His eyes, eerier than before, were stained with crimson, the blood trickling from the corners, cascading down his cheeks and chin. Lord Ling. Haku stood in shock, at a loss for how to describe the familiar yet alien presence of Ling before him. Do not worry, Ling said, lightly raising his hand to brush against one side of his eye, his snow-white fingers now tainted with scarlet. I am well. Never have I felt so at peace. The knots in his heart untangled, Ling returned to the mainland with his companions. The next 3 years would be a crucial period, devoid of time for hesitation and doubt. Where do we go from here? On the ship, Sasuke, irritable, watched Ling leaning against the railing, gazing at the sea, and questioned him. It had been nearly half a month since leaving Konoha. Apart from a few cat-and-mouse skirmishes with Kimimaro, Ling had imparted no jutsu to Sasuke, nor taught him any new techniques, which left Sasuke feeling deeply dissatisfied and anxious. Are you unable to contain yourself? Ling propped his chin on his hand, his tall figure slanting against the railing, outlining an alluring and graceful silhouette. I wish to learn the path to enhance myself, not to wander aimlessly, Sasuke retorted, shaking his head, his tone dark. Humph, I suspected you would feel that way. Ling smirked, straightening his posture to gaze over the sea, his crimson eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. The briny sea breeze tousled his hair and robe. Upon landing, I shall commence my training. One must be prepared. For in the coming 3 years, we will relentlessly push ourselves to elevate our strength for our respective goals. Though his words were stern. Do you think such a threat could deter me? Ling's response brought a flicker of satisfaction to Sasuke, who jested in return. This is no jest. Ling sighed lightly, his gaze softening as he continued. Sasuke, your talent is truly remarkable. In the 5 years since Itachi's departure, you could have grown even stronger. Though I know not how you spent that time, I believe you are not one to shy away from hard work, correct? As Ling spoke, he observed Sasuke, perceiving the complexity of his emotions. You merely lack the proper approach to training, placing too much emphasis on ninjutsu while neglecting the fundamentals. Had you spent the first 3 years honing your foundation, the remaining 2 years mastering ninjutsu and engaging in real battles, you would not find yourself at this juncture. I have already tried my best, Sasuke replied, his eyes dimming as he clenched his fists, feeling unchanged and stagnant, just as he had 5 years prior. Ling Moran gazed at Sasuke, gently caressing the top of his head, and spoke softly, do not be hasty. Impatience will not resolve your dilemmas. No one can ascend to greatness in a single leap. Strength derives from the accumulation of fundamentals. Chakra, ninjutsu, and combat experience are all aspects of this. It is essential to spend a year reinforcing your foundation. Ideally, this should take 3 or 4 years to achieve optimal progress. However, time is of the essence. Thus, I must convey that the training ahead will be as grueling as purgatory. Ling fixed his unwavering gaze upon Sasuke, his crimson eyes brimming with earnestness and an unwillingness to compromise. The arduous training that pushed the boundaries of life itself was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Sasuke swallowed hard, his anxious eyes darting about in trepidation. Chapter 1. The Trials of Life and Death. Ling, unlike Kakashi, whose wit often dances on the edge of jest, spoke with a gravity that was unmistakably earnest when discussing the trials of life and death. Sasuke's heart burned with anxiety. Should he falter at this juncture, the path to the underworld would be his only recourse. Yet, until he had vanquished Itachi, he vowed never to utter the word death. What was there to doubt? Sasuke fervently declared within, his will to survive was solely to exact vengeance upon Itachi. This was the very essence and purpose of his existence. Should his training falter, the day he could surpass Itachi would remain eternally out of reach. Rather than live in weakness, he would prefer to stake everything on a single decisive moment. Moreover, there was no escape route available. Humph. Such dire proclamations are but an invitation to despair. Sasuke feigned composure, yet his trembling form betrayed his inner turmoil. Ah, his words ring true. Ling smiled lightly, his gaze profound as he scrutinized Sasuke. Regardless of the trials that lay ahead, I shall endure with unwavering resolve. Sasuke steeled himself, reflecting on Ling's words. Suddenly struck by an idea. When he mentioned we, could it be that you too must endure this hardship? This individual was already formidable. Did he truly need to impose such harsh expectations upon himself? Ling Wei stood in a stupor, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean. As the three Magatama of the Rinnegan merged in a peculiar manner, filling his eyes with the essence of black jade. You must contend with Itachi. While I must face that person, Ling murmured while looking at the sea. The chasm between you and Itachi is vast, just as the gulf between me and that individual is insurmountable. Without fervor, how can one hope to bridge such distances? The gap between him and Itachi. Who is this enigmatic being? Can he even be deemed human? Sasuke's eyes widened, utterly astounded by Ling's formidable presence. To encounter a being capable of rendering Ling powerless, what kind of realm must that be? Does such a realm truly exist in this world? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Sasuke found it hard to believe. Ling sensed his turmoil. Indeed, as he had stated, at this moment, he had no chance against that person. For that individual stands at the pinnacle of this world, Uchiha Madara. Should anyone comprehend Ling's sentiments, they would surely denounce his madness. His unparalleled physical prowess, transcendent fire techniques, mastery of wood release rivaling that of the first Hokage, the legendary Susanoo that claims lives upon mere sight, and the ability to summon meteors, alongside the godlike powers of the Rinnegan. With such overwhelming strength, how could Ling possibly entertain thoughts of victory? Indeed, Madara's might reverberates throughout the world, and at present, Ling has no prospect of overcoming him. Yet for Ling, Madara is the adversary he must confront. In the true journey of the waterfall, Ling shattered the shackles of his psyche, allowing him to unleash the full potential of his Sharingan, yet his conscience and ambition remained unextinguished, instead intertwining in a delicate balance. Good and evil are non-absolute. Gluttony, greed, sloth, lust, pride, envy, and wrath correspond to purity, temperance, generosity, zeal, gentleness, tolerance, and humility. This intricate amalgamation of contradictions is the essence of humanity. Who among us acts solely with benevolence and never commits wrongdoing? Who consistently acts with malice and never shows kindness? Perspectives vary, and so do notions of good and evil. Your virtuous acts may be perceived as malevolent by others. For instance, when one gives alms to a beggar, their compassion may prompt them to bestow 100 gold pieces, a deed regarded by some as virtuous for aiding those in distress. Yet, in the eyes of others, such an act may be seen as wicked, fostering a culture of laziness by enabling the beggar's idleness. As Madara stated, victory and defeat are intertwined, and there are no absolute truths. At this moment, Ling wrestled with the duality of good and evil. Regardless of his motivations or circumstances, he could not erase the fact of having slain Ri. Ri's selfless love had warmed him during 2 lifetimes of solitude, and Ling's heart yearned for retribution. Yet, as a human, he too harbored ambitions and desires. When all was entangled and unresolved, Ling had no choice but to confront Madara in search of liberation. This was both an exile and a trial. The formidable Madara served as a tool for Ling's self-punishment. To perish at Madara's hands would be his just deserts. Should Ling triumph over Madara, the trial would conclude, and he could resurrect Ri, pursuing his ambitions without reservation. Some may question why Ling, having slain Ri, could not simply resurrect her using others unrelated to the matter, thus settling his debt without confronting Madara. However, in common reasoning, the act of settling a debt is unrelated to facing Madara, with no inherent conflict. Yet for the lonely Ling, this matter is not easily explained or accepted. If one were offered wealth beyond measure at the cost of losing a loved one, who could remain unperturbed? As an orphan in his past life, Ling found profound affection in Ri during this lifetime. To him, Ri was akin to kin or a brother. To slay such a beloved one and think mere resurrection would suffice for atonement? Perspectives differ. To Ling, this is not redemption. Ling understands that only Madara can atone for his sins. Moreover, in the world of the Hokage, Madara is truly a deity beyond comprehension. Obito and Kaguya serve as clues to the resurrection of Madara, yet are there still unknown foreshadowings? Even if one were to shatter the Rinnegan and obliterate the Outer Path's demonic statue, reviving Madara would remain an arduous task, and he would struggle to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. However, the reincarnated Madara through impure world reincarnation is no ordinary foe. Although Kabuto and Orochimaru have thwarted Madara's resurrection, who can guarantee that other shinobi will not master this forbidden technique? The second Hokage's forbidden jutsu, learned by Orochimaru and Kabuto, could also be acquired by others. Should Rin act out of caution and eliminate all shinobi, what assurance does he have of safety? Rather than living in perpetual dread of Madara's return, it is far wiser to face the challenge head-on. In the face of this confrontation, Rin's confidence in vanquishing Madara will soar, allowing him to pursue immortality or power without hesitation, unshaken by any obstacles. This is the essence of Rin at this moment, a confluence of conscience and ambition. Thus, the next 3 years shall be Rin's final opportunity to attain the power necessary to confront Madara. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain, be it for redemption or ambition. Master Rin, we are nearing land. The sound of cheerful voices roused him from his reverie as he gazed towards the approaching coastline. He whispered to himself, "We have arrived." The sun dipped beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, while the sea shimmered in the warm glow of dusk. To confront Madara, he must rely on the strength of others. The cries of seabirds echoed, prompting Rin to ponder deeply. The land of Earth, situated in the extreme northwest of the shinobi world, boasts vast territories. Yet due to its geographical position, it lacks the wealth of the Hidden Leaf. After nearly a month of traversing the shinobi realm since landing in the Land of Lightning, Rin and his companions finally reached a remote corner of the Land of Earth. Rugged mountains and steep cliffs made the paths elusive, with naught but rocky formations and no flatlands in sight. This desolate area holds no military significance or economic benefit, and to procure daily necessities, a shinobi must journey for 3 days before encountering sparse human habitation and the chance of trade, reliant solely on fortune. It is precisely due to its rarity of visitors that Rin chose to spend 3 years here, wishing to avoid drawing attention from other nations. The vast, empty cavern had been completed. Kimimaro used wood release to create wooden structures, while White assisted in crafting tables and beds. Upon finishing the last chair, White let out a sigh of relief. The unevenly arranged wooden chairs, the rectangular table, and the spacious wooden bed were separated from White's area by curtains, creating a simple yet elegant space. The cavern was spacious, with its entrance nestled within the mountains, illuminated by sunlight and torches. Despite the harsh conditions, the 4 shinobi managed to cope. Everything is in place, White assessed the cavern, her beautiful eyes curving into a crescent moon. Master Rin, all is complete. Thank you for your hard work. Rin nodded, his gaze fixed upon the sun-kissed mountains in the distance. Contemplating those peaks, Rin felt a surge of curiosity. The map of the Hokage world does not resemble that of Japan. What lies beyond the borders? A meeting of heaven and earth? The edge of the world? If not, how could it be depicted? At this moment, they stood at the edge of that map, yet all that met their eyes were boundless mountains, an expanse that seemed eerily silent. Quite intriguing, Rin mused with a slight smile. Once the tasks were complete, becoming a traveler of the world, exploring the mysteries beyond the borders, would indeed be a delightful endeavor. After a moment of reflection, Rin composed himself and inquired, "Where is Sasuke?" "In training," Kimimaro responded. "According to our established plan, foundational chakra control and ninjutsu training will commence in a year." "Excellent." Ling nodded, acknowledging not only the fundamentals, but also the techniques of chakra internal control, which required no hand seals, imparting them to him. Practical training must not be neglected. "I shall adhere to your instructions," Jumuru responded, indicating his understanding. Ling then turned to face Jumuru, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly. "Are the necessary items prepared?" "Yes, they are ready," Jumuru replied, retrieving a scroll from his bosom, previously arranged with Orochimaru. The 4 ninjas were all elite chunin. "Well done." Ling accepted the scroll and stepped forward, standing at the edge of the cavern, with an abyss below. With a light sigh, Ling leaned slightly. Diving down like a bungee jumper, the wind howling past his ears, the air current strong. In midair, Ling suddenly launched 3 kunai, embedding them into the surrounding rock walls. With one remaining in hand, he connected several steel wires to the kunai he had thrown. With a powerful tug, he landed steadily on the ground. Such a perilous environment would be difficult for even ninjas to endure for long. Ling glanced around, sighed softly, and unfurled the scroll in his hand. Smoke billowed forth, revealing 4 unconscious, yet still breathing sound ninjas on the ground. As he muttered, Ling's eyes gleamed with cold light, and he struck the ground with one hand. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. The inhuman roars echoed, and strange runes appeared on the ground. Dust and debris gradually enveloped the bodies of the 4, and in an instant, 4 new figures materialized before Ling's eyes. Chapter 4. Keen Perception. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As the dust settled, the 4 gradually regained their senses, their gazes fixed upon Ling. Who are you? Tobirama Senju scrutinized Ling, his eyes narrowing subtly. Ling. Hiruzen Sarutobi expressed astonishment, disbelief flickering in his eyes, mingling surprise with confusion. It has been a long time, Sensei Sarutobi. Ling nodded slightly, paying his respects to the third Hokage. Is this truly impure world reincarnation? Minato Namikaze's golden hair fluttered as he first examined himself in confusion, then turned to Ling. You have broken the Shinigami seal. How did you accomplish this? There is no perfect ninja technique in this world, Ling replied calmly, expressing no desire to delve deeply into the matter. To so recklessly misuse the forbidden techniques I created, the Uchiha clan truly bears a malevolent nature. Tobirama glared at Ling with a brooding expression, as the peculiar Tomo in Ling's eyes raised his suspicions. The bloodline of Uchiha Madara, indeed. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, sighed pensively, his gaze towards Ling filled with intrigue. Did you cast this technique? What is your purpose, Ling? Minato fixed his gaze intently upon Ling Ling. Only 8 years old when the 4th passed away, had already become a topic of conversation in Konoha, having crossed paths with him several times. A question devoid of significance. Ling shook his head helplessly, responding to Minato, naturally, it is for battle. Otherwise, why summon you here? You possess considerable audacity, not bound by our character and will. Do you not, brother? Tobirama remarked, a tone of both sarcasm and praise directed at Ling, before turning to his elder brother with another question. Perhaps. Senju Hashirama gazed at Ling with a playful intrigue, his fingers stroking his chin, utterly unprepared to discover such an intriguing youth among the descendants of Uchiha Madara. Now is not the time for such discussions, esteemed first Hokage. Our foremost priority should be to ascertain the purpose behind his summoning of us. Indeed, who might you be? I am the 4th Hokage. Ah, it is indeed the 4th. Tobirama, look, it is the 4th. This matter can be deliberated later. The immediate concern is the intentions of this Uchiha youth. Yet he is, after all, the 4th Hokage. Silence. Is it merely an illusion? Ling seemed to perceive the pale backdrop and the endless black lines behind the first Hokage. Enough. Returning to the matter at hand. Sarutobi let out a light cough and turned to Ling Ling. What precisely is your purpose? Ling fell into silence, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the Hokage from generations past, as previously mentioned, for the sake of battle. Who has rendered you powerless? To resort to such forbidden techniques? Sarutobi nodded slightly, his deep gaze fixed on Ling. The first Hokage bore a playful glint in his eyes, the second appeared somber, while the 4th sank into contemplation. It is I, Ling replied softly, amidst the astonished stares of the 4. You? Sarutobi exclaimed, disbelief and complexity evident in his eyes. Indeed. Ling affirmed with a slight nod, elaborating. To be precise, I have summoned the 4 of you as my formidable adversaries, to cultivate greater power through this combat. The 4th Hokage was taken aback by this revelation. There have been those who fought using such techniques, and others who utilized them for intelligence gathering. Yet to train oneself through them, Ling stands as the first. Did I mishear? Senju Tobirama's gaze darkened further. Your confidence is astounding. Even Madara would not dare to claim such, and yet you do. What a naive youth you are. The potential of human strength is boundless. I am acutely aware of the might possessed by the 4 Hokage. Ling, unfazed by the imposing aura exuded by Senju Tobirama, turned his attention to the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Only a powerful adversary can forge a powerful self. It is because of that tumultuous era, in the existence of Madara, that you have become so formidable? Have you not? The assembled Hokage fell silent, for as Ling stated, had there been no one as strong as Madara, the first would have faced little pressure to hone his own abilities. It was that era, rife with conflict, that forged the heroes of those times. With the founding of Konoha and other ninja villages, although the wars were curtailed, the absence of a childhood steeped in battle constrained their powers within shackles. Now, Ling's actions aimed to shatter the confines of time, tracing the path of past heroes. This situation resembles a group of dear friends exploring a world together, where their levels are still low, thus the urgency to ascend is minimal. Yet, when one suddenly disappears for several days upon their return, they possess a level far surpassing the others, who naturally feel discontent and strive to elevate themselves. Once they leave the novice village and encounter stronger foes in the outside world, the ordinary's unwillingness to be left behind will ignite a fervent desire for victory. You dare to employ the techniques I created for this purpose. You truly compel me to regard you with new eyes. Yet, within Senju Tobarama's gaze, there was both astonishment and admiration, his tone gradually assuming authority. Allow me to witness what capabilities you possess. Water style, water flowing wave. Senju Tobarama clasped his hands together, his immense chakra stirring the air, and in an instant, a colossal torrent of water surged from beneath him, lifting his form skyward. As the deluge swiftly engulfed the entire valley. Remarkable! Witnessing this astonishing water style, Namake's Minato could hardly contain his awe. First Hokage, should you not intervene? Sarutobi, standing atop the chakra-infused water, looked at the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, with a sense of difficulty. Why should I intervene? Hashirama replied with a smile. Watching the rushing waters with keen interest, do you not find it fascinating? Is this truly the might of the second Hokage? To conjure such a massive flow within such a brief span of time. Surrounded by mountains, the water's force is not easily diminished. To utilize the terrain so swiftly is indeed a fearsome display of power. Ling felt a profound sense of emotion as he sensed the torrents of water beneath his feet. At the moment he unleashed the impure world reincarnation, he was utterly free from the constraints imposed by the Hokages. In this instance, the Hokages were at their zenith, endowed with boundless stamina and chakra. Boom, boom, boom. In a state of astonishment, an overwhelming torrent of water, as thick as stone pillars, erupted from the surface, directly assaulting Ling, who stood upon the water. It was not merely water, it was a shadow clone. In the heavens above, confronted with the second Hokage, Ling dared not to be complacent. He unleashed the full potential of his left eye. Could he have sensed something? Does the Uchiha clan possess such acute perceptiveness? Senju Hashirama, observing from the side, felt a hint of surprise and turned to Sarutobi. Sarutobi smiled silently, his gaze fixed intently on Ling. Let me witness, Ling. Just how formidable are you? Unreservedly reveal your power. The ground trembled as torrents cascaded down from the mountain peak, the valley quaking, fissures appearing in the rocks, swept away by the rushing water. Such force indeed lives up to the legendary name of water release. However, Ling's eyes widened in astonishment, as an intense chakra enveloped him like flames, revealing a pair of eerie crimson eyes within the dark giant. Is he attempting to merge the ocular techniques of the Sharingan with Susanoo? A rather creative endeavor. Yet, what will be the outcome? In the distance, the first Hokage no longer exhibited his initial amusement, pursing his lips as he quietly observed Ling annihilation. In an instant, both Ling and Susanoo's eyes underwent a strange transformation. As Ling spoke, the water transformed into black particles at an astonishing speed, dissipating into nothingness. What? Minato Namikaze stood in shock, gazing at this extraordinary phenomenon. Is it the ocular technique of the Manjiki Sharingan? I see now, the technique applied to Susanoo is indeed more expansive and powerful than the original. Yet such consumption may render it unsustainable. Senju Hashirama discerned the secret of Ling's ninjutsu, simultaneously pointing out its inherent risks. As he had predicted, with the continuous disappearance of the water, blood began to seep from the corner of Ling's right eye, which trembled incessantly. Indeed, this clan is tainted by a demonic essence. Such perilous ocular techniques can only be wielded by the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobarama gazed down at Ling from his elevated position, his expression darkening. Humph. Ling scoffed. Speaking of danger, is not your own creation of Edo Tensei far more perilous? You toy with the souls of the deceased. You regard it as the will of fire. Yet my ocular techniques are deemed dangerous? Stubborn child. Senju Tobarama's expression faltered for a moment, then grew even more somber as he fixed his gaze on Ling. It is not stubbornness. Rather, it is your inherent bias against the Uchiha clan. Ling's eyes transformed ominously from the empty arms of Susanoo. For black longswords materialized in an instant. How can one speak of the Senju clan representing love, while the Uchiha clan embodies hatred? Both are human. Both are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, who possesses the authority to judge right from wrong. No sooner had his words fallen than Ling swung his arm fiercely. The four long swords crashing down towards Senju Tobarama. Water splashed, debris flew, and the mountain quaked with increasing intensity. Truly an extraordinary act. Minato Namikaze sighed softly, a hint of eager anticipation gracing his lips, stirring a tempest within my heart. Indeed, I had not anticipated that this world still harbored such youthful talent. Senju Hashirama was filled with deep emotions as he gazed intently at the fierce battle unfolding above. He remarked, Tobarama harbors no bias against the Uchiha clan. Both the Uchiha and Senju clans possess their share of rogues and heroes. However, this young man's eyes bear a striking resemblance to Madara's, reminiscent of the expression Madara wore the moment he lost Izuna. Ah, it seems I have digressed. Observing the grave expressions of the third and fourth Hokages, Hashirama chuckled softly and called out to the heavens, Tobarama, enough. Let us discern the true intentions of this young man. Humph. TSK. After the battle, tranquility returned to the valley's streams, and before the esteemed Hokages of generations past, the bloodstains at the corners of Ling's eyes were distinctly visible. Enough. Witnessing the fierce glares exchanged between Ling and Senju Tobarama, Hashirama hurriedly attempted to ease the tension, declaring it a trivial matter. Silence. Silence. The inky lines intertwined against the pale backdrop. Sarutobi, having observed the scene, sighed softly before turning to Ling and inquired, Ling, I am unaware of the vision you hold within your heart, yet could you share the original intent behind your pursuit of formidable power? Before your mentor, the original intent. You say. Ling sighed quietly, sensing the weight of the Hokage's gazes. The first Hokage, Madara, did not perish in that battle. What nonsense! Tobarama exclaimed, astonished. And Hashirama too was taken aback. He survived and is currently executing a grand scheme. Ling recounted how Madara awakened the Rinnegan, summoned the Outer Path Golem, and resurrected Obito, compelling him to gather the tailed beasts. Obito, you say? I never anticipated matters would escalate to this point. Minato murmured in disbelief, sorrow evident in his voice. The Eye of the Moon plan, a world where only victors remain, a world of peace. A world filled with love, truly a captivating notion. Tobarama scoffed. Is it truly so? Sarutobi murmured, then looked back at Ling. How did you come to know all of this? Ling shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. If you remain silent, how can we trust you? Sarutobi's tone turned grave as he scrutinized Ling. Madara once said, and I wholeheartedly agree, this confined world has scarce territory, enough only for me to traverse. Ling abruptly shifted his focus towards Sarutobi, declaring, this matter belongs solely to me. Madara must not intervene. You. Sarutobi was taken aback, then gritted his teeth while gazing at Ling. What is it that you truly seek? This world. Ling spoke candidly, gently extending his arms. As the wise often say, how beautiful it would be to live in a realm of peace. I merely wish to fulfill his wish. Madara's vision, though beautiful, carries a sense of dominion that is fettered by humanity, which I disdain. Thus, I intend to grow powerful. Eliminate Madara, gather the tailed beasts, and employ formidable sealing techniques to deter the world. Any nation that dares to disrupt peace and provoke war shall be erased from existence. Under the weight of overwhelming power, no one would dare to initiate conflict lightly. Have you lost your mind? Sarutobi rebuked Ling. Such a weapon. Once in the hands of an ambitious soul, ambition has never been in short supply in this world. Ling disregarded Sarutobi's ire, explaining, looking back through history. Did humanity ever cease its strife before the era of ninjas? Ninjas are merely instruments of war, not the root cause of turmoil. If ambition exists, it is a product of the world's circumstances, not merely strength. Indeed, wherever there are beings, there will be discord. In the world of Hokage, didn't Kagaya Otsutsuki gain power by consuming the fruit of the god tree to quell chaos? As long as life exists, conflict will persist. Even if Madara completes the Moon Eye plan and controls the world, will he not find amusement in warfare within his illusion? Madara claimed. The human heart is fraught with divisions. No matter how noble Madara's intentions may be, I do not trust him. I see. The first Hokage nodded, observing Ling. You wish to suppress humanity's impulse for war through absolute power? Theoretically feasible. But once you pass, how can you ensure that your successor does not misuse this power? That is a matter for the future, beyond my control. However, I will exert all my efforts and wisdom in pursuit of eternal life, aside from myself. I trust no one. A profound silence enveloped the room as the Hokages exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Brother, what are your thoughts? Tobirama inquired, glancing at the silent Hashirama nearby. A month later, in the same valley, the desolate landscape had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Countless lakes of varying sizes dotted the terrain. While the mountains lay in ruins, barely recognizable, colossal trees towered, casting shadows over the land, resembling an immense primeval forest. Haha, still not far enough, not nearly enough. Ling knelt, breathless, as if only this position could alleviate the extreme limits of his body and spirit. His tattered robe was riddled with tears and scratches, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and eyes. In this moment, Ling was devoid of the usual composure and grace he exhibited. Is this really his limit? A mere braggart. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, stood atop the mountain, surveying the battlefield with a derisive smirk. Initially, he could barely hold his ground against Susanoo with the power of his left eye, but once Hashirama unleashed the divine tree, he was relegated to a position of passive defense, rendered impotent. Sarutobi and Minato stood silently beside him. Sarutobi gazed at the battlefield and remarked slowly. Compared to a month ago, his progress is evident. At least he can now compel the first Hokage to employ secret techniques, can he not? Minato nodded in agreement. Yet Tobirama shook his head and stated, such a feat is hardly noteworthy. Hashirama, influenced by the reanimation jutsu, cannot wield his full strength, and he has not yet tapped into sage techniques. To challenge Madara at this level is nothing short of folly. His words were laced with mockery towards Rin, while subtly revealing admiration for Madara's might. Rin is far too impatient. Sarutobi sighed softly. Indeed, he possessed an unparalleled talent. Yet the aspiration to reach expected heights within 3 years was, at best, an unfulfilled ambition. If this continued, he would come to understand the toll of the Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 5. You have no energy left to pursue. Upon hearing this, Tobirama turned his gaze, speaking with profound significance, concerning the vision of the Mangeki Sharingan. You need not worry. His eyes are not of the ordinary Mangeki. Not of the ordinary Mangeki? What do you mean? Sarutobi asked, astonishment flickering in his eyes. If I am not mistaken, Tobirama retorted coldly, casting a grim look down at Rin. Those are the eternal Mangeki, a new ocular technique born from the fusion of blood relatives' eyes. This young man's gaze reminds me distinctly of Madara as from years past. It is the ultimate power accessible only to those who share blood ties, a legacy of the fallen clan. The fusion of blood relatives' eyes? Sarutobi felt a jolt of realization. His gaze towards Rin now laden with a complex blend of compassion and helplessness. This sentiment stemmed from his understanding that Rin was fundamentally different from Orochimaru. Once, Sarutobi had perceived them as identical, but upon seeing Rin again in Konoha, he recognized the profound pain and complexity hidden within his eyes. Though unaware of when Rin had slain Akira, Sarutobi was certain that, but for the Uchiha incident, Rin would never have committed such an act. The eternal Mangeki, a curse-like power bestowed upon him by Konoha. Sarutobi's eyes lowered, and he sighed with a mix of resignation and sorrow. Why must it be so? Minato furrowed his brow, casting a probing glance at Sarutobi. That was 5 years ago, at the time of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi spoke wearily, recounting the grim truth of Konoha's massacre of the Uchiha and the promise Rin had made. Such a thing occurred, Tobirama murmured, a tempest of scorn and lament swirling within him. He derided the Uchiha's audacity to usurp power while simultaneously lamenting Konoha's merciless eradication of a clan. His emotions and positions wove a complex tapestry. Third Hokage, there is no need for excessive self-reproach. Observing the pain in Sarutobi's eyes, Minato offered words of comfort, then quickly added, I too bear my share of the blame. Had it not been for my exhaustion during the battle with the Nine Tails. At these words, Sarutobi fell silent, merely shaking his head in resignation. Enough, the outcome is all too apparent. The three individuals shifted their gaze to the battlefield, where, amidst the forest, Ling Zheng made his final struggle. In the end, is my power truly so insignificant? Mockery resonates, even as it calls out. As stated by the Sage of the Six Paths, the first Hokage in the present world is constrained by the limitations of the reanimation technique, his power not yet at its zenith. Nonetheless, with just a single move of the wood release, advent of a world of trees, it became evident that Ling was beyond redemption. The power of his left eye granted him a glimpse into the events of 3 breaths hence. Yet what value does foresight hold against the first Hokage? It is akin to a mortal standing before a cataclysmic wave, knowing the tumult of the wave. How could one possibly evade it? The advent of a world of trees inundated Ling with such a profound sense of shock and impotence. The entire forest seemed to pulsate with life, incessantly assailing Ling. Apart from the protection of Susanoo, there was no alternative, even in the face of annihilation. The first Hokage could sever the vanishing trees, using chakra to summon forth new shoots, leaving Ling in an inescapable predicament. No, he had not yet resigned. If even the first Hokage could not contend with this, how could he possibly face Madara? Ling summoned the remnants of his chakra, and the skeletal form of Susanoo re-emerged, bloodstains at the corners of his eyes oozing fresh crimson. Cough. Suddenly, Ling expelled a mouthful of blood, attempting to rise. Yet once more he collapsed weakly to one knee, gasping violently as his throat trembled like a worn-out bellows, hoarse and feeble. How infuriating! He had not anticipated that Susanoo would deplete his strength so drastically. Ling, kneeling, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The loss of chakra and ocular power was bearable. The Eternal Eye posed no concern regarding ocular strength, yet his physical stamina and chakra were on the verge of exhaustion. No wonder in the original tale, Itachi employed this technique sparingly, as did Sasuke. An incomplete Susanoo clashed with Danzo and showed signs of fatigue after only a few exchanges. The toll on both spirit and body was evident, and forcing the body to continue would deplete one's very life force. Thus, this day must come to an end. You are utterly exhausted. To push further would be perilous to your life. As Ling contemplated, a voice resonated from the depths of the forest, reminiscent of the first Hokage, echoing ethereally from the heavens. Is he underestimating me? Ling gritted his teeth, steadied his trembling knee, and declared loudly, "It is not over yet. I can still fight." With that, the black flames of chakra surged back to life around him. The emaciated skeleton regained its vigor. Arrogant boy. On the mountaintop, Tobirama observed this spectacle and mocked Ling, then turned to Sarutobi beside him. "Monkey, add some fuel to the fire. I wish to see how long he can endure." "Lord Second." Sarutobi gasped in astonishment, hesitating to look at Tobirama. "Humph. Do not worry." Tobirama scoffed. "My brother is here. He will not perish." Hashirama maintained a measured demeanor. "Well, very well." Sarutobi pondered briefly, his hands weaving through the air, summoning the art of fire release. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The roaring fire dragon instantly spread along the tree trunks. And in an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in raging flames, thick black smoke billowing upward, illuminating the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Fire release combined with wood release. In the dense smoke, Ling choked, the forest transformed into a hell's cape, burning debris raining down, the surroundings consumed in a sea of red and desolation. Can you still endure? As Susanoo becomes increasingly difficult to maintain, from within the forest, Hashirama's voice echoed, as several colossal wooden dragons surged forth, accompanied by the torrential trunks, launching a sudden assault on Ling. What is that? Would release to contend with the Nine Tails. Ling was taken aback as the peculiar hook-shaped jade in his left eye began to rotate, forming a defensive barrier of black skeletal remains around him. This moment presented a prime opportunity. With his left eye discerning the wood dragon's subsequent movements, Ling suddenly gathered his strength and leapt into the air. Enormous black claws sprouted from his back, grasping a pitch-black longsword as he slashed towards the wood dragon. Was this the complete form of the Susanoo? Such creativity! Hashirama gazed approvingly at Ling's counterattack. "Ah!" Ling roared, severing 2 wood dragons, his eyes rapidly scanning the forest for the concealed first Hokage. Where could he be? This opportunity was singular and could not be miscalculated. The enigmatic hook-shaped jade and the shifting images allowed Ling to pinpoint the first Hokage, encircled by countless trees. As he suddenly activated his ocular technique, annihilation, black particles dispersed, and Ling's eyes appeared stained with crimson, blood seeping to the corners of his eyes and cheeks. Chapter 1. The wood releases deception. A flock of crows circled amidst the raging flames of the forest as Minato approached Ling, extending his hand. The flickering firelight cast their faces in a blood-red hue. "Ling, I wish to discuss a matter with you," Minato said with a gentle smile, his hand suspended before Ling. Ling Changshu took a deep breath, striving to calm his violently heaving chest. The thick smoke stung his eyes, causing them to water and almost close. Bye. You may withdraw for now. I wish to converse with the fourth master. Ling tightly grasped the edge of the table, struggling to rise. But dizziness overcame him due to sheer exhaustion. Lord Ling, Bai said, her expression fraught with concern as she gently bit her cherry-red lips. Ling Wei nodded, signaling that there was no need for concern, and said to Watergate, let us proceed to the cliff's edge, where the scenery is delightful. Very well, Watergate responded, his silhouette vanishing in an instant, reappearing by Ling's side. Having departed from the forest of flames, Ling and Watergate ascended to the summit of the high cliff. As soon as Ling arrived, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Ah, you are indeed overexerted. Watergate smiled, his golden hair dancing in the wind, sitting beside Ling and observing his disheveled appearance. Cough, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, truly lives up to his reputation. Ling coughed, a defiant glint flickering in his crimson eyes. He had thought that despite his defeat, he would retain some dignity, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Even his would-release clones could not be perceived by the Rinnegan. For all of you, I too am astonished. Watergate sighed, then comforted Ling, to speak frankly. You are merely 20 years of age, your future achievements are bound to be limitless. Hey, if you wish to praise yourself, feel free to do so without needing to use me as a backdrop for your might. Ling retorted, slightly irritated. Looking at Watergate as he spoke, you ascended to the position of Hokage at 20 and with the Flying Thunder God technique. Taking my life would be as easy as flipping a hand. Moreover, that space-time barrier can redirect attacks, and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are formidable tools. Ha ha, it is not as extraordinary as you claim. Watergate replied with a gentle smile, his handsome face radiating humility. Gazing at the heavens and murmuring, I have merely touched the sky through the foundation laid by the second Hokage. Just as you rely on the power of the second Hokage, I too depend on the assistance of the Sharingan. What difference is there? Before Watergate could finish, Ling interrupted him, stating, setting aside the Sharingan, I may not necessarily surpass Kakashi. This individual stands out, humble yet slightly insecure. Watergate pondered for a moment, and then said, why do you underestimate yourself? Your speed and technique execution is imperceptible, and your understanding and application of ninjutsu are indeed remarkable. Furthermore, the Sharingan, in your hands, has undergone such unexpected variations. This technique is merely a theft of skills from you and Sasuke. It is not my original creation. Ling frowned slightly, but did not delve deeper. Instead asking, is it not your desire to discuss this matter with me? Is that all you wish to say? Watergate was momentarily taken aback, his smile gradually fading as he gazed at the clouds drifting in the sky, his tone becoming somewhat ethereal. You are astute. You should know what I wish to convey. Indeed, it was the concern of a father regarding the safety of his offspring. Ling closed his eyes and lay down, feeling languid and serene. Ling had long discerned Watergate's thoughts, stemming from Ling's mention of collecting tailed beasts, which worried Watergate about his son, Naruto Uzumaki. As a father, Watergate could not disregard Naruto's safety, even though it was a wise choice for world peace. He could have easily taken Ling's life, and he possessed the capability to do so. However, such a notion had never crossed Watergate's mind. In his heart, there was no such thought. Due to the troubles caused by the Uchiha clan, Watergate felt that Konoha had owed Ling a great deal. How could he kill Ling for Naruto? That idea had never flickered in Watergate's mind. Throughout the ages, Hokages have been towering figures, difficult to reach. To them, their own existence has passed, and they should not intervene in the world's progression, regardless of the direction being right or wrong. Time will ultimately reveal the answers. Therefore, no matter which path Ling chooses in the future or what transformations he brings to the world, it is beyond their capacity to influence. If Ling were to become a menace in the future, there would undoubtedly be those who would rise to oppose him. The march of the world cannot be altered by anyone. You wish for me to pardon your son, Naruhiko, do you? Observing Minato sitting in silence, Ling pointed directly at the worries within his heart. If it were feasible, Minato sighed softly, his tone imbued with a sense of pleading and anticipation. Ling Wei furrowed her brow and said, this diverges from my principles. In my heart, no nation should wield the power of the tailed beasts. Only by gathering the 9 tails into my hands can there be safety. No one can assure that Konoha or the Land of Fire will not covet the remaining tailed beasts. I understand. Minato nodded. As the 4th Hokage, he was not ignorant of political matters. He comprehended the issues Ling had articulated, but as a father, understanding did not equate to being at ease. After a moment of silence, Minato clarified his thoughts and spoke. In the years past, when the Nine Tails was sealed, its chakra was divided into yin and yang. The yang portion was sealed within Naruto, while the yin portion resides within me. Do you wish to exchange the Nine Tails within your body for the one within Naruto? Ling struggled to raise herself, turning her head to gaze at Minato as she inquired. Is this not a poor strategy? Minato elaborated on his intent. I could seal this portion of the Nine Tails power within you, granting your chakra immeasurable strength. The burdens of Susanoo would surely become manageable. Is that not so? While your proposal is commendable, I have no intention of accepting it, Ling replied, shaking her head. Compared to the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha physique is ill-suited for being a Jinchuriki, and no one can ascertain whether I can withstand the Nine Tails encroachment. Moreover, the most crucial point is that there exists a summoning contract between the Nine Tails and Madara. I do not wish to be bound by this constraint when confronting him. Chapter 1. Chakra and Ninjutsu. In truth, Ling had not fully expressed her innermost thoughts. The Susanoo technique indeed drains chakra, however. Depleting physical strength and mental power is far more detrimental. The Nine Tails may bestow chakra, yet it cannot replenish mental fortitude or physical stamina. The Uchiha clan does not possess an innate abundance of chakra. According to Madara, all ninja chakra originates from the Ten Tails' true form, the Divine Tree. Without a rich source, Ling lacked confidence in her ability to control the Nine Tails. For many years, Ling had practiced her chakra through shadow clones, aiming to enhance her perception and control rather than to increase her total chakra volume. Performing ninjutsu does not require hand seals. For every seal omitted, the chakra within her body adheres to the laws of the seals system. Ling merely directs the chakra within her body directly, avoiding the cumbersome hand seals. However, this technique demands exquisite control over chakra. If one cannot swiftly and fluidly mobilize chakra with focused intent, the speed of her techniques may not surpass those of others who perform hand seals. Thus, Ling's strength in chakra lies not in an abundance of it, but rather in her exceptional mastery cultivated through shadow clone training, coupled with her own keen sensitivity. It need not be sealed within you. Alternative methods can also be imparted. Is the outer path golem you mentioned not feasible? Upon seeing Ling shake her head, Minato proposed a new idea. Ling, upon hearing this, shook his head and, as if enlightened, remarked, "Why do you cling to the tailed beasts? I find your mastery of the flying thunder god to be far more captivating." Minato, momentarily taken aback, displayed a flicker of delight, only to quickly mask it with a resigned expression, replying, "I understand your sentiment, and I too am intrigued. However, I fear that the technique of the flying thunder god may be beyond your grasp." Ling Moran furrowed his brow slightly. Watergate observed his expression and explained, "It is not a question of doubting your talent. You were once the prodigy of Konoha, greatly praised by the third Hokage. However, the flying thunder god technique is no ordinary art." Upon hearing this, Ling fell into deep thought. If the second Hokage had created this technique, would it not be unreasonable for Watergate to be the sole inheritor? Did that imply that everyone in Konoha, aside from Watergate, was merely an ordinary individual? Orochimaru and Kakashi would surely contest this notion, yet neither had been able to master it. Kakashi, being a disciple of Watergate, had never been kept in the dark. So did the Flying Thunder God technique demand special prerequisites from its practitioner? As you surmised, Watergate nodded, perceiving Ling's contemplative demeanor. From a young age, I exhibited extraordinary speed and subsequently dedicated myself to the study of body flicker techniques. After receiving the second Hokage's legacy from the third Hokage, I devoted myself to refining and improving it, culminating in the technique you see today. Employing this art requires more than mere hand seals. One's body must be attuned and harmonized with the utmost body flicker to manifest its true power. As for you, Watergate continued, gazing at Ling. The Uchiha clan possesses multifaceted abilities, Sharingan, Genjutsu, fire techniques, and various ninja tools, each excelling in its own right. Even without the Sharingan, mastering fire techniques and ninja tools demands considerable energy, not to mention the ocular techniques unlocked after Genjutsu. Human energy is finite. I achieved my current speed through relentless pursuit. While you, Ling, despite your exceptional talent, have already excelled in Genjutsu and ocular techniques, as well as fire and wind transformations. Your proficiency in ninja tools and physical techniques is remarkable, complemented by unparalleled chakra control and acute perception. This is the extent of your capabilities. Frankly, I find it hard to believe that you have amassed such power and skills in merely 20 years. Even I, after 30 years, cannot claim the same. Nevertheless, a ninja must understand their strengths. Yours lie in genjutsu and ocular techniques. You have no more energy to delve into spatial ninjutsu. Chapter 6. Ling let out a cold chuckle, whispering, "No wonder Kakashi could not master even half of the fourth's techniques. It is not due to any withholding on the fourth's part, but rather the insurmountable speed advantage of the fourth that Kakashi cannot hope to match." Coupled with his unwavering focus on mastering the sword and later acquiring Obito's Sharingan, he had no time to study the Flying Thunder God. In fact, if you do not mind, there are alternative methods. Noticing Ling's slight disappointment, Watergate pondered other avenues to gain Ling's agreement. While he could not impart the Flying Thunder God technique, he could offer him the spatial barrier technique. Yet, considering Ling already possessed the perfect ocular technique of Susanoo, the barrier technique might not pique his interest. Spatial barrier? Is that the technique that can transfer tailed beast bombs? Was the technique that just transported Susanoo also this one? What do you think? Does it appeal to you? Seeing Ling deep in thought, Watergate felt a surge of joy and, in his eagerness, grasped Ling's arm. It indeed appeals to me, but your actions make me ponder for a moment. It is hard to imagine that you, as Hokage, would be so candid with your concerns. It is quite peculiar for someone like you to engage in political affairs. Ah? Watergate chuckled, lightening the atmosphere, then asked, "So, do you agree?" "It is feasible." Ling nodded slightly before inquiring, "What level of mastery is required to perform this spatial barrier technique? If the Flying Thunder God is challenging to master, perhaps this technique has its own merits?" "It is no simple task." Watergate paused, his azure eyes sparkling with mirth as he looked at Ling. "To be candid, before the Ninetales incident, I collaborated with Jiraiya-sensei to develop the Rasengan. Both the Flying Thunder God and this barrier technique were continually refined, but alas, unforeseen circumstances hindered our progress towards perfection. Now, due to your rebirth from the filthy earth, I am once again able to immerse myself in the realm of research. I am confident that I can create a spatial barrier technique tailored specifically for you. What do you think? A spatial barrier technique refined just for me? It is truly exhilarating." The words of Watergate left Ling in astonishment. If the improvement of the Flying Thunder God technique began 12 years ago, how profound must the fourth Hokage's talent be? It is indeed a remarkable gift, unlike Ling, who merely draws upon the power of narrative and suffering. Ling contemplated for a moment, gazing into the hopeful eyes of the Watergate. Finally, she gently nodded her head, conceding, "Very well, I shall grant you 3 years. I shall await your innovative creations with bated breath. The pursuit of strength knows no bounds. Within these 3 years, with the aid of the esteemed Hokage, I am certain I shall acquire the power to confront Madara. Indeed, so it shall be. Madara, 3 years hence, I shall patiently await our encounter. In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, some bid farewell, while others embarked on new journeys." Sasuke pursued Ling in search of greater strength. Aspiring to overcome Itachi Uchiha, Naruto set forth with Jiraiya to train, preparing himself for the fate that awaited him as a Jinchuriki, while Sakura remained in the village, apprenticing under the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, to master medical ninjutsu. Everything seemed as it had always been. However, as the young men transitioned into adulthood, subtle changes undeniably unfolded. Within the Hokage's office, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, was engrossed in reviewing documents, while a serene figure stood before her, with shoulder-length purple hair that flowed like silk. Clad in a neatly tailored ANBU uniform, her arms were bare and snow-white. Beneath her gray ninja vest, her silhouette was exquisite, yet regrettably, a mask obscured her captivating beauty. "Thank you for your hard work," Tsunade said, closing the dossier after reading the final page, her gaze shifting towards the female ninja. "You flatter me," the kunoichi replied, bowing gracefully, her demeanor poised and immaculate. Tsunade remained silent, shaking her head. She sensed the suppressed aura emanating from the female ninja and understood its origin. Yet the demands of governance and national interest compelled her to remain a passive observer. With a gentle sigh, Tsunade spoke. "Are you still troubled by the sacrifice of Moonlight Gale?" The words carried a tone of comfort but also a hint of helplessness. The loss of a significant person was overshadowed by the political realities that bound Yuki Saika, preventing her from seeking closure, an unfortunate and sorrowful truth of diplomacy. Yuki Saika remained silent, indeed mourning the death of Moonlight Gale, yet her grief was not that of a lost lover, but rather, "Very well. You have performed exceptionally well on this mission," Tsunade interjected as Saika was lost in thought. For the time being, there are no further A and BU assignments for you. Remove your mask and take a few days to rest. With that, Tsunade returned to her work, evidently unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. Understood, Hokage-sama, Saika replied, her voice low and fragmented, before transforming into a shadow and vanishing from the Hokage's office. As she departed, Tsunade's hand trembled slightly around her pen, a barely audible sigh escaping her lips. Having left the Hokage's office, Saika wandered aimlessly, unconsciously arriving at a stone platform inscribed with the names of countless heroes, the memorial stone of Konoha. With a soft sigh, Saika approached, her fingers delicately tracing the engraved name upon the stone. Regret, entanglement, and complex emotions intertwine within her heart. Throughout her prolonged time in the Umbu, Shiyuin has sensed an unspoken bond in the moonlight and the swift winds, expressed through actions and glances. She yearns to reciprocate this affection. However, a haunting experience from 6 years prior has left her with lingering feelings of shame, resentment, and attachment. Now a seasoned Umbu Jonin, her crimson eyes glint with the allure of the Sharingan, her beauty captivating yet ethereal. Farewell, the words of the female Umbu ninja are devoid of warmth, coldly reminiscent of memories that belong solely to her, yet are deeply intertwined with this individual. Uchiha Ling slowly removes his mask, and Shiyuin utters his name, a mix of complexity and lingering resentment in her tone. 6 years ago, Shiyuin was still a chunin in the Umbu. A reconnaissance mission fell upon her shoulders. Along the borders of the Land of Fire, there had been multiple incidents of civilians and merchant caravans attacked by ninjas over the course of a month, prompting the higher-ups in Konoha to order the Umbu to investigate thoroughly. Can you manage alone? A male voice echoed through the dense forest as two figures swiftly moved. Not a problem, Shiyuin replied, her expression inscrutable beneath her mask. It's merely a reconnaissance mission, and we're near the Temple of Fire, so I doubt there will be any conflict. Ah, splendid, the man coughed lightly, nodding with a hint of regret. I too have duties to attend to and cannot assist you this time. My apologies. Do not concern yourself. Shiyuin shook her head, offering a word of caution. You must also proceed with caution. Indeed. The man nodded slightly towards her before vanishing into the distance. Here, it is close. Silently estimating the distance, Shiyuin stood atop an ancient tree, surveying her surroundings. The wind stirred, leaves rustling like whispers. Dappled sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting a serene and peaceful ambience, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Someone approaches. Hearing the commotion, Shiyuin was momentarily startled, her figure flickering as she concealed herself amidst the dense branches. In the distance, several agile figures drew near. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps on branches echoed as a group halted, while Shiyuin remained hidden among the leaves, observing quietly. 1, 2, 3, 6 individuals. Their forehead protectors bore the symbol of the Cloud Village, a perplexing sight. What are the Cloud Ninjas doing here? My lord, we should be close to our destination, a ninja within the group spoke, and the others looked towards a figure resembling a leader. Who is that? Shiyuin's heart raced as she scrutinized the person. Standing over 6 feet tall, with a robust physique and dark, rugged skin, the striking silver-gray hair caught her attention. Clad in black ninja attire with dark purple sleeveless armor, a long sword with a black sheath hung at his waist, and his piercing gaze surveyed the surroundings with an unmasked coldness. This person. Shiyuin furrowed her brow, contemplating his identity. Could it be? A sudden realization struck her as she recalled a powerful figure from the legends of the ninja world, whose appearance matched the descriptions perfectly. Could it truly be him? Almost there, the man murmured, his voice hoarse, deep, and suffocating. Lord Sato Mitsuo, may we now disclose the purpose of this mission? Another ninja spoke up, invoking a name that confirmed Yue Ying's suspicions. Indeed, this was troublesome, for it turned out to be Sato Mitsuo. What could his intentions be? He chuckled softly, and within the shadowy woods, a sinister grin played at the corners of his mouth, clearly visible. To claim the head of Uchiha Ling. This is the purpose of our expedition. Silence fell as Sato Mitsuo mentioned that name, and the breaths of the assembled ninjas caught in their throats. Uchiha Ling, the esteemed apprentice of the Hokage. Rumors had it that he was dispatched by the Hokage to carry out a secret mission at the Temple of Fire. Could they be plotting to assassinate Uchiha Ling? Yue Ying's heart sank further. Uchiha Ling, a beacon of his clan's glory, a future for the village. A genius who shattered the conventions of ninjutsu. His illusionary techniques were so exquisite that they required no hand seals, propelling the speed of ninjutsu to its zenith. He was the new disciple of the third Hokage, following in the footsteps of the legendary Sannin, yet these cloud ninjas dared to turn their sights upon him. They must find a way to relay this intelligence back. My lord, you did not express such intentions when we departed the village. After revealing their goal, Sato Mitsuo was met with a dark expression from one ninja, who gazed intently at him. To assassinate the outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan. A disciple of the third Hokage will surely lead us to our demise. Who says Uchiha Ling is still in Konoha? Sato Mitsuo scoffed, disregarding the astonishment of his subordinate. The intelligence from Konoha indicates that Uchiha Ling has already gone to the Temple of Fire to execute a clandestine mission. This is our opportune moment. The Temple of Fire. The ninjas exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Indeed, Sato Mitsuo nodded. The intelligence obtained by the Umbu reveals that a battle occurred at the Temple of Fire last year, resulting in the deaths of over half of the 12 guardian ninjas. Only a few incompetent monks remain. This is the perfect time for our operation. However, even so, victory is elusive. One ninja furrowed his brow. We are but 7 in total. Even with the significant losses among the guardian ninjas, there are still many left, not to mention Uchiha Ling. His words trailed off, but his meaning was clear. Is this how you choose to cower? Sato Mitsuo cast a cold glance at the speaker, then surveyed the crowd. If I recall correctly, you all have benefited from the kindness of Elder Karaki, even in the face of peril at the Temple of Fire. It is better than taking action in Konoha. Do you not wish to avenge Elder Karaki? A year ago, a delegation from the Cloud Village had come to Konoha to negotiate a truce and establish a pact. But the leader of the delegation was slain by the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and the accompanying Cloud J-Nin, Karaki Moto, also fell to the hands of Uchiha Ling from the Uchiha clan. This incident was shrouded in mystery, and the Raikage sought vengeance, yet Konoha refused to cooperate, even resorting to armed conflict. This humiliation weighed heavily on all Cloud ninjas, and calls for revenge echoed incessantly, yet beneath the iron fist of the Raikage, none dared to act. Now, Sato Mitsuo took advantage of a mission away from the village, vowing to avenge this grievance. The ninjas exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions wavering. Well, is there anyone who wishes to retreat? Sato Mitsuo smiled, his fingers lightly brushing the hilt of his long sword at his waist. The sound of the blade unsheathing rang out, its icy gleam flashing like snow, dazzling to behold. Gulp! The crowd sensed the murderous intent of Sato Mitsuo, swallowing hard and anxiously glancing at their companions. Excellent. Sato Mitsuo sheathed his sword with satisfaction, a chilling smile flickering across his lips. That Lord Sato. A cautious ninja observed Sato Mitsuo and asked, choosing his words carefully, shall we proceed to the Temple of Fire at once to eliminate Uchiha Riku? No. Sato Mitsuo smiled and shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the towering trees. Before taking Uchiha Riku's life, his eyes sharpened, and in an instant, he hurled several shurikens. Had he been detected? Yue Ying, hidden among the bushes, gasped and quickly leaped to evade. Her figure traced an arc in the air, landing at a distance, fixating on her approaching adversaries. The Umbu of Konoha? A ninja furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wei Ying, and upon noticing her graceful form and flowing hair, let out a cold laugh. A woman. The other ninjas exchanged glances, their intentions unspoken, gradually closing in on Yue Ying. The situation was perilous. Yue Ying anxiously regarded the ninjas, biting her lower lip. The life of a ninja was fraught with danger. The pressures of battle and missions were self-evident. On the battlefield, capturing a female ninja from an enemy nation often led to inhumane treatment, insults, and abuse before execution. It was a grim reality. Even in death, she could not allow these individuals to succeed. Gritting her teeth, Yue Ying prepared to fight to the bitter end. Just as several ninjas were about to strike, Sato Mitsuo whispered, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Ying. This individual was not to be trifled with. It was imperative to delay and seek an opportunity to escape. Gathering her resolve, Yue Ying straightened her posture and bowed to Sato Mitsuo. If I am not mistaken, you are Lord Sato Mitsuo of the Cloud Hidden Village. The war between Konoha and Cloud Hidden ceased a year ago. May I inquire why you have appeared within the borders of the Land of Fire? Inquire? Sato Mitsuo scoffed, his menacing white teeth glimmering ominously in the dim forest. Eliminate her. Understood. With a wave of his hand, 6 ninjas advanced towards Yue Ying, ready to attack. Boom. At the moment the ninjas moved, Yue Ying suddenly threw a smoke bomb. Red smoke enveloped the area, obscuring all vision. Escape? Return to the village to report? Impossible. Being at the border, a swift return to the village was unfeasible. The intelligence could not be delayed. It seemed that. Sato Mitsuo chuckled deeply. This was becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 7. Still able to escape pursuit leaning against a large tree, Yue gasped for breath. After throwing the smoke bomb, she immediately chose to flee. 1 against 7, especially with a renowned figure from Cloud Hidden Village among them. Yue, as a nin of the Umbu, knew she could not match their strength. Being on the fringes, a hasty return to Konoha was already too late. Her best course of action was to rush to the Temple of Fire to inform the abbot and Uchiha Riku, who was on a mission there, to prepare in advance. However, her adversaries would not allow her plans to succeed. Initially, Yue managed to evade pursuit thanks to her agility as a woman and the stealth techniques of the Umbu. But as time passed, her inherent physical disadvantage became apparent. Her speed gradually diminished, and the presence of her pursuers drew ever closer. She could not afford to be captured here. Xiang gritted her teeth and swallowed a black pill, her form transforming into a streak of dark light as she vanished into the forest. The potion she consumed was not a secret elixir, but a relatively weak sedative, intended to alleviate the fatigue brought on by her depleted stamina. She merely needed to reach the Temple of Fire, where she would have the means to counter the power of the Cloud Hidden. Time was of the essence. Urgency was paramount, dragging her weary legs. Xiang struggled to maintain her speed when suddenly 2 shurikens were hurled from behind her. They missed their mark by a wide margin. Upon first sight of the shuriken's trajectory, Xiang felt a slight sense of relief, but her heart sank as she noticed the 2 peculiar talismans trailing them. Her pupils constricted in an instant. They were not aimed at me. This bodes ill. A deafening crash echoed as 2 massive trees splintered and fell across her path. The air surged, dust obscured the sun, and sparks flew. Leaves scattered, and broken branches lay strewn about. Was this the end? In an instant, the Cloud-Hidden ninjas had surrounded the fallen timber. One ninja glanced around, questioning aloud. Perhaps so, replied another ninja with a slight shrug. Regrettably, by her stature, she must be a beauty. Do not underestimate her. After all, she is from the dark division of the Leaf Village. We must proceed with caution. What say you, Lord Sato? Humph. A valid point. The ninjas agreed to disperse once more to ascertain whether Xiang had been slain or had managed to escape. At that moment, not far from several Cloud-Hidden ninjas, Xiang was astonished to realize she was unharmed, instead being embraced by a young boy. Who are you? Xiang gasped, a wave of relief washing over her as she gazed at the boy's profile, feeling utterly at a loss. Yuzuki Xiang. The boy's lips parted slightly, flawlessly articulating her name. Do you know me? Yet I do not recognize you. As her thoughts gathered, Xiang scrutinized the boy's visage. His skin was like porcelain, slightly slender, yet exquisitely beautiful. Beneath his delicate neck, a sharp chin delineated an alluring curve, and within his crimson eyes, 3 spinning tomo danced mysteriously. An extraordinary individual. And from the Uchiha clan. Wait, the Uchiha clan. Shaking off her confusion, Xiang tightened her grip on his collar and urgently inquired. Are you a ninja of the Uchiha clan? Tell me, where is Uchiha Ling? Uchiha Ling. The boy raised an eyebrow, a contemplative look crossing his face as he regarded Xiang. What business do you have with Uchiha Ling? The suspicion in his eyes was unmistakable. Ignoring his gaze, Xiang struggled to free herself from his embrace. 7 Cloud-Hidden ninjas have infiltrated the Land of Fire, intending to assassinate Uchiha Ling. Are you also of the Uchiha clan? Quickly, relay this information to Uchiha Ling. An assassination by the Cloud-Hidden. The boy narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Xiang found his calm demeanor rather unsatisfactory and was about to urge him when she noticed him looking up, following his gaze. Several shurikens adorned with peculiar talismans plummeted from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous explosions erupted, flames and black smoke enveloping the area, revealing several deep craters in the ground. Xiang gasped for breath as she looked on, while the boy remained indifferent, the 3 tomo in his eyes continuing to spin. Hee. No need to search for you any longer. From atop a massive tree, Sato Mitsuo stood proudly, his 6 subordinates encircling Xiang and the boy. Uchiha Ling. Uchiha Ling? Could this youth be? Xian was taken aback, gazing at the indifferent Ling. Sato Mitsuo. Ling murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly. You still walk this earth. Until I have not slain you, how could I dare to embrace death? Sato Mitsuo grinned menacingly, slowly drawing the long blade from his waist. This is truly not his usual demeanor. Ling raised an eyebrow, as if scrutinizing. amidst the brutes of Yunin village. You indeed stand out like a rare flower. 2 years ago, you abandoned Kuramuki Jin for self-preservation. I once admired that choice, yet now it seems. Abandoning Kuramuki Jin for self-preservation? The ninjas of Yunin exchanged glances, contemplating Ling's words. Indeed, your words carry much weight. Sato Mitsuo displayed no remorse. For when that fool was ensnared by your illusion, I alone made my escape. Upon returning to the village, he uttered not a word of reproach, but rather praised my wise choice. Thus, compared to those who know only the folly of battle, I prefer to employ intellect. 4. Ling Moran quietly observed Sato Mitsuo. I intend to demonstrate to those foolish brutes who only know how to fight that cunning can, at times, triumph over sheer force. The future of Yunin village does not rest upon the Jinchuriki or the Reikage, but rather upon me, Sato Mitsuo. Is this man of sound mind? Gazing at Sato Mitsuo's arrogant visage, Xiao felt a mix of curiosity and unease. Do not underestimate him. As if perceiving Xiao's thoughts, Ling spoke with an air of calmness. Compared to the usual recklessness of Yunin, this individual excels in the art of cunning warfare. Moreover, as he spoke, Ling's eyes glinted with intensity. A freshly arrived Yunin ninja instinctively recoiled, his face marked by fear and disbelief. He had assumed that only the likes of Xianghong dared to employ Jinjutsu before the Rinnegan, yet here stood another fool from Yunin. Upon finishing his words, another Ling appeared behind the ninja, his kunai piercing the ninja's chest without hesitation. Chapter 1. The Midnight Duel. The speed of the incantation was akin to a tempest. In the instant the Jinjutsu backfired, shadow clones launched a sudden assault from behind. Is this child merely 14 years of age? Yet, what relevance does this scene hold for Xianghong? Could it be that Xianghong had also cast Jinjutsu before the Sharingan? Attack. Still reeling from shock, Xiao heard Sato Mitsuo wave his hand, and in that fleeting moment, several figures lunged toward Ling and Xiao's location. Shadow concealment technique. Alas, lightning release. The sound of flesh tearing and weapons clashing mingled with anguished groans. As darkness lifted, Ling stood resolute, 6 corpses sprawled at his feet. While a deep gash marred the left arm of Mitsuki Xiao, her garments pierced by several shurikens. This person has turned against me as well. Shiyu gazed at Ling with eyes full of sorrow, unable to fathom the betrayal, blood streaming from her arm, her eyes tinged with red. What pained her was not the assault from the enemy, but Ling's relentless and self-serving tactics. Indeed, Ling executed the shadow concealment technique just as the enemy advanced. The Yunin forces, including Xiao, were ensnared within Ling's Jinjutsu, and in the darkness, he annihilated 6 Yunin ninjas, yet Xiao was injured by Sato Mitsuo's attack. The Will of Fire, a legacy of the 3rd Hokage, and comrades from the same village seemed utterly worthless in Ling's eyes. With a thud, Xiao sank to her knees, the pain mingling with a sense of abandonment, her battered body unable to support her. As expected of Sato Mitsuo, his assassination techniques were unparalleled. Ling did not glance at Xiao, merely furrowing his brow toward the figure in the trees, swiftly countering based on the enemy's breathing and movements, showing significant improvement compared to 2 years prior. The accolades of the Uchiha genius are indeed a privilege of mine. Sato Mitsuo displayed a sinister smile devoid of mirth, then turned to the frail, kneeling Xiao, abandoning his comrades. From a certain perspective, we share a resonance. Perhaps. Ling's expression remained indifferent. There had once been a hero in Konoha who forsook a mission to protect his comrades, only to return home and face ridicule, even from those he saved, thus rendering the significance of comradeship moot. Xiao was taken aback, her hatred for Ling transforming into an indescribable sense of release and pity. Uchiha Ling, do you still have anyone you can trust in your heart? Haha, you make a valid point. Sato Mitsuo mused. He was aware of the hero mentioned by Ling, yet the words of Ling resonated with his own sentiments. What constitutes a companion? What embodies will? Only power and authority hold the utmost significance. Contemplating this, Sato Mitsuo let out a cold smirk, turning his gaze towards the blood-soaked figure of Yuzuki Yuin, who knelt upon the ground. A chilling voice emerged. Now commences the battle between us two. Those who interfere shall be obliterated. With a swift motion, a kunai was cast from Sato Mitsuo's hand, aimed directly at Yuin, while Ling remained vigilant, fully focused on any potential vulnerabilities displayed by Sato Mitsuo. The strike was imminent. Pain coursed through her body, rendering her immobile. Where was Uchiha Ling? Did he truly disregard her very life? The kunai approached, and Yuin's deep brown eyes caught a glint of the blade piercing through the dense forest. With a harsh sound, Her skin was penetrated. A dull thud resonating as the kunai struck her left chest. Instinctively, her hand reached for the wound, and she collapsed to the ground. Coughing, she spat out blood and silently gazed towards Ling in the distance, never anticipating that the information she risked her life to convey would result in such a heartless betrayal. Yes, betrayal. Merely because he seized an opportunity to attack the enemy, he abandoned a fellow village ninja. Was this the way of the apprentice of the third Hokage? The wind howled, and she felt a pang of regret. Her consciousness began to fade, the pain from her wound transforming into a chilling numbness. Slowly, Yuen closed her eyes. The weight of emotion, she feared, she could never repay. So cold, her body ached. Had she perished? Her arms, her dress, her chest, every part of her throbbed with unbearable pain. Yuen struggled to open her eyes once more. Still in that gloomy forest, the chaotic battlefield remained. Yet the enemy had vanished, leaving only lifeless bodies strewn about. Sato Mitsuo was gone, and Uchiha Ling had also disappeared without a trace, as if she were the only one forsaken in this place. Awake? Lying flat on the ground. Yuen heard a voice inquire and lifted her head slightly to see Ling observing her from above. Had he not left? Or perhaps, conflicted emotions surged within her. She could not discern whether to feel gratitude for Ling's presence or resentment for his coldness on the battlefield. Do not strain yourself, your injuries are grave. As Yuen attempted to rise, Ling gently pressed down on her shoulder, signaling her to remain lying down. What is the meaning of this? Yuen wished to ask, but could only grit her teeth and endure the excruciating pain coursing through her body. You ought to feel grateful. Ling turned his head. Sitting beside Yuen, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized her. Though the kunai pierced your rib, it did not reach your heart, otherwise. At this point, Ling shook his head lightly, the implication clear. Cough. Yuen coughed softly, the pain in her left chest causing her to furrow her brow, yet she still inquired. Where is Sato Mitsuo? He has escaped. Ling's tone was indifferent, devoid of any hint of regret. I was originally here to train, yet I did not expect such an upheaval. So he had been training. No wonder she had not seen him at the Temple of Fire. Yuen focused her mind, attempting to move her body, but the unbearable agony forced her to frown tightly. Your clothing has been torn by shurikens, your left arm has been slashed, and your left rib is fractured. You have lost a significant amount of blood. Yet all of this is because of your actions. Yuen gritted her teeth, glaring at Ling with eyes filled with fury. Ah, such a gaze. Could it be that you harbor resentment towards me? Ling's lips curled slightly as he toyed with the shuriken. Indifferent to your thoughts. I merely refuse to rely on others and will not expose my back to my peers. This is something I cannot do, especially in light of the cautionary tale of Senior Baya. You. Shiyuan parted her crimson lips, hesitating to speak. Very well, there is nothing more to say. Ling tossed the shuriken into the air and caught it again, the sharp tip slowly advancing towards Shiyuan. It would be wise to attend to your condition first. As she gazed at the approaching point, cold sweat trickled down Shiyuan's brow. What was his intent? To eliminate me to conceal his abandonment of comrades and preserve the honor of a Hokage disciple? Contemplating various possibilities, Shiyuan closed her eyes in resignation. Yet, pain did not come. Instead, she heard the chilling sound of fabric tearing, sending a shiver through her. Could it be that he intends to? Realizing her chest was now exposed, Shiyuan glared at Ling with a mix of anger and humiliation. Your gaze at this moment surely harbors some impure thoughts, does it not? Ling spoke unhurriedly, his eyes fixated on the expanse of her snow-white skin. Shiyuan tightly shut her eyes, her beautiful visage marred by despair and humiliation, with a hint of undeniable shyness. Ling remained silent, shaking his head gently, and said, Miss Mitsuki Shiyuan, to speak candidly, your figure is indeed alluring. However, in this context, I am not inclined to admire it. Having uttered this, he surveyed the surroundings. This was a desolate wilderness, unclean and unsafe. If a carriage were nearby, perhaps he could entertain other thoughts. Like snow upon cream, her skin was adorned with 2 crimson blooms, trembling gently in the breeze. The 17-year-old maiden's delicate form was both stunning and beguiling, radiating a luminous glow in the dim light. You. Shiyuan gritted her teeth, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. What could she possibly say? Your ribs are fractured and require realignment. The wounds on your body must also be treated, otherwise, you risk infection. If you wish to perish here, I would not mind. Tears of grievance and resentment brimmed in Shiyuan's eyes as she felt Ling's cold hand supporting the lower edge of her left breast, while the other hand began to explore her chest. Amidst a mix of pleasure and slight pain, a novel sensation blossomed within her heart. causing her skin to prickle with goosebumps. Endure for a moment. Finally, Ling's hand found a spot beneath her chest, and he calmly reminded her before, without warning. He gave a forceful push. The sound of bones clicking into place echoed, and Shiyuan's brow furrowed in response to the acute pain. I am not a medical ninja, merely able to provide rudimentary care. After realigning the fractured bone, Ling picked up a broken branch, smoothed it with the shuriken to prevent skin abrasion, and then placed the branch against Shiyuan's left rib, tightly wrapping it with bandages. Having completed this, Ling turned his attention to the gruesome wound on Shiyuan's chest, inflicted by the shuriken, and retrieved a porcelain vial from his ninja tool pouch. Shiyuan quietly observed Ling's actions, her curiosity piqued as she opened her eyes, only to find Ling staring blankly at the vial, her embarrassment and anger softened by his focused demeanor. What could that be? As Shiyuan gazed curiously at the porcelain vase in Ling's hand, she inquired with genuine interest. It's of little consequence, Ling replied, momentarily taken aback, before uncapping the vase and sprinkling the white medicinal powder onto Shiyuan's wound. The cool sensation brought by the powder caused her furrowed brows to relax slightly. What a remarkable remedy! Unlike ordinary medicines that sting upon application, this one was refreshing and emitted a subtle fragrance. This is a gift from my brother, Ling explained, seemingly aware of Shiyuan's astonishment. As he mentioned his brother, a hint of restraint crept into his voice, for he often praised her beauty, asserting that a wound marred her perfection. Ah, what use is beauty? If I could possess the power to look down upon the world, I would rather be as rugged as a shark. Power, your strength is already formidable. At 14, you have reached heights I may never attain in my lifetime. Why do you persist in the pursuit of power? Chapter 8. Their first encounter. Shiyuan pondered this but refrained from voicing her questions. Her feminine intuition suggested that Ling harbored his own story, and he would not readily unveil his heart to her during their initial acquaintance. Amidst the towering mountains, shrouded in mist, the expansive azure sky rendered the peaks exceptionally tranquil. Fluffy white clouds, as soft as silk, adorned the horizon. At the foot of the mountains, a young maiden leaned beside a babbling brook, her moon-like feet immersed in the cool waters, and her deep-set eyes radiated tranquility and contentment. Indeed, after exertion, such immersion in water was the epitome of refreshment. With brows like delicate ink strokes and cherry lips slightly parted, she displayed a hint of a satisfied smile. Were it not for the two young men conversing merrily in the distance, she would have shed her garments and surrendered herself entirely to the soothing waters. Reflecting on this brook, the maiden found it almost surreal, as if she were ensconced in a dream. 3 years prior, this place was merely a barren expanse of rocky terrain, devoid of life. Yet, over the span of 3 years, lakes had emerged, trees burgeoned, and the surrounding scenery transformed from mountainous to vast plains. Even distant birds had journeyed miles to settle here. A sudden rumble echoed, as the maiden luxuriated in the coolness. The ground beneath her trembled. It began at her feet and swiftly spread across the entire plain. The earth seemed to hum between the mountains, sending flocks of startled birds soaring into the air in a cacophony of panic and cries. Is it beginning again? She sighed, casting her gaze toward a collapsing peak. Water release. Water dragon jutsu. A man's voice boomed, as torrents of water surged skyward, instantaneously forming a deep-sea vortex upon the land. The air churned, and stones and debris were swept away, spiraling into the flood. Now, this is serious. Witnessing the formidable water release executed by his younger brother, Tobarama stood behind him with a faint smile, his gaze also drawn to the summit where Ling stood poised. Time flowed inexorably, 3 years passing like a fleeting stream. Yet the elegant youth remained as picturesque as ever, his countenance unblemished, his figure graceful, though the shoulder-length dark locks of hair now cascaded down to his waist. His charm unchanged in the slightest. Since my brother is so earnest, how could I not add a touch of amusement? Tobarama mused, glancing at the composed Ling in the distance, as he playfully flicked his fingers, producing a sound akin to strings being plucked. Wood release. Wood dragon jutsu. As the words of Hashirama echoed, 2 slender branches resembling willow leaves sprouted from behind him, rapidly growing stout and transforming into 2 soaring dragons. Go forth, Tobarama. Hashirama smiled, extending his hands as the 2 wooden dragons roared and surged toward the mountains where Ling stood. I concede. Tobarama also smiled, raising his hands as the whirlpool's power surged forth like a tumultuous sea, carrying the weight of destruction and the thunderous roar of the heavens. Bursting forth from between the wooden dragons, The two esteemed Hokages witnessed this awe-inspiring combined assault, and Ling's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern passing through his indifferent gaze. While his long hair, cascading down his chest and back, was swept up by the turbulent air. The current onslaught was manageable, yet he needed to be wary of the third and fourth Hokage. Should they find an opening, the outcome of this battle would be inevitable. In a flash of insight, Ling's expression transformed as three tomo converged into an enigmatic pattern. In an instant, the space rippled, and arcane symbols spiraled before him. As the wooden dragons and the whirlpool were drawn in by the inscriptions, vanishing in an instant. From a distance, Sarutobi witnessed Ling neutralizing the first and second's attack, his tone heavy with contemplation. Turning to the valiant fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whose golden hair shimmered, he regarded him with a hint of speculation. Just as you surmised. Minato acknowledged Sarutobi's doubts with a nod. This is a spatial barrier technique that I developed in conjunction with Ling, specifically designed for him. However, Ling detests visible hand seals. Thus the symbols of the barrier are inscribed within his Sharingan, allowing him to unleash the barrier through his ocular techniques. After all, no matter how swift one's hands, they cannot surpass the speed of sight. Ah, I see, Sarutobi nodded, yet his confusion lingered. Where had Ling redirected the attack? The manifestations of the first and second had not appeared around them. Ha! Minato chuckled lightly, observing Sarutobi's bewilderment, and pointed toward the heavens. The attack has been redirected into the cosmos. The cosmos? What do you mean? Sarutobi exclaimed in astonishment, questioning who could possibly lay down an attack point in the universe. It is the Flying Thunder God technique, in its third stage. Minato's lips curled into a confident smile, exuding assurance. The renowned Flying Thunder God was, at this moment, achieving a new pinnacle. Sarutobi sighed deeply, gazing at Minato with a complex and regretful expression. If only you could survive, what heights might you reach today? If I could turn back time 15 years, I would gladly trade my life for your safety. Sensing Sarutobi's remorse and regret, Minato smiled nonchalantly. Then turned his gaze back to the battlefield, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Would release secret technique? The forest of trees descends. Water release. The rain of water jets. The onslaught persisted, as thick vines surged like tentacles toward Ling, while countless water jets shadowed the gaps between the vines. Such an assault was nearly impossible to evade. Utilizing shadow clones to divert attention was futile against the perception of the second Hokage. The substitution technique could not endure. An attack of this magnitude, once fortunate, was unlikely to escape a second time. A fierce black chakra surged, enveloping Ling protectively in a massive form, clad in ancient armor. With four black swords grasped in his forearms, and skeletal eye sockets suddenly filled with life, as a pair of Sharingan, akin to Ling's, flickered amidst the chaos. The earth trembled, and the roar of battle reverberated through the skies. The collision of three extraordinary forces resembled a tempest sweeping across the land, as countless giant trees, accompanied by torrential rain, plummeted from the heavens, and fierce winds flattened the low hills. What a magnificent sight! Minato marveled. His smile gentle yet his gaze sharp as a blade, softly murmuring, yet, paradoxically, it evokes a sense of regret. Regret? What do you mean? Sarutobi asked in astonishment. Pondering Minato's words, it is indeed regrettable that the brilliance in his grasp, the kunai inscribed with mysterious symbols, could not coexist in the same era as the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. To live alongside these three legendary figures? Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback, only to comprehend Minato's sentiment. Not having faced those towering titans of strength is indeed a lamentable matter for a ninja. Lord Third, why not join in this grand occasion and add some lively atmosphere? Minato suggested with a smile. Excellent. Let us proceed together. In this scene, Tobirama clasped his hands in astonishment, gazing at the spectacle before him. Susanoo wielding a colossal azure sword, sweeping down towards the mountain peak. Incredible. There was not a hint of chakra fluctuation detected, as if the attack had surged unexpectedly from a distant realm. What could this possibly mean? Tobirama, be cautious. That is the Kusanagi sword. Hashirama too felt perplexed. The scenario and the assault were distinctly incongruous, yet he could not articulate what felt amiss. Wait, could it be? As the two Hokage were engulfed in confusion, Rin had already harnessed Susanoo, sweeping in with his sword. The immense blade emanated a cataclysmic pressure, poised to strike down instantaneously. The first and second Hokage set aside their doubts, focusing intently on the imminent threat. Brother, this matter is quite extraordinary. Uchiha Rin has been granted the opportunity to confront us directly with Susanoo. If I am not mistaken, it must be due to that ocular technique. Indeed, I shall withstand this blow while you seize the chance to counterattack. Understood. With their strategy agreed upon, the first Hokage swiftly transformed. A golden sun-like rune appearing upon his forehead, while arcane patterns emerged beneath his eyelids, the Sage Mode activated. Such overwhelming pressure. No less than that of Madara in his prime. As the colossal sword descended, Hashirama's calm visage broke into an expectant smile. Madara once relied on the power of the Nine Tails, and now Rin wielded the Kuzunagi's edge. Let me witness your true might. The first Hokage Sage Mode had previously shattered Madara's peak Susanoo, even leading to the creation of the Valley of the End. Although Rin's Susanoo may not match Madara's Rinnegan state, it had reached the pinnacle of the Mangekyou Sharingan, coupled with the burgeoning power of the Kusanagi in Rin's hand. This strike would be no less formidable than Madara's ferocious assault against the first Hokage. Boom. An earth-shattering blow, shaking the very foundations of the world. The clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed by the force of the winds, as debris and splinters cascaded down like a torrent. Chaos erupting as if the forest itself were uprooted. How could this possibly happen? Despite being taken aback by Ling's assault, Sarutobi could not suppress his bewilderment. The first and second Hokage were both formidable masters who would never permit Ling to launch an attack. Just moments ago, Ling had been at the mountain's summit, fending off the second Hokage's water release. In the blink of an eye, the water release vanished, and Ling had invoked Susanoo, delivering a devastating strike. During this interval, it felt as though time itself had been extracted. Ling evaded his adversary, activating Susanoo as if he had simply transcended time itself. Did you perceive it, third Hokage? Minato also sensed the peculiarity. Both time and the nodes appeared anomalous, indicating that Ling had employed that ocular technique. That ocular technique. Rewind. Sarutobi's gaze deepened as he pondered the enigmatic name of the technique. Rewind was yet another power of the kaleidoscope that Ling inherited from the Uchiha and fused with the eternal Mangekyou. In the past, Ling had instinctively resisted employing this ocular technique due to the immense pressure and avoidance he felt within. Yet, confronted by the reality of his own reflection at the waterfall, he had now mastered the complete form of Susanoo alongside this new ocular power. In terms of destructive capability, this technique surpassed Ling's obliteration, rivaling even the power of his Izanagi. Capable of dictating fate, Rewind allowed Ling to revert the time of objects, people, or areas to any moment within the last 5 minutes, all while maintaining his own state unchanged. At the onset of the alliance between the first and second Hokage, Ling had already reverted the time of this location to the precise moment they initiated their offensive, preserving his own position, the ninjutsu he had prepared, and his state, just as the Hokage were about to strike. However, the battle intelligence of these two titans was extraordinary. They would undoubtedly not allow Ling to attack without taking action. And being aware of Ling's ocular technique secret, they could sense that time had been rewritten. If it were an ordinary person, their memories and mental state would revert to 5 minutes prior, likely remaining completely unaware. Yet, in the realm of ninjutsu, perfection is an elusive concept. Although Ling's ocular technique is formidable, it comes with numerous constraints. Once activated, Ling's left eye would be unable to utilize any Mangekyou Sharingan techniques for at least 3 hours. Even the ability to foresee 3 seconds into the future would be temporarily sealed. Aside from perception, copying ninjutsu, and countering genjutsu, all other capabilities of the left eye would be rendered inoperative. Should Ling forsake his left eye, or even his life, this ocular technique could potentially influence an entire nation. The art of manipulating time is indeed a terrifying power. Tobirama's expression turned grave, his gaze fixated on the peculiar eyes within Susanoo. This was a transcendent force. Despite its many taboos, if wielded properly, it could traverse the river of time and erase an enemy's existence. To illustrate simply, if Ling could accurately recall a person's location 5 minutes prior, he could reverse time to that very instant, unleashing the destructive might of his right eye to utterly obliterate his opponent. This was a manipulation of time, surpassing even Izanagi, a technique to control the fate of others. Tobirama, what troubles you? Hashirama inquired, noticing his brother's somber demeanor. Tobirama lowered his head with a soft sigh, his gaze towards Ling complex and profound. Brother, over these 3 years, it seems we have witnessed the birth of a ninja capable of rivaling the divine. Perhaps so. Hashirama chuckled, unperturbed by Ling's growth. Throughout our past, we have never feared countless formidable foes. As long as we unite, leveraging each other as strengths and working in harmony, we shall surely triumph over our enemies. Indeed, leveraging one another. How true. The Senju clan triumphed over the Uchiha clan solely through their unwavering unity. While the Uchiha clan epitomizes the pinnacle of individuality, the Senju clan thrived on mutual support, standing firm against formidable foes. Uchiha Ling, though you command respect today, there surely exists a force that can counter your prowess. As you have articulated, nothing can be deemed absolutely perfect. What a truly unprecedented clash this is. Junmaru stands at a distance, his feet planted on a cliff that seems to have been hewn by a colossal axe, witnessing the entire fierce battle unfold before his eyes. A soft sigh escaping his lips. Beside him, Bai and Sasuke remain silent, each lost in their own thoughts, gazing at the battlefield that appears to have just endured a cataclysmic upheaval. Indeed, remarkable. By Muses. Having transformed from a naive girl into a radiant beauty over the course of 3 years, her skin, as flawless as jade, sparkles with an alluring brilliance under the sun. Everything about her is impeccable, breathtakingly beautiful. The outcome has been determined. Sasuke nods, the 3 tomo in his crimson eyes reflecting an unusual light. Ling has set a new record, suffering his 158th defeat in just 3 years. Sasuke speaks in a detached tone, devoid of mockery, simply stating the fact. Over the past 3 years, he has undergone significant transformation, both in strength and mindset. The current Sasuke no longer harbors jealousy towards the might of others. His heart is solely occupied by Itachi, indifferent to the strengths and weaknesses of others. Upon hearing this, Junmaru furrows his brow slightly, his expression difficult to decipher. He gazes at Sasuke and remarks coolly, whether it is 158 or more, it bears no significance. If Lord Ling were besieged by 4 Hokage, you would likely perish within 10 breaths. Sasuke remains silent, nodding in agreement. He finds no grounds to dispute Junmaru's assertion. Over these 3 years, he has witnessed Ling evolve from someone incapable of contending with a single Hokage to now being able to withstand the combined might of 4. The first's wood release, the second's water release, the third's earth and fire releases, the fourth's flying thunder god technique. Coupled with the fact that all 4 Hokage are reincarnated through Edo Tensei, with boundless chakra and endless stamina. Any one of these individuals is among the world's elite. Enough. Let us observe. This battle has lasted quite a while. Bai interjects, interrupting their conversation. Very well. Let us proceed. At this moment, on the battlefield, Ling lies on the ground, gasping for breath, surrounded by several Hokage, some sitting, others standing. This sensation. Ling raises his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, truly delightful. You still dare to say that? Tobirama taunts Ling. Isn't the result still your defeat? Is this the conclusion you sought? Heh, Tobirama, do you still refuse to concede? Hashirama jests, casting a teasing glance at his brother. Were it not for Edo Tensei, your right arm would likely have ceased to exist long ago, and that monkey would have met his end. Only the fourth can remain unscathed in such a battle. Cough, you flatter me. Minato chuckles softly, scratching his head in a somewhat bashful manner. In the silent chamber, he gazed towards Tobirama and then cast a glance at Rin, remaining speechless. As the first Hokage stated, the second Hokage excelled in water style and illusions, being the original creator of the body flicker technique. However, in practical combat, he could not match the enhancements made by Minato. Illusions proved ineffective against Rin. Only someone possessing the Sharingan could ensnare her in a fantasy. Thus, the second Hokage relied heavily on water style and body flicker against Rin. In their initial encounter, the second Hokage could still prevail with his body flicker technique. Yet after 3 years of adaptation and contemplation, Rin had deciphered it. Although water style remained formidable, Rin had acquired methods to counter the second Hokage, and her combat intelligence had significantly improved, rendering it quite challenging for the second Hokage to devise a strategy against her. Chapter 9. Discontent with the other's arrogance, as the first Hokage remarked, "Without the reanimation jutsu, I fear I would have already perished." Sarutobi sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting both pride and restraint. He took pride in Rin's peak prowess and character, noting her transformation from the fear and confusion of their first battle 3 years ago to her current composure. Yet, he felt restrained by the weight of her ambitions that could threaten the world. What kind of transformation would this ambition incite? Peace or catastrophe? Only time would reveal the answer. Humph. Madara may possess a questionable character, yet he has raised an exceptional disciple, and now has a son who stands out remarkably. You are the one who has once again instilled fear in the Uchiha clan after Izuna's demise. Tobirama first mocked Madara before praising Rin, his emotions complex. Your praise is misplaced, Rin replied softly, taking a gentle breath and closing her eyes. There was no point in speaking at this moment. Hashirama interrupted, his gaze penetrating as he asked Rin, how do you feel? Do you believe you can contend with Madara now? Rin remained silent. Her eyes slightly narrowed as she gazed into the heavens, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. I do not know. At present, Rin felt ill-equipped to face Madara. Minato furrowed his brows, his azure eyes clouded with concern. As Rin expressed, Madara possessed the first Hokage's cells, granting him formidable wood-style capabilities, along with the Rinnegan that could absorb all ninjutsu. Though Rin was indeed exceptional, facing Madara now seemed daunting. Madara had yet to revive. Currently, it was Obito who manipulated everything. Rin propped herself up, capable of taking Obito's life at any moment. Yet she had no intention of doing so. If Madara did not reveal himself, she would find it hard to find peace, especially with his astonishing methods of reemergence. It would be better for her to control the situation and allow him to manifest on his own. Upon hearing this, the Hokages fell silent, sensing her restrained tone. Sarutobi spoke to console her. Rin, there is no need for impatience. You still have time to continue honing your skills. Only fear. Rin interrupted before Sarutobi could finish. She gazed into the distant horizon and murmured, time waits for no one. Time is indeed pressing. Minato spoke softly, his eyes scrutinizing her. As I departed the village, I utilized my Sharingan to control a communication squad of shinobi, should the wind shadow be ambushed. They would relay the message via a ninja hawk. The information has now arrived. With a gesture, Rin pointed into the void, and a hawk soared through the skies with a piercing cry. It is a ninja hawk. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, despite the significant changes in the environment. There were still unusual birds inhabiting this place, but he had never seen a hawk before, confirming that her words were not unfounded. What are your plans? He inquired. Sarutobi's tone was somewhat stiff, perhaps reflecting his displeasure towards Ling's actions. Just then, Ling rose, his tone composed, and before he could finish his sentence, 3 figures approached. By Sasuke and Kimimaro. You haven't sustained any injuries, have you, Lord Ling? Bai inquired first, gazing at Ling with concern. Ling remained silent, shaking his head to indicate he was unscathed. It appeared that your training was destined to conclude here. Watergate gently patted Ling's shoulder, letting out a soft sigh. Throughout their time together, Ling and Watergate had forged a bond that was both mentor and friendship. Watergate possessed a unique charisma, radiating a warmth beyond the authority of the Hokage, resembling a youthful sun, at times shy, sometimes awkward, occasionally delicate, and at others, resolutely determined. It indeed seemed so. Ling gestured, and the ninja hawk perched upon his left arm, retrieving the note attached to its leg. The 5th Kazekage Gaara had been captured by the Akatsuki during an assault on Sunagakure, prompting the village to seek assistance from its ally, Konoha, which had dispatched Kakashi's team, followed by Gai's. Everything seemed unchanged. Ling mused, crumpling the note into a small ball, flicking it with his finger, sending the paper flying into the ravine. Was this truly the end of his training? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, thoughtfully scrutinizing Ling. Your growth over the past 3 years has exceeded my expectations. Yet to confront him at this moment, does it not seem overly ambitious? Madara had yet to be resurrected, and I cannot foresee if he would still emerge due to my transformation. Nevertheless, Ling lowered his gaze, his eyes filled with an indomitable resolve, no matter what. I must bring him back and personally eradicate him, for only in this way can I find peace. The current training held little significance for me. My physical prowess had reached its zenith, and further practice would merely serve to accumulate experience, offering no aid against Madara. Indeed, this was a valid assertion. Tobirama nodded in agreement with Ling's words, recognizing that Madara's strength could not be bested by mere experience. Only through direct confrontation and overwhelming force could he be vanquished. Perhaps it is so, Ling murmured. Choosing not to dwell on the matter further, he turned toward Sasuke. The Akatsuki had already commenced their actions. You must prepare as well. Itachi is involved, and to acquire intelligence from him, you must first engage with the organization. This will also serve as a trial for your 3 years of training. Upon hearing this, Sasuke remained silent, and observing his quietude, Ling continued. I will assign Haku and Kinshiki to assist you, not to aid you in confronting Itachi, but to create an opportunity for you to face him alone. Sasuke remained still, his dark eyes gradually shifting to a crimson hue, the three tomos slowly spinning, while the Tenketsu blade at his side quivered slightly. Though his expression was unchanged, his heart surged with desire and trepidation. What do you intend, my lord? Haku asked anxiously, his years of companionship instinctively making him wary of parting ways. I have matters to attend to. Do not worry, Ling reassured Haku. Then turned to Kinshiki. Among the three of you, you are the strongest. When assisting Sasuke, ensure your own safety as well as Haku's. I will do so. Kinshiki replied softly, his gaze filled with concern for Haku as he nodded in agreement. Then, you must prepare quickly, and we shall depart. Sasuke will take the lead, and you must heed his commands, though only within reason. The three exchanged glances, leaping away swiftly, leaving Ling in silent contemplation with the previous Hokages. All were exceptional youths, and their futures might very well reshape the world. Watching the trio vanish into the distance, Hashirama appeared contemplative, filled with anticipation, while Tobirama and Sarutobi silently nodded in agreement with Hashirama's sentiments. Ling let out a quiet sigh, turning to face the gathered Hokages, though reluctant. It seemed they had reached the end of their journey. The Hokages fell into a contemplative silence, each harboring their own thoughts. Over the past 3 years, I have been grateful for the guidance and support of the esteemed Hokages. Though I feel a sense of reluctance, I cherish the hope of meeting again in the future, albeit with the desire that we may never cross paths again. Minato smiled knowingly, giving a subtle nod of understanding. Humph, that bothersome brat. No one from the Uchiha clan is likable, Tobirama muttered, watching Rin with a hint of dissatisfaction. Tobirama, do not speak thus. Though Rin's temperament may leave much to be desired, his heart is kind. Sarutobi interjected with a light-hearted tone, his gaze towards Rin revealing a sense of fulfillment. While I may not resonate with your ideals, as your teacher, I take immense pride in you. So do I, teacher Sarutobi, Rin replied, bowing respectfully, his mind drifting back to the lessons and guardianship of the past. Uchiha Rin, I have no further words for you. Hashirama stepped forward, his eyes reflecting a mix of hesitation and hope. I cannot ascertain whether your aspirations are right or wrong. Only time will reveal the truth. However, I must caution you. Rin, do not over-rely on your left eye. Upon hearing this, Rin furrowed his brow. Why do you say such things? It is merely an intuition, Hashirama replied, shaking his head, his gaze filled with scrutiny and contemplation. To perceive time, to control time, no one in this world has ever possessed such miraculous power. There are no records of such ocular techniques within the Senju lineage, nor among the Uchiha. Yet, I sense that facing Madara, that I may not only prove unhelpful but could potentially bind you. How could something that allows me to foresee the world 3 seconds ahead and reverse time bind me? After 3 years of training, Rin felt his strength had not met expectations. He had relied solely on the Sharingan to confront Madara, yet the first Hokage spoke such words. You need not dwell too heavily on this, Hashirama reassured, noticing Rin's troubled expression. The mysteries of time are boundless. Perhaps my concerns are unwarranted. However, an over-reliance on that I could jeopardize your future. Indeed, the mysteries of time are profound, but I have genuinely glimpsed the future. Why then do I feel this way? In deep contemplation, Rin's hand reached out as if attempting to grasp an intangible presence, yet upon closer inspection, there was nothing to be found. Oh, the secrets within this matter are for you to discern. We are powerless to assist, Hashirama said with a smile, shaking his head. He then looked out over the mountains and forests, reflecting, though the jutsu Tobirama devised may be sinister, it has allowed us to reunite in this world after our passing. And perhaps that is a form of solace. Uchiha Rin, to speak frankly, I do not resonate with your ambitions. The annals of history have repeatedly shown that only when all beings unite in spirit can peace be attained. Nonetheless, I understand your longing for tranquility, akin to Madara. Differing ideologies lead to divergent paths, yet the ultimate goal remains the same. Whether this world will find serenity or turmoil because of you, I shall observe with quiet anticipation. My ideals. Rin lowered his head, his eyes swirling with myriad thoughts. I yearn for peace within my heart, and what I seek is to achieve that peace and bring back my beloved, to share in this joy and tranquility. This is the essence of my existence. Whether the path is deemed right or wrong. In summary, these 3 years spent together have been splendid. I look forward to know, as you wish. May we not meet again in the days to come. Hashirama smiled, a sudden pillar of light erupting beside him, reaching towards the heavens. Uchiha Rin, time will unveil the truth of your choices. With arms outstretched, the doorway reveals a realm where fine dust dances in the air. Ling, do not forget our solemn pact. Mizukage gazes intently at Ling, the radiance upon him growing ever more resplendent. As the brilliance fades, the soul returns to its origin, leaving only a carpet of dust and 4 lifeless forms behind. Farewell, O great Hokages. Ling bent down, grasping a handful of dust, allowing the fine particles to scatter from his fingertips as he slowly advanced into the depths of the secluded valley. With Ling's promise secured, Sasuke, accompanied by Sai and Kimimaro, promptly set forth. Sasuke, do you have a plan? Sai inquired as the trio leaped between the rocky formations. Sasuke, upon hearing the question, fell silent, contemplating for a considerable time. Today marked the 3rd day since their departure. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Kimimaro calmly reminded him, we have been apart for a day. It will take 2 days for Lord Ling's intelligence to reach us from Konoha. In other words, we are 2 days behind the Konoha reinforcements. However, according to the map, we are closer to the Land of Wind. Therefore, we must hasten to Sunagakure. Sasuke, after processing this revelation, responded with equanimity to Kimimaro's prompt. The Konoha reinforcements must first reach Sunagakure to assess the situation. Even if we are 2 days late, our proximity makes it prudent to accompany them rather than blindly seek out Akatsuki to ascertain whether they possess intelligence on the organization. With a resolute heart, Sasuke quickened his pace, declaring, we must reach Sunagakure as swiftly as possible. As they gazed at Sasuke's retreating silhouette, Sai and Kimimaro exchanged knowing glances, silently quickening their steps as well. Meanwhile, akin to Sasuke's pursuit of Itachi, Ling embarked on his own journey. Unlike Sasuke's encirclement strategy, Ling's target was the village hidden in the rain, with the intent to seize Pain's Rinnegan, preparing for the revival of Lai. Were it 3 years prior. Even with the power to contend against the 6 paths of Pain, Ling would not have dared to recklessly venture into the rain village in search of Nagato. However, 3 years of arduous training had elevated both his strength and mindset to a new echelon. In the days when Pain appeared before Madara, he was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Yet, after the arrival of Madara and the successive Hokage, while Pain was not entirely overlooked, his strength paled considerably in comparison to Madara, the first and the second Hokage. Now, Ling possessed a mentality that could rival Madara. The current Pain or Obito was of little consequence. In the past, he had hidden with Sai, fearful of arousing Obito's suspicion, but now he strode boldly toward the Rain Village, unabashedly plotting to acquire the Rinnegan. Ling's transformation in mindset was evident. Securing the Rinnegan, eliminating Madara, and then resurrecting Lai. A slight smile graced his lips, infused with anticipation as his steps took on a lighter quality. At that moment, distant sounds of clashing ninja tools resonated, accompanied by roars and curses. With a subtle lift of his brow, Ling pondered the source of the voice before swiftly concealing his presence and stealthily approaching. I advise you not to flee. The fate of betraying Lord Orochimaru is nothing but death. Resistance will only heighten my excitement. Amidst the tangled rocks and weeds stood a sinister young man with 6 arms, grinning wickedly, accompanied by 3 ninjas from the Sound Village. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man, battered and disheveled. Remaining here means death as well. That beast Orochimaru deceived me from the very beginning. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with hatred and agony. He spoke of reviving my clan, but all along, we were merely his experimental subjects. My clan, once flourishing, now dwindles to mere dozens. And this matter is beyond my control. The 6-armed man chuckled maliciously. I have encountered many like you who attempt to escape. I am commanded to eliminate you and prevent any information about Lord Orochimaru's stronghold from leaking. Now, let me grant you your release. Ninjutsu. Spider bind. A massive net erupted from his mouth, ensnaring the man in an instant. Damn it. The man struggled futilely and then roared, Kisame. You disgrace under Orochimaru's command will one day descend into the abyss. Disgrace? Indeed, with Lord Orochimaru's power, I am also bound by it, Kisame replied with a faint smile, though a shadow flickered in his eyes. However, conversing with you holds little significance. With a flick of his hand, he signaled the 3 ninjas. Dispose of him quickly. Understood. The ninjas responded. However, as they prepared to act, they suddenly noticed a young man standing not far away. Clad in a dark robe, his tall figure, and flowing black hair cascaded down to his waist. The high collar concealed his face, revealing only a pair of enigmatic red eyes that silently gazed at them. Who dares? Kisame gasped, instinctively stepping back. How had this person appeared without detection? Their aura and chakra completely undetectable? Ah, Kisame? The man interjected, seizing the initiative amid Kisame's alarm. It seems amusing that I have taken Sasuke away, yet you, a mere pawn, remain alive. And who might you be? The three ninjas glared, displeased by the stranger's nonchalance. The man turned to face the three ninjas, and the three tomo of his Sharingan suddenly emerged in his crimson eyes. The Sharingan? Who is this person? How does he recognize me and refer to me as a pawn? Suddenly, as Kisame was engulfed in confusion, the three ninjas clutched their heads, collapsing to the ground in agony. Jinjutsu. Kisame stared in shock at his subordinates, a figure flashing through his mind. The Sharingan, an inescapable illusion. Could it be? It seems you have remembered. Uchiha. Ling. Chapter 10. Learning everything about Ling, so that was it. They were pursuing defectors. Ling nodded, grasping the situation. This ninja was the leader of a clan that had defected to Orochimaru a year ago, hoping to leverage his power to restore their lineage. However, Orochimaru did not fulfill his promise, instead using them as subjects for his experiments. Upon discovering the truth, they sought to escape, only to be besieged by Orochimaru's forces. The situation drastically shifted as Tsunagakure realized that the collapse of Konoha was orchestrated by Orochimaru, leading them to retaliate against Otogakure. Though they did not officially declare war, they severely weakened Otogakure through economic infiltration and the plundering of missions. In contrast to the historically rich Tsunagakure, Otogakure was powerless to resist. Consequently, Orochimaru had no choice but to establish multiple hidden bases and withdrew from public view. The Kazekage was indeed far more formidable than he appeared. It seems that the death of the fourth Kazekage profoundly affected Gaara. Otherwise, given Gaara's nature, he would not have sought vengeance against Orochimaru. Young Master Ling. Lord Orochimaru misses you greatly and often speaks your name, said Gatonmaru, lowering his head and avoiding Ling's gaze, his words cautious. So? Ling's expression remained indifferent. It is my duty to pursue this defector, and to meet young Master Ling is indeed a stroke of fortune. If Lord Orochimaru can reunite with young Master Ling, he will undoubtedly be greatly comforted. Ling was momentarily taken aback, raising his brow in silence. The objective was to seize the Rinnegan from Hanzo at this moment. It was not of paramount importance. It had been 3 years since he last encountered Orochimaru. What state had his released arm now assumed? Very well. A meeting would not be detrimental. With this thought in mind, Ling inquired, is Orochimaru nearby? Indeed, in the land of Earth, we possess a secret base. Kido-Maru replied. Then lead the way, cannon fodder. Please follow me. Silent throughout the journey, Ling followed Kido-Maru until they arrived at Orochimaru's base in the land of Earth. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld Orochimaru alongside Kabuto, awaiting his arrival. It had been 3 long years, and Ling felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Little did he expect to reunite here. Orochimaru still exuded his malevolent charm, his pale silhouette unmistakable. He slightly extended his arms, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Ling. His appearance remained unchanged, yet the aura he emanated and the intensity of his gaze. Ah, Ling, what extraordinary experiences have you undergone in these 3 years? It has indeed been a while. Ling regarded Orochimaru, nodding in acknowledgement, unperturbed by the scrutinizing gaze. Knowing of my arrival, it seems Kido-Maru has relayed the message through the spider summoning. Certainly. It has been a long time, Orochimaru smiled, his yellow eyes piercing as they fixed upon Ling. Our fates are extraordinary, converging in the land of Earth. Speaking of which, I have acquired something new that you would undoubtedly find intriguing. Something interesting? Ling remained silent, suspicion gleaming in his eyes. Ah, you shall know it upon sight. Orochimaru responded with a mysterious smile, his tone laden with significance. As they stepped into the secret chamber, Orochimaru did not pause for a moment, offering no pleasantries, but directly led Ling into a room. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows upon the wall, revealing an ominous figure resting upon the table. What is this? Ling pondered, sensing that it was anything but ordinary. Why not take a closer look, young Master Ling? You shall discover the answer for yourself, Orochimaru remarked with a faint smile, his raspy voice tinged with temptation. Ling Wenji raised his brows, uttering not a word as he stepped forward with measured grace. Upon discerning the incantation, his gaze sharpened. revealing a profound astonishment that he did not attempt to conceal. "Where did you acquire this object?" Ling inquired, his brow furrowed and his tone imbued with curiosity. "Oh, it is merely due to the stone tablet's inscriptions you described that piqued my interest. As for how I obtained it, it was merely a transaction." Orochimaru replied with a casual shrug, seemingly indifferent. "A transaction? Could it be that the Akatsuki organization is involved?" As thoughts raced through his mind, Ling's tone turned resolute. "Ha ha ha, your insight into the Akatsuki surpasses my expectations." Orochimaru chuckled softly, surveying Ling with keen interest. "Indeed, they are involved. That fellow seems to be plotting something. Why not take a guess?" "No need for conjecture." Ling suddenly pivoted, his gaze icy as he retorted. "You play with fire at your own peril. Be wary lest you burn yourself." "Perhaps so." Orochimaru dismissed Ling's tone and piercing gaze, tilting his head slightly to appraise him. "I merely wish to confirm my suspicions. Moreover, for you, does this not represent another avenue to access the power of the Sage of Six Paths? What is your objective?" Ling's voice lowered, his crimson eyes intertwining into a strange totem with the Sharingan. "To approach the truth." Orochimaru sensed the formidable aura emanating from Ling, his smile fading as he continued. "A ninja, the Rinnegan, the Sage of Six Paths. I seek to uncover all the hidden secrets within." "Truth?" Ling murmured, grasping an object from the table and examining it with meticulous care. "There is a saying you may not have heard, the curious perish more swiftly." With that, Ling suddenly clutched the fluttering object, a powerful aura and chakra surging forth, causing the entire room to tremble, dust cascading down as fine cracks appeared upon the walls. Such formidable presence is truly extraordinary. Sensing the force Ling unleashed, Orochimaru did not retreat but advanced, his serpent-like eyes fixated on Ling as he murmured, "It seems you wish to take my life." Ling, upon hearing this, silently gazed at Orochimaru. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he retracted his oppressive aura, focusing instead on the object in his hand, murmuring, "Very well, your actions align with my intentions. However, I did not anticipate that this matter would be handled by you." A soft chuckle escaped him. It seems that in these 3 years, Ling Fei has indeed grown in power. Orochimaru's light laughter carried a tone of both mockery and admiration. "Who can say?" Ling sighed gently, securing the item within his waist pouch. He addressed Orochimaru, "Since you wish to pursue the truth, I shall accept this item. Should it not fulfill your desires, you may reclaim it." "No need," Orochimaru replied, shaking his head as he settled into his chair, examining Ling by the flickering candlelight. "I initially intended to test its effects on Sasuke, but with Ling in possession, the results will undoubtedly be superior. I eagerly await the truth that you shall uncover." "Humph. I hope you can survive to witness it." Ling retorted with a cold smile, his lips curling in a sardonic arc, before he silently departed, leaving Orochimaru staring blankly at his retreating figure. "Lord Orochimaru, why did Ling leave?" Kabuto entered, positioning himself behind Orochimaru, his mind clouded with questions. "Oh, did you forget my words?" Orochimaru replied with a meaningful smile, his gaze fixed on the candle flame before him. "I once said that Ling is a gust of wind propelling the world forward. What I do now is merely to stoke the fire as this wind begins to rise. But even so, we have made no tangible progress." Kabuto looked at Orochimaru in confusion. "Progress? No, Kabuto, you misunderstand." Orochimaru rose, his golden eyes reflecting the candlelight. "I have gradually approached what I seek, have I not?" Ling did not linger long at Orochimaru's domain. The revelations from 3 years prior regarding the secrets of the Nanha River had provided Orochimaru with a novel direction for his research. Moreover, the artifacts obtained from Ju left Ling rather astonished. Indeed, this was an alternative pathway to the power of the Sage of Six Paths. However, for Ling, the origin of this artifact, stemming from Orochimaru's dealings with Ju, raised questions. Had Madara ever utilized it? If not, what was its provenance? If he had, then Madara's strength would require a re-evaluation, as the techniques and powers not depicted in the manga do not imply that he lacks them. Orochimaru's studies afforded Ling a glimpse into the hidden paths obscured in the original narrative, akin to the enigmatic relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Everything remains uncertain and inscrutable. It appears that the situation is fraught with fluctuations. The matter of the Rinnegan cannot be postponed any longer and must be seized. Ling pondered for a moment, no longer hesitating, and immediately set off towards Yuin village. As Ling Lin departed from the Hidden Sound village, Sasuke and his companions had already arrived at the Hidden Sand village. The night was deep, The winds whipped up the yellow sands, and the village exuded an aura of desolation and sorrow. Lord Sasuke, what are your plans for the next step? Asked Bai, who stood behind Junmaru. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his crimson eyes fixed on the distant horizon that seemed unattainable, while Junmaru gazed at Sasuke's silhouette, lost in myriad thoughts. Both were clad in long, dark cloaks. Yet Sasuke bore the emblem of the Uchiha clan on his back, with a pouch of ninja tools secured at his waist and the Tank no Ri sword slung at his side. Their 3 years together had not only influenced their attire, but also Sasuke's demeanor and conduct, making him strikingly similar to Ling. The charisma of a strong individual often inspires imitation without conscious awareness, and Sasuke had, unknowingly, absorbed everything from Ling. The Hidden Sand Village had recently lost its 5th Kazekage, Gaara, and its defenses were undoubtedly tight. A forceful intrusion might be possible, yet avoiding unnecessary conflict would be prudent. Have you devised a strategy? Junmaru, noting Sasuke's calm gaze, inquired, knowing that Sasuke had likely contemplated the matter thoroughly. Sasuke nodded, his Manjiki Sharingan scanning the surroundings. Though the reconnaissance barrier of the Hidden Sand Village is not as formidable as that of the Hidden Leaf, it remains well guarded. We shall lay an ambush and strike at a sand ninja to procure intelligence before proceeding with our actions. Understood, I replied, and Junmaru also nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the Hidden Sand Village, Kakashi and his group had just arrived. Konoha's White Fang. Today is the day of vengeance for my son. Chiyo, who initially appeared frail, suddenly rose upon seeing Kakashi, with the grown Naruto standing before her. Old hag, what do you intend to do? Naruto positioned himself protectively in front of Kakashi, his clone blocking Chiyo's attack. Naruto, calm down. Sakura hurriedly interjected to restrain him. Perhaps this old fool has mistaken someone. Kakashi forced a smile, attempting to clarify. Sister, please calm down. You have mistaken the person. Ka stepped forward to intervene, gazing quietly at Kakashi. Though he bears a resemblance, Konoha's White Fang has long since passed. Upon hearing this, Chiyo was momentarily stunned, her gaze upon Kakashi revealing a struggle and resentment. Did you not weep bitterly for your inability to avenge your son? Chiyo gently closed her eyes, seemingly to quell her emotions, then smiled. I was merely jesting. Did I frighten you? Naruto stood bewildered, unsure of how to respond, while Kakashi raised his weary eyes, speechless. From his sickbed, Kankuro groaned in agony, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Kankuro, Maki exclaimed, her face displaying concern. Let me tend to his injuries, Sakura said, adjusting her short pink hair as she stepped forward. Kakashi-sensei and the others should step outside for a moment. The group moved outdoors, and Naruto, curious, looked at Kakashi and asked, Kakashi-sensei, who is the Konoha's White Fang that the old lady mentioned? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, he paused, and the allure of the intimate paradise in his hand faded away. How should one articulate this? In a whisper, Kakashi seemed to be ensnared in memories. Simply put, Konoha's White Fang is my father. Naruto, the teacher's student, appeared somewhat dazed, unsure of how to respond. The revelation that Konoha's White Fang was your father was startling. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the rooftop. The formidable ninja, whose presence had been unanticipated, was revealed to have such a connection with Kakashi-sensei. Could this voice belong to? In an instant, a figure materialized on the rooftop, hair cascading down, standing atop the beam, quietly gazing down at the assembly, the crimson eyes glimmering with the faint flicker of 3 tomo. Sasuke and Naruto could hardly believe their eyes, calling out in fragmented breaths. It's been a while, Naruto. His handsome visage and indifferent gaze suggested that past warmth had seemingly dissipated, leaving only a subtle sense of estrangement lingering between them. Chapter 1. The Return of the Departed. Kakashi gazed intently at Sasuke, slowly closing the yellowed scroll in his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. He sensed the air of detachment and coldness surrounding Sasuke. Though the passage of 3 years had not revealed its depths, it surely surpassed his expectations. The gaze, the demeanor, bore a striking resemblance to the haughty indifference of yesteryears. Sasuke may possess the coveted strength he yearned for, yet he appeared to have forsaken his feelings for Team 7. Kakashi-sensei, as Sakura had just completed her healing of Kankuro and stepped outside, her unfinished words halted upon catching sight of Sasuke leaping across the eaves, causing the notebook in her hand to slip and gather dust. Sakura. Sasuke softly uttered her name before gracefully landing, stating, "This place is indeed a secret spot. We have searched from nightfall until the sun reaches its zenith to arrive here." We? Kakashi squinted, pondering the colleagues Sasuke referred to. Sasuke smiled faintly, waving his arm, and two figures instantly materialized behind him. One, dressed in a pristine white kimono, illustrated a graceful form, her skin as pale as snow. Her starry black eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at the crowd, her exquisite beauty adorned with a hint of intrigue. The other was a young man, slightly slender beneath his gray robe, yet exuding a sense of strength. His silvery hair cascaded to his chest and back, while his ice-green eyes betrayed no emotion. Appearing detached from worldly feelings, imbued with an alluring danger, Hakujin Maru, Naruto stood transfixed, murmuring the names of the two. It has been a long time, Naruto Dano. Hakujin greeted with a smile and a nod. Sasuke, however, sensed the complexity in Sakura's expression as she yearned to embrace him, only to be hindered by the familiar yet foreign presence emanating from him. Observing the transformation in his students, Kakashi let out a quiet sigh before rising, scrutinizing Sasuke, and inquired, "It has been 3 years, you have changed significantly. Sasuke, what is your purpose for this journey?" Akatsuki, Itachi. Sasuke looked at Kakashi, calmly uttering the two names. Indeed, but how did Sasuke come to know of our whereabouts? Sasuke remained silent, sensing Kakashi's unspoken doubts. He replied, "These matters do not concern you. I harbor no interest in Konoha or Sunagakure. My sole focus is on Itachi." Kakashi, quiet and composed, gazed at Sasuke with his single eye. After a prolonged pause, he remarked, "Parker has gone to seek information, and results will soon follow." "I understand," Sasuke responded calmly, turning to Maki, who had remained silent nearby. "If you do not mind, we may train here for a while and together pursue Akatsuki. In a certain sense, I too am a ninja of Konoha." Maki was momentarily taken aback, looking to Kakashi for affirmation. Upon receiving a nod, he agreed, "Very well, I will arrange accommodations for you." With that, Sasuke gestured and departed, instructing, "Inform me when you have news." He then walked away. Seeing this, Sai saluted the group before following Sasuke, while Kimimaro disregarded the others and approached Sai's side. Chapter 11. Stopping Naruto. Sasuke glanced back only briefly before departing. Naruto stared at Sasuke's retreating figure, momentarily stunned, then shouted, "Hey, wait for me." "Naruto." Kakashi's voice cut through the air, his hand raised to halt Naruto's advance. "Do not pursue Sasuke any further. He cannot return." "What are you saying, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide. "You have not worked alongside Rin, but I have spent time with him. The Sasuke of today mirrors the Rin of the past. His heart is driven solely by a singular goal. Anyone who stands in his way will be perceived as an enemy and face ruthless slaughter. This was Rin of old, and it is now Sasuke. Slaughter by Sasuke." Naruto retreated a step, mumbling to himself, while Sakura's eyes glistened with unshed tears, struggling to maintain her composure. "Kakashi-sensei, you once said that those who violate the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to cherish their companions are even less than worthless. No matter how Sasuke has changed, no matter what feelings he harbors for us, I must bring him back to Konoha, back to Team 7. Naruto and Sakura whispered, their tears mingling with determination and joy. "You truly are something," Kakashi remarked, glancing at Naruto, whose azure eyes now burned with fierce resolve. "I honestly have no way to deal with you. I was merely jesting." "Jesting?" Naruto's face contorted in confusion as he looked at Kakashi. "Honestly, Kakashi-sensei, you always love to make such jokes," Sakura said, her expression filled with discontent as she cast a reproachful glance. Chapter 82. Substitution. The following day, Parker returned with intelligence regarding Akatsuki. The group prepared their gear and immediately set out to track Akatsuki's trail, guided by the signs left by the ninja hounds. The journey was quiet. Naruto and Sakura hesitated, attempting to voice their feelings to Sasuke. However, Sasuke's demeanor remained indifferent, his gaze fixed ahead, as if the bonds of old had faded into the distance. Bai and Junmaru are both taciturn, and among the three, only silence accompanies them. Over the past 3 years, Sasuke has undergone profound growth. As he races through the forest, Kakashi silently observes Sasuke's transformation. This swift pace reveals no signs of fatigue. His breath remains steady, as if he were strolling leisurely. Without keen observation, one might scarcely perceive his presence. What trials has Sasuke endured during these 3 years? Kakashi's astonishment is not without reason. Sasuke's martial prowess has not only been honed through his encounters with Bai and Junmaru, but also through the teachings imparted by the third Hokage. Due to the burden of the Uchiha clan's legacy, the third Hokage feels a sense of guilt towards Sasuke, and unlike the Hokage who can be resurrected through Edo Tensei, he cannot offer ceaseless guidance. Thus, during the third's moments of respite, Sasuke sought counsel from the various Hokages, which has become the cornerstone of his rapid advancement. Ling, an exceptional mentor, pales in comparison to the educational contributions of the three generations, let alone that of Orochimaru. However, the esteemed Hokage possessed profound experiences and unique insights into the way of combat, making it difficult for Ling to match their prowess. Although Sasuke has often been bested by the Hokage, one could argue that merely engaging in battle with them is a rare form of training. Kakaru, having only survived an encounter with the first Hokage, illustrates the severity of such confrontations. Sasuke, endowed with exceptional talent and a sharp intellect, coupled with relentless effort, has undoubtedly made significant progress. In the original narrative, while Sasuke gained some knowledge from Orochimaru, he lacked guidance in the utilization of the Rinnegan. Now, with Ling and the Hokage's instruction, Sasuke's foundational skills and ninjutsu have advanced, and his ocular techniques surpass those depicted at this stage in the original storyline. Ling's categorization of combat domains and focused guidance have allowed Sasuke to prioritize ninjutsu and taijutsu while employing the Rinnegan to counter jinjutsu. Although he is not a master of illusions like Ling or Itachi, Sasuke has devised his own methods to resist jinjutsu using the Rinnegan. Without consuming Orochimaru's fruit, he has already established a basis for contending against Itachi. Furthermore, considering Itachi's declining vision and persistent ailments, Sasuke has undoubtedly surpassed his original counterpart's strength at this stage. When will this moment arrive? Sasuke, in his journey, suddenly inquired with a calm demeanor, devoid of anxiety, merely calculating the time. His composed mindset is commendable. Kakashi, observing this, nodded slightly in approval, stating, "From what I can discern, we still have some distance to cover, and we must remain vigilant against the traps set by Akatsuki. Haste is ill-advised." Sasuke acknowledged with a nod of understanding. Sakura, watching Sasuke, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sasuke-kun, how have you fared these past 3 years?" Sasuke interrupted her, bluntly stating, "There is no need to inquire about such trivial matters. We must conserve our energy and focus, for battles often arise unexpectedly." Sakura was taken aback, feeling a wave of dejection. "Sasuke, how could you treat Sakura this way?" She. "Enough, Naruto," Kakashi interjected at the opportune moment, reminding them. "The further we advance, the closer we draw to Akatsuki's forces. We must proceed with caution. All of you halt." Naruto hesitated, but Kakashi swiftly commanded them to stop. A figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, strikingly handsome and resembling Sasuke, bore 2 tear marks across his cheeks, setting him apart. His mesmerizing Rinnegan gazed intently ahead. "Itachi Uchiha. Long time no see, Kakashi, Naruto." Itachi assessed each member of the group, his gaze ultimately landing on Sasuke. "Sasuke." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Itachi without flinching. Though he anticipated an obstruction, he did not expect it to be you, Itachi. "Itachi Uchiha. Not just me, but even Gaara. You are insistent on pressuring us." Naruto's face flushed with anger, bellowing like thunder. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke stepped forward, standing protectively before the others. With Sasuke calmly fixing his gaze on Itachi. "You all may continue. This individual is one I can handle." "Sasuke." Kakashi frowned. "Do not act recklessly." "Huh," Sasuke scoffed, his dark eyes swiftly turning crimson. "It has long been stated that my objective lies with Akatsuki and Itachi. Now that I confront Itachi here, there is no need for further search. Your mission is to rescue the Kazekage. This individual is clearly stalling. Are you not concerned about jeopardizing the success of the mission?" Kakashi, with a silent demeanor, cast a glance at Sasuke and then at the figures of Haku and Kimimaro standing behind him. With 2 guardians protecting Sasuke, there should be no significant danger. This is indeed reassuring. I entrust this matter to you. With that, he waved his sleeve, signaling for us to continue our journey. "Sasuke, Naruto, do you still wish to rescue Gaara? This is my affair. Do not meddle." "Meddle?" As comrades who have faced death together, Sasuke, what have you truly experienced in these 3 years? "As an ally, I merely wish to lend you my support." "Naruto." Kakashi gently patted Naruto on the shoulder, stating that this battle belongs to Sasuke. Itachi is a trial he must endure. We must first go to rescue Gaara. Naruto remained silent, his expression grave, slowly turning to proceed onward, while Itachi, indifferent, allowed Naruto to pass by him. "Sasuke, you must stay close." Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell silent, his gaze intense and unwavering. Fixated on Itachi, those who might interfere have all departed. Having dismissed Kakashi and the others, Sasuke stepped forward, confronting Itachi directly, who still bore that same cold demeanor. Itachi, without a word, quietly regarded Sasuke, and after a long moment, sighed softly, expressing a complex mix of emotions, perhaps regret, concern, or even relief, at the sight of Sasuke having grown. This is all due to your gifts. Sasuke slowly drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, his gaze locked onto Itachi, commanding, Haku, Kimimaro, surround us. Do not let anyone disturb us. As you command, Haku nodded and vanished in a flash. Kimimaro intertwined his hands, and numerous wooden tendrils spread from him, transforming into dozens of wooden clones that darted in all directions, while he himself silently cast a glance at Sasuke and Itachi before gradually sinking into the earth beneath him. Would release? Itachi paused, deep in thought, but Sasuke would not allow him the luxury of contemplation. In these 3 years, you cannot fathom the extent of my training. My current power is formidable, Itachi, you must tread carefully. With the Kusanagi sword pointed towards his brother, Sasuke's blood-red eyes glimmered with murderous intent, icy and detached. One misstep, and you shall meet your demise. The word death slipped from Sasuke's lips as he suddenly appeared before Itachi. The Kusanagi sword glinting with cold light as it aimed for Itachi's waist. Itachi, taken aback, felt his pupils constrict. Sasuke's speed exceeded his expectations. Thoughts raced through his mind as he swiftly stepped back, using the momentum to evade. Observing this, Sasuke remained composed, as if he had already anticipated his opponent's response. He swiftly angled his sword, thrusting it towards Itachi's heart. Itachi, momentarily startled, wasted no time as he swiftly crossed his hands before his lips. Fire release, great fireball technique. In an astonishing turn of events, before Itachi could even cast his technique, Sasuke unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth. The flames expanded the moment they left his lips, rapidly forming a colossal fireball that surged towards Itachi. The scorching heat disturbed the surrounding air, scorching the ground and leaving a shallow trench in its wake. How fast? Itachi marveled in astonishment. With the sword aimed directly, his other hand deftly manipulated his ninja tools, casting the fire release technique without forming hand seals. It seems that Rin truly taught you with all her might. However, the more I see this, the more I question Rin's intentions. Boom. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. Countless fragments of stone and mud soared into the air, a thick cloud of smoke billowing towards the heavens. Boredom. Sasuke executed his attack without a trace of joy, instead letting out a cold, mocking snort. That was merely a shadow clone. Meanwhile, the true body was, in a flash of lightning, Sasuke abruptly spun around, sweeping his sword with ferocity. With a clang, Itachi's kunai, which had launched from behind, was abruptly severed. Seizing the moment for a counterattack, Sasuke thrust his sword deep into Itachi's abdomen. To his surprise, no blood gushed forth. Itachi's body transformed into a multitude of crows, scattering and swirling above Sasuke's head. A genjutsu? Sasuke squinted thoughtfully. At that moment, a kunai suddenly pierced his back. Sasuke, you have let your guard down. Itachi whispered, his tone a blend of regret and lament. Let my guard down? Do you truly believe so? Slightly turning his gaze towards Itachi's profile, a cryptic smile crept onto Sasuke's lips, and he too transformed into a flock of crows, scattering in all directions. This is my genjutsu. Could it be? The genjutsu has backfired? In the midst of Itachi's astonishment, Sasuke's voice echoed from above. Descending from the sky, Sasuke was enveloped in crackling lightning. His blood-red eyes shimmered with a mixture of triumph and perplexity. Raikiri, slash, with a low murmur. Sasuke instantly became a sword of thunder, piercing down towards Itachi, who was left with no escape. The full force of Raikiri surged forth, penetrating flesh with lightning chakra, pushing speed to its utmost. How could his body withstand this? Sasuke, your 3 years of diligence are evident. A thunderous roar erupted, dust swirling, revealing Sasuke's silhouette standing amidst the haze. The Kusanagi pierced through Itachi's heart, and Sasuke, gripping the hilt, coldly regarded the fallen Itachi, whose chest was pierced and blood flowed incessantly. Cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Itachi's mouth as he gazed at Sasuke, his calm demeanor finally revealing a hint of astonishment. You have truly grown powerful. As I once stated, this is your gift. Furthermore, with a calm tone, A flicker of surprise and understanding passed through Sasuke's eyes. I will soon find you, Itachi. With that, the Itachi on the ground transformed into an unfamiliar man. Just as I suspected, although Itachi does not excel in speed, he should not be this beleaguered. And the Tsukuyomi has yet to manifest. It was a substitution technique. Sasuke solemnly remarked, as Sai and Karui lowered their guard and returned to his side. We shall continue onward, pursuing the Akatsuki organization. Sheathing his sword at his waist, Kakashi and the others must have left clues for me. We shall depart at once. At your command. Sai nodded in agreement, while Karui readied herself. Let us set forth. Is this the place? Standing by the riverbank. Kakashi furrowed his brow at the imposing circular boulder blocking their path, upon which a conspicuous sealing symbol was inscribed. Is Gaara hiding behind this stone? Naruto's normally azure eyes now blazed a crimson red, and the stubble on his cheeks appeared rugged. Hold on, Gaara. We will rescue you immediately. Rasengan. The brilliance in hand illuminated the rocks, yet it merely stirred a ripple, dissipating Naruto's assault. Is it insurmountable? This is a seal laid by a shadow-level powerhouse. Difficult to breach with ease. Reflecting on this, Kakashi stepped forward and gently touched the stone. Indeed, the watery waves arose once more. If I am not mistaken, this is the five-sealing barrier, a formation encircled by 5 talismans inscribed with forbidden characters. It cannot be breached from the front and requires the simultaneous removal of all talismans. However, we lack the manpower. And we are unaware of the locations of the other talismans, Kakashi remarked. Simultaneous removal of the talismans? What about Gaara? Hey, I didn't expect you to be ahead of us. Kakashi. Just as Naruto was about to speak, the voice of Guy suddenly resounded. For figures descending from the sky with the sound. Master Guy? Naruto expressed surprise, yet joy filled his heart. It's been a while, Sakura and Naruto. Lee greeted with a bright smile. Naruto. Neji, now imbued with greater vigor after 3 years, stepped forward to gaze at Naruto. A long time since their last encounter. Hi. Naruto waved back, slightly anxious. This boy remains unchanged. Neji smirked subtly, his penetrating gaze fixed on Naruto. With this, we have sufficient manpower, Kakashi stated, looking at the talismans on the rock. With my passionate blue beast Guy here, there is nothing to fear. Guy proclaimed confidently. Neji, I understand. Neji, upon hearing this, swiftly activated his Byakugan. Too slow, wasting too much time. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from above the rock. Sasuke had arrived unannounced. With Sai and Karen standing steadfast behind him. Uchiha Sasuke. Lee exclaimed in astonishment, while others regarded Sasuke with suspicion or scrutiny. The 5-sealing barrier requires the simultaneous removal of the talismans? Sasuke disregarded the crowd, speaking with a hint of derision. I cannot afford to waste time. Upon finishing his words, Sasuke's arm radiated with a brilliant blue light, the sound of birdsong resonating through the skies. As he flung that orb of blue light into the heavens. What is this? Tintin, clad in traditional Han attire, furrowed her brow, watching Sasuke's every move. Her heart brimming with confusion. Chapter 12. Indisputable. Wait a moment. The revelation is imminent, Sasuke murmured confidently, ignoring the expressions of the others. What technique do you intend to employ? White queried, somewhat surprised, yet his gaze betrayed certainty despite his doubts. A technique? The details are unknown. Yet her words are not unfounded. Sasuke is not one to boast. However, can this technique breach the barrier set by a shadow-level powerhouse? All eyes were fixated on Sasuke, awaiting his response. Moments later, Kakashi was the first to notice something amiss. He looked up to see dark clouds suddenly materializing above the cavern. Not clouds, but the ionosphere. Karen remarked calmly, naming the extraordinary technique. Indeed, the technique Sasuke intends to unleash is his signature creation, Kirin. The original Kirin technique necessitates the harnessing of high temperatures to generate ascending air currents, thereby forming rain clouds. Sasuke, utilizing Chidori, directs potent electricity within the clouds to manifest his own lightning release, striking the adversary directly. The brilliance of Kirin lies in its extensive range, formidable attack power, and minimal chakra consumption. This technique draws upon the forces of nature rather than Sasuke's own chakra. However, its vulnerabilities are equally conspicuous. Prior to unleashing Kirin, Sasuke must employ fire release to elevate the temperature and stimulate the rising air currents. This technique may function adequately in damp terrains, yet in arid deserts or rocky landscapes, where moisture is scarce, the formation of rain clouds becomes exceedingly difficult. Should he encounter a swift enemy, the battle may be lost before Sasuke's Kirin can even manifest. Hence, Sasuke heeds the counsel of Rin, altering the accumulation method of electricity. Instead of rain clouds, he seeks to create an ionization in the atmosphere. Within the air, countless charges exist, and if deftly manipulated, their power can obliterate the world. Sasuke releases Chidori, drawing upon the electric charges in the atmosphere, transforming them into an ionosphere, which he then directs with Chidori, ultimately culminating in the might of Kirin. But what is this? Neji gapes in astonishment at the spectacle above. His Byakugan revealing the fierce currents of electricity and chakra within the ionosphere, akin to caged beasts poised to break free and deliver a fatal blow. Though this power may not be the strongest, it is undoubtedly sufficient. Should I gather more, I fear I may struggle to control this current. Sasuke senses that the currents within the ionosphere possess the potential to shatter the seal and slowly raises a hand. The sky seems to lament in response to his movement. This is perilous. Fall back. Kakashi, momentarily entranced, quickly regains his composure and calls out urgently, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Wait. Sasuke, wither away. In an instant, a rift appears in the sky, like a blade slicing through the heavens, casting a fleeting shadow across the land, leaving only a brilliant azure light in its wake. What chaos unfolds outside? The members of the Akatsuki, gathered in the cave, having just completed the sealing, sense an unusual disturbance. Zetsu. The ripples in his dual eyes reflect the radiance surrounding him as he coldly regards Zetsu, awaiting a response. It is Sasuke. White Zetsu replies, while black Zetsu's eyes follow Itachi's silhouette, contemplating. Itachi, your brother is truly extraordinary. Itachi remains silent, his crimson eyes concealing deep emotions. A resounding explosion suddenly reverberates, shaking the cave and sending debris swirling. What is occurring? The group looks up in bewilderment, exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of the cause. A direct attack on the barrier. Conan's cool voice carries a hint of admiration. It is indeed. Pain's hands shift abruptly. A dazzling light bursts forth, as if space itself were being cleaved, revealing the might of Kirin descending from the heavens. The deafening roar echoes once more. As the dust settles, the sky clears, leaving behind a terrifying chasm amid the raging flames, along with the barrier, as massive stones and debris rain down from the shattered ceiling of the cave. This is. Deidara stands at the fingertip of the outer path statue, his remaining arm clenched tightly, his eyes wide with astonishment and wonder. This is true art. Art. Indeed. Silence. Deidara. Scorpion dodges the surrounding flames and debris, disdainfully declaring, only that which endures can be truly appreciated. Art is eternal, not a fleeting moment. Brother Scorpion, you are mistaken. Deidara furrowed his brows, his azure eyes fixated on Sasori, the moment erupting with an overwhelming shock. This was true art, unlike the lifeless puppets of Sasori. Thus, art is an explosion. Deidara, this lad. The idle chatter had reached its conclusion. Pain interjected at the opportune moment, halting the debate on artistic perspectives between Deidara and Sasori. The world is ever-changing. Who could have anticipated the breach of this barrier? However, the sealing of the tailed beast is complete, and each of you must fulfill your respective duties. With that, he cast a glance towards Gaara, who lay prostrate, his fate uncertain. No sooner had he spoken than several figures descended from the heavens, leaving the members of the Akatsuki and the awe-inspiring outer path statue in a state of shock. Observing the scene, Sasori retracted his opposition to Deidara, scrutinizing the newly arrived adversaries, ultimately resting his gaze upon an elderly figure, Choba. So they have arrived? Deidara's lips curled slightly as his cerulean eyes quietly assessed the assembly. The barrier breaker, Uchiha Sasuke. Who might this illustrious individual be? Sasuke, upon hearing this, merely cast a fleeting glance at Deidara before honing in on the resplendent character of Itachi atop the statue. At this moment, even the Nine-Tails was elusive. A deep, sorrowful sigh escaped him, hinting at a modicum of regret. It appears so. Pain acknowledged. You may disperse, but do not forget your mission. Thus, the Akatsuki disregarded the Konoha members, continuing their discourse until Naruto could no longer contain himself, launching an abrupt attack. You rodents. Return Gaara to me. Naruto, remain calm. Kakashi interposed, his expression solemn. Akatsuki, I harbor no interest in you. Sasuke declared indifferently, His crimson eyes locked onto Itachi. Reveal your location. Once, you were formidable, yet now. Do you cower before me? Itachi, your brother has surpassed all expectations. Kisame chuckled, relishing the moment as he glanced at Itachi. Indeed, Itachi mused. Then let out a soft sigh. Sasuke, your growth far exceeds my expectations. The day of our final battle approaches, but before that, I must eliminate all threats to your existence. With a heavy heart, Itachi's form flickered, distorting before vanishing without a trace. Kisame, witnessing this, laughed and subsequently departed. Very well. Everyone, please explain briefly. I must prepare for the next ceiling. Pain waved his hand to disperse the crowd, turning back to silently observe Naruto before vanishing in an instant. Everyone has departed. Sasori's muted voice broke the silence. What are your intentions, Sasori? Deidara inquired, equipping his mechanical telescope as he advanced slowly, pondering the seemingly extravagant task of capturing the Nine Tails. Enough talk. Let us retreat for now. We shall meet again elsewhere. You shall not escape. Guy transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching a fierce kick directly at Deidara. Be careful, Guy. Sasori's attacks are laced with deadly poison. Kakashi promptly warned. Farewell, everyone. Chiyoba, keep your head down and await your demise in the village. Do not meddle in my affairs any longer. Sasori's form shifted abruptly, unleashing a torrent of steel needles from his mouth, while a shadow emerged from his arm. This compelled everyone to evade the poison needles, their attention fixed on the subsequent projectiles launched by Sasori. Black, thunderous ninja tools. Flash bombs. Remain vigilant. Bang. The dazzling white light compelled the crowd to instinctively close their eyes in protection. Even Sasuke and Kakashi, endowed with the Sharingan, could not withstand the blinding radiance. As the brilliance dissipated, both Scorpion and Deidara had vanished without a trace. TSK, they've escaped. Sasuke gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Alas, Kakashi sighed lightly. Though considering the mission's purpose of rescuing Gaara, it could be deemed a partial success. Gaara. Naruto rushed forward, lifting the fallen Gaara. The plan has failed. Jumara spoke calmly, observing Sasuke's unwillingness, yet noting that clues still remained. The Akatsuki's objective was the tailed beasts. Thus, should they pursue the remaining Jinchuriki and await the Akatsuki's next move? By revealed Junmaru's underlying implication. Sasuke remained silent, his tightly clenched fists betraying his sentiments. At dawn, I awoke from my dreams to find a strange and delicate figure awaiting beside my bed. A glance revealed disheveled hair framing a beautiful countenance, with ruby lips slightly parted and nostrils gently quivering, portraying an enchanting slumber. Her alabaster neck, clad only in simple attire with a slightly open collar, revealed a glimpse of her soft bosom, resembling a picturesque scene that captivated the senses. Who might this be? Such an enchanting beauty eludes my memory. Lord Lingzong, you have awakened. The exquisite maiden suddenly opened her autumn-like eyes, gazing at me with heartfelt affection, a blush gracing her cheeks. You called for me. A flicker of doubt surged within me as I inquired, who are you, my lady? Her eyes widened in surprise, and sorrowful tears traced her cheeks. Why is she weeping so suddenly? She is utterly beguiling, and I have yet to offer my thoughts. Yet here she is, in tears. Lord Lingzong, how can you be so heartless? I am your loyal reader, Shioi. She lamented. Shioi, my fan, what is happening here? Who will elucidate this enigma for me? Enough. She shook her head, her expression dimming. Once, our bond was profound, and vows of eternal love now lie in emptiness. With tears in her eyes, she began to gather her scattered garments, intending to depart. How absurd. Wait, let me calm her down and uncover the truth first. My heart softened, unable to bear the sight of a weeping woman. Well, you see, I have recently been tormented by a band of ruffians, causing my mental state to falter and my memories to become jumbled. Please do not rush. Allow me to explain slowly. Tormented by ruffians? She paused, then looked at me with concern. Lord Lingzong, are you unwell? What wretches have angered you? Speak, and I shall vanquish them for you. Indeed, indeed. Hurry and tell me. What is the matter? How did these lovely ladies suddenly appear? Who are they? I am your fan, a crossdresser. I am the mature lady. I am the lowly. I am the millennia-long devotee, your confidant. Ah, the room is filled with beauties. It seems all my fans are of this enchanting ilk. Very well, if they are lovely. Their abundance poses no hindrance. I shall welcome them all. In an instant, a latent power surged from the depths of my being, urging me to step toward that legendary realm of ideals. With the likes of Yoshihiro, the cross-dresser, the alluring mature woman, the enchanting lowly, and the millennia of enduring. What more could one desire? Ladies, bow down. The heavens bear witness. You have troubled my heart, and today I shall repay you in kind. As the sealing of the One Tail reached its conclusion, the Akatsuki's mission was deemed a resounding success, despite unforeseen complications. The One Tail had been sealed, and whether Sasuke acquired the necessary intelligence was no longer a concern for Pain or the Akatsuki. In contrast to the success of the Akatsuki, Naruto and the Leaf Village ninjas, alongside Granny Chiyo of the Sand Village, sacrificed themselves to perform forbidden techniques to resurrect Gaara, providing a semblance of solace amidst the turmoil. Sasuke, you remain indecisive. I will not return with you, Naruto. Sasuke turned his back to Naruto, his tone resolute. It is precisely because I once lived in Konoha that I have come to understand the depths of my insignificance. Following Ling, I have witnessed unprecedented power and sights. Unprecedented power. Kakashi pondered inwardly. For power, you would sever ties with us? Naruto's gaze was unwavering as he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, you are still naive. He turned, the yellow sand swirling between his crimson eyes. I am different from you. I possess my own ambitions. Indeed, you are my bond. But Sasuke paused, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Too many ties only breed confusion. An intense obsession will dilute the emotions I hold most dear. You need not regard me as the boy I was 3 years ago. Sakura whispered his name, the once comrades now separated by mere wisps of sand. Yet the distance between them felt insurmountable. Speaking of which, Naruto, Sasuke said with a slight smile and a calm gaze, I recall your aspiration to become Hokage. Rather than exhausting your efforts on me, it would be wiser to focus on your training. Hokage, Naruto murmured, then met Sasuke's gaze directly. If you cannot even reclaim your comrades, how can such a person be recognized as Hokage? Chapter 1. The dust of parting. Sasuke fell silent, a ripple of confusion flickering in his eyes, before finally speaking after a long pause. Naruto, your naivety persists. I cannot comprehend your tenacity. Ling once uttered a truth I wholeheartedly agree with. All gatherings must eventually disperse, and whether it be you, me, or Sakura, we shall each embark on our distinct paths. For now, we merely set forth on new journeys. Naruto was taken aback, rendered speechless. Indeed, as Sasuke had articulated, each person harbors their own ambitions. Even if Sasuke has not borne the pain of his clan's annihilation, he too will one day seek his ideals and forge ahead. That is a solitary path, free from external interference, a trajectory of life that is uniquely his own. Sasuke, your transformation is indeed remarkable. Naruto remained silent, yet Kakashi stepped forward, standing beside Naruto, casting a significant glance toward Sasuke. This is the price of growth. In both the world of ninjas and the realm of reality, one grows from a carefree existence, and the cost is the loss of that innocence. In Kakashi's eyes, Sasuke has indeed matured. However, the price of this growth is one that cannot be easily accepted. Kakashi, what is your intention in wanting to keep me here? Sasuke smiled faintly, casting a cold glance at Kakashi, while behind him, Haku and Kinshiki followed closely, guarding his side. These two are certainly not to be trifled with, Kakashi thought, his brow furrowing. I still need to seek Itachi. I have no time to return to Konoha and reenact those tedious missions with you. With a mocking smile, Sasuke turned away and quietly departed. The figure cloaked in the Uchiha family crest gradually faded from Kakashi's contemplative gaze, Naruto's helpless expression, and Sakura's pained eyes, disappearing at the edge of the endless yellow sands. Unlike the vast yellow sands of the Wind Country, the land of rivers and the village of Engage were, as usual, graced by a gentle drizzle, fulfilling their duty of protection. Engage remains under the stewardship of Conan and Pain. The remnants of Hanzo's forces have been entirely swept away by Pain, along with his confidants and distant relatives, all erased from existence. Yahiko's death ignited the collective sorrow and gloom of the village and the entire nation. The pale raindrops fell continuously, stirring wisps of mist upon impact with the ground, while towering structures seemed to stand beneath a waterfall, engulfed by the torrential rain. A fleeting glimpse of crimson appeared intermittently atop the towering spire that pierced the heavens, cloaked in a robe of black adorned with red clouds. The forehead protector of Amigakure bore distinct scars, and his wave-patterned eyes were devoid of emotion, quietly observing the rain droplets that splashed before him. It seemed that, apart from the rain, nothing else could capture his attention. He was a beautiful yet lifeless man, his handsome features adorned with black studs. exuding an allure that transcended the ordinary. Yet his expressionless visage instilled a sense of dread in onlookers, who dared not gaze upon him any longer. A dazzling yet perilous beauty, the leader of Akatsuki, Pain. Pain had received word from Deidara. Conan, resembling a meticulously crafted wax figure, spoke in a voice devoid of warmth, her amber eyes only capable of perceiving Pain's silhouette. Pain remained silent, gazing at the falling raindrops, before finally murmuring, "The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has not been captured." Chapter 13. Astonishing power indeed, Conan nodded, her water blue hair trembling slightly. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy are both exceptionally skilled elites, along with Chiyo, the advisor of Sunigakure, and Sasuke, the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi. Retreating is the sagacious choice. It is as you say, Pain replied nonchalantly, raindrops trickling down his cheeks. The tailed beasts must eventually be gathered, and the Nine Tails will not escape my grasp. You speak the truth. In an instant, the void behind Pain distorted, revealing a figure clad in a swirling mask. Sasuke's appearance was unexpected. He had followed Uchiha Obito and gained a power that astounded even me. "You have arrived," Conan said, glancing at the newly appeared Tobi with a hint of skepticism. "You once claimed that Uchiha Obito, despite his strength, was unaware of our objectives and posed no threat. Now that Uchiha Sasuke has emerged, and the child at his side is not to be underestimated, how do you explain this?" "Indeed, I once believed that Uchiha Obito could not pose a threat." Afei slightly shrugged, acknowledging Xiaonan's perplexity, but swiftly shifted the conversation. "However, I overlooked a crucial detail. Uchiha Ling returned to Konoha 3 years ago and most likely visited the Uchiha Shrine by the Nange River, where he may have witnessed something significant. What did he see? What does it pertain to?" Xiaonan's gaze deepened as she fixed her stare on Afei. "My apologies for my oversight. This detail was not previously mentioned," Afei admitted, raising his hands. "The ancestral stone tablet of the Uchiha clan resides there, inscribed with secrets that only those of the Uchiha clan who possess the Sharingan can decipher. Uchiha Ling, being a prodigy in his youth, must have intimate knowledge of this hidden matter, especially now that he has acquired the Mangeki Sharingan. He may have already unraveled the mystery of the stone tablet." Then, Pain rose quietly, his eyes shimmering with depth, like a tranquil pool. "What exactly does this stone tablet record?" "Merely some legends, including tales of the Sage of Six Paths." Afei responded with a brief silence, his tone indifferent. "The Sage of Six Paths," Pain murmured, savoring the peculiar title. "In this case, Uchiha Ling could very well be aware of the secrets of the outer path, which may pose an obstacle for us." "Indeed," Afei nodded, his words resolute. "Regardless, our aim is to reshape the world order. Uchiha Ling will not passively allow others to dictate his fate, and conflict may be unavoidable." "Perhaps," Pain sighed softly, yet a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Intrigued by Uchiha Itachi's prowess and curious about Uchiha Ling as well. "Do not underestimate the situation, Pain." Afei stepped closer, standing beside Pain, speaking earnestly. "Years ago, Uchiha Ling awakened the Mangeki and mastered perilous ocular techniques. However, his vision is likely nearing blindness now, making Sasuke a potential substitute." "Are you implying?" Xiaonan furrowed her brows, a hint of distaste in her gaze. "Does Uchiha Ling intend to imitate Orochimaru and possess Sasuke's body?" "The possibility is quite high," Afei affirmed, his expression solemn. "I see. This matter is indeed intriguing," Pain mused softly, raising his hand to catch the falling raindrops. Though Uchiha Ling's situation is urgent, it is not a cause for excessive worry. Our primary focus must be to gather the tailed beasts, with the next target being the two tails, the Nakomata. Expedite the orders to Kakuzu and Haiden." "I understand," Pain nodded in acknowledgement. "Humph, Itachi, Sasuke, and Uchiha Ling. This becomes increasingly captivating," he remarked. With the mission set, Afei departed, leaving Pain and Xiaonan in a silent exchange of glances. "There are many uncertainties in his words," Xiaonan observed, her gaze fixed on Pain. "I am aware," Pain conceded, sharing Xiaonan's concerns. The matter of the Uchiha stone tablet remained unaddressed, indicating there were still many secrets to unveil. "Should we?" Xiaonan began. "There is no need for that, Xiaonan," Pain interrupted decisively. "My objective is solely to gather the tailed beasts and fulfill Yahiko's wish. I have no time to concern myself with other matters." Moreover, before the words could fully escape his lips, Pain's figure suddenly froze, an overwhelming sense of impending danger enveloping him. What could it be? Noticing Pain's vigilant demeanor, Conan inquired. "The rain has been obstructed," Pain's fists clenched slightly, his gaze more solemn than ever. The chakra emanating from this presence was formidable indeed. Who could it be? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Conan subdued her aloofness and pondered inwardly. An unknown adversary. Pain nodded slowly, yet this individual was surely not to be trifled with. Having discerned my whereabouts through the chakra within the rain, if that is indeed the case, I shall investigate. As she spoke, cracks appeared around Conan, and paper fragments swirled around her. No. Pain abruptly grasped her delicate shoulder and turned, stating, "They have already locked onto us." Why is that? Just as Conan expressed her astonishment, a figure began to materialize beneath the tower amidst the drizzle, a tall silhouette concealed by the mist of the splashing rain. Crimson and enigmatic eyes fixated upon the pinnacle of the tower. "I have found you, Pain." The corners of that person's mouth curled upward, revealing a captivating yet perilous smile. "I have found you, Pain." Gazing up at the towering spire that pierces the clouds amidst the gentle drizzle, one cannot help but marvel at what the villagers of Rainvale call the abode of the divine. The coveted eye of reincarnation is within reach. The final piece of the dream now tantalizingly close. Ling clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with barely contained excitement. However, the welcoming committee of the Akatsuki had arrived, forcing Ling to temper his emotions. A flurry of paper, slicing through the air like blades, plummeted from the tower's apex, interspersed with countless paper spears. What a splendid greeting ceremony! A smile graced Ling's lips, his eyes reflecting the myriad of paper shards dancing in the wind. The deafening roar of the crowd surged and ebbed, smoke swirling with the rain, as the ground appeared to have been mercilessly battered, pockmarked, and littered with debris. At that moment, the paper began to converge, revealing a graceful figure descending from the sky, surveying the earth below. But where could the target be hidden? The clear amber eyes betrayed a hint of concern as the silhouette pondered deeply. Such a sharp evasion technique. Suddenly, a crisp voice broke the air, and Ling leaned against the wall of the towering structure, the crimson tomo of his Sharingan fixated intently on his opponent. Nan, the three tomo? Not Uchiha Sasuke, not Uchiha Madara, nor Itachi, but thoughts raced through his mind like lightning, a flicker of realization and vigilance passing through Nan's eyes. Uchiha Ling. Correct. Ling nodded slightly, his stance taking on an oddly peculiar angle. Where is Yuhiko? If you wish to avoid injury, you shall tell me. Who would divulge such information? Nan replied, taken aback, unable to fathom why Ling's focus was directed so singularly at Yuhiko. Ling remained silent, tilting his head slightly, casting a surprised glance at Nan. The confusion did not stem from her refusal, but rather the paper clone. Ling readily acknowledged. No wonder the illusion was ineffective. But where was the original? An illusion? Had he cast an illusion just now? It was impossible to do so with such swiftness. A mere bluff. Humph. Ling chuckled softly, mocking Nan's suspicions. Then his gaze grew solemn, gathering momentum. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall resort to more forceful means. Here it comes. Nan's heart raced, as the swirling paper around her became increasingly dazzling. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Ling suddenly materialized on the ground, unleashing his fire technique with blinding speed. A fierce fire dragon roaring as it lunged towards Nan in midair. He emerged from the ground. Such incredible speed. He executed the technique with such swiftness that I scarcely noticed when he performed the jutsu. But why attack from the ground when he possessed such speed? At that distance, I could not evade him. Yet why? Paper escape. Dance of the paper. Though Nan was plagued with questions, she could only focus on countering the impending fire attack. Ling's jutsu was impeccable, leaving no room for reaction. Countless paper pieces clashed with the roaring fire dragon in the air, thick smoke billowing skyward. For a moment, Nan's paper techniques and Ling's fire techniques became locked in a fierce stalemate, neither side able to gain the upper hand. However, at that instant, Nan's body was abruptly severed at the waist, and Ling, brandishing the Kusanagi sword, appeared gracefully amidst the paper, standing behind Nan. The figure on the ground was but a shadow clone. When did he use it? Too fast. Not only could my eyes and body not keep up, but even my thoughts lagged behind his speed. Though Nan was attacked from behind by Ling, she did not display panic. As long as the paper clone remained intact, it could be reconstituted at any moment. Regrettably, just as the paper fragments coalesced into a humanoid form, Nan abruptly halted his ninjutsu, his gaze reflecting astonishment and bewilderment. One had countless extraordinary talismans infiltrated the surrounding paper. At such an astonishing speed, could Yuhiko possibly cope? Inform Yuhiko, Ling commanded as he turned gracefully from the sky. his eyes fixed upon Nan. "Surrender the Rinnegan, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, Nan murmured, her expression one of indifferent coldness. Uchiha Ling, you are indeed unfathomably powerful, but do you truly believe you can seize Yahiko's Rinnegan? Such naivety is disheartening. Those eyes are the treasures of Amigay Cure and shall never fall into your hands." "Such a person, you say?" Ling retorted, a mocking glint in his eyes. "You overlook a crucial detail. Those eyes do not belong to Yahiko. They were implanted in him during his childhood by Uchiha Madara. Thus, do not presume to dictate ownership." With that, Ling deftly snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the extraordinary talismans on Nan erupted in a violent explosion, leaving only a flurry of paper scraps and ash drifting down from the sky. Having dealt with the angel, it was now time to confront the god. Ling caressed the blade of his Kusanagi sword, gazing intently at the towering edifice before him. Would he be there? Shrouded in skeletal darkness that resembled flames, Ling swung the Kusanagi, unleashing a colossal arm that cleaved towards the tower. A thunderous explosion ensued, causing the severed tower to teeter precariously, smoke and debris swirling through every inch of the visible landscape. "What is the outcome?" Pain inquired as Nan returned to the dim stone chamber. Such a blatant assault. Who could be behind it? Amidst his doubts, Pain speculated that it was none other than Uchiha Ling. Konoha's small Nan furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of unusual agitation crossing her stunning visage. "His strength is unfathomable. Were it not for the fact that my paper techniques are immune to genjutsu, I would have surely fallen to him by now." "Oh, you hold him in such high regard," Pain remarked, a hint of surprise registering in his eyes as they widened slightly. "Do not underestimate him. You have always struggled against genjutsu, and Uchiha Ling is a master of it. Complemented by those dangerous ocular techniques." Nan voiced her concerns with unease. "There is no need for worry," Pain reassured her as he slowly entered the adjoining stone chamber, where 6 coffin-like mechanical pods were neatly arranged under the dim yellow light. "Since Hanzo's demise, I have long awaited a worthy battle." Approaching one of the pods, Pain gently brushed his fingers against its metallic surface, its sheen glimmering under his touch. "Regardless of Ling's intentions, without knowledge of my battle secrets, he is no match for me. His target is the Rinnegan," Nan declared solemnly. "He mentioned that the true master of those eyes is Uchiha Madara, who implanted them in you during your childhood." "Childhood? Uchiha Madara?" Pain paused, momentarily taken aback, then bowed his head in deep contemplation, yet found no trace of memory pertaining to Ling's words. "Very well, whether true or false, eliminating him shall resolve everything." Gradually, he stepped into the pod, the mechanical whirring resonating around him. "I shall confront him. You are tasked with guarding this place." As the words faded, a violent explosion reverberated, shaking the stone chamber, with dust and debris cascading from the ceiling. What an audacious individual. One hatch closed while another opened, and a figure with waist-length hair, tied in a ponytail, gracefully ascended. "You must exercise caution. Uchiha Ling seems exceptionally skilled in tracking. I shall protect your true form." Upon uttering these words, Shaonan gradually transformed into fluttering paper feathers. "Very well, let us proceed." Pain raised his hand to gently caress the metallic spikes adorning his cheek, forming hand seals in an instant. Amidst the billowing smoke, a chameleon covered in greenish skin emerged, its eyes mirroring Pain's, swirling with the eerie power of the Rinnegan. The chameleon slowly opened its mouth, extending its tongue, as Pain leaped lightly, becoming translucent alongside the creature. "Uchiha Ling, allow me to witness the might with which you challenge the deity of order." In the village of Rain, the downpour had ceased, leaving a scene of devastation. Countless buildings were riddled with cracks, towering structures fractured, and bent steel pipes gushed forth torrents of water mingled with rubble and wood, forming muddy pits. Where were the people? Encircled by bone armor, flames engulfing him, Ling gazed at the broken tower, murmuring to himself. In an instant, sensing Ling's agitation, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, hurtling towards him. In the form of a wolf hound, its nostrils pierced by massive metallic spikes, its sprouted wings, radiating the sinister aura of the Rinnegan. This was summoning technique, resurrection. The wolfhound raised its forepaws, an overwhelming force pressing down from the sky to the ground, as if to warn, "Young one, should you fear not death, come and test your fate." This summoned beast grew stronger with each battle. Thus, the need for swift resolution was paramount. Ling maintained a serene demeanor, standing firm in the face of his adversary. As the wolfhound lunged towards him, his crimson eyes transformed dramatically, Annihilation gazing at the wolf hound, Ling lowered his gaze, whispering softly as his spirit beast instantaneously morphed into countless black dots, dissipating with the wind. It seems that he has underestimated me in his approach against Jiraiya. Filled with dissatisfaction, Ling searched the surroundings for traces of pain, when suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from the horizon. A colossal figure, resembling an ostrich, swooped down, charging directly at Ling. Such probing is excessively cumbersome. Ling's gaze was sharp. Black flames instantaneously ignited, and a colossal sword pierced through the air, aimed directly at the ostrich's chest. In a thunderous moment, the ostrich vanished without a trace. The vortex of the long gate annihilated the summoned beast, as Ling's voice soared in a triumphant declaration, proclaiming himself a deity, the leader of the Akatsuki, and the possessor of the Rinnegan. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings with a mechanical precision, and in the next instant, he abruptly locked onto a singular point. Is this all you can do, engaging me in mere child's play? Chapter 14, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. The blazing fireball erupted from Ling's mouth, a searing heat engulfing the top of the tower. Amidst the deafening roar, flesh and blood rained down from the heavens. The true form was finally revealed. As he gazed at the slowly dissipating smoke, a smirk graced Ling's lips, his eyes gleaming with intensity, fixated on those mysterious dual orbs. Uchiha Ling, I have long heard of your illustrious name. With hair like a cascading waterfall and a handsome visage adorned with specks of darkness. He resembled an incarnation of the beast realm, his braid held high, reminiscent of Daidara's elegance. What do you mean by that? Ling slightly tilted his head, his gaze imbued with contemplation and inquiry. What extraordinary qualities do you possess to dare compare yourself with Uchiha Itachi? Pain's words were cold, his tone as emotionless as machinery. It seems you pale in comparison to Itachi, who still retains his self-control, while you audaciously challenge the majesty of the divine. Divine indeed. I am Pain, also known as God, the maintainer of order in this chaotic world. God, you say? Ling murmured, his voice laced with derision, once uttered. This is your self-proclaimed title. To me, there are no deities in this world, nor any order that must be followed. We are all but flawed beings of humanity, harboring ambitions and yearning to transcend the ideals of reality. Therefore, as Ling's voice trailed off, his gaze sharpened, fixating on Pain. For the sake of my ideals, your end is nigh. With that proclamation, he swiftly approached Pain, brandishing the Kusanagi sword, its azure brilliance aimed directly at Pain's waist. In contrast to Ling's swiftness, Pain faltered slightly, retreating in haste, his steps disordered. The sword's light grazed him, leaving a tear in his robe, though it did not pierce his flesh. What speed? Pain murmured, his tone laden with gravity. The tempest of battle raged on. Kunai was sheathed at his side, while another Ling stood in the rear. His voice calm and profound. Blood dripped to the ground, and the figure behind Ling taunted. How amusing, the deceased still have blood to shed? Upon hearing this, Pain's eyes flickered with intensity as he abruptly turned, delivering a kick towards Ling, only to find himself striking a cloud of smoke. Before him, Ling had already launched a kick towards his chest, the force so formidable that Pain was sent crashing into a stone, creating a dent. Too slow, Ling sighed, retracting his stance. I must employ potent ninjutsu. Mere wounds cannot restrain his movements. Ling observed Pain, who struggled to rise. A commendable attack. I acknowledge you possess the strength to challenge a deity. However, Pain brushed off the dust from his attire, standing resolutely. The majesty of the divine is not to be trifled with. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. A few wisps of smoke dispersed, revealing 5 figures. We are Pain. 6 figures loomed atop the rock, gazing down at Ling, their pupils reflecting indifference. Behold the divine. With a wave of the Deva Path's hand, 5 forces coiled with energy, ready to strike. The Azura Path, acting first, twisted its arm, unleashing a barrage of projectiles that surged forth. The bullets stirred a cloud of white mist, their dazzling trajectory culminating in a thunderous explosion where Ling stood. Following the series of detonations, the projectiles vanished, leaving only the silhouette of Ling, shielded by a massive figure. Susanoo, what is this? The Deva Path murmured, contemplating the technique Ling had invoked. Is this all you have? With a slight smile, Ling gestured, and Susanoo unfurled its colossal palm, gripping the ebony blade, poised to strike at the 6 paths. The unusual spectacle and secret technique momentarily astonished the Deva Path. Yet he hesitated not. The hungry ghost path, witnessing Ling's offensive, leaped closer, arms outstretched to confront Susanoo. That is, upon seeing the hungry ghost path adorned in a translucent halo, the colossal sword in Susanu's grasp began to shrink. Ling understood its intent. The hungry ghost path aimed to absorb Susanu's power. This strategy had not been anticipated, yet it presented an opportunity. In the fleeting moment, Ling's eyes transformed. And in an instant, the hungry ghost path, having absorbed Susanu's energy, dissipated into black dust. Annihilation. The Deva path's gaze darkened, fixated on Ling. It is not over yet. Ling narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the five before him. You share vision. If an attack cannot evade all, it will be discerned. Thus, illusion technique. The art of darkness. Darkness enveloped the scene instantaneously, catching Pain off guard as Ling unleashed his illusion. You shall not succeed. The Deva path commanded all Pains to leap away. As I said, you are too slow. In the shroud of darkness, Ling had already closed the distance to the Deva path. Shinra Tensei. Boom. As the dust settled and darkness faded, Ling Yu stood in a corner, mockingly observing the Deva path as it had just executed the Shinra Tensei. You. The Deva path frowned, its expression slightly rigid. Is it amusing to have one's own technique backfire? Ling chuckled softly, brushing aside some hair that obscured his vision. His demeanor remained unperturbed. The one who initiated the attack was merely a shadow clone, yet I countered with Shinra Tensei, inadvertently injuring the unescaping Pain. This child. How could he recognize your attack methods? With the Kusanagi sword planted in the ground, Ling stood at its tip, lightly supporting himself with both hands, gazing indifferently at the Deva path. Deva path, Azura path, human path, hell path, hungry ghost path, animal path. These are your true powers, 6 paths of pain, are they not? How did you come by this information? The Deva path suddenly stepped forward, the rippling Rinnegan locking onto Ling's gaze. I know much. Let me guess your next move, Universal Pull? Or perhaps, the planetary devastation? Ling lightly shook his head, his flowing hair swaying gently in the wind. Your countenance suggests that were it not for your corporeal form, it would be extraordinarily captivating. However, my focus is not on you. I have come for what I seek. Do not court death. Hand over the Rinnegan, for my patience is limited. Do not presume too much. The Deva path's expression darkened, arms crossed over its chest. No one may challenge the authority of a god, not even the Sharingan. Planetary devastation. A black sphere was suddenly hurled into the sky, and the Deva path retreated. Gazing at Ling from a distance, feel the agony. The light was akin to the sun obscured by dense fog. The ground cracked open. Countless rocks and structures rising to form a colossal sphere in the air. Truly magnificent. Ling sighed softly as the shattered earth beneath him ascended. Yet, it is still insufficient. The black chakra burned like flames, a majestic armor, ancient yet powerful, with eyes gleaming in a bizarre crimson and intricate patterns. Complete Susanoo. Annihilate. With Ling's form, the eyes of Susanoo also transformed in an instant. The once grand meteor-like sphere began to tremble and falter, as from its base. Countless rocks and soil emitted black dust, gradually vanishing. You have indeed disrupted the planetary devastation. The Deva path whispered, its tone calm, yet filled with astonishment. Next, it shall be you. Ling descended from the sky, his figure shimmering against the darkened horizon. Yahiko, Pain, or Nagato. The next shall be you, Yahiko, Pain, or Nagato. The gloom surged across the sky, ebbing and flowing, morphing into bizarre and intriguing shapes as Ling observed the Deva path Pain before him. His gaze indifferent and serene, occasionally revealing the fervent glimmer of his crimson eyes. Uchiha Ling. The Deva path solemnly called his name. A black metal rod emerging from its sleeve, gripped firmly in hand, the arm outstretched, blood-red nails glimmering with an eerie light. How did you come to know of this? With a pointed gesture, the black metallic rod ominously directed towards Ling's heart. Who could have known? Ling brushed away the strands of hair obscuring his vision and fixed his gaze upon Pain. You may perceive the knowledge of my existence as a matter of this life or a distant reality. It is entirely dependent upon your imagination. What I seek is solely the Rinnegan, and there is no need for further discourse. Heed your words. Pain's tone grew more rigid, his dissatisfaction palpable at Ling's vague descriptions and demeanor. What you face is a deity. Ling remained silent, gently shaking his head. Do you still cling to this feudal title? My patience has worn thin, and now, lowering his stance, Ling prepared to strike, yet Pain anticipated his move, swinging the metallic rod to pierce Ling's heart. In an instant, faster than the eye could discern, Ling surged forward, supporting himself with one hand while delivering a powerful kick to Pain's jaw, propelling him into the air. Shadow Dance Leaf. What follows shall be. Almighty Push. Upon witnessing Ling's strike, Pain quickly countered with Almighty Push. A tremendous force erupted from the heavens, scattering clouds and debris in its wake. Did the attack succeed? Pain surveyed his surroundings mid-air, with only one of the 6 remaining, while the Deva Path could only observe alone. At this moment, thud! The dull sound of flesh meeting force echoed as the Deva Path plummeted, crashing to the ground with such impact that he careened against the wall before finally coming to a halt. Behind me, the Deva Path contemplated. But the sound of piercing flesh interrupted his thoughts as Ling thrust the Kusanagi sword deep into his chest. Truly, it was all too swift. Not merely the speed of action, but even the intent and assault had been laid bare. Could he truly see into the human heart? Almighty! The Deva Path was pinned to the wall, laboriously raising his arm to point at Ling in a final attempt. Ling's gaze shifted, and the Kusanagi sword suddenly plunged deeper by several inches. Blood gushed forth, trickling down the blade and pooling at Pain's feet as the Rinnegan's light began to fade. This fate is sealed. With a swift withdrawal of the blade, blood mist erupted, and Ling stood firm, gazing at the Deva Path, his expression one of profound contemplation. Cough, cough. In a secret chamber of Amigate-Cure, Nagato, with his back riddled with dark metallic rods, suddenly coughed violently, his chest heaving alarmingly, his condition dire. Nagato. Conan supported his arm, her face etched with concern. Nagato gasped deeply, struggling to control his rapid breaths. It is over. The final pain. Yahiko has also fallen. Defeated? Nagato uttered the word defeated. Conan's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across her features. The leader of Akatsuki, who had slain the legendary Sannin Hanzo, renowned as the invincible ninja and wielder of the fabled Rinnegan, had engaged in but a brief battle with Uchiha Ling and met his end. What kind of formidable foe stands before us? Every thought is perceived, every strike anticipated. As if one could gaze into the depths of the heart, it resembles divine power. It is beyond imagination that he, who embodies the ideals of Mihiro, refers to himself as a deity while designating his adversary as a god. Such strength is astonishing, Sharingan murmured, her amber eyes betraying both alarm and confusion. Is it concealed here? A clear voice suddenly emerged as a hole appeared in the roof, and a shadow leapt down. Paper escape. With a sudden appearance, Ling emerged, and the paper fragments swirled around Conan, who was poised to strike but was abruptly lifted into the air by a dark hand formed of chakra. Conan, Nagato roared, his breaths interspersed with coughs. Do not move or face dire consequences. Ling manipulated the arm extending behind him, directing it forward, his blood-red eyes fixated on Nagato. The frail figure before him, with a haggard visage, struggled to breathe. Even though Ling was aware of his condition, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. How pitiable. Ling gazed at Nagato, exhaling a soft sigh, having endured endless suffering and sacrificed countless lives, only to become a vessel for another's resurrection. What does it mean? Nagato exclaimed, his heart stirring with caution. It has been made clear that those eyes are not yours. They belong to Uchiha Obito. Listen closely. I speak of Uchiha Obito, not Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito. Nagato's voice was laden with complexity as he whispered the unfamiliar name. Do you truly believe that the masked fool, dull as he may seem, is Uchiha Madara? Ling shrugged, a blend of mockery and derision evident in his demeanor. Your words. Conan, captured by Susanoo, struggled in vain, her gaze fixed on Ling. He is not Uchiha Madara. He is Uchiha Obito? Who knows? Ling shook his head, his tone ambiguous, denying his previous statement. I have come here. It is of no concern to him. My purpose. Before he could finish, another colossal arm emerged from behind, grasping a massive sword that suddenly swung towards the defenseless Nagato. Nagato! Conan's shattered voice cried out. Clatter. Metal rods fell to the ground as Nagato collapsed, his Rinnegan fixed intently on Ling. The Rinnegan. I shall possess it in due time. Ling stepped closer, his fingers lightly tracing the contours of Nagato's eye sockets. Noting the despair and dimness within, then withdrew his hand, remarking, what a remarkable gaze. Ling gazed at Nagato, fragments of memory resurfacing. We share a similar gaze. As do you. We are both acutely aware of the profound significance of loss. You have lost Yahiko, and I have lost my brother. You. Nagato's brow furrowed slightly, a blend of confusion and wariness, as he looked back at Ling with a complex expression. What purpose does this serve? Ling rose, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Nagato and proposed, how about a trade? Hand over those eyes, and I shall grant you a path to survival, along with compensation. Do not heed his words, Nagato. His speech is false. Conan attempted to interject, but a sudden grip on her wrist sent a jolt of pain that silenced her. Cease your clamor, Ling admonished coolly, shifting his gaze from Conan to Nagato, stating, do not squander the goodwill of others. You possess no means to resist me at this moment. I act thusly because our gazes are alike, as I have made clear. With that, Ling dispelled his Susanoo, released Conan, and bent down to assist Nagato to his feet, saying, in exchange for your Rinnegan, I offer my Sharingan. What say you? Nagato stared into Ling's eyes, filled with curiosity. Not my eyes. Ling dismissed Nagato's conjecture without elaborating, turning instead to Conan and addressing her directly. You must understand, if Nagato continues in this manner, he will inevitably perish beneath those very eyes. We are bound to face life and death together. Surely, you do not wish for such a fate? Conan hesitated, Ling's words piercing through her heart's worries and pain. I shall inherit your ideals, including the Rinnegan. Ling's gaze, fierce as blood, locked onto Nagato's wavering Rinnegan, proclaiming, our ideals are akin. You seek peace through suffering, while I forge peace through fear. Ultimately, our objectives converge. Forge peace through fear. Conan and Nagato exchanged glances, both perceiving the doubts and confusions reflected in one another's eyes. By harnessing the Nine Tails, I shall create an unparalleled weapon of forbidden techniques to intimidate the world. Any who dare to wage war shall face utter annihilation, and all disputes shall be resolved upon the negotiation table. Conan stared at Ling in astonishment, rendered speechless. Ling's thoughts were unprecedented to Conan, and his intentions eluded her comprehension. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that with his formidable power, Ling possessed the potential to realize his aspirations. He candidly expressed his weariness with the world, finding both peace and war equally uninteresting. Yet, as Ling spoke, he suddenly paused, an undercurrent of repression and anticipation in his tone. He yearned for peace, and thus he resolved to create it, eagerly awaiting the return of his beloved once he acquired the Rinnegan. However, the moment for his return was not yet at hand. He vowed to eliminate all threats to her existence and forge the peace she longed for, after which he would welcome her back. There was one more thing to convey. Ling, with a composed demeanor, raised his right hand, revealing a ring emblazoned with the numeral 0 upon his thumb. From this day forth, I am the leader of Akatsuki, he proclaimed, leaving no opportunity for Nagato and Conan to respond. After all, in terms of ideals and capabilities, neither Conan nor Nagato could refute or resist Ling. Thus, Uchiha Ling ascended as the new leader of Akatsuki, and a long-conceived plan was poised to commence. Chapter 15. Only concerned with Amigakure ultimately, Conan and Nagato acquiesced to Ling's proposal, having no alternative. Ling could effortlessly seize Nagato's Rinnegan without consequence. Thus, it was a rare fortune that he could refrain from inflicting harm upon them. For Conan, this outcome was not without merit. Over the years, she had witnessed Nagato's gradual descent into darkness following Yahiko's demise. Regardless of whether Ling's intentions were genuinely aimed at creating peace or fueled by ulterior ambitions, Conan no longer cared. Her sole concern was Nagato, and her primary focus remained on Amigakure. Ling's medical skills are rather rudimentary, remaining confined to the realm of theory. However, under Orochimaru's tutelage, he frequently conducted human experiments, and ocular transplantation was a trivial endeavor for him, particularly as he harbored his own ulterior motives. Thus, it was Ling himself who performed the ocular surgery on Nagato. A week later, in the depths of Amigakure, within a clandestine chamber, Ling gently unwrapped the bandages that enveloped Nagato's eyes. As he gradually opened them, the initial encounter with light and air brought discomfort. Ling calmly reminded Nagato, who was resting with closed eyes, while Conan looked on with evident concern. With a slight quiver of his lashes, Nagato cautiously opened his eyes, only to shut them again, repeating this several times until his eyes adjusted to the brightness and atmosphere, finally opening fully. This was the sensation of the Sharingan. Raising his hand to caress the eye socket, Nagato turned his gaze around, the deep crimson of his pupils reflecting 3 black tomo, vividly discernible. Although distinct from the Rinnegan, his vision was remarkably clear. This is the Sharingan I have gathered. While not of the kaleidoscopic variety, it suffices for you, Ling elucidated, observing Nagato with a calm demeanor. Uchiha Ling, you have obtained what you sought, Conan remarked with relief, stepping closer to Nagato, her eyes vigilantly fixed on Ling departing. Ling slightly inclined his head, his own three tomos swirling intricately, an unusual pattern manifesting in an instant. I have no intention of leaving, Miss Conan. Ling chuckled softly, abruptly shoving Conan aside and grasping Nagato's hair, forcing their gazes to meet. What do you intend to do? Conan inquired, alarmed, her voice raised. Do not fret, otherwise. His life hangs by a thread. Ling coldly mocked Nagato, disregarding Conan's trepidation. Do you truly believe this ends here? I require the Rinnegan. Yet I have no desire to transplant it. Do you understand why I bestowed the Sharingan upon Nagato? In doing so, I can manipulate him, and subsequently control you all. Manipulate Nagato? Control us? Deceived by him? Uchiha Ling has never intended to spare us. Everything has been a trap. Indeed, at this juncture, Ling still needed their allegiance. Hence he had not directly observed Conan's expression, but he could surmise her thoughts, a sinister smile briefly flickering across his lips as he gazed into Nagato's eyes. His tone laced with temptation. Inform me of the incantations for the Rinnegan's innate techniques. This forbidden art entails 2 seals, along with everything you know regarding the Rinnegan. Nagato appeared dazed, only Ling's pupils reflected in his eyes. After a brief silence, very well, I comprehend. Ling relinquished his grip on Nagato's hair. Uchiha Ling, you cunning fiend. Conan shouted in fury, lunging towards him. However, with a mere flash, Ling had her pinned against the wall, his hand gripping her throat. Behave yourself, woman. Ling's gaze was cold and ominous. You are to blame for your naivety. I have placed a seal under Nagato's Sharingan. With a mere thought, he shall suffer. If you wish to keep him alive, you would do well to obey. You. Conan struggled against Ling's grasp, her eyes ablaze with the fury of impending collapse. It seems you are unwilling to comply. As Ling's gaze darkened, he grasped Xiaonan's chin with one hand, applying just enough pressure to compel them to meet each other's eyes. You require a lesson, Xiaonan, he declared. A brief moment of dazed silence was shattered as Xiaonan clutched her head and screamed, her piercing voice echoing throughout the empty chamber. Ling smirked coldly, releasing her as she fell to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Why have you not spared Nagato now that you have what you sought? Xiaonan gasped, struggling to regain her composure. What I have acquired. Indeed, I possess the object of my desire. Ling's lips parted slightly as he raised his arm, revealing 2 peculiar eyes resting quietly in his palm. Indeed, with the power of the Rinnegan, a single eye suffices. With that, Ling casually flipped his hand, allowing one eye to roll onto the ground, where he then crushed it beneath his foot. What are you doing? You have obtained a Rinnegan, yet you so recklessly destroy one of them. This is the Rinnegan, the pinnacle of the 3 great dojutsu. How could you destroy one so easily? Are you astonished? Ling inquired, lifting his foot to reveal the ground smeared with blood and flesh, a self-satisfied smirk gracing his lips. To obliterate one Rinnegan means that even if Madara were to be revived, he would never possess a pair, given the circumstances. I believe it is time to unveil my true intentions, Ling continued, tossing the remaining Rinnegan into the air while locking eyes with Xiaonan. I do indeed require the Rinnegan, yet I have no desire to implant it within myself. My ultimate truth lies in controlling Nagato, solely to summon the Outer Path deity. The Outer Path deity? Xiaonan echoed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Precisely, Ling affirmed, elaborating, there are 2 methods to summon the Outer Path deity. One is to possess the Rinnegan, but as I have mentioned, transplanting it is not my wish. The second method requires the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. Thus, I need Nagato's assistance to connect with the Outer Path deity. You never intended to spare us, did you? Xiaonan murmured, her gaze filled with the weight of shattered hope. Not at all. I no longer require your involvement. I merely seek to establish a connection with the Outer Path deity, rather than allowing Nagato to wield it. As Ling articulated, he indeed needed a medium that could synchronize with the Outer Path deity to establish contact. Unable to merge with the first Hokage's cells, Ling could not summon the Outer Path deity, which is why he bestowed the Sharingan upon Nagato, as he viewed him as the key to connecting with the Outer Path deity. What is it that you truly desire? Xiaonan protested, rising unsteadily against the wall. Nothing more than to ensure you all enjoy greater prosperity, Ling replied with a light laugh, his enchanting visage tinged with a hint of malevolence. As he stepped closer, Ling placed his hand on Nagato's shoulder, his eyes shifting with swirling patterns and markings. Subsequently, 2 white figures began to emerge slowly from Nagato's body. Zetsu, Xiaonan gasped, her realization dawning. Indeed, that man has never trusted you, Ling proclaimed, seizing the heads of the 2 Zetsu and yanking them forcefully, tossing them to the ground. You. How could you know? The words of White Zetsu were cut short as one transformed into black dust, while the other was swiftly severed at the feet by Ling's blade, collapsing to the ground. Merely insignificant insects, he remarked disdainfully. Ling let out a cold laugh, casually wielding the art of fire release. As the scorching flames licked the remnants of the half-destroyed White Zetsu, reducing it to ashes and charred bones. These beings were creations of the first Hokage's cells. And now Nagato had acquired the Sharingan. The next step would be to harness the power of the Senju. Ling picked up the remnants of White Zetsu and walked to Nagato's side. In the past, Nagato had suffered a leg injury due to Hanzo's trap while trying to save him. Was this not a perfect opportunity to help him rise again? To assist him in standing, Conan whispered softly, her gaze shimmering with a glimmer of incredulous hope. Indeed, it was so. Ling clenched his fist, turning his body as the bones emitted a crisp sound, transplanting the leg of White Zetsu onto Nagato. Everything could be resolved. Transplanting the limbs of White Zetsu was not exclusive to Nagato. Ling had also contemplated using this method to acquire the first Hokage's power. Yet, he felt a profound aversion to such repugnant actions, compounded by the examples of Danzo and Obito, leading Ling to worry whether he would also bear the visage of the first Hokage. Although he had not merged with the first Hokage's cells, he felt a mix of regret and concealed relief. Moreover, even if he were to merge with the first Hokage's cells, Ling would only attain the ability of wood release. The Rinnegan could only awaken through the powers of the Sage of Six Paths sons, Indra and Azura. Ling was neither Indra nor Azura. Thus the treasures acquired from Orochimaru seemed to lose their significance. What fear could the Rinnegan invoke? What worth did Uchiha Obito hold? They were merely vessels of power, not gods. Once I surpass them, I shall become a deity. Reflecting on this, a slight smile crept upon Ling's lips as he slowly approached the dazed Nagato. Holding the remnants of White Zetsu, the sky was shrouded in gloom, the horizon gray, and a cool breeze carried the pattering raindrops, reminiscent of the perpetual weeping skies of the rain village. Ling had become the leader of Akatsuki, yet he remained unhurried in his actions. After transplanting the legs of White Zetsu to Nagato, he could manipulate the outer path golem through the Sharingan, but this was limited to summoning, without the Rinnegan. The golem was merely an inanimate object, incapable of awakening. Ling sought to connect with the outer path golem solely to prepare for sealing the tailed beasts. Collecting the tailed beasts, he aimed to wield a forbidden technique that could take countless lives in an instant, instilling fear across the world. Ling was uncertain whether this course of action was just, or if it would bring about peace. His motive was solely to allow the fiery to live in tranquility, regardless of whether that peace was genuine or born of fear. Ling harbored an intrinsic discord with the ninja philosophies upheld by the Six Paths Sage and Naruto. What does understanding matter? As entangled interests resurface, disputes are destined to re-emerge. Ling recalled an incident from the mundane world. A taxi driver, whose vehicle was seized by the police, pleaded in vain for leniency and, in a fit of rage, fatally assaulted an officer with a screwdriver. After his arrest, the driver acknowledged the police's duties, yet expressed that the vehicle was the lifeblood of his family. He understood, but could not quell his resentment. This exemplifies humanity. Comprehension does not alter the conflicting stances of self-interest, whether in the ninja realm or reality. Therefore, Ling never sought to understand or forgive. He only yearned for the return of the fierce, to relish the peace, wealth, and status he had crafted, the ideals of an ordinary citizen. In a dimly lit cavern, sharp stone pillars jutted from the ceiling, illuminated faintly by an ancient stone lantern. Surrounding it, several figures adorned in hues of dawn gathered near the lantern. What is the matter? The raspy voice of Scorpion, encased within his puppet, surveyed the room with a hint of confusion. Zetsu summoned us, yet he is absent. Who knows what keeps him preoccupied? Scorpion noted the discontent of Deidara, whose ponytail swayed as he mused on testing his art against their leader. Conan and Pain were both missing. Kisame smirked with an undertone of mockery, revealing his shark-like teeth. Are they perhaps engaged in romantic entanglements? Fool. Haiden, upon hearing this, cast a cold glance at Kisame, his gaze unmistakable. Is that even conceivable? All had gathered. Amidst their conversation, an unfamiliar voice emerged, clear, ethereal, and resonant, unlike any Akatsuki member. As dawn broke, a slender figure materialized amid a spectrum of colors, the blood-red eyes and crimson cloud-patterned attire captivating all attention. Who was this divine being? Surely, it is not Pain. Doubt flickered among the Akatsuki members, while the ever-stoic Zetsu widened his eyes in surprise, sealing his lips tightly. It seems you are not well acquainted with me. The blood-eyed figure surveyed the assembly, three tomos swirling within his gaze. I am Uchiha, your new leader. Uchiha. The members exchanged glances, some astonished, others skeptical, or deep in contemplation. You are the leader? A hoarse voice questioned. What of Pain? He is no more. Ling spoke with indifference, his tone devoid of emotion, slain by my hand. A profound silence ensued as the members grappled with this astonishing revelation, their minds questioning its authenticity. Itachi's voice emerged, tinged with uncertainty, his crimson eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the phantasmal hues before him. What is your intention? Regarding the veracity of Ling's words and his reasons for joining the Akatsuki, Itachi was unconcerned. His true focus lay on the motivations underpinning Ling's every action. Intentions. Ling murmured softly, his gaze sweeping over the members of Akatsuki. The organization's mission remains unchanged. Capturing tailed beasts is still paramount. Should there be dissent, feel free to depart from the organization. Despite Ling's earnest words, the others could perceive a resolute emotion within his eyes. Fear not death. You may certainly attempt to leave. Kisame, is this the Uchiha Ling you spoke of, the one you wish to toss into the bounty? Haiden inquired of Kakuzu, then turned to Ling, questioning his capability to lead the Akatsuki with such a demeanor. Ling Moran scrutinized Fade One closely and remarked, should there be any dissent, feel free to come to Yuin Village for a trial. Yuin Village, could it be? A tremor of realization coursed through Jueshin as a certain possibility dawned upon him. If anyone harbored discontent, they could seek me out. Ling shrugged slightly, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, and continued, the mission for Shao remains unchanged. Moreover, I have a new order to convey. Ling's blood-red eyes fixed upon Ju, his tone ominous. From this day forth, Ju and Afei have defected from the Akatsuki. Your primary mission is to eliminate the two, a task of greater urgency than capturing the tailed beasts. The crowd gasped, instinctively glancing towards Ju. Uchiha Ling you. Ju's expression darkened as he turned his gaze to Ling, his voice brimming with gloom and fury. Tell that person, his eyes are in my possession. If he wishes to reclaim them, he must come to the rain-hidden village to find me. Ling interrupted Ju, his gaze shifting as he dispelled the genjutsu on him. Are there any doubts remaining? Esteemed members? A profound silence enveloped the room as each individual fell into contemplation. Is there any dissent? Ling inquired. Very well. He nodded and turned to Kakuzu. The next objective is to seal the two tails, and we must act swiftly. Haiden paused, casting a provocative glance at Ling, hesitating to speak. Yet Kakuzu lightly patted his shoulder, signaling understanding. Unlike the others in the Akatsuki, Kakuzu had personally experienced Ling's formidable prowess. Even as time passed, he could not conceive a strategy to overcome Ling's nearly prophetic abilities, thus he could accept Ling's ascendancy to leadership. Kakuzu? Haiden exclaimed in astonishment, perplexed by his ease in accepting Ling's status. Let us cease idle chatter, Ling interjected, surveying the assembly. You are all S-rank rogue ninjas wanted by various nations. The Akatsuki offers you refuge. As for our ideology, there is no need for elaboration, but your contributions will not be without recompense. Those who disagree may seek me out. Those who have no objections, attend to your duties. Remember, the primary mission is to deal with Ju and Afei. The tailed beasts come second. Ling concluded, subsequently dispelling his ninjutsu, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a cadre of contemplative Akatsuki members. Ah, this is indeed intriguing, Kisame grinned, glancing at Itachi beside him. What shall we do next? Indeed, what course of action should we take? Itachi murmured, silently grappling with his thoughts. What are Ling's true intentions? Is it the tailed beast? Why did he not seize the opportunity to capture the Nine Tails during Orochimaru's attack on Konoha 3 years ago? If not for the tailed beast, could it be revenge against Konoha? Yet, this does not necessarily correlate with his affiliation with Akatsuki. If Ling truly intended to eliminate Pain, he could have directly confronted Konoha without relying on Akatsuki. More intriguingly, he chose to mentor Sasuke while concealing the truth. What is his ultimate objective? Chapter 16 Through Gritted Teeth, I spoke of war, a term that has lain dormant for nearly 2 decades. Over the years, while various ninja villages and nations have experienced occasional skirmishes, they were mere trifles. The most severe incident occurred when Sunagakure allied with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to assault Konoha. Nevertheless, the victorious Konoha remained faithful, choosing not to exploit the vulnerability of Sunagakure following the loss of their Kazekage, thus allowing peace to endure. In this era of tranquility, The distant memories of mountains of corpses and seas of blood seemed to fade from the hearts of the people. Yet now, in the village of engage.Such, a battle reminiscent of war rages fiercely. Blood and flesh splatter, limbs lie scattered, and shattered bodies abound. This is no longer mere combat, but rather a one-sided massacre. Through the lens of the Mangeki Sharingan, every movement of the attacking ninja unfolds like a meticulously crafted scroll, allowing Ling to effortlessly identify weaknesses and retaliate. Were it not for the concern that Obito might employ Kamui to shift his Susanoo into another dimension, Ling would have long since suppressed these root ninjas with his Susanoo. However, even against Obito, he hesitates to unleash a Kamui attack on Ling. During the process of material manipulation, one cannot escape into the other dimension, and Ling's eyes can foresee the next 3 heartbeats. Coupled with his annihilation technique, should Ling seize upon a moment of vulnerability, the only fate awaiting Obito would be death. Is this hell? The scene before me feels hauntingly familiar. It echoes the moment of Rin's demise, when I too seem to stand in such a way. No, the reality is hell itself. After Rin's fall, this sentiment remains unchanged. Ling's ruthless prowess sent a shiver through Obito's heart. A fleeting moment of doubt and struggle dissipating in an instant. Truly, the Tenkwai-kin, renowned alongside the Shichiken, lives up to its name. Beside Obito, Koretsu marveled. The Shichiken seals all, while the Tenkwai-kin severs all. It is indeed aptly named. This sword, long held by Orochimaru, now belongs to Uchiha Ling. Obito furrowed his brow, pondering in silence. Setting aside the sword, Ling's own strength was already astonishing. The voice of Jay-Bai grew increasingly hoarse. Despite the ceaseless turmoil of the present age, it remained manageable, for the power of shinobi could not be compared to that of warriors trained since childhood. Yet Ling's display seemed to transport me back to an ancient era. What would you speak of? Obito raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Nay, nothing of great significance. I am but a fragment of consciousness, merely reflecting upon the events unfolding before me. The relentless ninja charged forward, trampling over the mangled corpses of their comrades. While Ling reaped lives like a harbinger of death. Fire release, wind release, Sharingan techniques, Genjutsu, the art of shadowy movement, the realm of spiritual confinement, and Shadow Shuriken. All manner of jutsu flowed continuously from Ling's hands, leaving nothing but bodies in his wake. Clad in blood-stained garments, though his dark robe obscured its hue, droplets of blood persistently slid down the edges of his attire. Remarkably formidable. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, all reaching the pinnacle of excellence. The adage that omnipotence is mediocrity crumbles effortlessly in his presence. Danzo, standing nearby, was awestruck, his voice trembling, his face beneath the mask twitching with a blend of sorrow and joy. Indeed, so it is. Grasping a long blade, Danzo made no effort to conceal his admiration. His prior weakness in taijutsu was a notable flaw, yet he had now reached such heights. Coupled with the omniscient Sharingan, Danzo understood well that Ling had yet to reveal his full potential, but he must persevere, disregarding all consequences, solely to achieve the goal in his heart. Lord Danzo, allow us to join the fray. The Wind of the Mountain and Oil Woman Toki exchanged glances, promptly requesting to enter the battle. The forces of Root numbered over 200. Nearly a full-scale sortie, yet a rough tally indicated that 50 to 60 had already fallen to Uchiha Ling's hand, for the sake of subsequent plans. Upon hearing this, Danzo fell silent, softly murmuring as he gently caressed the bandaged right eye, pondering deeply. A brief wait is necessary. Now is not the optimal moment. After a moment's contemplation, Danzo spoke. It is imperative that we capture Uchiha Ling without any oversight. As you command. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ling continued his relentless slaughter of ninjas. In a flash of sword light, a ninja's neck was severed, blood gushing forth as the head soared into the air. Dizzying. If this continues. With the ability to advance or retreat, Ling's keen gaze swiftly scanned his surroundings, his eyes moving with mechanical precision, striving to capture every concealed angle. Unlike the chaotic confrontation with the Ninja Alliance led by Obito, where the numerous ninjas failed to coordinate effectively, Ling now faced a different scenario. In the distance, ninjas incessantly unleashed their tools and secret techniques, while those at mid-range set traps with small ninjutsu. And the close-range fighters were evidently masters of taijutsu. In the midst of the skirmish, Ling distinctly sensed the probing gaze akin to the Byakugan, indicating the presence of Hyuga clan ninjas among the ranks. Confronted by this well-coordinated battalion of 100 ninjas, Ling's ability to remain unscathed was already a monumental achievement. The depletion of his stamina and chakra was secondary. However, the relentless blinking due to the strain on his eyes was becoming unbearable. What should he do? Should he resort to that technique? Turning to dispatch a sneaky attacker from behind, Ling quickly weighed his options. No, that technique was devised to confront Obito, who could effortlessly decimate the alliance. If I consider myself trapped in a dire predicament now, how could I face Obito? Fire style. Great fire destruction. With a sharp focus, Ling exhaled a torrent of blazing flames, charging towards several approaching ninjas. With his right hand gripping his sword in defense, he hurled a shuriken with his left, which instantaneously multiplied in the air, cascading towards a small squad of ninjas. Boom! The flames engulfed the ninja tools, interweaving with illusions. Despite the root ninja's efforts to avoid making eye contact with Ling, an inadvertent glance rendered them rigid, unable to bring down their elevated katana. Die! Behind him, two ninjas roared, their long blades aimed at Ling's heart, yet the anticipated scene of bloodshed failed to materialize. Humph! Ling chuckled coldly, turning back with a faint smile, his body suddenly erupting, transforming the once vibrant ninjas into mere remnants of flesh. Shadow clone explosion. His speed in casting the technique was astonishing. One ninja, struggling against the blast shockwave and smoke, gritted his teeth and uttered, "We were aware of this before departing." Behind him, two comrades readied themselves, solemnly declaring, "All for Konoha. We must secure the opportunity for Lord Danzo to unleash that technique." For Konoha? Ling's figure abruptly appeared behind them. Reflecting on the battlefield where he had never slaughtered so many enemy ninjas, yet now he had taken the lives of so many who called themselves compatriots for Konoha. How ironic the world is. One wonders whether this irony is aimed at you or at me. The Kusanagi sword sliced through the air. Accompanied by three bisected corpses, the gushing blood mist causing Ling to frown momentarily as he blinked lightly. How refreshing, my eyes. Wind style. Danzo's aged and somber voice resonated from behind, prompting Ling to open his eyes and turn around, only to find not the wind technique, but a long blade thrusting towards his chest. For the second time, he had not employed ninjutsu, merely seeking an opportunity for close combat. What was his true intention? Sacrificing so many subordinates? With his eyes squinting from strain, Ling's pupils shifted strangely as Danzo, now in close proximity, once again dissipated into black particles. Fire style. Raging wind dance. Flames entwine within a swirling expanse, as everything around appears to be engulfed by the vortex. Uchiha Obito. Ling gritted his teeth as a trickle of blood slid down from the corner of his eye. A colossal black flame giant erupted from the earth, wielding four long swords that swept through everything with the force of thunder. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, fissures opening up, revealing gaping chasms of unfathomable depth. That was close. Obito wiped away non-existent cold sweat, casting a teasing glance at Ling. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his divine might, retreating into another dimension. "Lord Danzo, how fares the situation?" In the distance, atop a massive boulder, a subordinate inquired with concern, his gaze fixed upon the re-emerging Danzo. It was the second time this had occurred. Danzo rubbed his eye patch, his gaze piercing and locked onto Ling, who was voraciously consuming the lives of his subordinates. At this moment, he might be able to employ that technique, yet the risk remained. It would be prudent to attempt once more. Then, let us create this final opportunity for Lord Danzo. The wind in the mountains surged as Kurenai and Yamanaka Ino stepped forth, resolute in their determination to no longer stand idly by while their comrade was harmed. Lord Danzo still required the power of the root to safeguard Konoha. How could he allow Uchiha Ling to bury the root here? Danzo remained silent, slowly unveiling his mask. "I shall rely on you." "Understood." The two nodded in affirmation. With the cover of the frontline ninja, Kurenai gradually approached Ling, fragments of severed limbs and flesh occasionally splattering upon him. Now is the moment. With both palms directed at Ling's body, a sudden stupor overtook him. Ling's bloodthirsty gaze flickered, recalling an alarming memory. Oh no, it's the heart-to-heart technique. Ling's eyes widened as an unfamiliar aura surged within him, causing his sword-wielding arm to tremble uncontrollably. In the midst of his astonishment, he noticed the aura dissipate, while the one who had unleashed the secret technique, Yamashita Kaze, spat blood and collapsed. His face etched with disbelief. Blood trickled from the corner of his Sharingan, contorting Yamashita's features into a grotesque mask. What could possibly be happening? Ling felt a pang of confusion. I am not a Jinchuriki, nor do I harbor any mythical beast within me. Just as I intended to employ the technique of reversal to undo this spell, the man collapsed on his own. The earlier mention of the Sharingan, could it be that the Sharingan possesses the ability to counteract secret techniques? It stands to reason. Orochimaru's rebirth technique was once perceived by Sasuke's Sharingan, which could surely contend against the Yamashita clan's secret arts. The battlefield was a realm of rapid change. Despite Ling's ability to see through Yamashita's attack, his fleeting thoughts allowed another to draw near unnoticed. A path to self-destruction. Ling, his vision blurred, could not discern the approaching figure, but that was enough. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The inferno engulfed the assailant, transforming him into a being of flames. Yet he disregarded the blaze and charged straight at Ling. Ignoring the searing heat, he advanced resolutely. What could his intentions be? Ling was taken aback, yet remained composed. The existence of Susanoo could dispel any threat. Is it him? The moment has arrived. Obito nodded enigmatically, a gesture that seemed to convey both admiration and reflection. To endure the searing flames for a single strike is a feat not every ninja can achieve. Kamui. The strange vortex reappeared, drawing Ling's Susanoo into another dimension. Just as the fiery figure charged toward him. Die! The fireman roared, but before he could finish, Ling cleaved him in two, blood and charred flesh spraying forth, staining the palm of Ling's sword-wielding hand. Success. Danzo caught sight of this scene and abruptly tore off his eye patch, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning ominously. A purple hue gradually spread over Ling's entire right arm, the searing pain causing him to furrow his brow. How careless of me. A fierce intensity flickered in Lin's eyes as he gazed upon the ashes of the once mighty ninja, oil woman, and then glanced at his own right arm. Despite the agonizing pain, he gritted his teeth, transferring his sword to his left hand, and struck with a sudden, fierce swing. Although accustomed to the trials of pain as a ninja, the severing of his arm at the elbow sent cold sweat cascading down Lin's brow. His willpower assaulted by the excruciating torment. Uchiha Lin. At this moment, Danzo moved with the swiftness of lightning, his long sword aimed directly at Lin's chest. An overwhelming force piercing the air. The illustrious Uchiha clan. You are a disgrace that should not exist. A peculiar glimmer danced in Danzo's eyes. A blend of mockery and admiration. Humph. Your tone suggests you are a member of the Uchiha clan. Lin, though calm in the face of pain, felt beads of sweat rolling down his face. With the ability to revert time at his fingertips, his arm could be restored at any moment. Do you truly believe that I am easily vanquished simply because I have lost an arm? A hint of derision flickered in Ling's eyes as he suddenly struck at Danzo with his longsword. The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply as Danzo's blade was effortlessly severed, and Ling seized the opportunity to thrust his sword deep into Danzo's abdomen. Another instance of Izanagi, perhaps? Ling chuckled lightly, his breath quickening. I wonder how many times you can die. No, Danzo replied, raising an eyebrow, his Sharingan swirling ominously in his right eye. I am aware that Izanagi holds no power over you, and I have no intention of employing that technique against you. Uchiha Ling embraced the death and sorrow, and succumbed to the endless cycle of reincarnation. Endless reincarnation. Ling was taken aback. As the figure of Danzo before him began to appear ethereal, insubstantial, much like moments prior, when the sword's momentum surged like a rainbow. Chapter 92. The Killing Move. Could it be? Ling's gaze was filled with astonishment, his expression slightly dazed, the usual composure all but vanished. Indeed, Danzo's voice resonated like a celestial melody, echoing across the wilderness. That is, Izanami. It seems the outcome has been sealed. Dense smoke enveloped the area, revealing a scene of devastation. Ling's right arm was maimed, grasping the Kusanagi sword, his eyes hollow. Witnessing this, Obito felt a complex mix of emotions, tinged with relief, his words drifting lightly. Danzo, upon hearing this, fell silent, the three-tomo in his right eye gradually losing their luster. Izanami, how did you come to know of this technique? Obito directed his gaze towards Ling, yet his inquiry was aimed at Danzo. Some matters are beyond the comprehension of mere children. After a moment of silence, Danzo finally spoke. Uchiha Ling is one such case, and so are you. Humph. Arrogance is evident in your words. Obito shrugged, casting a mocking glance at Danzo. Abandoning numerous subordinates merely to forge the connection required for Izanami, it seems you had already replicated 2 points in your second confrontation with Ling. Why then? Must you seek to replicate a third? Danzo had deliberately attacked Ling thrice with his katana, all to create the opportunity needed for Izanami to activate. In every fleeting moment of action, he recorded the feelings of both parties by employing the same method to reproduce the sentiment. denoted as A, Izanami could intertwine the time between the 2 points through the overlapping ANA. Danzo had successfully recorded ANA in the first 2 attempts, leaving Obito perplexed as to why a third sacrifice of his subordinates was necessary. If one contemplates the life of a person for 8 years, even the slightest potential oversight must be meticulously examined until eradicated. Danzo raised his head, his tone ethereal. Now it becomes clear. Thus, establishing the point A was indeed prudent. However, why invoke Izanami? If Uchiha Ling possesses unwavering resolve, this technique would be rendered futile. Izanami was initially intended to save the Uchiha clan from arrogance and complacency, to prevent the misuse of Izanagi to evade rightful consequences. Accepting the predetermined outcome, no longer fleeing, would cause Izanami to dissolve on its own, equating to redemption. This technique aims to guide individuals away from dependence on Izanagi, urging them to embrace their fate. Hence, this technique is regarded as forbidden within the Uchiha clan. Only through self-awareness and the refusal to evade can one unlock it. Yet, the precondition is that Ling must possess the same mindset as those ninjas who flee from their true selves for this technique to take effect. Conversely, if Ling lacks such a mentality, the battles among ninjas resemble a game of strategy. The decision to act or not is a matter of great significance. Danzo shook his head and stepped forward, gazing intently at Ling's bleeding right arm, formulating a strategy against Uchiha Ling. I have deliberately perused his past records and discovered intriguing clues. Chapter 17. Danzo's Obsession. Intriguing? Indeed. Uchiha Ling awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 7, hence earning the title of genius. As I perused the archives, I discovered a stark contrast in the behavior of Uchiha Ling before and after awakening his eyes. Prior to this transformation, Ling exhibited timidity and a lack of presence, his academic performance unremarkable. However, post-awakening, he metamorphosed into a figure of confidence and diligence, radiating brilliance. Such a dramatic shift defies logic, prompting me to ponder. Indeed, in order to confront Ling, Danzo meticulously examined his records. How could a 7-year-old child undergo such a sudden change in character? Thus, Danzo surmised that a profound upheaval must have occurred within Ling, creating a conflict with his former self, which evolved into a struggle, thereby setting the stage for the manifestation of Izanami. A dual personality, perhaps. After hearing this, Obito nodded slightly, both surprised and contemplative. The inherent instability between the 2 personalities could indeed facilitate self-loss through Izanami, a clever stratagem. The conflicts among ninjas resemble a gamble. If Ling is not as Danzo anticipates, then Izanami would be futile. Despite this wager, Danzo had alternative plans to deal with Ling should the technique fail. A clever scheme. Danzo murmured, seemingly lost in recollection. The truly astute individual is one who imparts knowledge of Izanagi and Izanami. Uchiha Kagami. In years past, you conveyed to me that a clan may one day stray due to its immense power, and the destiny of Izanami is to rescue the Uchiha from their descent. I had not foreseen that one entrusted with my back on the battlefield, like you, would harbor such divergent intentions. Yet, I have acted contrary to my path, erasing the traces of your clan to ensure the safety of Konoha. Do you harbor resentment towards me? Alas, with this, my worries are momentarily alleviated, and the matter of distributing the fruits of our labor now arises. Danzo remained silent, while Obito felt a flicker of doubt, yet did not press further at this moment. The Rinnegan was of utmost importance. Distribution of the spoils? Danzo replied with a faint smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth barely perceptible, as dozens of root ninjas quietly encircled them. Danzo? Obito glanced around, his gaze darkening. What could this mean? Uchiha Obito, do not entertain any foolish thoughts. I have never entertained the notion of sharing with you. Danzo fixed his gaze upon Obito and continued, in my eyes, both you and Uchiha Ling represent a threat to the tranquility of Konoha. Do you recall my words from the past? Anyone posing a threat to Konoha shall be eradicated. Quite intriguing. Obito chuckled lightly, his form ethereal. I am curious to see how you will proceed. After decades of lurking in the shadows, the conspiracies and darkness I have endured are beyond your comprehension, as is Uchiha Ling. To speak plainly, my initial intention was to eliminate both of you. Do you believe that merely Uchiha Ling would suffice to satisfy my ambitions? Obito fell silent, merely observing Danzo, having long dwelled in the shadows. The deceptions and malevolence I have faced are beyond your grasp, and so it is with Uchiha Ling. To be candid, if solely focused on Uchiha Ling, I might face immediate defeat. However, strength is not wisdom. In my view, you remain inexperienced. I am well aware that you must be concealing something. Your transplanted arm may harbor secrets, yet I am unconcerned. Today marks the time for me to cleanse the Uchiha of their filth. Neither you nor Uchiha Ling possesses the right to share the Uchiha name with Kagami. At the conclusion of the discourse, the root ninjas gradually shed their armor, revealing their chests adorned with identical sigils. This revelation left Obito in a state of astonishment, his gaze flickering uncertainly. The four-symbol seal. This is the true reliance of this old man, the root. His voice resonated with a mixture of pride and restraint as Danzo spoke with unwavering conviction. Even if Izanami fails, I possess this final trump card to confront you all. You are indeed a madman. Obito's voice trembled, losing its composure. For the sake of Konoha, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Danzo's tone was somber, his resolve indisputable. Your ocular technique may appear as a spatial jutsu, yet all techniques harbor vulnerabilities. Even the formidable Uchiha Ling was defeated by my meticulously devised strategy. I am eager to discern the limits of your ocular prowess. Ah, what an utterly amusing farce this is. As Danzo stood against Obito, Ling, who had been ensnared in the cycle of Izanami, suddenly materialized in the distance. Even more astonishing was that his severed right arm had miraculously returned to its original state. How could this be possible? Obito murmured, incredulous at what lay before him. Could it be that, like me, he harbors the cells of the first Hokage within him, allowing for regeneration? No, that cannot be. The remnants of his torn garment still exist. What then can explain this? Observing his appearance, it seemed as if he had never engaged in battle. This was not a regenerated arm, but rather a reversal of time to a moment before the conflict. What does this scene signify? Danzo pressed his lips tightly together, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Could it be that I have misjudged? Is it not a case of dual personalities? Even if not, one cannot escape the arrogance and turmoil within. How could one remain untouched by Izanami's influence? You seem quite astonished. Ling shook his head, his long hair dancing in the wind. Indeed, the failure of Izanami is an unfathomable occurrence. 3 years ago, I might have wavered between conscience and ambition, yet today, I am unequivocally aware of my desires. My calm demeanor is merely to observe your next course of action. Izanami is a potent forbidden technique, a tyrannical denial of reality, leading the ninja to lose themselves. In the original text, Itachi employed this technique against Kabuto primarily to compel him to release the Edo Tensei rather than to extinguish his life. If the sole intention was to kill Kabuto, Amaterasu and the Totsuka blade would be far more lethal than Izanami. Chapter 1. Kabuto and Ling. Two divergent trajectories. Kabuto and Ling, each with their own strengths, have traversed countless espionage endeavors. Yet Kabuto has long since become lost within his own masquerade. As a spy infiltrating enemy territories, one must fully embody their role. Even a moment's negligence could lead to detection by the adversary, marking the end of a spy's journey. However, Kabuto possesses an innate talent for performance. Each disguise feels like his true self, and it is precisely this complete immersion that has led him to gradually lose his own identity. Ling raised his gaze towards the horizon, ethereal and sincere. I have long compared myself to Ban, striving to demonstrate my capability to confront him directly. Thus, I now find myself in a predicament. Indeed, Ling regards Ban as an imagined adversary, someone who can effortlessly dismantle the allied shinobi forces. Consequently, Ling hopes to validate his own strength to rival Ban through this confrontation. However, he has overlooked numerous details. Ban manifests in the form of Edo Tensei, his chakra boundless and his stamina inexhaustible, enabling him to wield Susanoo without hesitation. This audacity allows Ban to summon meteors, targeting all ninjas, including himself. Yet, Ling is not a being of Edo Tensei. He is vibrantly alive, and any injury he sustains could yield dire consequences. Moreover, Ling's fixation on competing with Ban has become somewhat myopic. He yearns to embody Ban's disregard for overwhelming foes, tactics, and traps, forgetting the pivotal role of uncertainty in battle. Like Uchiha Itachi, who could effortlessly slay Orochimaru, yet alongside Jiraiya, hoped for mutual injury with Kisame. Perhaps this reflects Itachi's humility. But it also reveals that Jiraiya is not as easily constrained by the Rinnegan as Orochimaru. Izanami, despite its power, can only ensnare those lacking profound self-awareness. At this moment, I am not arrogant, but rather resolute. Since that fateful night 8 years ago, I have never understood so clearly what I seek and why. My resolve has never wavered. Ling candidly expressed, reaching to caress his eyes, the tremors of his spirit quietly expanding, to inherit the power his brother sacrificed for him, who risked everything for him. I can only reciprocate with an equal mindset. He then bit his finger, allowing blood to flow slowly into his palm, a sinister smirk crossing his lips. Inheriting his brother's strength? Could it be that his eyes are? Indeed. Witnessing the apprehension in Obito's demeanor, Ling spread his bloodied palm, observing the crimson stains. Reminiscent of the blood once shed by the fierce flow of the past. The Uchiha clan's most formidable ocular technique, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. It seems we must temporarily set aside old grievances. Obito gritted his teeth, retreating beside Danzo to declare his stance. Who knows? Danzo's expression remained impassive, perhaps not indifferent, but rather resolute towards his objective. Before coming here, I had prepared for the worst. All root ninjas bear the Force symbol seal, and even at the cost of their lives, they are determined to keep these two Uchiha traitors here. It appears you have allied once more. Very well. This makes it all the more intriguing. Ling nodded, a pressure radiating from him causing the stones nearby to roll. Allow me to show you the gift bestowed upon me by the first and fourth Hokage. His bloodied hand suddenly struck the ground, and amidst the bizarre runes, a colossal red silhouette emerged, the swaying nine tails behind it causing the earth to tremble, with fearsome fangs and eyes filled with murderous intent. The creature bore the same crimson gaze as Ling, adorned with tomo and intricate patterns. Obito's voice shattered, instinctively taking a step back. The Nine Tails. This is impossible. The Nine Tails is sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. How could he summon it? Kneeling, Ling stood atop the fearsome head of the Nine Tails, gazing down upon Obito, Danzo, and the remaining root ninjas as if he were a deity. Let me witness your pleas for mercy. How could it be that Obito's gaze trembled, as the scene before him surpassed his wildest imagination? Why? 15 years ago, during the battle with Minato Namikaze, the Nine Tails had clearly been sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. Why? Then, was it here at this moment? Moreover, he had summoned the Nine Tails using the summoning technique. When had the Nine Tails entered into a summoning contract with him? Kneel, Hanzo Obito. Standing atop the Nine Tails, Ling's long hair and dawn-colored robe billowed in the fierce wind, resembling a celestial being poised to deliver divine judgment. Ethereal, exquisite, malevolent, yet exuding a semblance of non-existent sanctity. I beheld Ling's whispered incantation as the Nine Tails stirred beneath him, its mouth grotesquely splitting open, drool cascading down like a stream. How pitiful your pleas for mercy appear. Tailed beast bomb. With a low growl resonating within Ling, the Nine Tails unleashed a sphere of black chakra, hurtling towards Obito and Danzo below. In an instant, the surrounding world was engulfed in crimson flames, a fierce inferno ascending skyward amidst dazzling smoke and clouds, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, as the surrounding rocks trembled and the rising dust obscured half the celestial dome. Why Obito's form had become ethereal, untouched by the devastation, yet his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. The Nine Tails was undeniably the summoning beast of that adversary, with the old man gone. I alone could command this fox spirit. Why then could Uchiha Ling summon the Nine Tails? He claimed it was a gift from the first and fourth Hokage. Yet the fourth Hokage had perished, his spirit dissipated by the sealing technique. At that time, Ling was merely 8 years old. How could he have possibly intersected with the fourth? Moreover, the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. What circumstances now allowed him to summon this demon fox? What transformations had transpired in between? The power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Danzo's arm bore witness as his Sharingan slowly closed, surveying the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails. He murmured, that year, did the fourth Hokage truly face such power with bravery and fearlessness? Could you escape its wrath? How intriguing this all is. Ling wielded the Kusanagi sword, its blade radiating an ethereal blue glow, as a dark flame silently spread across its surface to envelop the Nine Tails. In an instant, a chakra-formed armor perfectly encased the beast. With sharp angles and obsidian claws, a pair of wings sprouted from its back, embodying the form of a frenzied beast. Initially intended as a gift for the reunion with Obito, it unexpectedly found its purpose here. Ling shook his head lightly, his words laced with indifference, conveying both mockery and lament, yet devoid of any sense of regret. Uchiha Ling, how did the Nine Tails come to be in your possession? Obito questioned in a low tone. Within Naruto resides the Nine Tails, and in Uchiha Ling's grasp, too. What an extraordinary phenomenon of a singular demon fox manifesting in two forms. The recent formidable tailed beast bomb could not merely be a product of illusion or trickery. Only the true Nine-Tails could wield such power. Yet the more one contemplates this, the more perplexing it becomes. Curious to know? Although the countenance behind the mask remained concealed, Ling sensed Obito's bewilderment. He tilted his head slightly, revealing a teasing expression, inviting speculation. No sooner had he uttered these words than the Nine-Tails suddenly swiped its claw, striking the ground where Obito and the others stood, while simultaneously exhaling a sphere of black flame chakra. A thunderous roar. The mountains trembled and the earth quaked as the ground sagged slightly beneath the Nine-Tails strike, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Upon witnessing this, Ling couldn't help but break into a delighted smile. This Nine-Tails was indeed the manifestation of the negative chakra from the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the year the Nine-Tails was sealed. In an effort to mitigate Naruto's exposure to its influence and thwart Obito's nefarious schemes, Minato divided the Nine-Tails chakra into two halves, the positive portion sealed within Naruto, and the negative portion sealed within himself. During their 3 years together, Minato sought to exchange this part of the Nine-Tails power for a promise from Ling to refrain from harming Naruto. Ling sought to gather all the tailed beasts, aiming to extinguish the turmoil of the world with their formidable power. The Nine-Tails fell within his aspirations. However, as a father, Minato could not forsake his child. He initially intended to seal part of the Nine-Tails within Ling, yet the Uchiha clan's physique was not suited for a Jinchuriki. Furthermore, the Nine-Tails had a pact of summoning with Madara, and Ling was unwilling to be manipulated by him. Ultimately, Minato exchanged his spatial barrier technique for a promise that Ling would not harm Naruto, and the power of the Nine-Tails was delivered to Ling in another manner. The seal was undone, allowing this Nine-Tails to re-emerge in the world. With the assistance of the fourth Hokage, Ling effortlessly captured this malevolent chakra of the Nine-Tails, establishing a summoning contract through blood and the Sharingan. Meanwhile, Madara's contract with this portion of the Nine-Tails was severed by the first Hokage through a binding seal, ensuring that this Nine-Tails would be entirely devoted to Ling. The reappearance of the Nine-Tails would undoubtedly inspire countless ninjas and villages. Hence, Ling requested the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to transport him to the moon wheel using an enhanced version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Simultaneously, the point of detonation for the spatial barrier was set amidst the Starry Sea, ensuring that Ling could rest assured, with no one detecting the existence of the Nine-Tails. With the explosion point situated in the Starry Sea, Ling could also unreservedly shift away from large-scale attacks beyond his capacity. More importantly, Madara would be unable to locate this Nine-Tails. Even if he were to achieve the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, it would remain incomplete. Ling has destroyed one of the Rinnegan, with the Nine-Tails half concealed on the moon, opposing Madara with every ounce of strength he possesses, utilizing the power to restrain him. Remarkably, he has also harnessed the might of the Nine-Tails. Danzo murmured, his brow deeply furrowed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Volume 29, with the reverse scale unbroken. How can one speak of victory or defeat? As a seasoned ninja forged in the crucible of war, Danzo was not taken aback by the resurgence of the Nine-Tails. During the bloody and tumultuous Ninja World War, the Jinchuriki of various villages had once gallantly fought on the battlefield. What left Danzo feeling utterly helpless was Ling's unparalleled strength. Having exhausted every effort to devise strategies, even investing the full might of the root organization and allying with Obito Uchiha, Ling's displayed power appeared as boundless as the ocean. The venomous insects unleashed by the Aburame clan had cost him an arm, yet they failed to diminish his vigor. This was not mere illusion, it was a stark reality. Not only did his arm regenerate, but even the tattered clothing and the stains of blood vanished as if time itself had rewound to before the battle. Now, with Ling summoning the Nine-Tails once more, even if he could withstand its power, did he still harbor undisclosed formidable abilities? Just as in the past when facing successive Hokages, Danzo felt an insurmountable chasm between himself and Ling, a gap in power that seemed impossible to bridge, leaving no prospect for triumph. Chapter 18. Annihilation of all unaware of the mysteries and might of Ling's eternal eye, Danzo, thwarted by the third Hokage Sarutobi, failed to take his life. Yet he exposed the capabilities of the Mangeki Sharingan to foresee the next 3 seconds, as well as the annihilation that could obliterate everything. After merging with the Mangeki Sharingan that Izuna left behind, Ling acquired a new ocular technique, reversal. The reversal technique allows Ling to turn back time in a specific area to a certain moment. At this juncture, Ling appears unscathed, his arm restored. for he has used reversal to revert time to before the conflict, at which point he had yet to engage in battle, bearing no scars, and with his arm intact. However, this technique is not without its flaws. It correlates with the future-seeing ability of his left eye. Once Ling activates reversal, the future-seeing ability will enter a cooldown period of at least 3 hours. Should the scope of the reversal expand, the burden on his eye and the cooldown time will increase significantly. This time, Ling would not allow Danzo to die in ignorance. Uchiha Ling, along with Uchiha Obito, are both names that Danzo recited with unwavering resolve. His original aim had been to confront the two of them, but it now seemed impossible to achieve that goal. Yet, he would no longer permit them to threaten Konoha. Today, Sarutobi, he too would embark on the same path as you, having long regarded you as an adversary while always following in your footsteps. This time, he would not waver nor show fear. Uchiha Ling and Uchiha Obito pose a lethal threat to Konoha, and Danzo vowed to stake his life to ensure they remain here. As for the position of Hokage, it seemed he would have to forego that ambition. Ling Jiqiang, beyond imagination, Obito's ocular technique, also of a bug-level caliber. Faced with this predicament, Danzo finds himself devoid of options. The root forces mobilize en masse. He has staked everything on this venture, and the only path left is to advance, leaving the outcome to fate. Summoning technique. Dream Manatee, a creature, difficult to articulate, emerges at the call, its maw opening wide as if to devour Ling with insatiable hunger. Simultaneously, Danzo commands his subordinates to charge alongside him towards Obito and Ling. Could it be that he intends to sacrifice his left eye, temporarily relinquishing his foresight to execute the time reversal technique? Ling raises an eyebrow, pondering Danzo's intentions. Each member of Root possesses the seal of the four symbols, and it is likely that Danzo bears one as well. He may intend to utilize the summoning technique to breach the Susanu's defenses, subsequently employing the seal of the four symbols to assault this territory. After all, his objective is to ensnare both of us. This strategy bears the greatest likelihood of success. If this is indeed the case, is he attempting to dismantle the Susanu with the summoning technique, followed by using the seal of the four symbols against me and the Nine Tails? Ling gestures towards Danzo and his remaining forces with the Kusanagi sword, sighing softly, a commendable concept, yet ultimately devoid of value. Fire release. Grand Fireball technique. Just as Sasuke confronted Danzo, Ling directly assails Danzo's summoned beast with the Grand Fireball technique. Before the Dream Manatee could consume the Susanu, it finds its tongue scorched by Ling's fire. Is this your final gambit? Danzo, unfazed by the initial defeat of his summoning technique, abruptly swings his arm, and the remaining Root ninjas surge towards Ling and Obito. For the sake of Konoha, you shall not survive. Uchiha Ling, Uchiha Obito, go and confess to your teachers, the third and fourth Hokage. With a thunderous roar, countless inky black water traces erupt from each ninja, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a torrent of darkness. Is this your ultimate resistance? Ling murmurs, gazing at the encroaching darkness like rain. Yet I have already stated, this action is far from sufficient. His eyes undergo a transformation, rune swirling, densely filling the space before Ling and the Nine Tails. The black water traces are ensnared by the runes, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 94. Overwhelming Power. The seal of the four symbols is an unparalleled binding technique that sacrifices the user's life to ensnare the enemy within an endless abyss. The user pays with their life to eliminate any threat to Konoha. Historical records recount that when Danzo faced defeat against Sasuke, he once sacrificed himself using this technique, seeking to ensure that neither Sasuke nor Obito would ever covet Konoha again. Now, the world has shifted due to Ling, and Danzo has laid this secret seal upon each member of Root, with the singular aim of eradicating his greatest fears, the menace to Konoha, Ling, and Obito. Even though Ling has managed to transfer part of the seal using a spatial barrier, the remaining Root members charge towards him without hesitation, disregarding the Nine Tails below them and its unusual movements beneath the Susanu. Is this what Root truly is? Ling questions himself upon witnessing this scene. He is perplexed by these ninjas. Danzo regards them as mere pawns, yet they appear devoid of thought and fear, indifferent even to life and death. Has the indoctrination of Root been this thorough? Can the organization that lurks in the shadows, committing unjust acts, truly turn a blind eye to this? Is it a mind lost in the depths of indoctrination? Or do they genuinely believe in the existence of the so-called hidden guardians of Konoha, as espoused by Danzo? The truth remains elusive. Yet to him, The psychological state of these ninjas holds little significance. Their lives and deaths are of no concern. As adversaries, regardless of kinship, those who obstruct my path shall perish. This has been the case in the past and remains so today. It appears necessary to muster the resolve to eliminate these ninjas. Otherwise, once all seals are activated, evasion shall be impossible. Ling furrowed his brow, weighing the optimal strategy. Very well, let us employ that particular technique. With determination solidified, Ling gazed at the approaching ninjas, a hint of derision glinting in his eyes. To perish by this technique would indeed be a stroke of fortune for them. The kaleidoscopic patterns of the Sharingan intertwined once more, as the Ninetales, enveloped in the armor of Susanoo, opened its mouth to unleash a colossal sphere of purple-black chakra. The fusion of annihilative power and tailed beast bomb let them experience the might of this technique. With a sudden clasp of his hands, a crisp sound echoed, and the massive sphere surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest towards the distant ninjas. The tailed beast bomb, a unique S-rank ninjutsu of the Jinchuriki, or tailed beast, ejects highly concentrated chakra from its mouth, capable of obliterating mountains. What good are powerful seals when subjected to such devastating ninjutsu? An explosion ensued, accompanied by sparks and thick smoke, interspersed with countless scattering dark particles. The amalgamation of destruction and tailed beast bomb endowed the Ninetales with dual means of devastation. In addition to the raging chakra, the infused destructive force erupted and spread with the chakra, ensuring that even if one were not obliterated in the initial blast, the ensuing devastation would deliver a second strike. This technique is insurmountable. Every jutsu requires a process for its execution, including sealing techniques. While the four symbols seal is formidable, if one is annihilated or their body is destroyed before activation, what threat remains? Such a terrifying technique. The ethereal figure of Obito gazed in awe at the soaring flames and the ninjas dissolving into particles. Ling's silhouette, at this moment, quietly manifested behind him. A shadow clone technique, perhaps. Obito murmured, turning to face Ling. My true self is engaged with Danzo, while your clone comes to confront me. I concede that your strength exceeds my expectations. The Ninetales is indeed under your control. However, no matter how powerful you may be, you cannot defeat me. Ling Moran gazed intently at Obito, lost in contemplation. Ordinary physical attacks cannot harm you, a fact I have long acknowledged. However, there exist means to counter you. Obito, taken aback, could not conceal his astonishment. Indeed, your ocular technique allows your body to slip into another dimension, rendering you immune to physical damage, yet your spirit remains exposed. Spirit? Obito pondered, realizing the implication. My eyes possess a power that surpasses yours. Do you truly believe you can withstand my illusion? Ling chuckled lightly as his gaze shifted, transforming the entire battlefield into an ancient castle, the essence of illusion enveloping them. Illusion, ethereal prison. What remarkable sorcery. Obito surveyed his surroundings, admiring the spectacle, yet unafraid. But what purpose does this serve? Indeed, it holds significance, Ling replied with a mysterious smile. Your ethereal form can sustain itself for but 5 breaths. Exceeding this limit may render you lost in the void, unable to return to reality. Thus, I need only to control your mind for 5 minutes. When you emerge from this state, I shall strike you down. Ling extended his palm, unreservedly unveiling his plan to eliminate Obito. With my web of illusions binding you for 5 minutes, as your form reaches its utmost void, your true self will manifest, and in the midst of the dust, you shall be slain. Who has divulged the secret of my ocular technique? Nagato, Konan, or perhaps Itachi? Where does this information stem from? Upon hearing Ling reveal the mysteries of the Sharingan, Obito's eyes flickered, struggling to conceal his inner turmoil. He was unaware that Ling was a traveler from another realm and could only speculate about the source of this intelligence. Zetsu is undoubtedly a creation of Hashirama's cells. Utterly loyal, not one to betray. Hence, his suspicions fell solely upon Nagato, Konan, and Itachi. Yet, Obito had never disclosed the secrets of the Sharingan to these three. Coupled with the disparity in strength between himself and Ling, he found himself in a state of unrest. Futile indeed. Sensing the counterattack within the illusion, Ling shook his head with a light chuckle. This is the mental binding illusion cast by the Sharingan. Unless your ocular technique equals or surpasses mine, it cannot be undone. However, such a possibility is non-existent. Obito glared at Uchiha Ling, his gaze reminiscent of how he regarded Kakashi in the original narrative, meticulously strategizing and calculating with precision. It was evident that this scheme had been in motion for quite some time. What is your true intention? Ling whispered, his eyes reflecting a blend of lament and mockery. This matter requires no elaborate discussion. You need only understand that I will not allow others to dictate fate. The Eye of the Moon plan. Fabricating illusions to comfort Rin's soul. Regardless of your motivations, should you attempt to drag me into this dreamscape, you shall not succeed. Obito, astonished, then perceived a glimmer of realization in his eyes. You possess such profound knowledge of the eternal kaleidoscope. It seems you have discerned the secrets of the Uchiha clan's tablet. Such thoughts are difficult to fathom, Ling replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, his demeanor calm yet intrigued. I have no desire to further discourse with you. Now, await your demise. Less than 3 moments remain until your return to the tangible world. Obito, you must exercise caution. Beyond the illusion, the Nine Tails continued its rampage. Many ninjas fell victim to the unleashed power before they could unravel the seal, and the cataclysmic force of the tailed beast's blast caused some to vanish without a trace. Tawanzo struggled valiantly, yet all his schemes and hidden cards seemed utterly insignificant in the face of Ling's power. Although the remnants of his body and the Sharingan emblazoned upon his arm spared Tawanzo from immediate death, this was but a mere postponement. A sharp blade is only as strong as its wielder. Even the robust Kakashi found the burden of the Sharingan challenging to bear. How could the aged Tawanzo be any different? He must find an opportunity to eliminate them. On his arm, yet another Sharingan dimmed. And Tawanzo gritted his teeth in frustration. Before this, he had attempted to persuade the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, to join him in opposing Uchiha Ling, revealing Ling's indifference 3 years prior when the 3rd Hokage met his demise. However, Tsunade remained unmoved, deepening Tawanzo's disappointment in the current state of Konoha. Only I can revolutionize the shinobi world. This thought burgeoned within Tawanzo's heart, as he grew discontent with those who basked in the false peace. War loomed ever closer. And Tsunade had already issued a warning to Konoha. How could anyone still be entranced by a fragile and untrustworthy peace? Only through the unification of power. Bringing the world under one hand, can chaos be eradicated and Konoha flourish eternally. Regrettably, apart from Tawanzo himself, no one shared his viewpoint, including the Hokage, the daimyo, and the other elders. To speak candidly, Tawanzo's dedication to protecting Konoha went unquestioned, as did Ling's, who understood that this grim old man would sacrifice everything for the village. To a certain extent, Ling admired Tawanzo. However, he would never forgive Tawanzo for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Emotion breeds hatred, and hatred ignites war. Ling wholeheartedly believed this. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha symbolized war in his heart. For Ling, the fate of the Uchiha clan mattered little. What truly concerned him was Ri, his elder brother. If Konoha did not eradicate the Uchiha clan, Ri would not find himself in dire straits. If Konoha did not destroy the Uchiha, his brother would not fall. All hatred was ignited by Konoha. If the Uchiha clan had no intention of overthrowing Konoha, why would Konoha massacre them? How laughable it is to blame others for one's own inability to suppress one's family. If one possesses enough strength, who would dare to rebel? This was a failure of capability, yet the blame was placed upon the Uchiha, and therein lay the source of Ling's inner wrath. Tawanzo stood at the pinnacle of the Nine Tails, his gaze piercing through the roaring flames and swirling smoke, quietly observing the figure gasping for breath amidst the oppressive atmosphere. A sage once proclaimed, "The celestial phenomena are the sentiments of the divine. The gods mourn for the departed as humans do." Ling could no longer recall the origin of this saying, nor did he have the leisure to ponder the existence of such deities. He only remembered 3 years ago, when raindrops fell like tears from the heavens, mourning the fall of the 3rd Hokage. Now, a shroud of rain enveloped the hidden rain village, akin to a mournful song lamenting Tawanzo's demise. First, dark clouds obscured the sun, followed by the gentle patter of rain, droplets clinging to Ling's flowing hair, shimmering with a delicate grace. At this moment, Ling gazed skyward, unsure whether to rejoice or grieve at Tawanzo's death. Was there a final word? Standing in the rain, Ling looked down upon the feeble Tawanzo, the Kusanagi sword gripped firmly in his hand, its tip directed at Tawanzo's heart. Cough. Tawanzo coughed violently. Blood and spittle spilling from the corners of his mouth, his right eye rendered ashen by his Izanami, while his left eye lost all vitality. Raindrops cascaded down Ling's long hair, dampening the visage of the elder who had concealed himself in darkness for decades, now exhibiting an unwavering resolve. Uchiha Ling's pupils dilated, his gaze dimmed, as Danzo's voice barely reached his ears. "Do you still remember the vow you made to Sarutobi?" Confronted with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the formidable presence of the Nine Tails, Danzo found himself devoid of any chance of victory. With no possibility of harming Ling, memories flooded back. 8 years prior, before he had slain Danzo, Ling had pledged his loyalty to Sarutobi, a promise still vivid in his mind. "Sensei Sarutobi," Ling murmured softly, his eyes reflecting a blend of indifference and melancholy. "Though he wished to lend a helping hand before your passing, that vow dissipated with your demise." It indeed came to pass. Danzo hesitated, his face twitching as he whispered inaudibly, "Perhaps you did not foresee that I still have an agreement with Tsunade." Ling's words, cold and piercing, struck at Danzo's last psychological bastion. Had Konoha not taken the initiative, my promise to Sensei Sarutobi would remain intact. Alas, you have shattered that covenant. Danzo, the elder of Konoha, a root ninja, saw the bond between Ling and Tsunade severed by the collusion of Danzo and Obito. Ling had not relinquished the opportunity for revenge against Konoha. Tsunade trembled, her lips unable to utter his name. A ninja must possess the resolve to face death. This principle applies universally. The wet strands of hair clung to Ling's face, causing slight discomfort, yet he pondered whether he should relinquish this bothersome length. Having said all, you may depart in peace. To die for one's beliefs is not a disgrace in your eyes. Danzo regarded Ling as a threat to Konoha, and today, he would perish to eliminate him, dying with purpose, even as the elder's near-death state appeared desolate. Very well, this is our farewell. Convey my regards to Sensei Sarutobi. A wicked smile graced Ling's lips as the blade descended slowly, yet in the moment it pierced Danzo's chest, a shadow lunged fiercely from behind Ling. Ling's gaze sharpened, the edge of his sword sweeping horizontally, shattering the shadow into a cascade of black water. Chapter 19. Splashes of Distant Stars. Could this technique be? Wait, Ling. As anticipated, several figures gathered in the rain at a distance, and upon closer inspection, they were all familiar faces. Kakashi, Sai, Naruto, Sakura, and Jiraiya. How intriguing. Ling tilted his head slightly, raindrops cascading onto his fair skin, creating a myriad of sparkling droplets. His crimson eyes, unmasked, reflected astonishment. He had not expected their arrival to rescue him. Was this mere coincidence, or had it been premeditated? With Sai present, it seemed that Sasuke's situation had not swayed Danzo's resolve. The Nine Tails and Sasuke remained ever present in Danzo's thoughts. Ling, for now, please hold your hand. Jiraiya's expression was as calm as still water, yet his words bore a weight of seriousness. Danzo is an elder of Konoha. Your strike is tantamount to declaring war on the entire village. Declare war on Konoha? Ling smiled lightly, his beautiful visage becoming more enigmatic in its brilliance. I led my companions to strike. I merely defended myself and killed in the process. Am I truly the one declaring war? Such a notion is rather amusing. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, falling silent. Ling's words were undeniable. After all, Danzo was indeed the instigator of this conflict. However, Tsunade's instructions were to avoid confrontation at all costs, and Jiraiya had no choice but to respond with utmost effort. There is no need for further discourse. I ask you, in the name of our late teacher Sarutobi, to cease this swordplay. Both Danzo and Sarutobi were brothers in arms. Despite their rivalry, a profound bond of camaraderie lay hidden in their hearts. Jiraiya hoped Ling would honor the legacy of their shared mentor and refrain from allowing this sword to become a point of irreversible rupture. Ling fell silent, gazing thoughtfully at Jiraiya, his eyes sweeping over Kakashi and the others before he inquired, "How did you come to know that conflict was imminent here? Was my position as the leader of Akatsuki revealed by Itachi to the higher-ups of Konoha, or is there another reason?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and the others appeared momentarily taken aback, offering no response. Only Naruto, burdened with thoughts, turned to his side and looked at Sai. So that is the case. Ling nodded slightly. Naruto's actions had already conveyed everything. Sai, originally a root ninja, would undoubtedly have had whispers circulating within the organization regarding such a large-scale operation. Even if it eluded Konoha, it seemed that Sai had persuaded Naruto, or perhaps it was not merely persuasion. Naruto, often in pursuit of Sasuke, was aware that Sasuke was with me. He had intentionally allowed Naruto to learn of this, attempting to locate Sasuke. Once Naruto made a move, Kakashi and Jiraiya would certainly not stand idly by. It appeared that Sai had cunningly manipulated everyone. You are indeed remarkable. Ling regarded Sai with crimson eyes, whispering with a blend of mockery and admiration, while Sai instinctively took a step back, evading Ling's piercing gaze. Kakashi, noticing this, furrowed his brow slightly, glanced at Sai, and then stepped forward, saying, Ling, please consider Jiraiya's advice and refrain from taking irreversible actions. Irreversible? Ling smiled faintly. Meeting Kakashi's gaze as he countered, 8 years ago, his actions left no room for retreat. Now that you and Jiraiya have spoken, how could I remain indifferent? With that, Ling sheathed his sword and turned away. Just as the group released a collective sigh of relief, he suddenly pivoted, drawing his sword to strike. Blood splattering forth as Danzo could only emit a barely audible groan. You are permitted to return to Konoha with his corpse. Ling chuckled softly, a cold smile gracing his bloodied lips amidst the astonished and furious gazes of those present. The crimson pool of blood gradually spread, and Sai's eyes reflected disbelief and confusion. Ling, must you go to such lengths? Jiraiya's stern demeanor had been replaced by a shadow of despair. This guy, dare he? Ling's actions sent a tremor through Naruto, his words faltering and fragmented. This was already an act of leniency. Was it still not enough? The Kusanagi sword was withdrawn from Danzo's chest, its silver blade drenched in blood, droplets cascading from the tip. Had it not been for you, even his remains would have turned to ash. This act elicited a fleeting glimpse of helplessness in Kakashi's eyes. Ling, you have irrevocably committed a grave mistake. Uchiha Ling, how dare you? Jiraiya seethed with fury, his formidable presence surging toward Ling like a tidal wave. What is your intent? Do you seek to discipline me? If you believe you possess the capability, then by all means, give it a try. Ling mocked Jiraiya, and in an instant, black flames erupted, enveloping him in a colossal form. Simultaneously, from massive black swords, forged from concentrated chakra, materialized upon his forearms, menacingly aimed at Jiraiya and the others. Is it that technique once more? Kakashi furrowed his brow, slowly removing the forehead protector that concealed one eye. No, compared to 3 years ago. The power of this technique has evidently escalated. What technique could this be? Jiraiya inquired, his frown deepening as Susanoo manifested. It appeared they had fortuitously arrived at this moment. Otherwise, they would be unaware of the dissolution of the contract between Susanoo and the Nine Tails. Thus, this situation may indeed be fortuitous. Ling swiftly organized his thoughts and stated, the method is inconsequential. What truly matters is how you will proceed next. I must deal with Obito and cannot linger on this matter. However, as Ling contemplated Obito, the silhouette of another Ling materialized beside him, his shadow clone previously dispatched to confront Obito. Have you resolved the issue? Ling inquired, noting that the shadow clone had yet to disperse, and information had not yet been returned. Not yet. The shadow clone shook its head, having intended to ensnare him with an illusion, awaiting the moment he revealed his true form to unleash a cataclysmic technique. The plan was flawless, yet Obito had employed Izanagi. Izanagi. It appears he has left a lingering trace of his ocular power here. What shall we do next? Even with Izanagi, defeat should not be an option. This clone, granted half of my chakra, possesses the ability to utilize all my ninjutsu and ocular techniques. And it is unreasonable to allow Obito to escape. This is the work of Black Zetsu. After you dispel the summoning technique, he will conceal himself. The power of wood release and the Rinnegan's insight cannot penetrate his concealment. Taking advantage of Izanagi, he managed to rescue him, due to the presence of Jiraiya and others. The clone spoke indirectly, refraining from directly naming Obito. I understand. Thank you. Ling nodded slightly after a moment of silence, and the shadow clone dissipated into smoke. This situation grows increasingly intriguing. With both anticipation and ennui, Ling mused internally. Although he lacks a cataclysmic technique to deal with Obito, the disparity in strength between them renders Obito incapable of turning the tide. Now, he could only look to Madara for assistance, with no other options available. However, what choice would Obito make? With a blend of mockery and malice swirling within him, Ling turned his attention away from Obito, instead gazing at Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the others, inquiring, what shall we do? What are your plans? Shall we continue the battle, Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi furrowed his brow, seeking guidance from Jiraiya, who also found himself at a loss. Tobirama had once been the commander. Despite Kakashi's reservations about the former leader, he could not dismiss the weight of Tobirama's fall before his eyes. Let us return to Konoha, Jiraiya sighed softly. With Tobirama gone, the battle was rendered meaningless. This matter was beyond his capacity to handle and should be left to Tsunade and the Council of Elders to decide. Jiraiya signaled for Sai to retrieve Tobirama's body, and the group prepared to depart. However, Naruto, who had remained silent for a long while, stepped forward, gazing intently at Ling. Naruto? Sakura whispered, as the others regarded him with curiosity. Uchiha Ling. Where is Sasuke? Has he finally voiced his question? Ling smiled gently. Naruto's silence since his arrival had surprised him, and it seemed he was finally returning to his usual self, perhaps seeking Itachi. Naruto clenched his fists, his azure eyes, once bright as the sky, now dimmed with a somber hue. You have defeated him. Why must you kill him? Naruto, with his kind-hearted and empathetic nature, had previously confronted Zabuza over the death of Haku. Moreover, now, Ling was about to kill someone he did not know, yet who was undeniably a Konoha ninja. Tobirama. You see only the trees, but not the expanse of the forest. With narrowed eyes and an overwhelming presence that rendered the air thick with tension, Ling addressed the youthful assembly before him. If you harbor no intention of battle, depart swiftly. You perceive only my act of slaying him, yet are oblivious to the lives he has extinguished. You witness the blood-soaked visage of Danzo in this moment. But are you aware of the harrowing demise of life from years past? You know nothing. You are utterly in the dark. Naruto. Silence. Jiraiya interjected, halting Naruto's inquiries. The aura emanating from Ling instilled a sense of trepidation within him, a disquiet reminiscent of the past encounters with haunts. Now, Ling was reviving that long-buried anxiety. After a prolonged gaze at Ling and a fleeting glance at Naruto, Jiraiya sighed, "Let us return." With that, he turned away, followed hesitantly by Kakashi and the others who cast one last look at Ling. As they journeyed, Sai bore the lifeless form of Danzo. The group enveloped in a somber silence, their thoughts consumed by the implications of his death. It seems you've uncovered something, Jiraiya observed, noting Kakashi's pensive demeanor. That attire. A vision of Ling's striking black robe adorned with crimson clouds flashed in Jiraiya's mind, an ensemble exclusive to the Akatsuki members. It appeared Ling had indeed joined their ranks. Indeed. Jiraiya sighed, a mixture of nostalgia and confusion glimmering in his eyes. Like Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha before him, why did such distinguished ninjas of Konoha choose the path of opposition against their own village? It seemed imperative to keep a closer watch on Naruto. The aura Ling exhibited was extraordinary, coupled with his prowess in illusions. Upon joining the Akatsuki, he would undoubtedly target the tailed beasts, especially if he set his sights on Naruto. Meanwhile, neglecting Jiraiya and Kakashi's concerns, Obito followed Zetsu to their stronghold, seething with rage. That accursed Uchiha Ling. He snarled, tearing off his mask to reveal a face chiseled with fury. How did he acquire such formidable power? Chapter 96, Omen, Turmoil. At this moment, did the words still resonate? The intertwining figure of Zetsu spoke with a mocking tone. I had long foretold the necessity of eliminating potential threats. Yet you did not heed my warning. Now, regret has found you. Obito furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features as he regarded Zetsu, his eyes silently conceding the truth of the matter. Your words ring true. I should have dealt with him sooner. What then shall alleviate your worries? Zetsu inquired, raising his hands in feigned innocence. First, assist me in transplanting the two eyes, Obito commanded, gesturing toward the stone wall behind him, lined with shelves brimming with jars containing floating ocular orbs. I will devise another strategy regarding Ling. I must acquire the Rinnegan. Zetsu fell silent, contemplating Obito for a moment before grinning. Very well. I shall procure the transplant of your eyes. In the village of Konoha, Jiraiya and the others returned hastily to the Hokage's residence, eager to relay their findings to Tsunade. Danzo, an elder of Konoha, though shrouded in obscurity, could not conceal his demise. All eyes would be on Tsunade and her two advisors as they determined the course of action in light of these events. What has transpired to bring us to this point? Within the confines of the room, Tsunade cradled her forehead in her hands, the others having returned from the morgue. She bore witness to Danzo's severed arm and the grievous wound to his chest. Her intention had been to avert the onset of conflict. However, Danzo met his demise at the hands of Uchiha Rin. Thus, what significance remains of the 3-year pact? Upon arrival, Danzo still drew breath. Jiraiya lowered his gaze, a visage etched with remorse, addressing Tsunade with sorrow. I am sorry for failing to prevent Uchiha Rin. Danzo fell by his blade before us. Tsunade remained silent, her face obscured beneath her arms, yet the veins in her wrists throbbed visibly. Bang! The wooden door reverberated as Mito Menyen and Tsurugi Kanomaru burst in. They first glanced at Jiraiya, then turned to Kakashi, and promptly interrogated Tsunade. Fifth Hokage, Danzo is dead. What is the reason behind this? Tsunade continued to be silent, seemingly engulfed in the shock of receiving such news. Fifth Hokage. Mito Minyan's tone darkened. What led to Danzo's demise? Colleagues, be it Mito Minyan or Tsurugi Konohamaru, could not reconcile with Danzo's passing. Observing the advisor's displeasure, Jiraiya furrowed his brow and responded, "It was Uchiha Rin, by the time we arrived in the Hidden Rain." The battle had already concluded. The advisors were taken aback. Danzo's death was indeed shocking, but the revelation that Uchiha Rin had delivered the fatal blow left them in disbelief. Uchiha Rin, known for his merciful nature and an insider of the Uchiha clan, had slain Danzo. Was this an act of vengeance for past grievances? If so, how should Konoha respond to this retribution, and how shall they endure the ensuing consequences? Konoha's debt to the Uchiha clan had come due. Tsunade, concealed in shadow, spoke in a hushed tone, as if whispering, "Konoha owes a debt to the Uchiha?" Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply. This matter concealed many secrets. "I shall take my leave," Kakashi remarked, sensing the topic veered into territory best left unexplored. "No need for such hasty retreat." Tsunade lowered her arms, her gaze distant. "This concerns Naruto and your former pupil, Sasuke Uchiha. You too must be aware." "Tsunade," Mito Minyan bellowed, "remember your position." Realizing Tsunade was privy to the truth regarding the Uchiha clan, Mito Minyan sternly interjected. He was unaware of how she had come to know, yet as Hokage, certain truths should not be so easily spoken. "Are you afraid to act yet recoil from accountability?" Tsunade derided the two advisors. The village, founded by their ancestors through sacrifice. The sanctuary protected by brothers and beloveds, where countless ninjas gave their lives, had been reduced to pawns in their political machinations. The will of fire, instilled in Konoha since its inception, now turned its blade against its own kin. Uchiha Rin had not sought revenge against Konoha, yet you remain unsatisfied, even plotting to obscure the truth. Beyond scheming against your own, what else do you possess? In truth, when Tsunade resolved to inherit the mantle of the fifth Hokage 3 years prior, she had anticipated facing harsh realities, her heart already steeled. Yet the plight of the Uchiha clan at the hands of Konoha's higher-ups was profoundly shocking. The first and second Hokage had also contended with the Uchiha. Their strength was beyond imagination. After Uchiha Madara's defeat, they possessed the power to annihilate the clan, yet they refrained. Such magnanimity, such grace. Regrettably, the younger generation has failed to inherit the true essence, merely seeking to preserve Konoha while distorting the original intention. Tsunade, be cautious with your words. As Komaro's eyes half closed, a cold light flickered within them. For though you are the fifth Hokage, we are also advisors of the Konoha Elder Council. Our status sufficient to hold you accountable for the weight of your words. 8 years ago, Tsunade disregarded the gazes and words of the advisors, suddenly overturning the documents. Papers scattering like snow throughout the room. It was you who commanded the slaughter of the Uchiha clan. The Umbu conspired with Itachi Uchiha, resulting in this great calamity. Subsequently, you used Sasuke Uchiha as a hostage to coerce Itachi Uchiha into joining Akatsuki to monitor this organization. This is the truth. After Tsunade's furious proclamation, she gasped for breath as if exhausted from battle. Silence. Once Tsunade finished speaking, only the anger, shock, or stupor on the faces of a few remained in the room. Chapter 20. The powerful eye of the ninja. For 3 years, I have toiled tirelessly, contemplating how to ensure that Rin Uchiha keeps this secret. Konoha lacks capable ninjas. If this matter were to leak, the village would face annihilation. To this end, I once leveraged Lord Hiruzen's kindness towards him to gain his promise. Yet you all not only expressed dissatisfaction, but also sought to eliminate him by any means. 200 ninjas, including the head of Root, all perished at the hands of Rin Uchiha. Now, due to your actions, my agreement with Rin has become meaningless. What can you do for Konoha? Apart from binding me to the position of Hokage? If you do not trust me, why summon me back to the Hokage role? Why do you not act for yourselves? After venting her pent-up frustration, Tsunade felt both relieved and regretful. Holding the position of Hokage felt like walking on thin ice, striving to protect the village, yet the elders and advisors had never placed their trust in her. This resentment and fury she bore alone, with no one to share the burden. Now, due to Danzo's actions, her agreement with Rin had become void. No one could kill Rin, and the situation now hinged entirely on Rin's will, rendering Itachi's sacrifice meaningless. And all of this was the consequence of the Elder Council's unilateral actions, yet the innocent people, the valiant ninjas, And indeed, the entirety of Konoha had to bear the repercussions. This is what the great sage frog spoke of, the unforeseeable future. Jiraiya murmured, only to himself. Alas, you shall ultimately grow into a formidable ninja, and upon your independence, you will surely have disciples by your side. These disciples, as ninjas, will bring about monumental changes in the world. Among them, there exists a powerful ninja to counterbalance him, of whose appearance, nature, and gaze I know not. Yet I can sense the formidable aura emanating from his eyes. The future will oscillate between him and the child of prophecy. For him, the world is rife with infinite possibilities. Rin Uchiha, a ninja of great ocular power. Could it be that you are? If this is indeed the case, then who is the child of prophecy? In a concealed location within the land of rivers, a piercing wail suddenly echoed, accompanied by a splash of blood, crimson eyes ablaze. Despair. How could you? Obscured by his right eye, Obito let out a pained roar. His left eye, gifted to Kakashi, had become blind after the transplant, and during the battle against Rin. He had lost his vision through the use of his Anaji. The excessive use of his right eye's Kimui had left it in a state of recovery. He had intended to have Zetsu transplant a new Sharingan, but unexpectedly, Zetsu seized the opportunity to gouge out his right eye. My deepest apologies, Obito. Zetsu chuckled softly, observing Obito's helpless fury at the loss of his eye. You are utterly incapable. Even with a new eye, you cannot defeat Uchiha Rin. With the situation having reached this point, there remains no choice. For Lord Madara's vision, I must steer events back to a controllable path. Hearing this, Obito gritted his teeth, blood seeping from between his fingers. Had you heeded my words sooner and eliminated Uchiha Rin, matters would not have escalated to this. Yet, it is of no use to speak of it now. Let Lord Madara handle this predicament. What do you intend to do? After losing his eye, Obito could only discern Zetsu's location and intentions by sound. It is no matter to inform you now. Zetsu grinned wickedly, retreating into the shadows. Like ink swirling across the ground, enveloping Obito's form. What you speak is precisely so, Lord Madara. In the hidden realm of the Land of Rivers, Zetsu meticulously reported everything to Madara, who had been reincarnated through Edo Tensei. Indeed intriguing. Madara smirked dismissively, his cracked visage exuding a sense of irreverence. He had anticipated challenges, yet did not foresee such oversights. Uchiha Rin, a truly remarkable youth. Indeed, Zetsu replied, his tone dark, the tailed beast summoned. Wielding the Kusanagi sword, single-handedly defeating Obito and 200 leaf ninjas, his power rivaling that of the legendary era. Is that so? Madara replied with indifference, showing no agreement with Zetsu's words. Even if this individual's strength matched that of the past, it could not alter the truth. Only the first Hokage, Hashirama, could contend with me, yet he has passed, and this matter is irreversible, as is Uchiha Rin. Zetsu paused, gazing at Madara, questioning, what is your intent, my lord? Madara fell silent, closing his eyes in contemplation, before finally speaking. Why am I reincarnated through Edo Tensei? What is the reason? It is due to a pact I made with a ninja. Black Zetsu explained, fearing a disruption to the plan, yet Uchiha Rin unexpectedly emerged, left with no choice. I summoned you through Edo Tensei. However, you, not in your prime, may struggle against Uchiha Rin. I see, Madara murmured, casting a dark glance at Zetsu. Have you divulged the secret of my being? It was out of necessity. Black Zetsu is merely a fragment of Madara's consciousness. Fearful of his wrath, the tailed beasts had just begun to gather. The plan was still in its infancy. Uchiha Rin's sudden appearance left Obito as no match. To safeguard the grand scheme, I had no alternatives. Madara frowned slightly, observing Obito manipulated by Black Zetsu, remarking, I initially believed everything would proceed smoothly. However, the grand plan shall eventually come to fruition, and Uchiha Rin's emergence has piqued my interest. Lord Madara, I believe we cannot remain passive. Uchiha Rin possesses the eternal Mangeki Sharingan as well. Should he decipher the many secrets of the stone tablet, if his ambitions align with yours? Black Zetsu expressed his concerns. Is that not fortuitous? Madara replied with a smile, intrigued. If he, like Obito, were to wholeheartedly pursue the Moon Eye plan, then it would simply be a matter of reappearing to take everything. Obito endeavored to distance himself from Madara, pursuing the grand scheme of the Eye of the Moon. However, Madara had already anticipated this, having inscribed seals and infused his will within Obito to guard against betrayal. As Madara surmised, if Rin had glimpsed that stone tablet, She would undoubtedly be stirred by the ambition to control all living beings. Before Rin could initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, everything must be seized. Should Rin show disinterest in this, Madara could still act to acquire the Rinnegan at a later time. After all, with the One Tail recently sealed, even if Madara were to manifest, he could not implement the plan of the Eye of the Moon. Thus, it would be prudent to observe the unfolding events before making further judgments and analyses. Uchiha Rin Madara gazed out at the misty rain beyond the cave, pondering how she would respond. At this moment, Rin in the Hidden Rain village remained utterly unaware that Madara had appeared, and that they were within the same realm, sharing the same downpour. Ling was acutely aware that Madara, with his formidable power, looked down upon all others, save for the original Hokage, Hashirama Senju. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, he was regarded merely as a junior in Madara's eyes. Should Madara return, he would undoubtedly stride forth with unyielding pride, intent on reclaiming the Rinnegan. Madara's might was sufficient to single-handedly capture the remaining Jinchuriki and subsequently resurrect them with the Rinnegan, thus reconstituting the Ten Tails Jinchuriki form. However, with one of the Rinnegan destroyed and the Nine Tails half residing within Minato Namikaze concealed at the peak of the moon, Madara's ambition to achieve the Ten Tails form was rendered unattainable, shattering his dream of possessing dual Rinnegan entirely. Ling, utilizing the powers of a traveler, displayed his capabilities without reserve. Not out of a desperate need for the Rinnegan's resurrection, he had already obliterated all remnants, though the Eye's power was alluring and potent. Ling understood well that it was not within his grasp. Only by its destruction could he find peace. Uchiha Ling. As he pondered, a cool voice pierced through from behind. Turning to look, he found Konan standing beside Nagato. Thanks to Ling's transplantation of the white Zetsu legs, Nagato was now able to walk. And with the Sharingan bestowed upon him, he could summon the Outer Path Golem. Yet, Ling had placed seals within those very Sharingan, ensuring that Nagato could not defy his will. Ling glanced at Konan and Nagato, remaining silent as he awaited their words. Two individuals wish to see you. Konan's tone carried a hint of mockery, her gaze subtly betraying malice. Two. Is it Itachi and Kabuto, or perhaps someone else? Ling pondered, suspicion brewing within him. During their farewell, Itachi had mentioned he would travel to the Rain Village in the Land of Rivers, suggesting that Sasuke and the others might seek him there. However, judging by Konan's demeanor, the matter seemed far from simple. Who could they be? They're outside. You shall soon see for yourself, Konan remarked, turning her face away, ridiculing Ling's doubts. Upon hearing this, Ling raised an eyebrow, sensing Konan's ire. Though he understood her feelings, he did not acquiesce. Compared to the intensity of his own emotions, theirs appeared trivial. Turning away, Ling gazed out at the cascading rain, choosing to disregard the two, and leaped into the air, plunging towards the ground. What now? As Ling departed, Konan cast a worried glance at Nagato. It remains unchanged, Nagato replied with a troubled shake of his head. My heart is like a clear mirror. My thoughts lucid, yet I cannot defy his commands. How can the three-tomo Sharingan withstand the kaleidoscope of his eyes, especially when he has already devised deceptions? Are we to be mere pawns in his game? Konan exclaimed with indignation. The Akatsuki was originally formed by Yahiko, yet it now lies in Ling's grasp. How frustrating. At this juncture, there appears to be no other recourse. Nagato narrowed his eyes, his crimson gaze flickering amidst his wine-red locks. Unless we discover a means to counteract his ocular prowess, resistance seems futile. Let us first ascertain their purpose. Should an opportunity arise, we must act decisively to eliminate Uchiha Ling. Meanwhile, Ling had reached the entrance, where, in the distance, through the curtain of water, two silhouettes began to take form. Indeed, it was them, both anticipated and unexpected. Ling focused on the approaching figures, his voice tinged with surprise. Dressed in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, one bore a sword, while the other's sleeves billowed like the wind, his demeanor as hollow as a specter. Kisame, Itachi, Ling uttered their names. Long time no see, Kisame smiled, his shark-like teeth revealing a hint of irreverence. 3 years ago, we clashed in Konoha, and now, 3 years later, you have become the leader of the Akatsuki. How intriguing. Ling Wuin, unfazed by Kisame's sinister grin, sensed the underlying intent as Itachi remained impassive. Kisame, you may leave. I wish to speak with him privately, Itachi ordered. Noticing Ling's wary demeanor, Kisame paused momentarily, bewildered, then glanced between Itachi and Ling, their crimson eyes stark against the rain. With a knowing smirk, Kisame nodded in acquiescence. his figure dissolving like ink in water, leaving only Ling and Itachi to confront one another amidst the downpour. The rain fell intermittently, trickling from Ling's hair to his waist and chin. Within the enveloping mist, the three tomo in his eyes slowly revolved, transforming into enigmatic patterns. "What business do you have with me?" Ling inquired, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. "A confrontation? Or do you seek my demise?" Uchiha Itachi, a man who would forsake everything for his brother. In the original narrative, he feigned being the malevolent elder brother who sought to take Sasuke's eyes, all to ensure Sasuke's return to Konoha, sacrificing himself to prevent their clash. He had transferred nearly a decade's worth of ocular power into Naruto, all to keep Sasuke ignorant of the truth and to return as a heroic rebel. Yet, Ling's unexpected emergence had revealed the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Over 3 years, he had trained Sasuke, whose prowess now eclipsed Itachi's own. Unbeknownst to Ling, before Danzo made his move, he had invited Itachi to eliminate Ling together. However, the cautious Itachi refrained from action, and the current predicament validated his fears. Ling's strength was unparalleled, even armed with the Tin-Tail sword and the 8-span mirror. Itachi saw no guaranteed path to victory, and thus had no choice but to concede. "I indeed harbor intentions to kill you," Itachi stated, gazing directly at Ling, unreservedly. "I regret not having eliminated you back when I was concerned about the third Hokage. Had I acted then, today's chaos might have been averted." "Regret?" Ling echoed the word, his eyes filled with scorn and derision. "Uchiha Itachi, you are not the only one to harbor regrets. You lament not killing me, while I lament the death of my brother. Yet all consequences trace back to Konoha, to you and Uchiha Shursui, nation and home." Ling raised his hand, revealing the symbol of the 0 ring on his left thumb amidst the drizzle. "Without a home, how can one possess a nation? In the past, you extinguished the Uchiha clan in the name of Konoha's so-called peace. Why then do you show mercy to your brother? Is it permissible to slay your parents, yet not your brother? The current situation arises from your betrayal of the Uchiha. Had you and Shursui not bowed to Konoha with the strength of the 3 of us, would they have dared to act? Even if they did, we would have had the means to retreat unscathed. Yet you sacrificed everything for Konoha's illusory peace, leaving your brother alone and vulnerable. Do you have any brothers? Do you comprehend the sorrow of my brother's demise? You pursue your desired peace, care only for your brother. What of me, who mourns for my brother lie? Is this the reason you wish to teach Sasuke?" Itachi sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. "Unknown," Ling mocked with a smile, a fleeting glimpse of ferocity crossing his otherwise exquisite features. "Guess, Uchiha Itachi." Itachi fell silent, his gaze growing increasingly profound. After a moment, he turned his eyes toward the overcast sky and remarked, "Do you know that my search for you goes beyond Sasuke? There are other reasons." "Unknown," Ling shook his head, disinterested and unwilling to speculate. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The higher echelons of Konoha have issued their directives to me." Ling Yuxing paused upon hearing the words. "They demand that I, at any cost, eliminate you to eradicate the threat to peace." "At any cost? Does that mean that even if it costs your life, I must also pay with mine?" "Heh." Ling chuckled lightly, her snow-white neck trembling slightly. Whether from anger or mockery remained uncertain. "What are you still waiting for?" With her smile fading, Ling gazed quietly at Itachi, the dark aura surrounding her flickering ominously. "Come, let us engage." Seeing this, Itachi shook his head gently. "I did not come here to clash with you, nor do I wish to take your life. Your power has significantly increased. What I could perceive 3 years ago now presents me with an unfathomable vista. This battle lacks wisdom. What is your true intention?" With that, the orders from the higher-ups of Konoha were mentioned. Could it be Sasuke? As Ling had anticipated, Itachi finally spoke that name. "My body is gradually deteriorating, my vision becoming blurred. At this moment, only Sasuke compels me to make this decision against my own heart." Itachi slowly revealed the truth. "I hope you can conceal the truth from Sasuke. Whether he returns to Konoha or wanders the world, I only wish for his safety. This is the purpose of my visit." Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing this, Ling's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile. "Do you not hold yourself in too high regard? Why would I agree to your request?" In the gloomy sky, a gentle rain fell. The ground mottled with water, shrouded in mist, as Ling and Itachi faced each other. Both possessed crimson eyes and tomo. Yet the difference lay in Itachi's calm visage and Ling's beauty tinged with sarcasm. "Uchiha Itachi, do you think too highly of yourself?" Gently raising her sleeve, she brushed across half her cheek, her gaze, penetrating through the gaps of her fingers, locked onto Itachi, asking, "Why would you grant such a request?" Itachi remained silent, quietly observing Ling, withdrawing the arm that had rested on his collar, and once more donned the dark cloak of Akatsuki. "Do you remember what I once said?" Ling raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, remaining silent, his gaze fixed contemplatively upon Itachi. Regardless of the incessant transformations of the world, unbound by the constraints of any laws, "I yearn for you to confide in me about the changes between us, rather than in Sasuke." At last, Itachi altered his tone, no longer embodying the deep and resonant voice of Ur, reminiscent of the hoarse and somber words he once spoke to Sasuke. Ling Wei was momentarily taken aback, observing Itachi with a hint of unfamiliarity, a playful smirk slowly curving at the corners of her lips. How intriguing. Fixated on Itachi, Ling seemed to regard him as if meeting for the first time, initially believing him to be merely a wielder of the Rinnegan, only to discover such formidable prowess. Yet this very ambition has become your downfall. You could slay your parents, yet spare your brother. How could such a disparity exist within the same bloodline? It is precisely this gap that compels me to act. Ling. Itachi spoke softly, keenly perceiving the shift in Ling's gaze, as a peculiar smile emerged on his previously impassive face. "You have changed. You are no longer the Ling I once knew from the Uchiha clan." With a silent laugh, Itachi uttered words that astonished Ling. "Changed? Indeed, I have transformed. The past self I was, merely a pawn you effortlessly vanquished with your gaze, now stands ready to engulf you. Did you think my transformation pertains solely to an increase in power?" The kaleidoscope of my eyes reflects Ling's visage, as if Itachi could peer into the depths of her soul. "In the past, your eyes were devoid of substance, both yearning for and resisting battle. In moments of solitude, all you could see was yourself. But now, things are different." Ling furrowed his brow, a glint of sharpness flickering in his gaze. Chapter 21. The seal of the end is about to unveil. "Indeed, it is precisely this expression," Itachi whispered, observing Ling's enigmatic dual pupils. "In the past, your eyes reflected only self-interest. Whether it was Konoha or the Uchiha ninjas, anyone who obstructed your path would be mercilessly eradicated. Yet, the person you are today is not the same, as before your eyes now conceal profound emotions and attachments. In times past, you might have triumphed solely through strength. But now, compared to the indifference you once displayed, your vulnerabilities are laid bare." Ling stood frozen, an unusual softness and warmth emanating from his gaze, a sentiment he had never shown before to Bai or Jimuru. At this moment, he appeared fragile, haunted by the memory of a deceased brother. In 2 lifetimes of solitude, Ling had discovered an emotion worth dying for in a world he deemed hypocritical, akin to the sentiments one holds for family. When the bonds of blood face peril, he would willingly sacrifice his life to protect them. The lonely Ling cherished this newfound yet unfamiliar emotion as if it were a treasure, much like in the original narrative. When Sasuke questioned Naruto at the Valley of the End, "How could you understand the pain of loss when you have nothing?" Now, Ling was akin to Naruto, possessing a bond of recognition but having also experienced loss. Yet, unlike Naruto, he lacked the fervor and charisma that could inspire others. "Itachi, you truly are insufferable." With his innermost thoughts laid bare, Ling felt a surge of disdain, a wave of murderous intent rising within him. "Do you deny it?" Itachi inquired with a slight nod, his probing gaze unwavering. Indeed, no one wishes to acknowledge their own weaknesses, especially among ninjas. Yet, from another perspective, this is also a facet of human growth, regardless of one's willingness to accept it. "Growth?" Ling replied, contemplating. "Indeed, one evolves from ignorance to cherishing familial bonds. Only after becoming a parent does one deeply comprehend the profound love that accompanies such a role. Let us conclude this tedious conversation." Ling's voice deepened. "As you rightly said, the bond of is one I cannot sever, but what relevance does that hold in our discourse? How I perceive this emotion and confront it is my own concern, one that you should not intrude upon." Ling felt a tinge of reluctance. He could not fathom how Itachi had come to know about Ri's circumstances. Yet, for Itachi, who had partaken in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, to address him in such a manner, did he truly possess the right? Or was it merely an exercise in futility? Itachi shook his head, the tips of his hair flicking droplets of water. "It is precisely due to your transformation that we are able to converse thus. Had you remained the Uchiha Ling of Ur, we would likely find it difficult to engage so candidly in this discourse." Ling Buyu, with a subtle narrowing of his gaze, queried, "Is that so? And what of it? Do you wish to engage in battle?" "Indeed, against your current form and vision, I find myself at a distinct disadvantage." Itachi candidly admitted, unambiguously, that even if my body were in perfect condition, I would likely still be no match for you. Yet, there are matters one must resolutely pursue. Even when the outcome is foreseen to be fruitless, one must press on, fully aware that this path may lead to a dead end, with no alternative to choose from. Ling was taken aback, his eyes reflecting profound confusion and perplexity. Chapter 99. The Schemes in Progress. Itachi's aspirations were broader than Ling's, his vision transcending the mundane. Ling's concerns were solely for Lai. However, Itachi's worries extended beyond Sasuke to include the Leaf Village, the Land of Fire, and all of humanity. Viewed from a macro perspective, Itachi sought to eliminate the potential for war, although this was unjust to the Uchiha clan, such is the nature of worldly affairs. Compared to Itachi, Ling's patriotism and understanding of war were far less profound. The deep affection Ling felt for Lai resonated within him, even more so than the indelible mark left by the third Hokage, Hiruzen, who once guided his growth. This stark divergence between Itachi and Ling lay not only in their brotherly bond, but in their fundamental differences. Itachi's conviction prioritized the greater good over personal ties. Ling, however, was preoccupied with the present, touched only by those around him. The illusory nations and ideals of the Hokage world could not stir his heart. Only Lai could evoke a genuine sense of existence, piercing through to his innermost feelings. "Itachi, do you understand?" Ling gently caressed his eyes, his tone distant. "On that fateful night, I gained everything yet lost all desire for power and survival, leading me to commit an unforgivable mistake. The power of the Rinnegan breeds despair, utterly disconnected from so-called love. Now, the one who was once defeated by you in an instant, with this pair of eyes inherited from me and Lai, compels you to seek compromise and bow in submission. This is not about love, nor the power of ocular techniques. I am simply myself, focused on the immediate, and I will never sacrifice my family for the greater good. Can you still calmly discuss Sasuke with me, despite your disdain for my existence?" Itachi remained silent, brow furrowed. The Ling before him spoke with sharp words and an arrogant demeanor, far more difficult to fathom and control than before. What strategies could Itachi employ to achieve his goals when he could neither kill nor compel a compromise? "Struggle, Itachi. Indeed, I was defeated by you and once struggled in the same way. Now, you too shall experience the feelings I had back then. Though my parents and the Uchiha clan could not sway you, Sasuke can. Is this your response?" To Ling's surprise, Itachi did not show anger. His emotional fluctuations were minimal. His gaze as tranquil as an ancient well, just as Ling had anticipated. "You seem astonished by my composure?" Noticing Ling's moment of contemplation, Itachi spoke. "Indeed. I hope to gain your promise. But how much change can your commitment bring for Sasuke?" Itachi's seriousness was palpable, concern etched upon his features. Ling's actions had propelled the situation beyond expectations. Itachi could not comprehend Ling's intentions, nor the deeper meaning behind his actions. Yet what truly concerned him was how Ling's behavior would alter Konoha and the world at large. If the world were to be thrown into turmoil because of Ling, and war were to erupt, would Sasuke understand that the truth held no value for his safety? Itachi wished for Sasuke to rely on Konoha for protection. If Konoha proved inadequate, he would not mind if Sasuke sought another path, much like Ling. In his memories, Ling had always been one who relentlessly pursued power. Within the Uchiha clan, Itachi had observed Ling's diligence. That almost compulsive self-discipline made Itachi struggle to comprehend what Ling truly sought and why such formidable power was necessary. Life, aging, illness, and death were ordained by the heavens, beyond the realm of human resistance. Though Orochimaru possesses exceptional talent, the cost of his soul reincarnation technique is glaringly apparent. Even if Ling achieves his desires, upon death, everything will inevitably slip away from him. Given Ling's qualifications, he cannot be oblivious to this truth. Is Ling another Orochimaru? If so, he should not devote himself entirely to the cultivation of power, but rather engage in various cruel experiments in pursuit of endless secret techniques, rather than being so fixated on strength. However, Itachi believes that every human endeavor has its reasons. Ling's relentless quest for power must have its purpose. Thus Itachi perceives Ling's heart. One day, Sasuke will discern truth from falsehood with his own eyes. Lies may deceive for a moment, but cannot mislead for a lifetime. I hope Sasuke walks his own path, rather than being swayed by others and blindly setting goals. Regardless of the direction Sasuke chooses in the future, I will merely assist in clearing the obstacles before him. The rest shall be his own decision. With a heart full of anticipation and resolve, Itachi gazed at Ling and spoke calmly. With your current strength, establishing a new pact seems rather absurd. Therefore, my request is not an absolute demand. After a brief pause, Itachi continued. The 10-fist sword and the 8-span mirror are weapons and defenses inherent to Susanoo. I understand your pursuit of power may bring concerns. For this reason, I am willing to exchange these two items for your protection of Sasuke. This is neither deception nor misdirection, but rather a means for him to choose with his own heart and affirm his own path. Ling, would you accept such a transaction? Itachi departed, not lingering in the land of rain. What transpired between him and Ling remains uncertain. Whether Ling acquiesced to his request is unknown. And the anticipated conflict between Ling and Itachi that Nagato and Konan hoped for has yet to unfold. It appears that your negotiations with the new leader did not go as smoothly as you wished, Kisame remarked as he observed Itachi silently troubled, his brow furrowed with concern. Kisame did not harbor disdain for Itachi. On the contrary, he held a certain admiration for him, recognizing that this seemingly cold youth occasionally revealed his emotions. Itachi remained silent, his dark eyes narrowing as he gazed into the distance. He commanded, "Let us seek the four-tails Jinchuriki." "For tails?" Kisame was taken aback, shaking his head in regret. "I have heard that this individual is a rogue ninja, and it is unfortunate that he has indeed betrayed us. Gathering intelligence on him is quite difficult." Upon hearing this, Itachi said nothing, merely glancing sideways at Kisame, which left Kisame feeling puzzled. "What is it?" Kisame inquired. "It is of no concern," Itachi mused briefly, his eyes glowing crimson, his distant gaze flickering. "Ling instructed me to convey to you that a choice must be made between the Mizukage and him." Kisame was astonished, his face a mask of surprise. The fact that Obito controlled the Mizukage with the Rinnegan was known to none, and the orders given to Kisame were similarly concealed. Hearing Itachi's words, Kisame was taken aback by Ling's profound knowledge of the situation. "Surprised, are you?" Itachi's words pierced Kisame's heart. He had always been adept at uncovering secrets and information that others were unaware of. Given his interactions with people and the environment, one could hardly fathom the sources of his intelligence. "I never imagined. I thought he was Madara, yet the truth is the two men, each with their own expressions, strolled along the lengthy forest path. Not long after, following Itachi and Kisame's departure, Ling received word from Haiden and Kakazu that the two-tails Jinchuriki had been captured. As Ling prepared to seal the beast, he was astonished by the compliance of the Akatsuki members. This organization had existed for over a decade, with members joining at various times, yet Pain had always been their leader. Now, Ling's sudden takeover was met with no resistance. Why was that? Had they truly accepted him as their leader? There must be some hidden truth behind this. For Ling, becoming the head of Akatsuki was merely a means to seize the tailed beasts. If he were to reveal his ideals to the public, he would undoubtedly face opposition from the entire ninja world. Just as Ling did not trust Madara, the Kage of the 5 great villages had no faith in him either. If the tailed beasts were concentrated in the hands of one individual, their deterrence would dissipate, and no one wished to experience that unease. Thus, it was most prudent to capture the beasts while concealed within the Akatsuki. Even though Ling was confident in his ability to outsmart the 5 Kage, why resort to brute force? Moreover, he was not afraid of any hidden agendas among the Akatsuki members, who would dare to assassinate him. Such thoughts were plausible, but who could carry them out? Deidara? His teleportation and stealth techniques would lead to his swift defeat. Sasori? While his puppetry and secret arts were formidable, they would amount to nothing if unable to breach Susanoo. Haiden and Kakazu were no different. Even united, they would struggle against Ling. Only Itachi posed a genuine threat. Yet, considering Itachi's frail body, his dual tomo, and the prevention of the 10th fist sword, overcoming Itachi was not an insurmountable task. Hence, Ling paid little heed to the speculations regarding the Akatsuki members and focused solely on capturing the beasts. With everything prepared, Ling summoned all members for the sealing process. Upon their gathering, the atmosphere spoke volumes. The two tails had already been captured and brought to the leader. In the secret cavern, aside from Haiden and Kakuzu appearing in corporeal form, the rest manifested as mere illusions. Haiden, catching sight of Ling's apparition, spoke with a hint of provocation, seemingly initiating a casual conversation. Ling remained silent, gazing at Fade One, striving to discern his intentions. Uchiha Ling, lost in contemplation, was interrupted by Kaku's profound remark. We do not concern ourselves with whether you are the leader of Akatsuki, but each of us joined for our own reasons. Akatsuki offers us a sanctuary from the shinobi world, yet we equally yearn to understand its ultimate aspirations. What purpose does this organization serve, and what are your visions? I implore you to enlighten us in your capacity as our leader. That is a valid point, Hoshigaki Kisame interjected with a smile directed at Ling. I was introduced to this assembly by others, and now that you have assumed the mantle of leadership, it is imperative that you articulate your thoughts. Purpose? Indeed. Sharing my vision with them would not be amiss. Ling Wei nodded, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on the inquisitive Kakuzu. What are your thoughts on this world? How do you perceive it? The question left everyone, save for Itachi and Kisame, momentarily dumbfounded. The world had always been thus. How was this inquiry related to the ideals of Akatsuki? Since the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, quelled the rampant conflicts and established the coexistence of villages and nations, the wars had momentarily ceased, yet true peace remained elusive. My aspiration lies beyond that of my predecessors, to forge an enduring tranquility. The members of Akatsuki were taken aback by Ling's words. Some were driven by greed, others by artistry, and a few by faith. Only Itachi, with his lofty ambitions, and Kisame, who resonated with Obito's path, contemplated the essence of peace. Ling's sudden proposition left them all perplexed. What is it you truly seek? Kakuzu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ling. As I have stated, I seek to create peace. Ling extended her hands, her silhouette aglow in the radiant light. Her eyes, both enigmatic and resplendent, were vividly striking. Uniting the nine tails, forging powerful weapons through forbidden techniques, I shall be the sovereign of these instruments. Should any oppose me, or should a nation dare to ignite the flames of war, I shall obliterate it with this power, establishing an unassailable peace that brooks no provocation. Are you truly earnest? The voice of Sasori, once hoarse, now took on a somber tone. The chaos had claimed his parents, and the notion of prolonged peace had never been explicitly articulated. Yet Ling's words stirred an indescribable flicker of hope within him. Indeed, Ling affirmed, her pupils swirling with intricate patterns, for even in darkness, no one genuinely yearns for the smoke of conflict. You are all merely fugitives, each with your reasons for defection. But regardless of abandonment, exploitation, or difficult choices, who among you wishes to genuinely be a fugitive? The crowd fell silent, Ling's words awakening the buried secrets of their pasts. Assist me in creating peace, and I shall reward you. Recognizing your efforts toward this noble endeavor, Ling tempted, addressing the assembly. What reward? Kakuzu instinctively inquired. I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Ling smiled lightly, continuing, with the power of peace, once our goals are achieved, you may govern your own territories. Establishing nations will be permissible. However, all beings across the world, including the 5 great nations, shall be subject to my authority. Is this truly your scheme? Itachi's brow furrowed as he gazed intently at Ling, his expression darkening. Binding others, who binds whom? Furthermore, as you claim, becoming the world's greatest threat merely to bring all under your heel, peace and desire are but intertwined illusions. Itachi, do not be so naive. Ling retorted with a cold smile, meeting his gaze. There is no inherent equality in this world. Some are born as commoners while others as lords. Inequality is a fundamental aspect of life. Power and wealth are wielded by a select few. If I can tolerate others holding power, why should I not be allowed to do the same? Itachi was taken aback, momentarily speechless in response to Ling's assertions. As Ling stated, life is inherently unequal. Some strive relentlessly, displaying exceptional intellect, yet remain mired in mediocrity, while others, with no skill or virtue, bask in affluence. This truth holds in both the world of shinobi and reality alike. If I can bring peace to the world, the populace must also bestow upon me joy. This is a transaction, and nothing more. Ling gazed intently at Itachi, his desires and ambitions laid bare, in his quest to forge peace in this war-torn land. He must indulge in the pleasures of power. No one toils in vain. Itachi's actions, though seemingly noble, are, in essence, a steadfast devotion to peace and the protection of kin, an innate selfishness that resides within all, regardless of the underlying significance. Although Itachi holds an advantage over Ling, the latter exudes a more authentic presence. To maintain the delicate balance of the world, even Kaku, having weathered a century of turmoil, was stirred by Ling's strategies. Kaku, a victim of war himself, had once fought valiantly against the first Hokage, only to return to his village, betrayed. Thus, he embraced the allure of wealth. Money does not forsake nor betray. Should Ling's plan come to fruition and he ascend as the architect of peace, he would undoubtedly have the right to share in its bounty, stirring Kaku's ambition. The words were compelling, yet devoid of artistry. Deidara perceived the discourse as lacking in substance, expressing indifference to the world's affairs, for only art was his pursuit. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that should Ling succeed, he could create with peace of mind in the future. Very well, Ling nodded, surveying the assembly, and declared, if there are no further questions, let each of you attend to your duties. Bai is no longer present. I trust you will take great care in matters of intelligence. Convincing the assembly, Ling manipulated Nagato to summon the Outer Path golems, as the seal of the Two Tails was on the verge of activation. After the Two Tails would come the Three Tails, and Deidara, Scorpion. The next steps now rested upon you. Understood. Rest assured, came the affirmation. Chapter 100. The Unseen Fate in Command. Very well, then. As his words trailed off, Ling's gaze sharpened, his crimson eyes flickering with an even more enigmatic glow. The members of Akatsuki began to hastily form hand seals. Illusory Dragon. Seal. Chapter 22. The vast host of white Zetsu. The plan unfolded meticulously according to Ling's design. The Akatsuki organization busied themselves capturing tailed beasts, while Ling awaited Madara's arrival. For Ling, the concern was not whether collecting the tailed beasts was paving the way for Madara, but rather the focus was solely on Madara, not the beasts themselves. Madara possessed the strength to confront all tailed beasts. Even if Ling chose not to capture them, would Madara remain idle? Should Madara fall, all problems would resolve themselves. Defeat at the hands of Madara would render all efforts futile, leading to a singular outcome. There would be no other recourse. The disappearance of Bai significantly hampered Akatsuki's efficiency in intelligence gathering. The vast numbers of white Zetsu far surpassed those of the few remaining members of Akatsuki. Fortunately, although Ling harbored a keen interest in the tailed beasts, he was not in haste. The matter of Jinchuriki was not a secret. Thus, the apprehension of Jinchuriki continued to progress steadily. As for Akatsuki's combat strength, Ling had alternative means to bolster it. Shortly after sealing the Two Tails, Sasuke, Haku, and Karen arrived at Amigakure. Previously, during the sealing of the One Tail, Sasuke and his companions had joined the Leaf Village reinforcements. Except for Deidara and Scorpion, the rest had manifested through the art of shadow clones. Considering their numerical disadvantage, Deidara and Scorpion wisely chose to withdraw. In this endeavor, Sasuke only managed to defeat Itachi's clone, yielding no tangible results. After bidding farewell to his old friends from the Leaf Village, Sasuke sought out another Jinchuriki in anticipation of Akatsuki's emergence to gather information about Itachi. Unexpectedly, Ling timed his defeat of Pain perfectly, stalling Akatsuki's actions, leaving Sasuke once again in vain. Reluctantly, he heeded Haku's suggestion to seek Ling's assistance in Amigakure, recalling Ling's words at their parting should he encounter difficulty. He could seek him there. In the present day, Sasuke finds himself at a loss in his search for clues regarding Itachi, turning to Ling for guidance. Have you joined Akatsuki? In the Hidden Rain Village, Sasuke catches a glimpse of Ling's dark cloud cloak, which stirs feelings of suspicion within him. To be precise, it is not a matter of joining. Ling slightly raises his hand, his gaze fixed upon the ring on his left thumb engraved with the character for 0. As of now, I am the leader of Akatsuki. No wonder he mentioned during their parting that if Itachi was elusive, one could come to the Hidden Rain Village. It appears he had meticulously planned ahead. So be it. Sasuke nods, choosing not to delve deeper into the implications, and directly inquires, where is Itachi? As the leader of Akatsuki, you ought to be aware of his whereabouts, correct? Ling Moran, without responding to Sasuke's inquiry, tacitly acknowledged his speculation. Where could he be? Sasuke's gaze fell, tinged with a hint of anxiety. The purpose of your existence now, though your emotions have gradually stabilized over the past 3 years, remains tumultuous in the face of Itachi. Ling chuckled lightly, an enigmatic expression gracing his features as he spoke. He and Kasame are tasked with capturing the Four Tails Jinchuriki. To seek him, one must wait until their mission is complete. At that time, I shall arrange for you to meet him. Upon hearing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow, his handsome, yet youthful visage betraying an unmistakable concern, yet he nodded in agreement. However, Ling's peculiar gaze sparked doubt within Sasuke's heart. 3 fleeting years had passed, and Ling, in his musings, found that his admiration for Sasuke lay not in his power, but in his intellect. The current Sasuke, compared to the one consumed by hatred, had become far more adept at contemplation. Sasuke sensed Ling's disdain for Itachi, even perceiving hints of murderous intent. Yet, regardless of Ling's thoughts, he possessed the power to punish Itachi. Why then did he allow Sasuke to confront him alone? The reasoning behind this eluded Sasuke. More importantly, regarding the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke's reflections grew deeper. The buried memories of his past, of Itachi. Perhaps what he perceived through those eyes was not the entirety of the truth. Itachi, when the time comes, I shall uncover all, without fail. Sasuke gazed intently at the relentless curtain of rain, silently steeling his resolve. Meanwhile, at the village's entrance, Ling encountered an unexpected visitor. "It is you." Ling sighed softly, his eyes widening in astonishment, narrowing slightly in intrigue. Should I say this is our first meeting?" A raspy laugh echoed. A figure starkly contrasting in black and white, seamlessly merging with the earth like a plant. Remarkable. Indeed. A first encounter, and yet. Annihilation. Black particles dispersed like floating dust, Kurojitsu enveloped in the shroud of night, merging with the earth, re-emerging atop the newly born Hakuji. Such an impressive ocular technique, truly unfriendly. Kurojitsu remarked, capturing Ling's astonishment within his gaze. What is this fellow's true intention in coming here? Ling felt a sense of confusion, unable to comprehend the reason for Kurojitsu's manifestation. This individual had been branded in his mind as a traitor of Akatsuki, relentlessly pursued, yet dared to appear so brazenly? Ling initially intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. However, the power of annihilation proved ineffective. It turned out he existed solely as a spiritual form. Lacking a physical body, common methods could not claim his life. Thus, what was the true purpose of this visit? There is no need for concern. Observing Ling's furrowed brow in contemplation, Kurojitsu shook his head with a faint smile, stating, "I bear no ill will. I have come merely to impart some information." "What matter?" Ling paused briefly before inquiring. The sinister laughter reverberated, as Kurojitsu scrutinized Ling, the events of several days prior unfolding. "Madara has returned to the world?" Ling's expression shifted dramatically, a tumultuous blend of anger, hesitation, self-satisfaction, and madness swirling within him. "Where is he?" Ling unconsciously advanced, his voice deep and laden with urgency. The long-anticipated news of a formidable rival had ignited a tension within him that was hard to contain. "Do you long to see him?" Ju tilted his head, a mocking glint in his eyes, while Ling's response manifested as a fierce, cutting glare. In an instant, Ling cleaved Ju in two. A thick, white liquid splattered forth. "Oh dear, must you be so impetuous?" A voice of complaint emerged, as another Ju reappeared, the black Ju once again taking form. "In such a manner, how can we converse?" Ling swung his sword, the cold gleam flashing, urgently demanding, "Reveal the whereabouts of Abido." He was intent on gathering the tailed beasts to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Now that he has manifested in this realm, with the Rinnegan in my grasp, he must surely know that if he does not divulge Abido's location, I shall shatter the Rinnegan, shattering his dreams to dust. Upon hearing this, Ju momentarily froze, a flicker of contemplation and scrutiny passing through his otherworldly eyes, before he replied, "Your threat is indeed formidable, but I ask you, are you truly willing to carry it out?" Ling fell silent, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at Ju. Could it be that he failed to comprehend the essence of my words? Ju emitted a sinister, rasping laugh, suggesting that perhaps you are indifferent to the power of the reincarnation Eye, Uchiha Lai. "Do you not harbor any concerns, Lai?" Ling, he was momentarily taken aback as a surge of bloodlust erupted within him, an overwhelming killing intent permeating the air, causing the very earth to tremble and fissures to spread like a spider's web. Ha ha ha, what a terrifying sense of pressure. He extended his hand to shield himself from the swirling debris and dust, gazing at Ling with a smile that brimmed with delight. "How do you know? How do you understand my fervent desire for resurrection?" "Why?" Ling was taken aback, utterly astonished and incredulous. The feelings he held for Lai were deeply buried within his heart, only to erupt following Lai's demise. Now, the hidden yearnings within Ling's soul were laid bare, leaving him to ponder the motives behind it all. This revelation rendered Ling's long-held confidence and sense of superiority as a traveler utterly hollow, and this emptiness bred unease. "Do not underestimate my intelligence network." Absolute smiled, gesturing with a finger, proclaiming that everyone harbors secrets, and yours shall not escape my notice. There is no need for further elaboration. I have come solely to convey Ban's intentions. Ban's intentions? What does this mean? Is he not a creation of Ban? As a vessel of Ban's will. He now unveils Ban's designs to me. Uchiha Absolute's tone was cryptic as his gaze settled upon Ling, seemingly wishing to call his name, but ultimately refraining. Instead, scrutinizing Ling closely. He continued, "You are well aware of the Eye of the Moon plan. It appears you have perused the tablet of the Uchiha clan, and Ban's thoughts are self-evident." Yet, Ling furrowed his brow, gazing back at Absolute. "To speak plainly, Ban is awaiting your actions. The tailed beasts must be collected, and the Eye of the Moon awaits implementation, but he wishes to know how you, the wielder of the Rinnegan, will choose." What does this mean? Ling bit his lip, leaving faint imprints from his teeth. In other words, Ban waits for you to gather the tailed beasts or to act in a manner unforeseen by him. However, from my perspective, your hesitation prevents you from crossing boundaries, and this matter could easily be resolved. You mean? Ling gently rotated the hilt of his sword, the blade's light reflecting upon his snow-white face. Ben believes I too would harbor ambitions for the Eye of the Moon plan, seizing everything upon its success. Perhaps? Absolute chuckled lightly, his smile enigmatic. Why? Ben is not incapable of capturing the tailed beasts. Now that he is present, why not reclaim the Rinnegan? Is it merely because he knows I care for Lai? Such behavior is perplexing for one of Ban's nature. Ban's existence raises questions. Who is the caster of the Edo Tensei? If I were to be resurrected, what unknown matters lie therein? Ling furrowed his brow, a deep-seated anxiety enveloping him in an elusive void. The gifts of the traveler had been exhausted, leaving him reliant solely on his own strength, rather than the guidance of the narrative. Yet, the overwhelming power of Uchiha Ben instilled fear within him. It was not Ban that truly intimidated Ling, but rather Lai, whom he had once personally ended. Enough. Ultimately, Ling resolved to take action with a determined demeanor. Since Ban is patiently awaiting my move, I shall indeed take action. After all, Ban possesses the power to seize the tailed beasts. The crux lies in whether I can triumph over Ban, not the tailed beasts. Oh, Ban, wait patiently. We shall meet again soon. The singular obsession and arrogance you hold towards Senju Hashirama shall be ruthlessly trampled underfoot. This world belongs to me. To Lai, and not to you. The news brought by Absolute left Ling bewildered. As a manifestation of Ban's will, Absolute had divulged such information to Ling, leaving him perplexed about discerning truth from deception. Did Ban instruct Absolute to come forth with this news? Why did Ban not appear in person? Absurd. This is Uchiha Ban, an unparalleled powerhouse who regards no one in this world. Would he truly fear me, his junior? Since Madara has made his appearance, why does he not reclaim the Rinnegan to resurrect himself? Is he so confident that I will not destroy those eyes? And how did Obito come to know of this? From my conversation with Obito, it seems he is seeking me out on Madara's behalf. As a vessel of Madara's will, could Obito truly betray him? How is that possible? My thoughts are tumultuous, shrouded in mystery, and an unprecedented sense of agitation envelopes me, as if the feeling of controlling everything is slipping away. Having long relied on the narrative, I seem to have lost the ability to think independently. Once dependency becomes a habit, striving for self-reliance proves to be a formidable challenge. Alas, overthinking is of no benefit. I mutter to myself, shaking my head, my inky black hair swaying gently. The crux of everything lies in Madara's existence. Any so-called conspiracy pales in comparison to absolute power. Defeating Madara would settle everything once and for all. With my thoughts firmly established, I resolve to take action. To compel Madara out of hiding, as facing him directly is the outcome I ardently yearn for, rather than this unsettling speculation. In this moment, my state of mind resembles that of a boxer poised to challenge a reigning champion. Despite my self-improvement and confidence in confronting the king, the thought of the impending encounter instills a sense of trepidation within me. This is human instinct. When faced with a long-standing powerhouse, one inevitably lowers their stance, regardless of outward appearances. Amidst this anxiety, news arrives from Deidara and Sasori that they have captured the Three Tails, yet another unknown cavern. The Akatsuki strongholds seem to be scattered across various locations, and the immense figure of the Three Tails stands before me. Their movements are quite swift. I scrutinize the Three Tails' appearance, marveling at its form. Although it is the Three Tails, this creature proves to be rather ineffectual. Deidara shrugs, exuding a sense of pride tinged with childlike boastfulness. Had you not insisted on showcasing that juvenile artistry, we could have captured it more swiftly. Sasori glances at Deidara, somewhat dissatisfied. Ling nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that if these two did not engage in a debate about art, it would be far more challenging than persuading Naruto to believe in Obito. Lowering his head in contemplation for a moment, Ling closed his eyes, and radiant hues of light enveloped him. In the next instant, a colossal ceiling statue began to rise slowly from the ground. Without delay, Ling teleported to the thumb of the outer path statue, where the brilliance of light shimmered resplendently. Gather everyone. We shall proceed with the sealing of the three tails. I have a few words to impart. As Ling's voice resonated, the distorted light flickered on the immense finger. Deara and Scorpion leaped to their respective fingertips. Commence the sealing task. Everyone must exercise caution. Additionally, Ling paused momentarily, surveying the crowd, and continued. The situation has undergone a subtle transformation. The collection of tailed beasts must accelerate. You have little time left. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, exchanging glances. Kisame spoke up, inquiring, "What is the reason for this urgency?" "I am unable to disclose specific details," Ling replied, unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of his companions. After sealing the three tails, you must act in unison, keeping a watchful eye on your respective targets. Await my command for a collective strike. We must seize all tailed beasts, excluding the 8 tails and 9 tails, before any of the villages become aware. Everyone was taken aback, and Kakuzu looked at Ling with confusion, uncertainly asking, "Why the sudden haste?" "You previously stated that dealing with Haiden and Kakuzu took precedence over collecting tailed beasts. How could this change so abruptly?" "I have mentioned that unforeseen developments have arisen." Ling interrupted Kakuzu's questioning, his crimson eyes wide open, scrutinizing each member of Akatsuki. 1 month. You have 1 month to locate all Jinchuriki aside from the 8 tails and 9 tails, and then await my orders to capture them together. There must be no errors. Ling, this contradicts your earlier strategy. Kakuzu spoke in a low voice, discontentment spreading through him. I have other tasks, and the compensation cannot. I shall grant you 5,000 in gold and silver. Hurry and apprehend the Jinchuriki without fail. Understood. Indeed, to this individual, riches outweighed the value of the tailed beasts. Ling Wei let out a barely audible sigh, her feelings towards the group difficult to articulate. Shaking her head and pondering for a moment, she continued, the acquisition of tailed beasts is of paramount importance. For the time being, you must set aside your personal matters. Within a month, we must secure all tailed beasts, excluding the 8 tails and 9 tails. Upon hearing this, the members of the Akatsuki exchanged glances, and Kisame cast a sidelong glance at the brooding Itachi beside him. With profound meaning, he sighed. It seems the world has indeed birthed amusing affairs. As he spoke, a low chuckle echoed throughout the cavern, its unique tone lingering in the air. Chapter 23. The mysterious realm. Ling Moran's gaze swept over Kyubi, his doubts unresolved. He interlaced his fingers and declared, "Let us cease idle chatter and immediately unseal the 3 tails." Noting that Ling no longer broached the subject, the others fell silent, concentrating solely on the task of sealing the tailed beasts. As time passed, the place became shrouded in dust and memory, within the borders of the land of earth. Uchiha Obito and Zetsu suddenly visited a mysterious location through the impure world reincarnation technique, pushing aside a dark door. The interior appeared as it had decades ago in Obito's recollections, with walls adorned with various weapons, among which a gigantic fan and a scythe stood out prominently. Obito approached slowly, casually surveying the room, and retrieved the eye-catching fan and scythe. This was the very sanctuary where he had concealed himself after his defeat by Hashirama Senju. Here, he had rescued Obito and orchestrated everything. However, Ling's unexpected arrival dramatically altered the situation. The Akatsuki had been usurped by Ling, and the Rinnegan had fallen into his grasp. For Obito and Zetsu, Obito's emergence was a necessity born of circumstance. Although Obito did not particularly concern himself with Ling, he felt an unspoken anticipation within. Ambition, power, intellect, and strategy, each of these qualities were epitomized in Ling, rendering him intriguing to Obito and a captivating interlude in the Moon's Eye plan. It seems you hold a considerable interest in Uchiha, Ling, Zetsu remarked, observing Obito as he fondled the 2 artifacts. Humph, perhaps it is mere conjecture, Obito replied with a light laugh, his melancholy difficult to conceal. Despite his anticipation for Ling, he recognized that the only true rival worthy of his acknowledgement was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. What shall we do next? Shall we directly seize the Rinnegan? Zetsu inquired. Indeed, but there is no need to rush, Obito responded, nodding. The Rinnegan shall undoubtedly be reclaimed, but when have we ever regarded a child's quarrel as a serious matter? What do you imply? Zetsu asked, furrowing his brow. The creator of the impure world reincarnation technique piques my interest. Obito murmured, glancing at Zetsu, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of mockery. The sacrificial offering for the reincarnation, the disciple of the third Hokage, Orochimaru. During the last conflict, he, alongside two others, garnered the title of Legendary Three Ninjas. Though his martial prowess is mediocre, his intellect is unparalleled, and his thirst for knowledge is insatiable. Perceiving Obito's gaze, Zetsu elaborated. The title of Legendary Three Ninjas? Humph, it is merely a hollow name. Obito chuckled coldly, his eyes revealing disdain. There are no heroes in this age. Mere children gain fame. The term legend is not something to be borne by just anyone. Perhaps out of contempt for the current generation of ninja, Obito exuded an innate pride. Nonetheless, even if the ninjas of this era could stand shoulder to shoulder with those of his time, the only strong individual he recognized in his heart was Hashirama Senju. Indeed. As you say. However, for your plan, his power may yet prove useful. Zetsu concurred with Obito's assessment while subtly offering a caution. What do you mean? Obito glanced at Zetsu, contemplating his words. To my knowledge, Orochimaru possesses the genetic data of numerous powerful individuals. Your endeavor to collect tailed beasts is sure to provoke opposition from various nations. While you may not fear them, it is wise to prepare for assistance. Obito furrowed his brow at Zetsu's remarks, pondering their implications. With Obito's temperament and insight, the ninjas or leaders of the five great nations were hardly a source of fear. In days of yore, he held little faith in the capabilities of these individuals to conjure anything novel. Yet, the emergence of Ling compelled Ban to consider additional variables, not merely the strength of adversaries, but the trepidation that Ling's unpredictability might engender further uncertainties. The unknown brings forth both exhilaration and speculation. However, no one desires outcomes that exceed expectations, and Ban is no exception. The manipulation of Obito through the technique of impure reincarnation to summon him surpassed Ban's anticipations, thus necessitating the contemplation of further unforeseen events. As Ju articulated, should Ban become entangled in matters or encounter delays, having several formidable warriors at his disposal would prove to be a prudent strategy. With meticulous consideration, it appears you have acquired a wealth of intelligence. Ban nodded in apparent approval, acknowledging, all is part of your plan. Ju responded, his gaze obscured by shadows, rendering his intentions inscrutable. Excellent. With a casual flourish of his fan and scythe, Ban turned and departed, declaring, then, let us promptly engage this so-called three shinobi. Hee. As you wish. Ju chuckled softly, not trailing Ban's steps but instead observing his figure from a distance, whispering, when that individual manifests, will your heart still remain as tranquil as water? Uchiha Ling, cease your concealment and reveal your true self. All that you possess transcends the bounds of self-awareness. A month of time, a month that sent tremors through the ranks of all shinobi. Apart from Karabi, the Raikage brother from the Cloud Village, and Naruto Uzumaki, a lower ninja from the Leaf Village, all hosts of tailed beasts had fallen into the hands of Akatsuki. In the past, Akatsuki operated in secrecy, quietly gathering tailed beasts. Yet now, within the span of a month, Ling had managed to bring 4 tailed beasts, ranging from 1 tail to 6 tails, under his command. Although the hosts were rogue ninjas, as containers of tailed beasts, they remained targets of intense surveillance by their respective villages. The hosts of 4 tails and 6 tails had once been reclaimed by their villages, and those who drifted beyond the control of their villages had always been closely monitored. Now, Ling had captured these hosts in such a brief period, creating quite a stir. The existence of Akatsuki was no secret. The villages of Konoha, Suna, and Iwa all possessed intelligence regarding them. The third Suchikage of Iwa sought to exploit Akatsuki's influence through subterfuge, aiming to disrupt the delicate balance within the shinobi world to seize political and territorial opportunities for greater gain. However, the Suchikage's calculations proved flawed. Akatsuki's actions, alongside Ling, had transcended his control. With the power of 7 tails in their grasp, Akatsuki now possessed a foundation to rival the 5 great shinobi villages in the Land of Fire. Within the Hokage's office in Konoha, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 shinobi, and 2 elders gathered in contemplation of this intelligence. What insights do you have regarding the message conveyed by Itachi? In the hushed atmosphere, Midogate Inazuma was the first to speak. Conventionally, advisors would not engage with Tsunade on such matters, typically analyzing intelligence independently. However, in light of Konoha's recurring predicaments, these elders felt deep remorse. realizing the peril of neglecting the perspectives of foundational figures like Tsunade and Jiraiya. Their extensive experience endowed them with clarity regarding issues, yet it also rendered them cautious, often leading to indecision that exacerbated their dilemmas. It is precisely these elders and advisors who have established formidable adversaries. The current situation, marked by the formidable Tsunade and the powerful Jiraiya, has become impossible to ignore. They seek to gather all-tailed beasts to construct a terrifying peace under their dominion. Jiraiya bowed his head, astonished by Ling's intentions. According to Ling, peace would be maintained through fear, as people, terrified of death, would cease their conflicts. While it is true that this would result in peace, it would come at the cost of freedom and dignity. Jiraiya comprehended Ling's desire for peace, but could not condone his methods. In his view, only mutual understanding could resolve disputes. Yet, what could understanding achieve in Ling's vision? The clash of positions and interests would inevitably breed hatred. A vision that discards selfishness and animosity seems implausible. In such a case, are we still human? Is it not naive and absurd to think that light exists without shadow? In the intelligence provided by Itachi, there remains a phrase that leaves everyone in deep contemplation. Mito Minen continued, all members of Akatsuki acknowledge Uchiha Ling's ideology and strive fervently for it. A band of lunatics. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by these words, whispering softly. The terrifying notions of Ling have found unexpected agreement, while the madness of Shao leaves Tsunade in a state of alarm. Mito's words carry profound implications, raising questions about whether the entirety of Akatsuki, including Itachi, is involved. What course of action remains? Tsurugi Kamachi's expression darkens, her words betraying anxiety. The Seven Tails are now under the dominion of Uchiha Ling, leaving only Konoha and Kumogakure with tailed beasts. Regardless of Ling's next move, Konoha has become the target of widespread hostility. A heavy silence envelopes the assembly, for none present are oblivious to the gravity of Kamachi's concerns. Yet, what can be done? Is it possible to compel Ling to relinquish the tailed beasts? Tsunade presses her hands to her forehead, her brow furrowed. The veins in her pale fingers standing out as she contemplates, let us summon the 5 Kage. At last, Tsunade utters this startling proclamation. Summon the 5 Kage? What is your plan? Mito's gaze narrows as he seeks to discern Tsunade's intentions. Now is the time for unity among the villages. Tsunade rises, surveying the room. The balance of power among the tailed beasts has been shattered, and as Itachi has indicated, Ling's strength poses a formidable threat. With only the might of Konoha, it is impossible to contend with Akatsuki, let alone face Ling alone. Tsunade's words plunge the assembly into contemplation. Their shared resentment is well understood. The actions of the Elder Council have led to a rupture in their pact with Ling. To dwell on past missteps is futile. The pressing concern lies in how to resolve the crisis. You wish to harness the strength of all ninja to combat Akatsuki and Uchiha Ling? Jiraiya muses, attempting to grasp Tsunade's intentions. What other options do we have? Tsunade replies with a bitter laugh. Once Uchiha Ling acquires the 8 tails and 9 tails, we will face a calamity of unprecedented scale. His power is immense. Who in the world could rival him? Jiraiya falls silent, exchanging glances with his fellow strategist. Both resigned as they bow their heads in despair. 200 root ninjas, alongside Danzo, have been obliterated by Ling in a single stroke. Who in the ninja realm possesses such capability? Not Tsunade, nor Jiraiya. The only path before them now is to unite their forces against Ling, for there exists no alternative. In stark contrast to Konoha's dire situation, Orochimaru in the Land of Rice is in a remarkably good state of mind. In a dimly lit stone chamber, flickering candlelight casts an ethereal silhouette of Orochimaru's extraordinary figure. Holding an ancient tome, he peruses its pages with keen interest, his yellow eyes focused and profound. Before the long table, only a bubbling cup of green liquid breaks the silence, accompanied solely by the rustling of paper. Lord Orochimaru, what do you read? Kabuto's curious voice echoes as he enters the room. Nothing of great importance. Orochimaru replies without diverting his gaze from the book, merely some old research materials. You seem rather unconcerned, Kabuto comments, shaking his head in disapproval. Is this not a significant matter? Is it Ling? Orochimaru responds with a sinister smile, slowly closing the tome. His cold eyes now brimming with intense interest. I have long stated that Ling's ambition and talent surpass even my own. Whatever he does is hardly surprising, but what? Kabuto inquires, momentarily taken aback, awaiting Orochimaru's elaboration. Orochimaru chuckles softly, withholding his answer, his mind already made up. Ling, I am acutely aware of your nature. Your actions invariably possess an underlying purpose. Every word and gesture, even the briefest glance, harbors profound significance. After years of cohabitation, despite your earnest attempts to conceal your true self, I can sense the weight of your internal turmoil and melancholy. In light of your recent actions, do they bring you solace? You, who always has an objective, what could possibly motivate this course of action? My anticipation only grows. Lord Orochimaru, your unwavering attention towards Uchiha Ling is remarkable. You perceive nuances and discern intentions with remarkable acuity. However, I do not wish to trouble you with trifling matters. The tone shifts, growing increasingly somber. Oh, Orochimaru pauses, his curiosity evident. Could it be that a distinguished guest is arriving? Indeed, you cannot be deceived. While expressing admiration, I cannot help but feel a sense of lament. Regardless of circumstance, challenge, or outcome, the formidable insight and extraordinary wisdom of the person before us render all else transparent. Much like how all things in existence cannot escape the gaze of those serpent-like eyes, leaving one feeling powerless and reflective. A distinguished guest. Orochimaru chuckles lightly, his crimson tongue glistening at the corners of his lips. Given the current situation, is it perhaps a member of Akatsuki? Although framed as a question, his tone conveys unwavering certainty. As you surmised. I nod, the candlelight reflecting off the round lenses. The affairs of Uchiha Ling were meant to remain clandestine, and no one anticipated him to ascend as the leader of Akatsuki. Yet, with the organization eager to capture all tailed beasts within a month, Ling personally engaged in the retrieval of the six tails, inadvertently exposing his whereabouts. One might surmise that he did not anticipate being discovered by the Mist Ninja, leading to the revelation of his position. Indeed, Ling's demands are pressing. Even with the entire force mobilized, capturing all tailed beasts simultaneously proves daunting. Furthermore, with Pain's defeat at Ling's hands, he was left with no choice but to personally capture the six tails. Regrettably focusing solely on the tailed beasts and neglecting the interference from the Mist Ninja, resulting in a successful operation yet a blatant exposure of his identity. Setting aside Ling's actions, let us discuss the identity of that guest. Orochimaru exhibits little interest in Ling's affairs, instead focusing on the guest. You have already deduced it, have you not? As Orochimaru's words linger, a deep, raspy voice echoes, and suddenly, a being of contrasting black and white emerges from the ground, resembling a plant-like figure. Indeed, it is you, Zetsu. Orochimaru chuckles lightly, his gaze betraying no astonishment. Had he failed to deduce, he would not be one of the legendary three shinobi. Zetsu snorts derisively. Spare me the empty flattery. Orochimaru shrugs, his serpent-like gaze fixed steadily upon Zetsu, unprepared for Akatsuki to fall into Ling's grasp. I am indeed curious as to how Pain met his downfall. As you indicated, trivial discussions need not be prolonged. Today, I bring a guest whose presence will surely exceed your expectations. Exceeding expectations. Orochimaru murmurs in surprise. Look, he has arrived. Chapter 24. Beyond expectations, Orochimaru. The guest I bring forth this time will undoubtedly surpass your wildest imaginings. In the dim stone chamber, Zetsu's laughter reverberates like a wind shattering through walls, low and hoarse, while across from him, Orochimaru squints slightly, a fleeting hint of mockery crossing his features. A guest beyond expectations. What could possibly remain hidden from me when you exchanged that object for the reincarnation of the dirt? Moreover, this matter may indeed align with Ling's expectations. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smirk as he lifted his gaze to the vaulted ceiling of the stone chamber, where someone was astonishingly suspended upside down. Clad in dark crimson armor, with hair cascading like a waterfall and a striking visage, those blood-red eyes were particularly captivating. Uchiha Madara, the legendary Sanmi. His words carried an ethereal quality. Madara flipped his form, observing Orochimaru, who adeptly employed the unique technique of Edo Tensei, conceived by Senju Hashirama. Truly, one could regard him as a paragon among men. So this is the most formidable of the Uchiha clan throughout the ages. Orochimaru's wicked smile suggested he was neither surprised by Madara's sudden appearance nor daunted by his imposing presence. Indeed, it was an honor to witness such a legendary figure. Do you recognize me? Madara inquired, momentarily taken aback, as if in contemplation. Orochimaru displayed no fear, nor did he tremble at Madara's might, which piqued Madara's curiosity regarding Orochimaru's mindset. It was said that one had once mentioned. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, his gaze playfully fixed on Madara. Frowning, Madara felt displeased by Orochimaru's demeanor, The pretense of powerlessness was merely irksome. Is this the attitude instilled by past Hokage towards their predecessors? From Madara emanated an overwhelming aura. Not chakra, nor murderous intent, but a sheer force of will and conviction. It appears, sir, that you harbor little interest in the position of Hokage. Orochimaru gently brushed back his flowing hair, his serpentine eyes revealing a deeper layer of speculation and intrigue, radiating an intimidating presence, reminiscent of Ling. Is it possible that Uchiha Ling sought you out? Ju inquired, raising an eyebrow in a testing manner. Indeed, and the object of our transaction has already been claimed by him. Orochimaru sighed, his gaze fixed quietly upon Ju. Uchiha Ling has taken that object? How intriguing. A thought crossed Ju's mind, and he chuckled softly, turning to Orochimaru. I presume you are aware of this individual's identity, making our discourse all the more straightforward. Orochimaru offered a smile in response, neither confirming nor denying. Your demeanor suggests a lack of enthusiasm. Have you lost your desire for the Sharingan? Ju sighed, his raspy voice betraying a hint of distasteful dampness. What is it you wish to convey? Orochimaru's smile faded, his gaze steady upon Ju, awaiting his reply. Simple. Offer us your assistance, and you shall receive a Uchiha Ling more refined than either Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Itachi. Surely, such a reward would entice you? Are you implying? Orochimaru paused, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Ha, with captivating beauty, a perfect physique, formidable chakra, and the enigmatic Sharingan, assist us. And all that belongs to Uchiha Ling shall be yours. Upon finishing his declaration, Ju scrutinized Orochimaru intently, seeking to discern any subtle shifts in his emotions. Contrary to Ju's expectations, Orochimaru did not exhibit signs of greed or delight, but instead appeared somewhat taken aback, lost in contemplation. This individual, Ju murmured quietly, struggling to grasp the implications. This is different from what I had anticipated. I had believed Uchiha Ling would ignite his ambition. Yet now it seems Orochimaru is not an easy adversary to confront. How dare you, a mere rat, covet the power of the Uchiha? Madara interjected mockingly during their conversation, displeased with Ju's actions. The power of the Sharingan was sufficient to render Orochimaru defenseless. Why resort to negotiation? Yet, grounded in his own confidence and conviction, Madara chose to observe rather than intervene. Ahaha. The source of power is not the individual, but the world itself, Orochimaru remarked with a low chuckle. Glancing back at Madara, as a legend of the Uchiha, I trust you are well aware of this truth, correct? You. Madara furrowed his brow, his gaze growing heavy. Without the Sharingan, how can one interpret the secrets inscribed upon the Uchiha clan stone tablets? How do you possess such knowledge? It is Uchiha Ling. Orochimaru replied with a light laugh, a hint of malice in his eyes as he regarded Madara. His gaze held knowledge of many secrets, sage of 6 paths, the Ten-Tails beast, and the past shared between you and the first Hokage. Madara was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence as an expression of disbelief and nostalgia flickered in his crimson eyes. The bond he once shared with Hashirama Senju was undoubtedly more resilient than he had previously implied. Humans are not mere grass and trees, who can be devoid of emotions. Though Madara disagreed with Hashirama's ideology, and despite their fierce conflicts, that bond was undeniably real. Humph, you are far more intriguing than I had imagined, Madara chuckled lightly. Ha, I am flattered by your praise, Orochimaru replied with an unabashed smile. It seems your conversation is quite harmonious. As the two exchanged smiles, Ju felt a surge of joy within. Perhaps this was indeed the case. Ban's faint smile, imbued with an enigmatic aura, suggested he had much to say yet hesitated. A sudden sense of crisis flooding his heart. What is it? Ju inquired, noticing Ban's gaze fixed on a particular direction. It has arrived, Ban murmured, closing his eyes. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed as the stone chamber erupted into chaos. Debris flew, dust clouded the air, and amidst the dimness, a figure cloaked in black was silhouetted against crimson clouds, its strange red eyes blazing like torches. Rin? Orochimaru was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Indeed, you have come. Ju chuckled incessantly. The previous test had left you restless, thus you sought to eliminate all variables that could allow him to resurface. Orochimaru Ju and his gaze swept across the crowd, finally locking onto the imposing figure. Uchiha Ban. Ban fell silent, scrutinizing Rin with a hint of doubt. Pondering. A distinct aura. You must be Orochimaru, correct? You actually would part with such a treasure for another? Ban stared intently at Rin for a moment before turning to Orochimaru with a question. Without exceptional value. How could it entice me to part with my secret technique of Edo Tensei? Orochimaru replied with a smile, his words veiled in an inscrutable anticipation. Humph. Certain powers and traits are not meant for the hands of ordinary beings, Ban retorted, his gaze deepening as it bore into Rin. You are Uchiha Rin, are you not? I have heard that my eyes rest in your possession. With skin as translucent as fresh snow, flowing black hair, and dual eyes etched with peculiar patterns and tomo. Rin emanated a powerful presence that astonished Ban. Uchiha Ban, you have finally revealed your true form. Rin whispered, fixated on Ban. Given the intelligence leaked by Ju, Rin feared the situation would unfold as anticipated. The only recourse was to sever the root completely. Little did he expect, Ban and Ju were present here. After countless years of waiting, after years of meticulous plotting, it all led to this moment. Rin, wait a moment. Once I eliminate all threats, I shall allow you to return to this world. Before him, Ban, prepare to meet your demise. In Ju's malevolent gaze, in Orochimaru's calculating stare, and in Ban's intrigued expression, Rin suddenly hurled the Kusanagi sword. The blade gleamed ominously, its murderous intent palpable in the air. How delightful, Ban chuckled, his crimson eyes rotating with an eerie fascination. Ban, prepare to die. After years of anxious anticipation, after years of envisioning an unequivocal adversary, the moment was finally at hand, and Rin's blood surged with fervor. Kill him. It will all come to an end. Kill him. The threat will vanish. Kill him. Humph. Indeed quite entertaining, Ban laughed lightly, his gaze revealing both amusement and sharpness. As the roar erupted, the smoke from the explosion obscured all sight. Impressive swordsmanship. With a slight nod, a folding fan adorned with 3 comma-shaped jewels suddenly appeared in his hand. Lord Madara, do not underestimate your opponent, remarked Ju, casting a cold smile as he observed Madara wielding the fan. Uchiha Ling can perform jutsu without hand seals. Even the Rinnegan would struggle to keep pace with such speed. Oh? Madara raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise before swiftly turning. The enormous fan in his grasp sliced through the air like a long blade. A thunderous crash resonated as a corner of the stone chamber was engulfed in rubble. As the dust began to clear, one could see Madara's graceful fan movement and the long sword piercing through his chest, with Ling standing behind him, remarkably swift. Orochimaru exclaimed. Though he could not discern Ling's assault clearly, he surmised that Madara had merely attacked a substitute, while Ling executed a surprise attack from behind. Humph. I have indeed underestimated you. Madara gazed down at the sword lodged in his chest, gradually straightening his posture and tilting his head to regard Ling. Well done. Ling remained silent, his hand trembled slightly around the sword, his chest visibly rising and falling. In this moment, given Ling's stamina and strength, such a scene should not have unfolded. However, the intertwining emotions of shock, fear, tremor, and exhilaration within Madara prevented him from maintaining his usual composure. By executing jutsu without seals, you have set a precedent. Madara grasped the sword piercing his chest, applying a little more pressure, causing it to quiver amid the contest between Ling and himself. Yet, if you believe this will earn my admiration, you are gravely mistaken. Boom. A surge of chakra erupted visibly from Madara's body as a colossal blue shadow enveloped him. Susanoo, the only one capable of standing against me is Hashirama, and you are not worthy of fear. With that declaration, the giant's fist crashed toward Ling's position, and the mere force of that blow felt insurmountable. Light and shadow intertwined. Black flames like ink clashed with blue radiance like silk, entangled amidst the ruins of the stone chamber, transforming it into an unprecedented battlefield. Before the eyes lay 2 Susanoo deities, swords drawn, each unwilling to yield. Uchiha Madara slowly raised the fan in his hand to obscure half his face, his crimson pupils narrowing as they peered through the gaps between his fingers at his adversary. What gives you such pride? What makes you so self-assured? How can you believe that only Shinja Hashirama can rival you? Suddenly, the figure cloaked in black straightened, his eyes revealing the same enigmatic double pupils as Ling's. Today, all that you possess will be crushed beneath my feet. With a draw of the long sword, the obsidian blade pointed toward the blue light. And at the moment of their convergence, the very earth seemed to tremble. Truly astonishing. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he fixated on the duel between Madara and Ling. The magnitude of their power surpassed the imagination of contemporary ninjas. He was astounded by Ling's strength and equally shocked by Madara's. And the collision of these titans promised an overwhelming spectacle. Devoid of strategy or tactics, this was purely a confrontation of strength and ocular techniques, nothing more. Hee hee. Your interest is undoubtedly piqued, isn't it? Ju jested, Yet a glimmer of doubt flickered in his eyes as he looked at Ling. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, speaking candidly. He wished to continue observing the battle, to discern who was stronger, yet this was not the opportune moment. Ju smiled mysteriously, his form vanishing into the earth, only to reappear at Madara's side in an instant. I apologize for the intrusion, Lord Madara. Now is not the time to confront Uchiha Ling. The reason is that Madara, with his arms crossed, exudes a leisurely demeanor, as if strolling rather than engaging in battle. Have you perhaps forgotten that he possesses the ability to summon the Nine Tails? Ju subtly reminded him, prompting Madara to fall into contemplation. Are you suggesting? Madara furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Observing Madara's intrigue, Ju continued to elaborate. Uchiha Ling never anticipated our presence here. In other words, he is not adequately prepared for a confrontation with you. He understands the secrets of the tablet, and should he fail to summon the Nine Tails, his fate may be dire. Ju's words were not fully articulated. Yet the implication was clear. Ling might face complete destruction, resulting in their irrevocable loss of the Nine Tails. Ling understood the significance of the Moon's Eye plan and recognized the value of the tailed beasts. In his haste to engage in battle, he was easily defeated by Madara. Should Ling succumb, there was a considerable likelihood that he would obliterate their plans in his final moments. If the Nine Tails were not summoned, it would be unattainable, and thus the powers of the tailed beasts could not truly converge. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to ensure Ling was thoroughly prepared, summon the Nine Tails, and then allow Madara to defeat Ling, reclaiming the Rinnegan and capturing the Nine Tails. Battles among ninjas were traditionally expected to commence only when both adversaries were adequately prepared. However, in the face of Ling, this approach proved most logical. Ah, the Nine Tails, Madara mused, silently acquiescing to the words of Zetsu. Despite his immense strength and extraordinary arrogance, Madara was not a reckless individual. In the original narrative, he was willing to temporarily heed Obito's commands, demonstrating that he possessed not only power but also cunning, rather than merely relying on his unparalleled might to dominate the world. Even so, the Rinnegan remained elusive. Madara frowned, acknowledging Zetsu's concerns, yet prioritizing his own resurrection above all else. This matter required no further contemplation. Upon hearing this, Zetsu offered reassurance. Uchiha Ling does not carry the Rinnegan with him. It is hidden. White Zetsu had already commenced his search. I see, Madara responded, momentarily taken aback, casting a thoughtful glance at Zetsu. What plans does this individual harbor? In the distance, Ling observed Madara suddenly cease his assault, engaging in silent speculation. He was unaware of how Zetsu had persuaded Madara, nor the intricate schemes that lay beyond his comprehension. Although somewhat regretful, it seemed that there was no alternative. Madara gently shook his head, retracting his oppressive aura. Ling, witnessing this, was taken aback, his words laced with mockery. What is the matter, Uchiha Madara? Are you planning to flee? Madara, upon hearing this, shook his head, his gaze infused with curiosity and scrutiny as he regarded Ling. At this moment, you present no challenge to me. His voice grew heavier. Are you afraid? Have you lost even the composure expected of a ninja? Do you believe you are worthy of battling me? The chilling words rendered Ling momentarily speechless, his eyes betraying confusion and fear. You are somewhat perceptive, Madara noted, nodding with a hint of appreciation. Your eyes are exceptional. You are surely familiar with the Uchiha tablets, and thus you should comprehend my intentions. And then? Ling lowered his gaze, his expression darkening. Chapter 25. The Battle of Sasuke and attaching numerous pieces of information and circumstances required meticulous scrutiny. Madara concluded, his gaze briefly drifting towards Zetsu and Orochimaru. The Moon's Eye plan is my lifelong aspiration. I seek to sever the ties of causality in this world and construct a realm of true peace and genuine love. Such a vision, how could you foolish individuals ever grasp its profound significance? If you wish to contend with me, first gather the Nine Tails. At that time, I shall reclaim my dual eyes and implement my ultimate strategy. Do you truly believe that I fear the destruction of your eyes? Ling gritted his teeth, his fury surging. Humph, do you truly think so? Before Madara could respond, Zetsu had already materialized beside Ling like a specter, exuding derision. Once the Rinnegan is destroyed, some shall never be resurrected. Do you wish to witness this scene firsthand? Zetsu. Ling tightly pressed his lips together, turning to face Zetsu, his crimson eyes now tinged with a more sinister hue. How do you know this? I have long since conducted a thorough investigation of myself. White Zetsu has not possessed me. How could this child be privy to such matters? And how does he know of my intent to revive him? Where lies the oversight? Hee, why must one worry so? There is no discerning eye to scrutinize the moment. What significance does it hold to clash with the patterned one? You cannot triumph over him. Ling Wenji was taken aback, his body trembling slightly. Indeed, as Absolute had stated, Ling now possessed not even a fragment of power to contend with Uchiha Ibito, lacking the means to navigate the realms of yin and yang. And devoid of any knowledge of celestial arts, how could he possibly triumph over the reincarnated Ibito? Even if Ling's strength could suppress Ibito, ultimately, it would be futile against Ibito's infinite rebirth, leading to his own exhaustion and inevitable defeat. The mere presence of Ibito caused Ling to lose his composure, revealing a hint of agitation. However, upon deeper reflection, it is a challenge for any mortal to remain entirely calm when confronted with an adversary they have long fantasized about. Though Ling was formidable, his experiences did not quite match his power when compared to the likes of Ibito or the first Hokage, who had been immersed in warfare since childhood. Ling fell short. What precisely is Absolute scheming? Ling's mind began to settle, perplexed by Absolute's intentions. This individual was the embodiment of Ibito's will, yet his current actions were shrouded in mystery. A reminder to regain composure. For losing control of one's emotions could indeed present an opportunity for defeat. To vanquish me would mean reclaiming the Rinnegan, yet this matter remains premature. Absolute smiled enigmatically, his figure blending into the earth like ink, and soon, all truths would be revealed, a moment I eagerly anticipate. Having spoken, he vanished before Ling could respond, leaving only the smiling gaze of Orochimaru before him. Orochimaru spoke softly, his blood-red eyes undergoing a transformation, a thought lingering in Ling's mind. Ling, witnessing you in this state astonishes me even more. Orochimaru extended his arms slightly, as if to embrace, his yellow eyes half concealing a smirk. Are you, at this moment, inclined to slay me? Ling, upon hearing this, fell into silence, meticulously scrutinizing Orochimaru, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. This is merely your unique technique of substitution. Killing you would be futile. Yet, Orochimaru, I implore you, do not let me down. Haha, Ling, you may be under some misapprehension. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice raspy and profound. I seek only what I hold dear: power, truth, reality. However, at this moment, this very moment, Ling furrowed his brows, a surge of murderous intent erupting within him. Hehehe, at this moment, all I wish to witness is what fragile heart lies concealed beneath your formidable facade. Struggle. Ling, I yearn to see what expression will adorn your face once your inner self is revealed, and what transformation you shall bring to this world. As kindred spirits faced with the same plight, what choices shall we make? Ling, I await your response. In my first encounter with the warmth of humanity, I experienced the concern of others and came to understand that some are willing to lay down their lives for me. This is a profound love, an intimate brotherhood, an indelible mark upon my very essence, binding me to the depths of my soul. As an orphan, I only began to perceive this longing in the realm of, and to abandon it is indeed no trivial matter. For Ling, the existence of Lai is akin to the affection that ordinary mortals hold for their closest kin. Having never known such feelings before, the present possession of them renders them all the more precious. In this light, Ling shares a striking resemblance with Bai and Kimimaro, were it not for the executioner's blade and Orochimaru shining a light in their darkness. Lai's connection to Ling would be as the sun rises, an emotional bond that cannot be severed. One may question why Ling clings to the cycle of reincarnation to revive Lai, when the technique of impure reincarnation could also fulfill his desires. Indeed, while impure reincarnation could grant Lai a second chance at life, in Ling's heart, it would lack flesh and consciousness. Is this truly what one calls resurrection? Ling yearns for Lai to be as vibrant as he once was, rather than a mere husk, marred by dust and riddled with cracks, devoid of any understanding of suffering. If impure reincarnation were to awaken Lai, initial joy would undoubtedly be felt, yet, over time, how could a body of impurity sustain enduring happiness? This truth is self-evident. With sincere counsel, Ling fears the instability of reality. Should he destroy the Rinnegan, all affairs would align in his favor. However, once the Rinnegan is lost, the innate technique of reincarnation would vanish alongside it, leaving Lai's revival entirely in his hands. The first departure was due to my own actions. The subsequent return shall also be determined by my own will. Young Master Ling? As fleeting thoughts danced through her mind, a gentle voice emerged from behind. Clad in a simple yukata, her beauty was captivating, her dark eyes, like radiant stones, were now filled with worry, directed solely at Ling Bai. Ling paused, momentarily taken aback, and found it difficult to recapture the past. I nodded slightly. Approaching Ling's side, remaining silent, her gaze fixed, filled with hesitation and concern. Ling pondered, rising to meet Bai's eyes, a tumult of emotion swirling within her. Bai, pure as crystal, harbored only Ling in her heart. Even the esteemed Jun Malu, whom she acknowledged, could not compare. If Ling commanded Bai to confront Jun Malu, though Bai would feel sorrow, she would never dare defy Ling's wishes. Her heart belonged solely to Ling. With eyes as clear as water, devoid of anything but Ling. Could it be the same for Lai? Gently brushing aside Bai's hair, Ling gazed into her eyes. This child could forsake everything for him. Such devotion moved Ling, yet also filled her with self-reproach. In the past, when I was destitute, I envied my peers who had parents and family to frolic with, longing for the warmth of familial affection. Now, in this illusory world, if I were to sever the possibility of rekindling such bonds for my own selfish desires, how would I differ from the unfilial? I once rejected Lai, but having accepted him, I now fear him due to Ban's strength. Lai is my family, my brother. This world may be illusory, yet the affection he bestowed upon me is genuine. I long for his return, to hear him apologize in person, to call him brother from the depths of my heart. For those willing to sacrifice their lives, be it Ban or another, I shall confront them directly, striving to bring peace to their hearts and call them back, regardless of life or death. There is no doubt about it. Ling, my lord. Bai gently caressed Ling's cheek, feeling a tinge of shyness. Observing Ling's struggle and vigilance, she could not help but feel perplexed by his resolute gaze. With the departure of the Akatsuki, the intelligence network had significantly diminished. Fortunately, with Ling as a time traveler, clues could still be pursued. Nagato had become the vessel of the outer path, while Conan remained ever by his side. Thus, Bai was responsible for gathering intelligence to be analyzed by Ling. Bai merely organized the information. And given her character and state of mind, it was challenging to comprehend the implications behind the intelligence. Meanwhile, Jun Malu filled Conan's role, aiding Ling in capturing the Jinchuriki, with the white tiger ring now adorning Jun Malu's finger. My lord, I apologize. Bai bit her lips lightly, a hint of despondency in her demeanor, for she was aware of the identity of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and his village. Despite Jun Malu's wood clone searching the hidden cloud village extensively, he could not find any trace. Is that so? Ling nodded, a slight frown creasing her brow. The wood clone could not discern the full picture. Jun Malu's abilities were beyond question, yet it seemed the Eight-Tails was indeed not in the hidden cloud village. But where, then, could he be beyond the village? Through the forest, Sasuke, amidst his anxiety, endeavored to calm his mind. In a warrior-esque duel, losing composure sealed one's fate. After 3 years of honing his skills, he understood this well. Yet, before the only kin he had, who could remain entirely indifferent, Ling and Bai quietly followed behind, with Ling solely desiring to witness this impending clash, harboring no ulterior motives. At long last has it arrived? I have grown quite impatient. Suddenly, atop a massive rock, the figure of Kisame emerged, his great sword resting on his shoulder as he awaited leisurely. Behind him loomed a mountain, majestic as a royal mausoleum, once the ancestral ground of the Uchiha clan, predating the establishment of Konoha. Is it you? Sasuke paused, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized Kisame. How curious. Are you here to assist Itachi in confronting me? Upon finishing his words, he grasped the hilt of his long sword, poised for action. Such a mischievous child. Kisame chuckled lightly, clarifying, do not misunderstand. I am merely here to follow Itachi's orders and have no inclination towards combat with you. That is for the best. Sasuke released his grip on the sword and advanced slowly, brushing past Kisame. The long-anticipated duel between brothers was finally at hand, a most intriguing affair. Gazing at Sasuke as he distanced himself, Kisame reflected, your tone suggests a hint of sentimentality, which is quite unlike you. Before he could finish, the figures of Ling and Bai suddenly appeared before Kisame. Ah, even the esteemed leader has graced us with his presence. It seems this battle is indeed worthy of anticipation. No need for further words. Ling interrupted Kisame's jest, instructing, you should withdraw and recuperate. Shortly, we shall embark on a mission to apprehend the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. And we shall require your assistance then. As you command, Lord Ling, Kisame replied with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at the camp before vanishing from sight. Ling watched Kisame depart, lost in thought, and proceeded forward. He has left, Bai? Yes, Lord Ling. At this moment, within the imposing confines of the camp, Sasuke finally stood before Itachi, the two facing each other amidst a chamber of peculiar boulders. At last, I have laid eyes upon you. I feared you would evade me until our final farewell. Sasuke stood upon a higher step, his brow furrowed, while Itachi, resembling a sovereign, stood proudly, his crimson eyes calmly surveying all, including his brother. It seems our meeting was inevitable. Itachi sighed softly, his gaze towards Sasuke unwavering. It appears you have foreseen your own demise. In an instant, Sasuke's black pupils transformed to a blood-red hue, the Sharingan gleaming brilliantly within his eyes. I shall soon take your life, yet before that, I have questions that demand your answers. Itachi remained silent, merely observing Sasuke without responding. You once claimed that the Uchiha clan shrine harbors family secrets. If I were to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan alongside you, there would be 4 capable of wielding this ocular technique in the world. Who, aside from Ling, is the other? Why do you dwell so persistently on this matter? Itachi's brow furrowed slightly, his expression subtly shifting. In order to eliminate you, Sasuke slowly drew the Kusanagi from his waist, its tip glimmering ominously as it pointed directly at Itachi, seated upon the throne. And then eliminate that person. To kill him? Indeed. Sasuke nodded, the tomo deepening in intensity. I have witnessed extraordinary power and learned to contemplate. Alone, you cannot silently annihilate all the Uchiha clan members. Even if you could accomplish such a feat, would the others not resist? Would they not utilize ninjutsu? A mere B-rank fire technique is sufficient to alert others, let alone the numerous clan members. Have you come to this realization? Itachi paused momentarily, a smile slowly gracing his lips, seemingly pleased with Sasuke's growth. It is I who should be questioning you. Sasuke stepped forward, fixating his gaze on Itachi. Speak, who exactly is that Uchiha ninja? You have indeed matured. Itachi sighed softly, his words a blend of comfort and concern. The identity of that person is now of little consequence. Itachi looked at the astonished Sasuke and began to speak slowly. For Ling has already slain him. Ling killed that individual. Sasuke furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the veracity of Itachi's words. He felt taken aback by Itachi's account. As a child who had grown up in solitude, he was more sensitive and observant than his peers. He sensed the animosity between Ling and Itachi, realizing that Ling possessed the capability to confront Itachi directly. If that person was truly killed by Ling, why did Ling not eliminate Itachi directly? Why orchestrate a scheme to arrange a confrontation with him? Given that Ling has already taken that life, it is evident he harbors resentment towards the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. Why then spare Itachi? Or is Itachi lying? Enough, regardless of the truth. I shall inquire about it directly with Ling. You need only reveal that person's identity. Sasuke, clouded in thought, posed his question directly. It is of no harm to disclose. Itachi replied with a faint smile, descending the stone steps. That person's identity is Uchiha Madara. The casual tone belied the revelation of a name that would astonish the world. Uchiha Madara was one of the founders of Konoha, the first to master the secrets of the Mangeki Sharingan. The founder of Konoha? You speak such absurdity. Sasuke's voice grew low, his expression one of confusion. If he were the creator of Konoha, he would have long since departed from this world. Chapter 26. Sasuke's growth. People often perceive reality through their own limited understanding, unaware that such perceptions are self-imposed constraints. However, this matter has become inconsequential. Madara is not of paramount importance to you. The crux lies in the fact that he is the first to have mastered the Mangeki Sharingan, and also the first to be bound by its ocular powers. What exactly do you intend to convey? Itachi's words flickered, leaving Sasuke feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The Mangeki Sharingan is a unique ocular technique. Once mastered, the user gradually succumbs to darkness, increasingly reliant on its power, thus rendering their vision ever more obscured. Therefore, the Mangeki Sharingan will ultimately lose its brilliance. You have perused the tablet's inscriptions. Indeed, to harness the power of the Nine Tails, blindness is the price to pay. Madara was the first to subdue the Nine Tails with the Mangeki Sharingan and the first to unveil another secret of its ocular technique. Another secret. Indeed, Ling is also aware of this secret, and thus has reaped its benefits. Now, this secret pertains to you and me, Sasuke. The mystery of the eternal eye is the source of Madara's or Ling's might. Are they engaged in a contest of illusions? Outside the stone chamber, Bai and Sasuke, standing alongside Ling, remained motionless, their curiosity piqued. Bai, having accompanied Ling for many years and frequently sparring with Sasuke, possessed a profound understanding of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Indeed, Ling nodded, responding softly. It appears that Itachi has employed Tsukuyami, a deceptive technique to confound Sasuke. A brother who deeply loves his sibling would never scheme against him for the sake of glory, like a raging inferno. Uchiha Itachi, truly a man who cherishes his younger brother. Bai gazed at Itachi, suddenly filled with sentiment. Ling was taken aback, gazing at Bai with astonishment. What do you mean by that? Are you unaware of the truth concerning the Uchiha clan, and do you not comprehend Itachi's intentions? How could you possess such profound insight? Bai quietly observed Itachi and uttered two words, the gaze, the gaze. Ling was flabbergasted. Do you still remember, my lord? Bai recalled, looking at Ling. Back in Konoha, at your estate. Kimimaro and I witnessed the photograph of you and your elder brother. The way Itachi looked at you was akin to how he gazed at Sasuke. Ling Yin was momentarily entranced by Bai's words, astonished by their keen insight. Can it be that the pure-hearted possess an innate ability to perceive the depths of the human soul? This enigma remains unsolved. As Ling contemplated, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. The two adversaries, who had been locked in a standoff, found themselves in an unexpected turn of events. In an instant, Sasuke was left gasping for breath, kneeling upon the ground, while Itachi covered his left eye, casting a complex gaze upon Sasuke. This was astonishing to Bai. It appeared that Tsukuyami had been unraveled. Although Itachi's physical condition played a role, he had indeed shown mercy. Thus, the true nature of the Uchiha clan was revealed. Hence, he spared my life at that moment. The Eternal Eye. This was your scheme. Sasuke trembled as he rose, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Though Itachi had been lenient, the damage wrought by Tsukuyami upon his psyche remained profound. Thus, I shall no longer dwell in confusion. Itachi, to speak honestly, I do not trust your words, yet this shall not deter my desire to slay you. The black cloak billowed with an aura of strength as Sasuke slowly drew his sword. Whatever Ling may think, I remain indifferent. I shall revive the glory of the Uchiha by my own hand and through my own path. But before that, the air crackled with electricity. A blue light enveloping Sasuke's form and the Kusanagi sword. Itachi, perish. The powerful current seemed alive, exhibiting bizarre arcs and shapes as it surged toward Itachi on the pedestal. Inside the chamber, a blinding blue light obscured all else. In the dim stone chamber, a brooding gaze fell upon Sasuke, whose hand crackled with blue arcs of lightning, darting like a spectral serpent toward the elevated Itachi, tracing an uncanny trajectory. The sound echoed, reminiscent of mournful bird calls, as the blue light illuminated the similar features of Sasuke and Itachi. Faced with such lightning release, leaping to evade seemed the only recourse. However, to leap was to forfeit the initiative. Seasoned by countless battles, Itachi understood this well and executed a surprising maneuver that astonished Sasuke, charging toward the current. What is he trying to achieve? Sasuke was taken aback. Itachi's actions exceeded his expectations, yet he remained composed. Before him, Itachi adjusted his stance, utilizing the momentum of the steps to leap upward, diving down like an eagle swooping for prey. Chidori flow. Sasuke smirked, the powerful current swirling around him as he sidekicked directly at Itachi's chest. Boom. The dull thud of impact echoed as Itachi was sent flying by Sasuke's kick, crashing against the rocky wall. Yet, with a resounding thud, the struck Itachi transformed into smoke, merely a shadow clone. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, the Kusanagi sword carving an uncanny arc as he swung fiercely behind him. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding rang out, sparks flying, as in an instant. A kunai was severed, spinning away into a corner. Itachi, you are indeed swift, Sasuke remarked coldly, a smirk of derision curling his lips. However, I am even faster. Another Sasuke appeared, thrusting a kunai fiercely toward Itachi's back. Itachi remained unervingly calm, hurling several shuriken with lightning speed, while, from the wide sleeves of his Akatsuki robe, his palm discreetly caught a descending black sphere. Boom. Black smoke enveloped the area, obscuring vision. It was a smoke bomb. Itachi pushed off with a knee, sliding toward the distance, his hands swiftly forming seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The scorching fireball distorted the air within the chamber, its fiery brilliance blinding. As it collided with the smoke, unleashing a violent explosion that sent rocks tumbling from the ceiling as if consumed by flames. Amidst the conflagration and smoke, Itachi silently observed the disheveled stone chamber left in the wake of his fire release, his eyes revealing a distinct anticipation and speculation. Truly, he is worthy of the name Itachi. Behind him, Sasuke's voice resonated. You are swifter than I anticipated, yet still insufficient. Was that mere evasion a technique of substitution? Your speed is indeed formidable. Ling's instruction has exceeded my expectations, yet it remains inadequate. At this moment, I cannot afford to lose. Chapter 27. The Summoning. As Itachi pondered deeply, Sasuke swiftly brandished his hands, launching a flurry of shurikens toward Itachi with great ferocity. However, just as Itachi attempted to evade, the shurikens suddenly transformed, coalescing into a dark tide that surged relentlessly toward him. Could this technique be? Itachi murmured in astonishment. Is it a secret art of the third Hokage? Has it truly been imparted by Ling? Sasuke, you could never fathom the trials I have endured over these past 3 years. Sasuke's tone was somber, his words laced with indignation. Indeed, Sasuke was filled with rage. He now possessed a strength unimaginable in his youth. Yet the very source of this power was to confront the brother he once revered and pursued. In this moment, Sasuke felt a tinge of loathing toward this strength. If only time could rewind, he would gladly relinquish his current power to return to the days when his parents and brother were still alive. Even without techniques, even without the Rinnegan, he would embrace it wholeheartedly. The black tide engulfed Itachi. Yet, despite his shock, Itachi remained composed. With a resounding crash, a massive shuriken suddenly materialized amidst the smoke. Subsequently, amidst a cacophony of clashing sounds, countless shurikens were deflected as shadows darted like meteors within the dimly lit chamber. A pained groan escaped Itachi's lips as he clenched his teeth, kneeling on one knee, his gaze fixed upon Sasuke, his eyes quivering slightly. Sasuke's ninjutsu was so rapid that Itachi had no time to employ a substitution technique for evasion. Utilizing shadow clones, his ailing body left him with minimal chakra, requiring meticulous management for each technique he attempted. Now, Itachi resembled the third Hokage 3 years prior when facing Orochimaru. Despite possessing unparalleled ninjutsu and combat experience, his physical condition prevented him from harnessing his full potential. Coupled with the deterioration of his vision, Itachi could barely discern Sasuke in the dim stone chamber, let alone those minute shurikens. Gritting his teeth, Itachi carefully extracted the shuriken embedded in his side and clothing, the intense motion drawing forth droplets of blood. Are you astonished by the strength I wield? Sasuke spread his hands slightly, appearing both restrained and carefree. 3 years ago, I fell easily before you. That battle made me acutely aware of our disparity. Ling is powerful, far beyond my imagination, yet he is not a true mentor. He merely taught me chakra manipulation and the application of the Rinnegan. The true guidance in practical combat and ninjutsu came from the third Hokage. This is something you will likely never comprehend. Is the third Hokage's instruction merely the reanimation jutsu? Itachi mused briefly before grasping the implication. The only technique capable of bringing the deceased back to the world was the reanimation jutsu, which also elucidated Sasuke's astonishing growth in ninjutsu. In Itachi's recollection, Ling was not particularly adept in ninjutsu. It was his genjutsu and remarkable insight that formed the foundation of his combat prowess. What Ling truly imparted to Sasuke were the skills of proficient chakra manipulation for performing jutsu, without seals, and the application of the Rinnegan to counter genjutsu. The comprehension and application of practical combat and ninjutsu that Sasuke benefited from the most came from the third Hokage. Perhaps it is the massacre of the Uchiha clan that has instilled a sense of guilt within the third Hokage towards Sasuke. As Sasuke teetered on the brink of collapse during his arduous training, the gaze of hatred emanated from Konoha rather than from Itachi. For the ever-benevolent third Hokage, nurturing Sasuke's strength, thereby alleviating Itachi's concerns for his younger brother's safety, may very well be the sole form of atonement, a recompense that Itachi would willingly welcome. Indeed, it is so, murmured Itachi, his eyes flickering with understanding. No wonder you have achieved such success. However, without the power of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, you shall never surpass me. Those eyes of yours are destined to belong to me. Itachi's tone was dark, and those unaware would surely be deceived by his convincing performance. You have witnessed Tsukuyami. Now, allow me to unveil yet another ocular technique. With hands forming a series of seals, Itachi raised his hand to his chest, his eyes gently closing. Amaterasu, is it? Ling has mentioned your ocular prowess, and I am indeed eager to witness its might. Sasuke chuckled derisively, slowly retrieving a kunai from his pouch at his waist, gripping it firmly. A trickle of blood silently slid from the corner of Itachi's eye, and as he reopened his eyes, they were suffused with blood vessels, resembling shattered glass, riddled with cracks. Amaterasu. A curtain of black flames erupted, as if imbued with life, sweeping towards Sasuke. The confines of the stone chamber limited Sasuke's evasion, leaving him with no choice but to endure. Indeed, Amaterasu is formidable. This infernal blaze seems capable of incinerating the very soul. Nevertheless, with a gentle arch of his palm, the concealed kunai was hurled towards the impending Amaterasu, the motion as swift as lightning. In an instant, Sasuke's hands transformed, forming a series of blurred hand seals. My chakra control may not match Ling's, yet this technique can only be completed through hand seals, and against Amaterasu, it is the optimal method. With a chilling and sinister smile, Sasuke's mocking gaze met Itachi's, as eerie symbols manifested alongside the thrown kunai, spiraling as if warping space itself. In the next moment, the black flames of Amaterasu vanished, leaving only the kunai, its momentum unabated, piercing directly towards Itachi's chest. Itachi gasped in astonishment, his eyes filled with bitterness, unable to discern the kunai's path. Yet the events that had just transpired revealed the sophistication of this remarkable technique. It is the spatial ninjutsu mastered by the fourth Hokage. How did Sasuke acquire it? Was it through Ling? But how did Ling learn it? Could it be that Ling summoned not only the third Hokage but also the fourth? Yet the fourth Hokage, having been sealed by the Shiki gene, is lost. How could he be summoned? Surprised, are we? Sasuke chuckled lowly, relishing Itachi's astonishment. You guessed correctly. It is indeed the spatial ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage. As for how I mastered it, there is no need for me to elaborate to you. Confronted by Itachi's impassive expression, Sasuke's eyes glinted with the cunning of a serpent, cold and indifferent. Look at your disheveled state. Continue to maintain that lofty demeanor you once held when facing me. You, who sought to claim my eyes, now appear like a lost dog, staring in disbelief. Sasuke's taunts assailed Itachi, yet unbeknownst to all, beyond the thrill of vengeance, a hidden pain was gradually spreading within him. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted, its target not Itachi, but rather the ceiling of the stone chamber. Boom. In the midst of splashing stones and flames, the entire stone chamber has been breached by Sasuke. Chapter 28. The Grim Countenance. Itachi remained silent, observing Sasuke's actions without interference. This technique requires time to activate. The Kusanagi sword glimmers with a cold light, reflecting Sasuke's currently fierce visage. Before this moment, Itachi, grant me more astonishment. A slight smirk graces Sasuke's lips as he lunges forward, sword aimed directly at the kneeling Itachi. Yet, Itachi's expression remains impassive, with only his crimson eyes tracing the trajectory of Sasuke's sword. Thunder rumbles ominously, the sky darkens dreadfully, although he does not confront with fire as in the original tale. The rising currents summon ominous clouds, as if to unveil a certain melancholic truth. Itachi exhales, expelling the turmoil within him, his blood-stained eyes revealing a hint of confusion as they fixate on Sasuke in the distance. At this moment, he is covered in dust, his sleeves and elbows tattered, his robe bearing the marks of shuriken slashes. The once aloof and noble demeanor utterly vanished, replaced by a disheveled state of injuries. The heavens are about to weep. Sasuke gazes upward, his brow slightly furrowed, then turns back to Itachi, urging, if you possess any ultimate technique, unleash it swiftly. After a brief moment, you shall have no further opportunity. With a scoff, Sasuke's eyes sharpen, his figure leaving afterimages as he charges toward Itachi, the Kusanagi sword aimed at his heart. Speed is Sasuke's forte, and in this moment against Itachi, this advantage is even more pronounced, a fact that Itachi is keenly aware of. Gritting his teeth, Itachi bends, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, his posture akin to a leaf dancing in the wind. Utilizing the strength from his legs, he sweeps a kick to strike Sasuke's sword wrist. With a crack, the sword flies from Sasuke's grasp, soaring into the air, yet he remains oblivious. Delivering a powerful kick to Itachi's chest. Following the dull thud of impact, Itachi is sent soaring like a kite severed from its string, momentarily drifting before crashing violently to the ground. The immense force causes him to spit blood upon landing. Humph. Sasuke coldly scoffs, raising his hand to catch the tumbling Kusanagi sword, a sense of pride swelling within him, yet doubt begins to creep in. Why? Itachi's movements appear uncharacteristically disjointed. Despite having employed Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, he should not be this fatigued. Though his hand seals are swift, they lack the speed of his usual self. What could be the reason for this? Is he feigning weakness to seek an opening? And that blood he just coughed up. Your growth astonishes me. Sasuke, Itachi slowly rises, the three tomo merging into a kaleidoscope, yet I have previously stated, those without the Manjiki Sharingan cannot triumph over me. TCH. Sasuke grinds his teeth, casting aside earlier doubts due to Itachi's provocation. Sasuke is bewildered and unwilling to accept why Itachi remains composed in dire straits. He yearns to witness the fear etched upon Itachi's face. The night his parents fell before his eyes, that broken expression is forever etched in his memory. He wishes to see Itachi display such terror, rather than continue to gaze at him and everything else with that same indifference. Enough of this superfluous dialogue. With his left hand raised, crackling with blue lightning, the air between Sasuke and Itachi is charged with electric energy, filling the fractured space around them. The might of the kaleidoscope Sharingan requires no elaboration from you or me. Ling has already allowed me to witness its power. As for myself, I hold no desire to acquire such strength. My life, my ninja way, is defined solely by me. At this moment, I yearn to accomplish but a single task. A brilliant blue lightning arcs from Sasuke's right hand, shooting towards the heavens, casting an even darker shadow over the sky. This technique is called Kirin, crafted specifically for you. With a detached expression and a chilling smile, Sasuke's crimson eyes appear more ferocious against the dimming sky. At this instant, accompanied by thunder. Perish. The roar of thunder resonates with Sasuke's low growl as a colossal flash of lightning descends, striking the ground, targeting Itachi. The sky darkens ominously with the technique, and the raging winds render all things dull. In that fleeting moment, the only sight before me is this unparalleled tempest of lightning. A cacophony ensues as the ground is marred with countless smoking craters. No one doubts that those struck by this technique would leave no trace of life or death. Yet, this technique is faced by Itachi, a man unlike any other. The red glow seizes the brilliance of the lightning, and the once gaunt frame visibly fills out. As a towering red giant rises to shield Itachi perfectly. Susanoo. That technique. Sasuke furrows his brow, feeling the difficulty of the situation. He is no stranger to Susanoo. Ling has demonstrated this powerful ocular technique multiple times, and Itachi's usage was anticipated. However, to find that even Kirin cannot breach this ocular art astonishes Sasuke immensely. If this fails, he shall employ an even more formidable move. With clenched teeth, black runes spread like fire, enveloping Sasuke entirely. In an instant, his skin turns a deep purple black, and grotesque wings sprout from his back. Sasuke activates the power of the curse seal. Cough. From within the crimson figure, Itachi coughs up blood, his gaze betraying concern at Sasuke's transformation. Though Sasuke has not had the opportunity to absorb Orochimaru in the 3 years spent with Ling, the existence of the cursed seal still binds him to Orochimaru. He seems poised to unleash a more extensive Kirin. As Sasuke ascends, Itachi contemplates his next move. This technique possesses immense power. Yet I am afflicted with a grave illness, unable to sustain Susanoo for long. If Sasuke unleashes Kirin again, the outcome will be, oh, how increasingly intriguing. In the distance, Ling observes the battle, his words laden with profound meaning, rendering by unable to decipher Itachi's intentions. Lord Ling, what precisely are Uchiha Itachi's plans? Susanoo is sufficient to withstand Kirin, yet Itachi's actions seem not merely defensive, by muses, unable to fathom Itachi's thoughts. Itachi is gravely ill. Ling explains to Bai, noting that mere defense cannot endure indefinitely, and Sasuke's preparation for Kirin this time far surpasses the previous attempt. Thus Itachi dares not take risks. Gravely ill. Bai whispers, taken aback. Sasuke has resolved to fight with all his might. Ling, unfazed by Bai's contemplation, continues, although Kirin's power is formidable, if not controlled in scale, Sasuke will also be unable to wield it effectively. Now, Sasuke's objective is not merely to attack Itachi, but to utterly annihilate this region. Chapter 29, The Unexpected. Initially, the sky was clear and bright. But soon dark clouds obscured the sun, culminating in a torrential downpour. The change in the heavens foretold the climactic battle between the Uchiha brothers. Itachi kneels partially on the ground, hands covering his mouth, as coughs erupt from his trembling frame. The rain cascaded over him, gliding down his inky black hair, merging with the crimson streaks upon his cheeks, softening the vivid red at the corners of his mouth. The battle had concluded. You emerged victorious. Ling and Bai stepped forth from behind the curtain of rain, gazing at Itachi, their tone a perplexing blend of joy and sorrow. Is it I who has triumphed? Itachi murmured, lifting his gaze in confusion, Yet in his vacant eyes, he could not discern Ling's presence. "Where are you? I cannot see you," he lamented, desperately extending his hand, only to graze the edge of Ling's garment before collapsing helplessly into a puddle of water. Uchiha Itachi, unable to bear the sight, turned his face away. "Such disarray, Itachi." Ling approached, looking down at the prostrate figure of Itachi. "8 years ago, I too fell before you, yet you spared my life. Why?" Itachi remained silent, his breath slow and labored, his feeble hand groping towards Sasuke's direction. "Regardless of the reasons. The person you once were has shaped the individual I am today. In some regard, I owe you my gratitude." Ling let out a cold laugh, bending down to grasp Itachi's arm and abruptly lifting him, his crimson eyes locking onto Itachi's dazed gaze. "Do not worry. I promise to take good care of Sasuke. Rest easy." With that, Ling placed Itachi's hand on his shoulder, gesturing for Bai to attend to the similarly incapacitated Sasuke. Bai nodded, rising to assist Sasuke, and the four figures vanished into the curtain of rain. At that moment, supported by Ling, Itachi's lips curled slightly, a profound smile gracing his features. A day later, Sasuke awoke. In a room dominated by shades of white, the flickering glow of an oil lamp cast shadows on the walls, and the space contained only a single bed. Startled by the flickering candlelight, Sasuke struggled to open his eyes. To his surprise, he attempted to rise but, weighed down by fatigue and discomfort, he grimaced and fell back weakly. "You are awake," came Ling's voice from the corner, his figure emerging. Clad in a long robe of black with red patterns that flickered in the candlelight, his crimson eyes radiant. Sasuke froze, turning his gaze toward Ling. But the pain in his body made even the slightest movement excruciating. "Do not move about. You need to rest," Ling reassured him, stepping forward to aid Sasuke. But upon seeing his condition, he halted in astonishment. "Ugh!" In the midst of Ling's astonished gaze, Sasuke turned his eyes towards Ling, and in an instant, his expression transformed. The tomo of the Rinnegan coalesced into the unique kaleidoscopic form reminiscent of Itachi. In the blink of an eye, dark flames entwined around Ling's body. Ling gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that seemed to sear his very soul, his eyes transforming into a kaleidoscope of torment. The flames of Amaterasu, having lost their target, danced restlessly in the air before reluctantly fading away, leaving only the sound of Sasuke's labored breaths echoing in the room. How perilous indeed! Ling's furious words, laced with a hint of ferocity, manifested before Sasuke once more. Itachi, this wretched child, to have sealed Amaterasu within Sasuke's eyes. This was a scheme aimed at Obito. And now that he knows Sasuke stands with me, he has laid this trap, ready to unleash Amaterasu upon me at the mere sight of my eyes. Itachi, you forged a pact with me, yet now seek to exploit a weakness to harm me for Sasuke. Truly, you will stop at nothing. Were it not for the power of reversal, I would have long been consumed by the flames of Amaterasu. Ling harbored a profound resentment, cursing Itachi for his heartlessness. Indeed, as a traveler from another realm, Ling often approached matters with an air of inevitability, neglecting the changes he himself had instigated, particularly in the subtleties. In the original narrative, Itachi sealed Amaterasu to conceal the truth, intending for Sasuke to slay Obito. However, Ling's emergence rendered Obito's whereabouts unknown, thus, to deceive Sasuke. Itachi would inevitably target Ling. Had it not been for the power of regression that allowed Ling to return in advance, Amaterasu would have claimed his life by now. Sasuke, you indeed have a brother. Ling's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing, the sensation of Amaterasu's flames still lingering. Sasuke remained silent, casting a glance at Ling, equally perplexed by the earlier events. Humph, Ling sneered, turning his gaze to Sasuke, a plan already forming in his mind. Itachi, do you wish to conceal every truth? I shall not allow you to succeed. You scheme against me, seeking a swift resolution? I will ensure that Sasuke learns the entire truth, fostering resentment that drives him to oppose Konoha and Naruto. I intend to lead Sasuke down a tragic path of enmity with the world. This is my retribution for the past, for Tsukuyomi, and now for Amaterasu. Only Sasuke's life matters to you. What of others' lives in your eyes? If you are so selfish towards your kin, then so shall I be. With his emotions slightly steadied, Ling let out a cold laugh. Addressing Sasuke under his questioning gaze, allow me to congratulate you, Sasuke. You have triumphed. You have slain Itachi. Sasuke was taken aback, lowering his head in silence. A tumult of emotions difficult to articulate. He vividly remembered that it was Itachi who emerged victorious, having ensnared him completely in his Jinjutsu. Yet why did Itachi not claim his eyes? Was it not a long-term strategy? Why abandon it in the end? Moreover, his final words and demeanor resembled the affection Itachi once showed him, a tenderness now lost. You harbor doubts as well, do you not? Observing the fluctuations in Sasuke's expression, Ling surmised his thoughts. You have matured, no longer a child, and certain truths must now be revealed to you. Organizing his thoughts, Ling began recounting the battle between Madara and the first Hokage during the founding of Konoha, the establishment of a watchful police force to monitor the Uchiha clan, leading to their uprising due to discontent over their exclusion from the village. The mission of Itachi, the covert operations, the truth behind the extermination of the Uchiha clan. For 8 years, the hatred towards Itachi had been the sole pillar of Sasuke's resolve. To exact revenge, he sacrificed comrades, mentors, and the village. Yet now Ling revealed to him that Itachi had always been protecting him, making sacrifices. How could Sasuke accept such a reality? Believe it or do not. That is your choice. I merely present the facts. Ling smiled calmly, his tone imbued with conviction, continuing. You must have questioned this as well, have you not? The Uchiha clan, masters of fire techniques, Jinjutsu, and versatile weaponry. Not only could Itachi alone not eradicate the entire clan, but even combined, neither could we stealthily annihilate them all. A confrontation of techniques would surely alert others. Itachi slaughtered his kin. He committed patricide and matricide. He sought to claim my eyes. Indeed, that is the truth. Yet, I am stronger than he. He simply failed. This is the fact. You may wish to refute me. For Itachi attempted to kill you multiple times, yes? Seeing Sasuke's trembling lips, Ling anticipated his thoughts. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Susanoo, each technique a lethal weapon. Indeed. While Amaterasu can be redirected using the spatial barrier technique I taught, what of Tsukuyomi? What of Susanoo? If Itachi truly wished to kill you, you would be no match for him. An ordinary Sharingan cannot contend with the Manjiki, even if Itachi is afflicted with a grave illness. This fact remains unchanged. Afflicted by a grave illness, Sasuke was taken aback and stared at Ling in astonishment. You sensed it long ago, did you not? The sharpness of your body, the swiftness of your hand seals, the power of your taijutsu during the time that Susanoo can be sustained, these subtle details have already indicated Itachi's dire condition, nay, his deplorable state. At the moment of his departure from the village, Itachi had resolved to perish in a confrontation with you. However, beset by a serious ailment, he could not wait until you had fully matured and surpassed him, thus hastening the conflict. Chapter 30. Sasuke's choice. Why did he never return to Konoha in the past? Only to return at this juncture when the third Hokage has passed and Konoha is on high alert? It was solely to convey a message to the higher-ups of Konoha, to inform them that I still exist and that the pact of old remains valid. Sasuke, in anguish, clutched his head, shaking it vehemently as if trying to dispel the thoughts. He was unwilling to ponder Ling's words, nor confront the crumbling beliefs within his heart. In a bid to conceal the truth, Itachi sought to silence me. He knew I would inevitably reveal the truth to you. That earlier use of Amaterasu was sufficient to substantiate this point. Enough. Enough. I do not believe you. Absolutely not. Sasuke screamed, proclaiming his disbelief even as tears streamed down his cheeks. You are wavering, are you not? Ling remarked, shrugging his shoulders, a malicious glint in his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upward. The enigmatic kaleidoscope Sharingan fixated upon Sasuke. Reflect well upon it, those buried memories. The memories you refuse to accept, the seeds of hatred have already been sown, merely awaiting their roots to take hold. Itachi, you presume that everything is under your control, believing I would underestimate Sasuke's strength and fall prey to Amaterasu. Indeed, your scheme has succeeded. However, you are oblivious to the secret of my right eye. For Sasuke, you disregard countless lives. This is your notion of peace? I shall not allow you to have your way. Since Sasuke holds such significance in your heart, I shall thrust him into opposition with the world, ensuring you know no peace. Clenching his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed in the air. Ling paid no further heed to the unsettled Sasuke and strode out of the room. As he closed the door, he caught sight of the crystalline tears cascading down Sasuke's cheek. Ah! Finally, after Ling departed, Sasuke collapsed, weeping uncontrollably, love and hatred, two opposing emotions flooding his mind. Outside the door, upon hearing his cries, Ling revealed a wicked smile, his desires fulfilled. Since Ling unveiled the truth of the Uchiha clan to Sasuke, he remained confined within the room, never venturing outside. He did not touch food, nor did he sip a drop of water, until 2 days later when he stumbled out from that stifling chamber. On the corridor of rain-hidden village, Ling silently observed as Sasuke, clutching the railing, approached him with trembling steps. In truth, Ling held a certain fondness for Sasuke, feeling sympathy for his past tribulations. Yet Itachi's machinations rendered Ling unable to turn a blind eye. Despite having promised Itachi, he had sought to eliminate him using Amaterasu. Had it not been for the ability to rewind time, he would have been incinerated by Amaterasu long ago. Moreover, regardless of the rationale, Konoha could not erase the truth of the massacre of the Uchiha clan. It was precisely due to this slaughter that Ling resolved to slay his brother. Consequently, while keeping an eye on Madara's movements, he welcomed the notion of someone teaching Konoha a lesson, and that someone was none other than Sasuke. The ability to perform ninjutsu without hand seals, coupled with exceptional physical prowess and speed, allows for the utilization of space-time techniques. Should one activate the Mangeki Sharingan, they gain access to Amaterasu and Susanoo. With the devoted guidance of the third Hokage and Ling over the past 3 years, who among the Leaf Village could confidently claim victory over Sasuke? Even Kakashi and Jiraiya. Have you come to understand? As Sasuke staggered closer, Ling spoke calmly, her gaze meticulously assessing the depths of Sasuke's eyes. He remained silent, his head bowed and breath steady and elongated. It seemed he had reached a realization. Ling gently tilted her head for a moment of scrutiny before turning towards the edge of the corridor, gazing down at the Rain Village, her silence enveloping them. Sasuke slightly raised his head, casting a glance at Ling's silhouette, his eyes increasingly revealing a simmering resentment. Since you have long known the truth, why did you not share it with me sooner? To tell you? Only to witness you march towards your doom in the leaf? Ling's tone was ethereal. Startled by her words, Sasuke turned away, falling silent. He was no fool. Ling's assertions were indeed a possibility that could not be dismissed. Had he, 3 years ago, the ignorant version of himself, learned the truth, he would, as Ling suggested, have recklessly sought vengeance against the leaf, resulting only in imprisonment in a lightless cell or a secret execution. There were no alternatives. And what of before? Sasuke pressed on. When I departed from the land of earth with Haku and Kimimaro, why did you not disclose these matters? Why should I? Ling pondered briefly before retorting. Even if I had told you, you might not have believed it. Should you have believed, you would no longer pursue Itachi. You could choose to forgive him from your standpoint, but you hold no authority to grant forgiveness on behalf of those Uchiha who were slain. At her words, Sasuke was taken aback, resignedly lowering his head. What Ling has stated holds truth. Itachi has sacrificed immensely for peace and for Sasuke. However, it cannot be denied that he has indeed slain their parents and betrayed the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, the sole beneficiary of his actions is Sasuke himself. What authority does he possess to forgive Itachi on behalf of those Uchiha who were murdered? In this regard, Ling possesses the most valid perspective, as he is a victim of these events. Though Sasuke suffers, it is not a consequence of Itachi's conscious intent. Itachi's original intention was to protect Sasuke, not Ling. What do you intend to do next? Feeling the weight of Sasuke's pain and regret, Ling turned, his crimson eyes quietly fixed upon Sasuke, awaiting his response. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at Ling's question, before erupting. Of course, I shall take vengeance upon Konoha. I will return to them all the suffering Itachi endured. Is that so? Ling replied indifferently, observing Sasuke, this is your choice. I have no right to interfere. However, before we proceed, I must confirm one matter. In an instant, Ling's eyes transformed, the 3 tomo converging into the snowflake rune upon a shuriken. Sasuke appeared somewhat dazed under Ling's gaze, yet instinctively, his eyes retaliated, the 6-pointed star pattern vividly manifesting. Indeed, the agony of seeking Itachi's life has awakened the power of your Mangeki Sharingan. Ling nodded, his eyes reverting to the 3 tomo form. In that case, you ought to behold this. With that, disregarding Sasuke's reaction, he descended the stairs to the corridor. Sasuke stared at Ling for a moment, then followed suit. Through a winding passage, Ling guided Sasuke into a concealed underground chamber. Upon opening the door, rather than seeing the interior, they first heard the rhythmic sound of machinery at work. Lord Ling? Within, a figure who had halted his tasks approached Ling, bowing in greeting. It was Bai. Ling nodded, gazing at the distant instruments, and inquired of Bai, how is it? Is everything prepared? Chapter 31. Emotional turmoil indeed. Bai slightly inclined his head, a shadow of sorrow and melancholy crossing his eyes. On the journey back, he had already departed from this world. Nevertheless, he still obeyed orders, employing healing talismans to activate the instruments of life and death. Well done. Ling comfortingly patted Bai's shoulder as a gesture of reassurance. Bai, being a person of utmost purity and goodness, was unable to suppress his grief upon witnessing the fall of living beings. What is this? Sasuke cast a glance at the machinery, a sense of unease stirring within him, inexplicable emotions welling up. Heh. Ling smiled enigmatically, looking at Sasuke. You shall observe for yourself. The truth will reveal itself. Sasuke furrowed his brows, silently scanning Ling with a doubtful gaze, then cautiously stepped closer. Upon nearing, he discovered the truth. The complex medical apparatus, countless infusion tubes, and conduits inserted directly into the mouth of a patient. Yet these were not the focal point. The crux lay in the figure lying before him, his brother, Itachi. Itachi. Sasuke suddenly awakened, gripping Itachi's hand tightly, yet the icy touch revealed the harsh reality. Itachi had passed away. Ling, what are your intentions? Itachi is dead. What use is there now in employing these instruments? Is this not evident? Ling stepped forward, adjusting the buttons on the machinery, stating, it is to prevent him from dying. Prevent him from dying? In a fit of rage, Sasuke laughed bitterly, suddenly seizing Ling by the collar and roaring, he has perished. What significance does this act hold? Ling remained silent, his gaze sweeping over Sasuke with a hint of derision. Do you misunderstand something? Gently freeing himself from Sasuke's grip, Ling smoothed the wrinkles in his attire. The one who killed Itachi was you. The annihilator of the Uchiha clan was also Itachi. He reaped what he sowed. What purpose does your fury serve against me? Itachi's demise was due to me? Sasuke froze, rendered speechless by Ling's words. Memories of Itachi's past warmth and affection flooding his mind, the pain causing tears to well up in his eyes. I have never engaged in futile endeavors. Ling regarded Sasuke with a touch of pity, stating, let us set aside the matter of Itachi for now. I have brought you here so that you might make a choice. You now possess the Mangeki Sharingan. Itachi must have mentioned that excessive use will gradually seal your vision. The sole remedy lies in the fusion of Mangeki Sharingan between blood relatives, resulting in the eternal Mangeki. Itachi hoped you would attain this power. The choice now rests with you. Eternal Mangeki? Do you wish for me to transplant Itachi's eyes? Sasuke inquired, bewildered. That is not my intention. It all depends on you, Ling replied, shaking his head. There is no need. After a brief silence, Sasuke spoke with a hint of mockery. What I intend to do next, Itachi's eyes would surely not desire to witness. Perhaps, Ling nodded, refraining from rebutting Sasuke. I merely wish for you to choose. How you proceed is up to you. Though you are strong now, you are still insufficient to contend with Konoha. The eternal Mangeki possesses boundless ocular power, which would greatly benefit your aspirations. Sasuke fell silent, his fist clenching tightly, the struggle evident. Observing this, Ling continued. There is something you may not know. Konoha has summoned the leaders of various villages to discuss countering me and Akatsuki. I also intend to seize this opportunity to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. But Sasuke, you must understand, I do not favor needless labor. What is your true intention? Sasuke frowned, fixating his gaze on Ling. Quite simple. Consider it a transaction. Ling spread his hands, his tone a blend of sigh and temptation. I can resurrect Itachi. But you must create great chaos to draw everyone's attention, ensuring that the matter of the tailed beast goes undisturbed. What do you mean? Sasuke suddenly advanced, gripping Ling's shoulders tightly. You claim you can bring Itachi back to life. Are you not jesting? Ling's words pierced deeply into Sasuke's heart. To personally slay the brother who had protected him was an unbearable cruelty for Sasuke. If Itachi could be resurrected, one can only imagine the depth of Sasuke's feelings. A soft chuckle escaped Ling's lips as he disregarded Sasuke's anxious gaze and trembling form, turning his attention to Itachi, slowly closing his eyes. In the next moment, a peculiar tomo and sigils manifested within his enchanting eyes. Time reversal. Thud. Thud. In Sasuke's incredulous gaze, Itachi's body quivered slightly, and soon after, his chest began to rise and fall, his pallor fading from lifelessness to a semblance of vitality. How could this be? Sasuke, momentarily entranced, stepped forward and gently grasped Itachi's hand, feeling the warmth of life emanating from it. How did you achieve this? How is this possible? Time reversal. This is the power of my kaleidoscope Sharingan. This ocular technique allows me, at my will, to rewind time for a person or a place. It has been 4 days since Itachi's passing. It is not too far gone, and I can reverse the time that belongs to Itachi, bringing him back to life. The time that belongs to Itachi is being reversed, which means, indeed, the one lying here is Itachi, who had not yet succumbed after our battle. Itachi after the battle? Sasuke pulled back Itachi's arm, revealing the marks left by shuriken wounds. Those were inflicted by Sasuke's jutsu, now reappearing on Itachi's body. Why not reverse Itachi's time even further back? In his excitement, Sasuke managed to remain calm enough to inquire. Reversing time is a forbidden power. Resurrecting the deceased Itachi is the limit of my abilities. How could I wield this jutsu without restrictions? If it were boundless, I could have already used it to revive others, even bringing Madara back to his youth to easily take his life. Alas, the power of reversal is not so formidable. Ling responded to Sasuke, secretly lamenting the current state of Itachi, who was gravely weakened. Thus, I had prepared medical instruments in advance to sustain his life. However, even if Itachi were to recover, the peril had not been averted. After a thorough explanation, Ling chose to keep a certain air of mystery. What peril? Sasuke inquired sharply. The Uchiha clan fought through their eyes, and their ocular power was their very essence. Itachi's ocular power was nearly depleted. If it were to be transplanted to you now, the new host's eyes would merge to form a more formidable ocular technique. Yet, similarly, due to the exhaustion of his ocular power, Itachi too required a pair of eyes with potent ocular strength to be transplanted in order to regain vitality and overcome this crisis. Do you comprehend my meaning? What you imply, Sasuke, upon hearing those words, grasped Ling's intention that he must sacrifice his own eyes for Itachi's recovery. Is that not so? This was the most optimal solution. Only the eternal eye would possess inexhaustible ocular power. Of course, a regular Sharingan might suffice, but in that case, Itachi would lose the pride of his Meijiki Sharingan as power. Ling shrugged lightly, his tone imbued with an intriguing uncertainty. Chapter 32, The Summit of the Five Kage. A sudden infiltration is that so Sasuke lowered his head, fists clenched tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to take action. When will you depart for Konoha? The six-pointed star flickered in his deep crimson pupils as Sasuke gazed intently at Ling, speaking in a low voice. Ling Wei tilted her head, glancing back at Sasuke, and after a moment's contemplation, replied, "We shall set forth in the coming days." The news of the gathering of the five Kage has spread from Konoha, and now is the opportune moment to attend the meeting. I wish to accompany you. Sasuke regarded Ling with a thoughtful expression before speaking. I shall strike at the higher-ups of Konoha to divert attention, while you seek out the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. What do you say? Of course. Ling nodded in agreement with Sasuke's strategy. Then let us begin our preparations. Upon hearing Ling's words, Sasuke stepped towards the door, casting a final glance at Itachi, who lay on the sickbed. Ling, should I perish in Konoha, I have one request. What is it? Ling paused, gazing at Sasuke's retreating figure, inadvertently inquiring. Transplant my eyes to Itachi, restore him to his former self. Sasuke slightly turned his head, revealing one eye laden with inscrutable emotions. I understand. For reasons unknown, Ling felt as though she was enveloped by the intensity of a gaze that brimmed with emotions, reminiscent of the look that had once been directed at her. I entrust this matter to you. With that, without waiting for Ling's response, Sasuke transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant, leaving Ling momentarily stunned, her expression tinged with sorrow. As time passed, after adequately preparing supplies, Ling and her comrades set forth on their journey. This expedition included not only Ling, Bai, and Sasuke, but also Deidara, Kisame, Haiden, Kakazu, and Scorpion. Following Itachi's treachery in the information network of Absolute and Rebellion, Ling no longer felt the confidence she once had. This mission, driven by the intelligence of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from the wreckage, aimed directly at the target, compelling Madara to reveal himself, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Ling brought along all members of the Akatsuki, save for Konan and Nagato, determined to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. It is rare for everyone to embark on this journey together. Outside the village of Konoha, Kisame surveyed the group, speaking with a tone that seemed both nostalgic and playful. Your smile is quite unappealing, lacking any semblance of artistry, Deidara scoffed, casting a glance at Ling ahead. This grand display en route to Konoha serves to showcase my super flat art. Humph. Be quiet, Deidara. I have already stated that your foolish explosions are hardly art. Scorpion, concealed within his puppet, mocked Deidara. As for art, I am indifferent, Kakuzu remarked, unfazed by the dispute. I have declined several business dealings for this journey. Kakuzu's words trailed off, but his intent was clear. A peculiar assembly, indeed. Ling Wei sighed and shook her head, while Bai, upon noticing, covered her mouth with a light laugh. Bai's perspective on the Akatsuki organization differed from Ling's. She bore no malice towards them, as she believed they shared a similar sorrow. Observing Bai's suppressed laughter, Ling was struck by her beauty, contemplating any potential flaws in their plan. I, alongside Sasuke, would create chaos at the venue, while Scorpion, Haiden, and Kakuzu would handle the lower-ranked ninjas. The Water Shadow's dissolution technique and the Earth Shadow's dust technique were beyond the capabilities of the three. After acquiring intelligence on the Eight Tails, Kimimaro, Bai, Kisame, and Deidara would act in unison. A powerful water technique combined with explosives, along with Bai's ice crystal bloodline limit, would ensure that Kimimaro could also deploy the Shikatsu Miyaku and would release, leaving no chance for the Eight Tails to escape. With these thoughts, Ling paused, turning back to the members of the Akatsuki, signaling the end of their trivial discussions. Each individual's mission was clear. Capturing the Eight Tails was imperative. I must reiterate. I seek the Eight Tails, not merely a tentacle. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Excellent. Everyone shall commence their respective tasks immediately. As Ling concluded, she intended to move, but Sasuke had already leaped onto a tall tree, his figure vanishing in an instant. Lord Ling? Bai inquired, slightly surprised, awaiting Ling's command. Humph. That impatient boy, Ling scoffed, waving her hand. Kimimaro is still waiting. Bai, proceed. As you command. Meanwhile, at the venue of the Five Kage Summit. It was originally intended to convene in the neutral land of Iron, but due to Ling's series of actions, Konoha hastily summoned the Five Kages, setting the meeting within the village. The assembly took place not in a grand and imposing location, but rather in a makeshift camp erected outside Konoha. The Kages, filled with suspicion towards one another, were reluctant to enter Konoha for discussions. What if this were a trap laid by Konoha, aiming to annihilate the Five Kages in one fell swoop? With the venue located in Konoha, who could guarantee that there were no ambushes? Thus, the Kages from each village accepted the location of this temporary meeting place. A large tent housed 5 tables and chairs with an additional seat outside the table, presumably for a neutral party, that of the Samurai Mifune. It was indeed regrettable to summon everyone at this sensitive moment, but the situation was dire. The Akatsuki had stealthily captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki in merely a month, an unexpected event that warranted the urgent gathering of the Kages to devise a strategy. As the initiator, Tsunade rose to speak. The Akatsuki, the oldest, smallest, and most diminutive earth shadow, adorned with a ludicrous butterfly bow, cast a glance at Tsunade and scoffed. To my knowledge, the Akatsuki has established their base in the land of rivers, a matter of little significance, but my subordinates recently obtained crucial intelligence. Pausing, the earth shadow turned his gaze towards the enchanting water shadow and spoke in a grave tone. The capture of the Six Tails Jinchuriki was not the work of the Akatsuki, but rather that of Konoha Hidden Village, specifically the orphan of the Uchiha clan, the direct disciple of the third Hokage, Uchiha Ling. The assembly was taken aback, their eyes turning towards Tsunade, who remained silent and furrowed her brow, while the water shadow appeared the most perplexed. The Six Tails Jinchuriki was a rogue ninja from the mist. As Mist pursued Yutaka, they witnessed Ling easily defeat the Jinchuriki. Realizing they were outmatched, the Mist ninjas chose to retreat and reported the incident to the Water Shadow. This was meant to be a secret. How did the Earth Shadow come to know? Did he have spies among them? Or were there other channels? The Earth Shadow, relishing the moment, smiled and asked Tsunade, Hokage, do you have anything to say regarding this matter, as the leader of Konoha? Chapter 33, Battle. A gentle breeze caressed Ling's garments, as dust danced lightly in the air, and her dark tresses swayed with the wind. Standing atop a height, she exuded a restrained yet formidable presence, casting her gaze down upon the 5 shadows below, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Tsunade, her brows furrowed, bit her crimson lips, her eyes flickering with a blend of panic and feigned composure, as she confronted Ling. Uchiha Ling, what are your true intentions? Is it to pursue the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, or to exploit the truth of the Uchiha to plunge Konoha into turmoil? Rest assured, Tsunade-sama, I harbor no desire to instigate conflict. Ling replied, observing Tsunade's furrowed brow, shaking her head gently as she stepped forward, placing a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. I have made my intentions clear. My sole objective is the Raikage's younger brother, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. As for Sasuke, Ling's lips curled into a cryptic smile. He grapples with his own doubts and the truths that must be unveiled. And this matter bears no connection to me. Tsunade paused, her gaze shifting between Ling and Sasuke, before pressing further. What is your true aim? Are all your actions merely a means to realize your vision of peace founded upon fear? Before Sasuke could interject, she redirected the conversation back to Ling's intentions. Oh, the folly of youth. No need to showcase it here. Ling chuckled lightly, disinterested in delving into her own motives. Sasuke deserves to know the intricacies at play. But my words alone may not persuade him. Some issues warrant an explanation from Konoha. Fifth Hokage, answer my question. Where are those two obstinate advisors? As Ling's words fell, Sasuke again pressed with a serious tone. Two arrogant youngsters. Observing Ling and Sasuke, one targeting the information about the Eight Tails, while the other solely questioned the Hokage. Disregarding the other four shadows, the Raikage could no longer contain his wrath. I care not for the brilliance of your Uchiha clan. Dare to lay hands on my brother, and you shall not escape unscathed. The Raikage roared, his body crackling with lightning, as a furious chakra stirred the dust from the ground. Well then, this is quite acceptable. I never anticipated your honesty, Ling remarked, lowering herself into a stance, poised for action. Interfere not with my path of vengeance. An impatient Sasuke scoffed at the Raikage's provocation, his sword held at an angle, his gaze piercing. Sasuke, do not forget your original intent. The Raikage is no ordinary foe. You must understand the target at hand. Ling advised gently. As Ling and Sasuke continued their disregard for the gathering, the Raikage's fury ignited, his fist crackling with thunder as he lunged at the two. Humph. Such a volatile temperament. Even the Raikage cannot alter his true nature. The Tsuchikage mocked. Raikage-sama. Two of his subordinates quickly formed hand seals, preparing to cast ninjutsu in support of the Raikage. What swift chakra flow. Beware of his ocular techniques. The Mizukage shouted urgently beside Ao. Annihilation. Water release. Water barrier. The Raikage's guard, Terui, promptly executed water release to shield the Raikage. As black particles scattered, the Raikage stared in disbelief, the peril before him exceeding his comprehension. Annihilation struck the water style, and Ling's expression remained impassive, as if everything lay within his foresight. Jiraiya, the eye of Uchiha Ling. Tsunade inquired solemnly, glancing at Jiraiya. Indeed, he had never intended to directly assassinate the Raikage, for he had already perceived everything. Indeed, Ling had discerned Raikage's attack and Terui's support through his left eye, and then, a colossal dark arm extended from behind Ling, aiming directly at the Raikage, who had nowhere to evade in the air. How swift! The flow of his chakra was so rapid that it was nearly impossible to discern the technique he was employing. Ao ground his teeth, and before his words could escape, CHJR had suddenly swung his sword towards Ling's silhouette. Clang! The clash of metal erupted, sparks flying, as Ling's ambush was thwarted once again. That was a shadow clone. Reacting with agility, the shadow clone chuckled lightly, but regrettably. Boom! The shadow clone exploded. Could it be that he had targeted the Byakugan from the outset? Were all the attacks merely a facade to conceal the movements of the shadow clone? That Tsuchikage, the oldest among them, though astonished by Ling's speed, had already surmised the truth. The Byakugan can perceive chakra within the body. Once Ling acted, there would inevitably be a fluctuation in chakra, making the Byakugan the prime target. The Byakugan, truly a formidable adversary. Ling stood upon the rock. Though sensing the difficulty, the colossal fist of Susanoo struck towards the Raikage without hesitation. Boom! The impact resonated like a hammer. Blue lightning intertwined with black flames. Crashing down upon the ground, the chief, Terui exclaimed, concerned for the Raikage's injuries, as the surrounding ninjas ceased their mockery, all eyes fixed on Ling. Watching with bated breath, the lightning armor, its defensive capabilities are nothing short of exceptional, even if it was merely a fragment of Susanoo. Its power was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Ling Wei cast her gaze downward, observing the dissipating dust with contemplative thoughts. As the haze settled on the ground, Lei Ying, charged with electricity, knelt partially, his hair standing on end. In Ling's eyes, his robust physique appeared even more imposing. What strength! Shui Ying Mei's expression subtly shifted as she glanced at the disheveled Lei Ying before her gaze returned to Ling, revealing an extraordinarily handsome man upon closer inspection. Don't dawdle. Let us settle this swiftly. Sasuke urged impatiently. I still have to settle scores with those two ancient relics. I have no time to play alone. I find it challenging to contend with the five shadows, Ling replied, half seriously shaking his head as he looked at Sasuke. You should pursue your target. Konoha will not stand idly by while you eliminate their advisors. Are you suggesting I divert Konoha's attention? Sasuke turned his head, glancing at Ling, and then at the ninja beneath them. Indeed, Without your assistance, my success is uncertain. The other villages would not remain passive either. After some contemplation, Sasuke's gaze locked onto Tsunade, his form darting towards her like a blade. How swift! Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. Don't just stand there, Tsunade, Jiraiya quickly warned, biting his finger to begin performing a jutsu. Summoning jutsu. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Ling smiled lightly, his interest piqued. Chapter 34. Astonishment unleashed. Though devoid of the Hokage's intrigue, this scene is still splendid. The shadow clenched his silver teeth, rising from the ground like a small mountain. Resembling a demon descending, clad in armor and scales, his fearsome visage adorned with crimson eyes akin to Ling's, burning fiercely like blood. What creature is that? A stunning woman in a red gown beside the earth shadow exclaimed in astonishment. To regard the shadow-level battle as mere play, one must possess extraordinary courage. Yet, my back ailment lingers. I shall first observe what prowess Uchiha Ling truly possesses. Ling's ocular technique reminded the earth shadow of yesteryears. Those profound eyes filled with suppressed fury and evasion. It seems Lord Earth Shadow has no intention of joining the fray. Then let us bow our heads and quietly observe the unfolding events. Xue Yingmei smiled alluringly, her charm captivating. Manipulating the water shadow Deidara as if he were a puppet, trampling upon the prestige of the Mist Village. Her seductive lips slowly exuded droplets of molten gold, revealing ice-green eyes previously concealed by bangs. Xue Yingmei appeared both teasing and enticing, offering Ling a coy smile. Next, I shall grant you a kiss that will sear your very soul. Kiss, Ling murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly beckoned to the water shadow. If you wish to try, do come. Humph. The water shadow snorted disdainfully. Ah. Ling chuckled lightly. In an instant, liquid escape. Liquid monster technique. Susanoo. A golden torrent surged toward the shadowy giant, consuming it in a fiery cloud that reached for the heavens, eclipsing the sun and shrouding all in obscurity. Boom. The deafening sound resonated as numerous observing ninjas beheld a colossal fist descending from the sky, crashing into the earth. Countless ninjas were swept into the air by this strike. If you wish to play, let us engage earnestly. Ling grinned wickedly, his handsome visage radiating an eerie malevolence. The elbow of Susanoo trembled violently as two new arms extended forth. For arms extending through the heavens, the celestial sword of the cloud, the ten-fist sword, the eight-span mirror, and a gourd of wine, strange yet perilous. Indeed, this is the mightiest Susanoo of Rin, a culmination of three sacred artifacts manifested through the ultimate ocular technique. Originally, the ten-fist sword and the eight-span mirror were sought by Itachi, but after his demise, Rin directly uncovered these two sealed artifacts from Itachi's Rinnegan. The ten-fist sword is the blade that seals all, while the eight-span mirror can withstand any assault. It was for these two items that Rin vowed to honor Itachi's promise to protect Sasuke. Though the reanimated Madara is undeniably powerful in Rin's heart, he pales in comparison to the resurrected Madara. Moreover, the ten-fist sword is capable of sealing those resurrected through the impure world reincarnation in the original tale. Nagato was sealed by Itachi using the ten-fist sword. Thus, Rin anticipates that this sacred artifact will lend him significant aid in his battle against Madara. Should Madara be struck by this sword, even the impure world reincarnation would not be able to save him. On the ground, the onlookers are astonished by Rin's ocular technique, and the astonishment prevails in the skies as well. This ocular technique surpasses even that of Itachi. Above the clay birds, a golden-haired youth eagerly interjects. It is Deidara, who previously joined forces with Rin in a surprise attack. Silence. Do not forget our mission. Scorpion admonishes, his countenance dark. All right, I know, brother Scorpion. You're so verbose, Deidara replies with an exasperated shake of his head, only to suddenly recall something and become animated. This rare opportunity allows brother Scorpion to witness my new creation. Me too. Yes. Me too? Scorpion is taken aback, surprised. Deidara's explosives have always been labeled C1, C2. When did AB2 come about? Indeed, it was proposed by our new leader. Deidara beams with pride, reaching into his waist pouch for ninja tools. Retrieving a lump of clay that, despite its unassuming appearance, reveals unexpected creativity. This new leader understands my art better than you do. Why you? Enough. Let brother Scorpion take a look. Scorpion hesitates, but Deidara has already hurled the molded clay to the ground. With a resounding bang, what was once the size of a chicken egg transforms into a strange, aircraft-like shape surrounded by a cloud of smoke. What is this? Scorpion wonders, pondering yet finding no answer. This is my new creation, the B-2 bomber. I adore this name. Suddenly, the bizarre aircraft dives steeply, while Deidara swiftly forms hand seals. Art is an explosion. On the battlefield, the situation is ever-changing. Rin grapples with the Mizukage, while Sasuke rushes towards Tsunade and Jiraiya. Summoning technique. Jiraiya swiftly completes the summoning by biting his fingertip. One Tai, lend me your strength. Of course. The Scarface Toad One Tai appears, brandishing his blade to confront the descending Sasuke. However, after a dull thud, a circle of purple light and bones perfectly shield Sasuke. I told you, don't interfere. Sasuke growls. As a massive arm erupts from the bones, crashing down upon One Tai. What is this? One Tai exclaims in shock. Boom. The giant fist sends One Tai soaring into the air. And on the ground, Jiraiya and the others clearly hear the sound of bones shattering. Amaterasu. Tears of blood streamed from the corners of his eyes as Sasuke unleashed a ghastly grin. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Black flames materialized from thin air, transforming into dark arrows that pierced directly into One Eye's abdomen. Amidst the smoke of burning embers, only the heart-rending cries of One Eye could be heard. One Tai, Jiraiya roared, his heart heavy with anguish. Was this the moment of sorrow? Compared to Itachi and the Uchiha clan, this was but a mere trifle. Sasuke howled, his violet aura intensifying as his skeletal frame burgeoned into a colossal skeleton, sinewy muscles enveloping it. In an instant, he transformed into a giant with 4 arms. Brandishing a bow, it was the same ocular technique as Uchiha Ling. Witnessing Sasuke's metamorphosis, Tsunade whispered in disbelief. The Sasuke of today was no longer the boy who stood alongside Naruto 3 years prior. Tsunade had envisioned the growth and strength of Sasuke. Yet the shock he delivered surpassed all imagination. The lineage and ocular prowess of the Uchiha were vividly displayed by Sasuke and Ling. Such a divine heritage and bloodline could not be attained merely through effort and talent. This was no time for dawdling. Tsunade, Jiraiya, astonished by Sasuke's might, could no longer conceal his intentions. Help me restrain that child. I must summon the 2 Toads of Sage. The Toad Sages. Before Jiraiya could finish, Naruto suddenly appeared, accompanied by Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai. Naruto, what brings you here? If Uchiha Ling's target is the tailed beast, and he has set his sights on the 9 tails as well. I understand, but I had to come. Naruto interrupted, his azure eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Sasuke has suddenly turned against Konoha, and I wish to know the reason. You. Chapter 35. The technique of mist. At this moment, Sasuke, fully manifested in his Susanoo form, descended from the heavens, his fierce chakra stirring up clouds of dust. His blood-red eyes gazed upon his former classmates and teachers. Sasuke. Sakura spoke softly, tears streaming down her face. So it is you. Sasuke paused, a hint of disdain and resolve in his tone. Sasuke. Naruto gritted his teeth, stepping forward to confront his once close friend radiating an aura of hostility. Why? Even if you forsook Konoha for revenge, why would you turn against the sages and Granny Tsunade? They bear no grudge against you. Naruto questioned Sasuke, his voice filled with anger. It is utterly irrelevant. Sasuke murmured, as if he had heard the greatest absurdity of the world. Ha ha ha. He clutched his forehead, laughing maniacally, the sound echoing with madness. Sasuke. Kakashi furrowed his brow, slowly unveiling the forehead protector that shielded his eyes, prepared for any sudden attack from Sasuke. Despite this, he felt no anger towards Sasuke's actions, for he understood the truth behind the Uchiha and the profound meaning behind Sasuke's laughter. What are you laughing at? Naruto gritted his teeth, staring intently at Sasuke. Naruto, you remain so naive, so oblivious. Sasuke's laughter waned, dripping with scorn. Irrelevant? You are mistaken, Naruto. You, Sakura, Kakashi, and indeed all the ninjas and villagers of Konohagakure are intricately connected to this matter. Intricately connected. What does that mean? The bewildered Naruto inquired. Naruto, do not press further. Kakashi gently patted Naruto's shoulder, halting the discussion. What is it, Kakashi? Are the people of Konoha now reduced to being timid and fearful? Sasuke sneered in derision. Sasuke, the tragedy surrounding Itachi is indeed lamentable, and I comprehend your bitterness. However, this does not justify your actions today. Have you ever contemplated the true significance of all that Itachi accomplished? Significance? Indeed, Itachi yearned for peace. Sasuke nodded, his emotions once again surging. Yet someone exploited Itachi's desire for tranquility, coercing him onto this path. The ignorant smiles, the oblivious ninjas, the unsuspecting village, While they bask in the peace bestowed by Itachi and the Uchiha, they curse him, slander him, and mock him. Ling once remarked that all things in the world are transactions, a give and take. Since Konoha has reveled in the peace Itachi forged, is it not time to pay the price? The price. Kakashi furrowed his brow, the three tomos slowly rotating in his crimson eyes. What exactly are you intending to do? Sasuke. What do I intend to do? Sasuke scoffed, a chilling chakra enveloping the air. Of course, I seek to demand recompense for Itachi's sacrifices. With a thunderous shout, Sasuke summoned Susanoo, immediately launching a deadly arrow towards the people of Konoha. The violet light sliced through the air, moving with such swiftness that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. How astonishingly fast! Kakashi gasped, swiftly activating the ocular technique of the Sharingan. Well done, Kakashi. Sasuke remarked, observing the arrow vanish into the distorted space, a tone of mockery lacing his words, as another arrow coalesced upon Susanoo's arm. But this is merely the beginning. How unexpected. Ling, witnessing Sasuke's display, could not help but express admiration. Though Sasuke's growth was remarkable, he now faced two of the legendary Sannin. And Kakashi, who had already attained the level of a Kage, while Naruto and the others would not stand idly by as Sasuke launched his assault. With the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke's power had undergone a qualitative leap. This fellow truly possesses an air of arrogance. To dare divert his attention to observe others amidst battle. Seeing Ling disregard the crowd's gaze fixed upon Sasuke, the ninjas muttered their furious curses. Yet, Ling exuded confidence. Without the ability to penetrate Susanoo's defenses, they could not inflict harm upon him, hence he felt no trepidation. Lord Mizuki, how should we respond? Chjr of the Mist Village, witnessing Ling's impeccable defense, helplessly inquired of Meiterum. Truly worthy of the Uchiha name. Beyond this ocular technique, he is yet to unleash his prowess in Genjutsu. However, the Mizuki fixed a keen gaze upon Ling, hesitating to speak. However, I do not believe he can sustain such a large-scale ocular technique for long. I shall accelerate the depletion of his chakra. Boil release. Hidden mist technique. A thin mist emanated from the water shadow, enveloping Rin and Susanoo within. This technique. Rin was taken aback, but soon comprehended its intent. He aimed to dissolve my Susanoo. Indeed, in contrast to the reanimated Obito, I cannot recklessly wield Susanoo, yet I am not devoid of strategies to confront the water shadow. The water shadow possesses chakra of 3 distinct natures and has further merged 2 unique bloodline limits. Although Rin, adept in ocular techniques, finds himself unable to rival the water shadow in ninjutsu, he certainly retains the capability to contend against it. You, with your 2 bloodline limits and the dust release born from the earth shadow's bloodline elimination, indeed surpass me. However, I too am continuously enhancing my own ninjutsu. And now I shall demonstrate its prowess to you. Ling Wei squinted, the dual eyes of Susanoo mirroring his every change. The giant was undergoing a transformation? What could be happening? The ninjas gazed in terror at the peculiar gleam emanating from Susanoo's eyes. The powers of wind and fire. As one well-versed in ocular and illusionary arts, I find myself unable to contend with you in ninjutsu. Thus, this technique must rely on Susanoo to complete it. Chapter 36. A direct gaze at the foreshadows. Ling Wei parted his lips slightly, feeling a tinge of surprise. He had initially believed that Terumi Mei would surely fall victim to this move, yet, unexpectedly, a torrent of sand surged forth, transforming into a formidable shield before the water shadow, while simultaneously, the earth beneath the water shadow rose abruptly, lifting it beyond the realm of the technique. The might of this sand and stone. Ling Wei raised her delicate brows, her gaze directed towards Kazekage Gaara and Tsuchikage Inoki. Did the Kazekage and Tsuchikage also wish to engage in battle? Ling's eyes were icy, her tone detached. The primary objective of this meeting is to confront the Akatsuki organization. As a victim of the Akatsuki, Sunigakure cannot afford to stand idly by. Gaara waved his hand, dispersing sand, while Temari and Kankuro stood poised at his side. Such extensive techniques, how could I remain a mere bystander? Tsuchikage floated up, a smile betraying his combative spirit. I see. Ling nodded, her expression calm. Very well, although there is no Hokage present, I shall not let any opportunity to challenge that person slip away. If that is the case, let it come. Tsuchikage Kazekage. Mizuki, Reikage, the power of the Sharingan. Today you shall all bow in submission. Tsuchikage Kazekage, Mizuki, Reikage. Ling murmured, her enigmatic eyes sweeping over the four, filled with nonchalance and intensity. The power of the Sharingan shall compel your submission today. Her voice was resolute, cold, yet imbued with profound arrogance as she faced the four legendary Kage of the ninja world, issuing a challenge. This individual, is he mad? The assembled ninjas were astonished, gazing at Ling in disbelief. Each of the four held formidable renown, and now a mere youth dared to challenge them all? Are you insane? Or is the world mad? As the crowd pondered, Ling, in his early 20s, boldly confronted four Kage-level powers, an unfathomable act. They were unaware of Ling's past, oblivious to his persistence. Over 3 years, he had faced the four Hokage alone, pushing himself to grow at a near self-destructive pace. All to gain the strength to confront Madara, he had nothing left to lose. Ling had no interest in Madara's ideals, nor did he align with his vision of peace. In his heart, restoring the familial bonds he had severed was his foremost goal. The Eye of the Moon plan, a grand illusion dragging humanity into a dream, was something Ling refused to become a victim of. He had no choice but to resist. The name Uchiha bestowed upon him great power, yet it came entwined with a painful curse. Whether it was Haku or Kimimaro, though they were pure and reliable, they remained illusions. Only Reiji was a family member he recognized. Even if not for himself, for the sake of family, he would gamble everything, regardless of the outcome. Uchiha Ling, you are indeed a rare talent. I have never seen someone of your age possess such power. However, the Tsuchikage, the eldest and most experienced among them, slowly spoke, his tone suddenly darkening. From where does this arrogance stem, to challenge the four Kage single-handedly? I am most curious. Arrogance? Ling replied softly, her pale pink lips curving into a cold arc. For me, battling you feels more like a trial. I know my objective, and I am aware this action will only hinder the plan to capture the tailed beasts. Yet, after 3 years of effort, if I cannot contend with you, how can I face that person? That person? The Mizukage was taken aback, a flicker of fear crossing his heart. The power displayed by Ling is truly formidable. She cannot fathom the strength of an adversary capable of making her feel vulnerable. Does such a formidable being truly exist in this world? Numerous details remain untold. Ling shakes her head, poised for action. My objective is to confront the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. However, Lord Reikage will not easily divulge information regarding his younger brother. Thus I must resort to battle. One by one, I shall vanquish you all and gradually obtain what I seek. First, as Ling finished his words, he brought his fingertips together before his lips, his crimson pupils fixed on the four shadows. Fire release. Great fire destruction. A delicate flame erupted from Ling's mouth, transforming into an overwhelming sea of fire upon contact with the ground, rushing towards the four shadows. Water release. Water barrier. Upon witnessing Ling's fire technique, the water shadow immediately countered with a water-based defense. The two techniques collided, and torrents of mist enveloped the surroundings like thick smoke. It's coming. The earth shadow exclaimed, swiftly altering hand seals, a radiant light flickering between his fingers. Boom. In the midst of the four shadows' astonishment, it was as if cannon fire erupted within their ranks. Ling wielded his Kusanagi sword, accompanied by a tempest, charging forth with ferocity. Beware of his eyes. Gaara recalled a scene from 3 years prior and urgently cautioned. This matter requires no further words from you. The lightning shadow bellowed, his body crackling with lightning, bolts striking towards Ling. How intriguing, Ling replied, his lips barely parting. As Black Bones manifested abruptly, absorbing the brunt of the lightning shadow's fierce strike. Decent speed, yet lacking in strength. The Black Bones thwarted the lightning shadow's assault, and Ling's voice dripped with mockery. Simultaneously, a massive black hand elongated from the bones, seizing the lightning shadow in an instant. Too fast. The water shadow gasped, incredulously witnessing the speedster lightning shadow captured by Ling. Surprised, Ling lifted the lightning shadow, scrutinizing him from beneath. Indeed, your speed is remarkable, yet pales in comparison to golden flashes. Furthermore, my left eye can foresee your attacks, allowing me to exploit the temporal disparity and ensnare you. Now what follows? Ling whispered, his black arm gradually tightening, leaving the lightning shadow to struggle against his lightning armor in vain. Earth release. Technique of world separation. Ling intended to act, when a beam of golden light shot from the earth shadow's hand towards him. Too slow. With a swift wave, a colossal Susanoo reappeared, brandishing a shield to meet the golden light. In an instant, the leaping radiance struck like a white bolt, and the golden light unleashed by the earth shadow rebounded upon him. Chapter 37. The time of trials rebounding all attacks? This is indeed a time of trials. Gaara's gaze fell, his hands clasped before his chest, as waves of sand surged forward like a tidal wave, encircling and charging at Ling. Gaara, why do you act thus? Temari exclaimed, taken aback by the scene. Do not worry. The lightning shadow is unharmed. Gaara replied solemnly. Gaara, Ling was not there. Kankuro shouted, placing a hand on Gaara's shoulder. So it was. The turbulent chakra settled, and Gaara was horrified to realize that the target of the previous attack was not Ling, but the water shadow. With gritted teeth, he halted the onslaught of sand, casting a complex glance towards Ling's location, unable to meet his gaze directly. Has it been discovered? Ling shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his tone. Was that an illusion? How could it be? I had always avoided direct eye contact with Uchiha Ling. How could I have fallen victim to his genjutsu? Do you not grasp the principle? Allow me to enlighten you. Ling nodded, brushing a stray hair from his face. Indeed, you all know the methods to counter the Sharingan. Yet you overlooked that crucial moment before the battle. Before the battle? The water shadow frowned, gazing at Ling with confusion. Precisely. I have made my presence known here, capturing the attention of all, including yourselves. At that moment, aside from the earth shadow, the other three shadows beheld my gaze. And it was then that I employed my Sharingan to cast a genjutsu suggestion. Upon hearing my words, the three shadows exhibited expressions of complexity as they turned their gazes towards the earth shadow. This suggestion necessitates a masterful ocular technique. Once cast, I can activate it at will using my Sharingan, and you shall all fall prey to my illusion. The earth shadow, having suffered greatly from such an affliction in the past, is well aware of the perils of making eye contact with the Sharingan. Yet you remain unable to escape my ocular prowess. Is his intention? The water shadow clenched his teeth, feeling the gravity of the situation and struggling to believe it. Indeed, should he desire, he could activate the suggestion at any moment, ensnaring us in his genjutsu. Even if we were to swiftly break free, he could easily seize the opportunity to counterattack, for his speed is unparalleled. Gaara spoke with reluctance. The astonishment of Gaara and Meitarumi was palpable, while Inoki pondered the identity of the individual in question. Ling stated that this was a test, a means to compare the strength of that individual, now suggesting that he has suffered losses at their hands. Could it be Uchiha Madara? Impossible. If that person were still alive, would they not be older than I? How could this be? Observing your expression, it seems you were contemplating something. Ling raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the earth shadow's intricate emotions, and spoke meaningfully. Uchiha Ling, are you suggesting that individual is? Humph. While direct confrontation is indeed exhilarating, the true path lies in skillfully wielding one's advantages. Ling did not respond to the earth shadow's inquiry, but simply smiled nonchalantly. He turned to the Raikage, ensnared by Susanoo, and said, Lord Raikage, I trust you will not disclose the whereabouts of your brother, hence I am compelled to resort to measures. My apologies. As Ling spoke, Susanoo slightly bent its arm, bringing the Raikage before him, and inadvertently, the Raikage's furious gaze swept past the crimson hue between Ling's eyes. A moment of silence ensued. Truly, an incompetent elder brother, who was unaware of his brother's location. Ling smirked mockingly, casting the Raikage far away, while Gaara promptly manipulated sand to catch the flailing Raikage. Humph, it seems your schemes have come to naught. The Raikage is unaware of the Jinchuriki's whereabouts. Hearing Ling's murmur, the earth shadow let out a cold, triumphant laugh. Is that so? Ling tilted his head slightly, non-committal. Indeed. I had not anticipated that the Raikage was also oblivious to the Jinchuriki's location, but I am not without recourse. If the Raikage is ignorant, that individual must certainly be aware. Given the grandeur of this 5 Kage summit, they would undoubtedly be present. Very well, you possess none of the information I seek, and thus, I shall show you no mercy henceforth. A faint smirk graced Ling's lips as the Susanoo enveloping him unleashed an even more potent chakra. I shall resolve this in the shortest time possible, and then pursue the 8 tails. First and foremost, Ling's gaze swept across the water shadow, earth shadow, and Raikage, finally resting upon the wind shadow, as Shikamaru and Karura cried out urgently, Gaara, be cautious. The first to be targeted is you, Gaara. With a leap, a dark shadow eclipsed the sky. All the ninjas beheld as Susanoo's long sword pierced through, leaving Gaara's dazed gaze utterly defenseless. The long sword soared through the air, propelled by an overwhelming force that pierced forward with great speed. The atmosphere seemed to be severed, leaving only the resonant hum of the blade slicing through the air in Gaara's mind. Gaara, Kankuro cried out in anguish. No, he must be ensnared in an illusion. Temari caught sight of Ling's crimson eyes and speculated on Gar's motionless state. Clenching her teeth, she summoned a fierce wind, charging directly at Ling Wind Release. Great Sickle Weasel. The Sickle Weasel technique, characterized by its unique wind nature, proved formidable with its vast range. It could inflict physical damage upon adversaries, rebound sound, and at its peak, create a vacuum that rendered fire techniques, sound, and explosive jutsu ineffective. In the original narrative of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Temari was appointed the leader of the Wind Release troops, underscoring her exceptional abilities. Yet now, she faced Ling, whose power rivaled that of legendary figures like Madara and the first Hokage. The Susanoo briefly halted, and with a mere gesture, the eight-span mirror directly reflected Temari's wind technique back at her. "This is bad," Temari gasped, her sharp voice echoing. What an opportune moment. Observing Ling countering Temari's wind technique with the eight-span mirror, Such seized the opportunity and no longer hesitated. Dust Release. Original World Stripping. Chapter 38. The Eerie Descent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling dispelled the Susanoo armor surrounding him and addressed the astonished four Kage. "The situation has changed. It appears we can no longer continue." "What do you mean?" The Raikage thundered in fury. "You come and go as you please, treating us Kage as mere trifles. My sole objective here is the Eight Tails. I harbor no interest in you. However, before I take my leave, I shall present you with a gift." "A gift?" The four Kage lowered their stances, wary of Ling's impending attack. Not from me," Ling replied with a faint smile, shaking his head as he turned to Such. "You know this person, Such?" "I know him," Such murmured. "Enough, the gift has arrived. Until we meet again." Ling smiled enigmatically, and his body bizarrely sank into the earth beneath him. The four Kage, unwilling to lower their guard, awaited the gift Ling had mentioned. "It's coming." In the sky, the Mizukage was the first to sense the anomaly. Gazing up at the obscured sunlight, "That's Gaara," he whispered, feeling an uncanny familiarity. "Deidara," Such grinned, comprehending whom Ling had referred to. In the skies, a triangular-shaped clay aircraft, adorned with ambiguous aerodynamic lines, dove toward the ground. "Be careful, that thing will explode." Gaara, having previously battled Deidara, was acutely aware of his attack methods. The Rock Village's rogue ninja, Deidara. Indeed, the Akatsuki's strength derives from you villagers. The Raikage bellowed, his tone steeped in indignation, while the expressions of the other three Kage turned awkward. Indeed, within the ranks of the Akatsuki, both Ling and Sasuke were once ninjas of Konoha, while Orochimaru and Itachi shared a similar past. Deidara hailed from the hidden stone, Scorpion from the hidden sand, Kisame from the hidden mist, and Jago from the hidden waterfall. Haiden originated from the hidden hot water, Konan and Nagato from the hidden rain. Aside from the hidden cloud, all other villages have connections to the Akatsuki. What purpose does discussing this serve now? We must first address the imminent threat of that bomb. Such shook his head in resignation, employing Dust Release to neutralize Deidara's explosive attack. As the clay vanished, the four Kage exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "Very well, let us consult with the Hokage. They possess deeper knowledge regarding Uchiha Ling, and we cannot confront him without Konoha's assistance." Inoki broke the silence. "Humph." The Raikage scoffed, turning away, yet his path led to Tsunade's location. Though he claimed to confront the Akatsuki alone, those words were born more of frustration. He could scarcely contend with Ling alone, let alone the entire Akatsuki. As the Raikage departed, Gaara lowered his gaze, a look of concern etched upon his face. "Gaara? What troubles you?" Temari inquired, noticing her brother's distress. "Uchiha Ling." Gaara's eyes drooped further, a frown marring his features. He had cast an illusion with his Rinnegan upon everyone, save for Such. "Unless this issue is resolved, our chances in future confrontations are bleak." Temari sighed, uncertain how to console him. "Fear not, Wind Shadow." Such approached to offer solace. "Uchiha Ling is indeed formidable. Had he not abruptly ceased his assault, we might have all perished today. The immediate concern is to discover a means to counter him. As for the Rinnegan's illusions, I believe Konoha may have someone capable of assisting us." "Konoha," Gaara murmured, suddenly recalling someone. "Kakashi Hatake?" "Precisely," Such nodded. "Kakashi is renowned as Konoha's foremost expert, adept in the Rinnegan's application. He should be able to aid us in matters of illusion." "Konoha's foremost expert? He sounds like a remarkable individual," the Mizukage remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Let us first check on the Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke is not to be underestimated." "Indeed, let us proceed." "Very well." Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Sasuke surrender. Victory eludes you. Kakashi's eyes twitched, his tone a complex tapestry of weariness, hope, and resignation. Sasuke was his pupil, Konoha was his village, and it was also Sasuke's enemy. Faced with Sasuke's desire for vengeance, Kakashi found himself unable to strike, torn between protecting Konoha and sparing Sasuke's life. Surrender? Ahaha, Kakashi. When did you become so foolish, infected by Naruto's Navet? Sasuke sneered, mocking him. In this moment, he was battered and bruised, his eyes stained with blood. His chakra and ocular power depleted. Boy, we comprehend your animosity towards Konoha, but as a village forged through the efforts of our ancestors, we cannot stand idly by while you inflict harm upon it. As for the Uchiha clan, we shall provide you with an explanation. Jiraiya, flanked by two toads, entered sage mode to persuade him. An explanation? Sasuke roared. Can your explanation resurrect the Uchiha clan? If it can, I am willing to listen. If not, then be silent. Jiraiya was taken aback, rendered speechless. I have nothing to say to you people. Sasuke struggled to rise, his eyes once again bleeding, preparing to unleash Susanoo. Sasuke, stop. You will die? Sakura cried out in anguish. She was right. Cease your actions, Sasuke. Just as Sasuke was about to strike, the figure of Rin emerged from the ground. What can you do in your current state? If you wish to survive, halt your actions. Uchiha Rin. The Leaf villagers were startled, on high alert. Do not be tense. I harbor no intention of combat, Rin stated, shaking his head and stepping forward. I have come solely for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Your strengths and weaknesses are of no concern to me. That person? Who does he refer to? Jiraiya, Tsunade. And Kakashi exchanged glances, pondering together. The Reikage is unaware of the Eight Tails' location, but I possess other means. Rin glanced at Sasuke, biting his finger to perform the summoning technique. With a resounding bang, two plumes of smoke revealed the figures of Haku and Kimimaro. Lord Rin. Haku and Kimimaro exchanged glances before approaching Rin. Take Sasuke and leave first. I have matters to attend to, Rin commanded. Understood. Kimimaro glanced at the battered Sasuke, then stepped forward to support him as they departed with Haku. Uchiha Rin. Have you already defeated the four Kage? Jiraiya clasped his hands together, inquiring solemnly. It can be considered a draw, Rin replied nonchalantly, tilting his head slightly. The Leaf villagers, witnessing Rin unscathed, could not help but worry about the condition of the other four Kage, as they continued to appraise Rin. He spoke again. I have no interest in the Nine Tails, nor do I seek enmity with the Leaf. Sasuke's fate is his own. Aside from the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, I also seek to reclaim an item that rightfully belongs to the Uchiha clan. Chapter 39. Breathing heavily humph, Naruto. Observing the wary gazes of the Leaf villagers, Rin paid them no heed, and instead turned his attention to Naruto. The Uchiha item must be returned to me at this moment. Naruto, step back. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi commanded in unison. Worry not, I mean no harm, Rin clarified, his gaze deepening as it fell upon Naruto. It is likely that Itachi Uchiha's Amaterasu, which was intended to deal with me, has been entrusted to Naruto. That ocular illusion may prove useful against Madara. With this thought, Rin's three tomo transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, causing Naruto to breathe rapidly, overcome with agony. Naruto. Sakura exclaimed in shock, glaring at Rin. What have you done to Naruto? Before Sakura's astonishment could subside, a black crow emerged from Naruto's mouth, soaring into the sky. After circling around, it settled upon Rin's shoulder, its crimson eyes surveying the Leaf villagers. The Sharingan. Whose eyes are those? And how did they come to be within Naruto? Kakashi was taken aback, lost in contemplation. Indeed, Ling murmured, a hint of pride curling the corners of his lips. Itachi, you believe you have orchestrated everything flawlessly. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that I have disowned all. Though you still draw breath, you are beyond the reach of the impure world reincarnation. The eye of the moon's reflection now belongs to me, and your Koto Tsukumi shall prove futile. Sasuke is destined to embark on the path of vengeance against Konoha. The object has been reclaimed. Now, it remains to be seen whether that individual is present. Ling contemplated for a moment, catching sight of the expressions of the Konoha populace, some deep in thought, others filled with indignation, and some steeped in worry. With a wave of his hand, he transformed into a shadow and vanished from their view. Although he had failed to acquire intelligence regarding the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from the Reikage, he felt a sense of satisfaction in obtaining the eye of Uchiha Shursui from Naruto. As for the Eight Tails, it was acceptable to Ling that, in the original narrative, The Raikage remained unaware of his brother's whereabouts. In the village of Kumogakure, where brawn often overshadowed intellect, encounters with those who ponder deeply were indeed a rarity, save for one individual, Sato Mitsuo, aspiring to ascend to the core of Kumogakure's power. Sato held the brutish ninjas in disdain, who relied solely on their fists to resolve conflicts. During the latter stages of the war between Kumogakure and Konoha, when Ling clashed with Kuraki Geniki, Sato witnessed Kuraki fall victim to Ling's Genjutsu and wisely chose to retreat. An action that did not earn Ling's scorn but rather his admiration. It was commendable for a fervent ninja to recognize their own limitations and ambitions. Though their methods may be underhanded, such self-awareness was rare, unlike Naruto, who triumphed over adversaries solely by virtue of his protagonist's aura. Thus, Ling surmised that Sato, with his focus on political affairs and expertise in intelligence gathering, would undoubtedly possess knowledge of the Eight Tails location. Was this task at an end? Ling still felt unfulfilled. Suddenly, a peculiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning back, he beheld the figures of Deidara and Sasori materializing, followed closely by Kakuzu, Haiden, and Kisame, fellow members of the Akatsuki. Thank you for your efforts, Ling nodded, expressing his gratitude at an opportune moment. Not much effort. Don't forget your promise, Kakuzu remarked, shaking his head indifferently, reminding Ling not to lose sight of the essentials. Is that so? Ling paused, a smile breaking across his face. Is money truly of such paramount importance to you? Sooner or later, it will be the cause of your demise. Had you not sought riches by trading land for money in the original tale, you would not have fallen to Naruto. Humph, even in hell, judgment is dictated by wealth. Kakuzu muttered, his expression grave beneath his mask. Suit yourself, Ling replied, unwilling to engage Kakuzu in a debate over monetary matters. Ha ha ha, intriguing. Kisame grinned, glancing between Kakuzu and Ling. By the way, leader, now that the mission is complete, why have you gathered us here? We have just departed from Konoha, and this area remains within their watchful gaze. Does this not pose a risk? Ling Wenyan pressed her lips together and gazed at the ghost shark. It is precisely because we have just departed from Konoha that they could not possibly anticipate our audacity to remain. Could it be that the most perilous places are, in fact, the safest? There may be some truth in that. Scorpion chuckled hoarsely, his colossal puppet body trembling slightly. Perhaps. Ling gently shook her head, her gaze fixed on the members of the Akatsuki. The purpose of this mission was originally to locate the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The Raikage was unaware of the Jinchuriki's whereabouts. But fortuitously, a piece of information surfaced in his memory. The Cloud Village's elite jonin, Sato Mitsuo, had accompanied the Raikage to this 5-Kage summit. Sato Mitsuo? Who was this individual? The Akatsuki members exchanged glances, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. Yet, given Ling's mention, it was evident that this person was not of insignificant stature. Only a fleeting encounter, Ling remarked, shaking her head dismissively. How then shall we locate this cloud ninja? Scorpion inquired. Ling remained silent, offering no response as he calmly strode in a particular direction. The onlookers of the Akatsuki, filled with curiosity or amusement, followed in his footsteps. Where was he headed? Fadewan stood, bewildered, gazing at Ling's retreating figure. To the cloud-hidden camp, not far from here. Let us depart, Ling remarked, slightly turning his head, his pace unwavering as he continued forward. The battlefield lay in ruins, with ninjas from various nations focused on their own casualties, assisting the Leaf ninjas in clearing the devastation. Although Ling unleashed numerous large-scale destructive jutsu, the coalition was not fully formed, and most attendees were merely the guards of the various leaders, resulting in minimal losses. Amidst the lingering smoke and flames, the scene of ninjas tending to the wounded and clearing debris cast a somber pall over Naruto. Naruto struggled to comprehend Sasuke's hatred for the Leaf Village, as no one had divulged the details to him. He remained oblivious to the origins of his own Sharingan and the reasons behind Sasuke's formidable strength, which rendered him powerless in comparison. Jiraiya's Sage Mode astonished the watching ninjas, showcasing the exceptional prowess of one of the legendary three, yet his sage techniques were unable to subdue Sasuke's abilities. GZ was displaced by Sasuke's space-time barrier, while the Thousand Needles of Death, combined with the speed and power of Sage Mode, failed to breach the defenses of Susanoo. Although Naruto sensed that Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were not exerting their full strength, Sasuke stood against many. If not for Kakashi's Kimyui, they would have struggled to counter Sasuke's arrows from Susanoo. Naruto yearned to confront Sasuke directly, seeking to understand the roots of his enmity towards the Leaf and whether remnants of their past camaraderie lingered in Sasuke's heart. Yet, the current Sasuke possessed the capability to disregard Naruto's restraint of the Nine Tails power. Should Sasuke wish to eliminate Naruto, the latter, with his current strength, would be unable to endure for 3 minutes. Chapter 40. Knowledge of the extraordinary amidst towering mountains and steep cliffs, interspersed with sparse forests. The Cloud Ninjas established their camp in this location, an astute strategy. However, they were unprepared for the treachery stemming from the Raikage memories and the secrets of Ling's Rinnegan. Standing against the mountain, concealed among the rocky woods, these Cloud Ninjas were not to be underestimated. Kakuzu surveyed the surroundings from a height, nodding in approval. A seasoned warrior, Kakuzu possessed profound insights into the selection of campsite locations. Merely observing the ninja's choice revealed their exceptional nature. Perhaps so, Ling nodded, neither affirming nor denying, his gaze meticulously scrutinizing every visible figure of the Cloud Ninjas. As a time traveler, Ling undeniably held an advantage. Yet the complexity of the world and its intricate details burdened him. With memories woven from 2 lives, certain vague matters were inevitably forgotten. The tale of the Hokage, through the passage of time, had faded to a mere outline with key events remaining. Had he not encountered Uzumaki Yagura beside Tsunade during the sudden attack at the 5 Kage summit, Ling might have long forgotten the name Sato Mitsuo. This left him lamenting the diminished intelligence capabilities of the Akatsuki. Had Zetsu still been present, the search for the 8 tails would not have been so convoluted. Nevertheless, Ling embodies the essence of the Uchiha will, and having him by one side remains a latent threat. Despite the confusion surrounding his true intentions, Naruto. Jiraiya sighed softly, patting Naruto on the shoulder. The truth of the Uchiha is a burden he cannot disclose. Once revealed, it would severely undermine the reputation and unity of Konoha, something that Jiraiya, who holds a deep affection for the village, would never allow. Yet, he understands Naruto and knows there are alternative ways for him to seek the truth in his own manner. Naruto, come with me to Mount Myaboku to practice senjutsu. Jiraiya proposed after a moment of contemplation. Senjutsu? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with the familiar fervor that Jiraiya recognized. Of course, Jiraiya beamed, his eyes narrowing into a cheerful smile, proudly stating, "Today, you should finally grasp the origin of the title's itch." Pondering, Shiyuin, feelings. Tsunade's expression grew solemn. At this moment, the ninja world must unite, and you should understand. Shiyuin fell silent, her amber eyes cast downward, appearing somewhat perplexed. Tsunade had touched upon the heart of Utsuki Shiyuin's turmoil, yet had not fully comprehended it. The desire for vengeance against the wind was indeed present. Yet the emergence of Uchiha Ling shattered her inner tranquility. As a woman, she could not forget the humiliation and embarrassment, nor the deep-seated expectations and guilt that lingered within her, especially after 3 years apart. As Ling reappeared in a celestial form, his astonishing beauty, formidable strength, and the rare bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, the eternal Sharingan, emanating an ever-present allure of aggression and enigma. Though Utsuki Shiyuin possessed resilience and rationale as a ninja, the past she shared with Ling could not be entirely erased. After a prolonged silence, she subdued her tumultuous emotions, turning to step onto the path, leaving Tsunade in a state of helplessness. Why, can't you forget that humiliating memory? On the solitary path, Utsuki Shiyuin harbored deep resentment. Uchiha Ling is now an adversary of Konoha, the leader of Akatsuki. I must oppose him, safeguarding the village and Lord Hokage, protecting the Jinchuriki. With this self-admonition, Utsuki Shiyuin wandered along the path, catching sight of other village ninjas setting up tents in the distance, preparing to camp. Shiyuin paused, then felt a sense of relief. This area was not far from the venue, and encountering ninjas from other villages was commonplace. However, suddenly, on the high cliffs, several figures clad in dark robes adorned with red clouds loomed above, surveying the ninja camp, poised to strike. Is that Akatsuki? Shiyuin gasped in terror, drawing her sword and leaping up to discern the enemies in the sky. The sight of the long-haired man in the center sent her blood surging. His skin was pale and translucent, his figure tall, with hair cascading to his waist, his face obscured by his collar, but those blood-red eyes, marked with 3 black tomo, revealed his identity. Uchiha Ling. Chapter 41. Such a posture among the dozens of ninjas. Which one is Sato Mitsuo? Kisame stepped forward, his expression menacing as he scrutinized each ninja one by one. That silver-haired individual, Ling raised his head and gestured towards Kisame with his gaze. Following Ling's line of sight, the members of Akatsuki beheld a middle-aged man with snow-white hair, seated upon a rock, meticulously arranging traps alongside his companion. Deidara observed him for a moment, then shook his head, commenting on his imposing physique, pondering the extent of his abilities. Ling, upon hearing Deidara's words, could not help but chuckle softly, as the appearance of Sato Mitsuo reminded him of a cherished character from his previous life's favorite game, KOF. Sato bore a resemblance to the robust Shishio from the Orochimaru team, yet Shishio was more muscular. One excelled in assassination arts, while the other was adept in musical techniques. Humph, whether he is strong or not, we shall find out. Kisame grinned malevolently, gripping the hilt of his sword, the Samahata, tightly. You should reconsider. Ling shot a glance at Kisame and remarked, Deidara, your techniques are too conspicuous. I do not wish to attract more ninjas only to deal with them one by one. Therefore, before he could finish, Ling turned to face Scorpion. This time, it is your turn to act, and I require him alive. Humph. Must I really take action against such trivial opponents? Scorpion expressed mild dissatisfaction at Ling's command, yet he did not defy Ling's wishes, advancing with his colossal puppet to scrutinize the ninjas closely. Amongst the ninjas, there were several proficient in lightning techniques, making it difficult to deal with the likes of Fei Lu Hu. Scorpion murmured softly, lost in thought, when suddenly, a shadow leaped forth from Fei Lu Hu, positioning itself before Ling and the Akatsuki members. What is this? Kisame exclaimed in surprise, while Kakuzu and Haiden were equally taken aback, having not anticipated the typically somber Scorpion to manifest such a form. The figure appeared to be a boy of about 14 or 15, with purplish-red hair and a princely aura, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. His handsome visage bore an expression of calmness, and his eyes were as profound as ancient wells, devoid of any ripples as they gazed at the assembly. You are, Brother Scorpion? Deidara seemed genuinely astonished, witnessing Scorpion's true form for the first time. Look at that dazed expression. It truly reflects a short-lived fate, Scorpion quipped. His voice refined, yet the subtle curve of his lips barely perceptible. Be it admiration or otherwise, let us discuss this later, Ling interjected, diverting attention from Scorpion. As for whether we annihilate them or not, it is entirely at your discretion, but I require Sato Mitsuo alive. Is that acceptable? Who do you think I am? Scorpion chuckled lightly, grasping a scroll that slipped from his sleeve. In an instant, smoke erupted, and a puppet materialized before everyone. The third, Kazekage. Kakuzu gasped in astonishment, while Ling gazed at Kakuzu in confusion, surprised that he had encountered the Kazekage before. However, considering Kakuzu's age, this was indeed reasonable. Deidara. Take note. With a gentle wave of his arm, the third Kazekage emitted creaking sounds as he charged towards the ninjas below. Now this is true art. The puppet spiraled gracefully through the air, its arms extended wide, unleashing countless steel needles like a torrential downpour. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the next moment, cries of horror and screams echoed throughout the air. It's a puppet. Are the sand ninjas launching an assault against us? I've spotted the enemy. 8 o'clock direction. Eliminate him. The ninjas detected the trace of Scorpion and sought to retaliate, but 2 massive black cylindrical objects descended from the heavens, their thunderous roar striking fear into the hearts of all the ninjas. It was the iron sand of the third Kazekage, having lain dormant for an extended period. It seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Scorpion felt a slight surprise, gritting his teeth in silent resentment. Perhaps. Ling nodded in understanding. In the original narrative, Scorpion had erred while attacking Sakura with the third Kazekage's power, so Ling did not reproach Scorpion's performance. It appears that Sato Mitsuo is attempting to flee. Kisame observed for a while, a cold smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. That fellow is poised to abandon his comrades and escape alone. Ling, filled with emotion, glanced back to see Fadewan and Jiao Duo seizing that individual. Fadewan and Jiao Duo exchanged a moment of surprise, locking eyes for a brief instant. Fadewan broke into a grin, drawing forth his enormous scythe and leaping down the cliff, while Jiao Duo, though seemingly disinterested, chose to follow Fadewan's lead. Moonlit dance. Just as the onlookers focused on the unfolding battle below, a melodious voice rang out, and 3 figures surged forward, encircling the slightly taken aback Ling. It seems I can also make my mark. Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled darkly, his Samahata slicing through the air with a blur, striking fiercely towards Ling and the members of Akatsuki. Boom, boom, boom. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, leaving only a single purple-haired kunoichi panting as she brandished her sword before Ling and the Akatsuki members. Yuzuki Yuin? Ling remained silent, his brow slightly raised in mild surprise. A ninja from Konoha? Kisame grinned, his sinister smile accentuating his shark-like visage. Truly a woman oblivious to the peril she faced. Without waiting for the reactions of those present, Kisame swung his sword down. Shien, perceiving the imminent danger, wisely chose to sidestep, aware that the innate disparity in strength between genders forbade her from recklessly absorbing the enemy's assault. Kisame's laughter turned more ominous. As if her evasion was entirely anticipated, with a flick of his wrist, he fluidly aimed for Shien's waist. Stunned, Shien could scarcely fathom how Kisame could launch another attack without gathering strength after his initial strike. Akin to an arm reaching out, yet abruptly altering its course before reaching its target. An unfathomable feat. The dull clang of metal reverberated as Shien's right hand, gripping her sword, intercepted Kisame's attack. Chapter 42. Yuzuki Shien slightly taken aback. Ling's gaze fell upon the scars on Shien's skin. The bloodstains marring her fair complexion stirring memories he had nearly forgotten. You little brat. Ling's eyes roamed over her. The humiliation of a night long past resurfacing in his mind. Fueled by rage, Shien disregarded the blood flowing from her wound and delivered a punch straight to Ling's face. Crack! Ling deftly caught her wrist, using her momentum against her to trip her up. As she leaped into the air, he yanked her forcefully, and with a resounding thud, Shien was hurled towards the rocks before she could react. A sudden surge of pain struck. Shien gritted her teeth, yearning to retaliate, but in an instant, Ling had seized her wrist, pinning her against the stone, rendering her immobile. Kisame's words rang true. You truly are unaware of the danger you are in. Ling's gaze lowered, firmly restraining Shien's struggling hands, his body pressed against hers, preventing her legs from escaping. Uchiha Ling, let me go? Shien shouted, tears welling in her eyes. In that moment, she appeared not as a captive of an enemy, but as a defiant spirit burdened with grievances. What a perplexing woman, harboring such deep-seated animosity. Ling restrained Shien, pondering the cause of her intense rage. He found it incomprehensible. In his memories, this woman had always exuded grace and elegance. Even in the face of her lover, who had been reborn in a tainted form as Moonlight Gale, her emotions had never spiraled out of control. Where had the rationality of a ninja gone? Sato had been captured. Who could this be? As Faden and Jiao arrived to report, they caught sight of the scene between Ling and Shien. Their curiosity piqued. It's nothing, Ling remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the two. A flicker of blue flame ignited in his idle palm, and he suddenly struck towards Shien's abdomen. 5-element seal. In an instant, Shien felt her chakra spiraling beyond her control, rendering her powerless as she collapsed to the ground. Ling gazed at the fallen Shien, then turned to the figure that Kakuto had cast before him. Kakuto, upon noticing, promptly tossed the individual at Ling's feet. With a thud, a man with white hair fell awkwardly to the ground, blood seeping from his temple, his breath shallow. A light chuckle escaped Ling's lips as he stepped forward, seizing the man's collar and lifting him up, the frail body starkly contrasting with the robust form of the other man. Is it appropriate to say we haven't met in ages, Mr. Sato Mitsuo? Through blurred vision stained with blood, Sato Mitsuo struggled to lift his head to identify the figure before him. Ling remained silent, brushing aside the long hair that obscured his view, undoing the collar of his cloak to reveal his face. You, Uchiha, Ling. The image of a youthful boy suddenly surfaced from the depths of his memory. It seems you still remember, Ling remarked with a slight smile, once again lowering Sato Mitsuo to the ground. Coughing, Mitsuo lay there, reminiscing about the fierce battle in the woods outside the Temple of Fire 9 years ago. Had it not been for his subordinates sacrificing themselves to delay the enemy, he might not have survived that encounter. 11 years ago, he had Kuraki Motoharu to rely upon, and 9 years ago, he had his subordinates to assist him. Now, would anyone rise to protect him once more? The answer was all too clear. You have changed significantly compared to 9 years ago. Ling arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing Sato Mitsuo. Cough. No one can triumph over time. Yet you remain the same. Mitsuo coughed, his gaze subdued, filled with an insatiable greed as he stared at Ling. How unjust the heavens are, bestowing upon this man unparalleled talent, a potent bloodline limit, and breathtaking beauty. Now, even time seems to linger in his presence. Why does Uchiha Ling enjoy such divine favor? Why, despite my relentless efforts, even forsaking my moral compass, can I not achieve my goals? Why? Sato Mitsuo lay on the ground, a twisted smile creeping across his face. His gaze directed at Ling filled with resentment and curses. Your eyes suggest there is much you wish to express, Ling observed Mitsuo. His three-tomo Sharingan slowly merging into a kaleidoscope, prepared for any sudden attack. Regardless of what you wish to convey, I have no interest. My sole purpose in seeking you is to uncover the whereabouts of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village. Mitsuo was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting from darkness to one of amusement. The trail of Killer Bee? Why do you seek that, fool? Be mindful of our circumstances. Ling's gaze lowered as he uttered a perplexing statement that left Mitsuo baffled. I can discern everything with these eyes. But as one who has not yet made an appearance yet remains etched in my memory, I shall extend you a measure of grace. Mitsuo, upon hearing this, was astonished, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, I am but a prisoner now. I cannot contend with Uchiha Ling, nor any member of the Akatsuki. Should I simply await my demise? Should the hidden cloud village be governed by those fools? My intellect could usher in a more splendid future for the village. Am I to perish here today? With my head feebly striking the ground, Sato Mitsuo weighed the choice of surrendering or pursuing that faint glimmer of idealism. As his forehead met the earth, blood mingled with dust, rendering Sato Mitsuo a picture of disarray, yet imbued with a touch of tragic nobility. This man is not merely the coward he appears, solely preoccupied with self-preservation. He possesses his own convictions. Ling gazed at Sato Mitsuo, who lay prostrate on the ground, lost in contemplation. It was merely a flicker of curiosity. Every world and every character possesses their own narrative. Yet for Ling, while he was intrigued by Sato Mitsuo's inner thoughts, he had no intention of delving deeper. Was it necessary to comprehend the musings of one who had nearly faded into obscurity, whose aspirations and resolve seemed of little consequence? The answer was abundantly clear. Where's Kira? Ling inquired, his patience waning. He tightened his grip on the kunai that had slipped from his sleeve, the dark blade ominously pointed at Sato Mitsuo's back. Sato Mitsuo remained silent, breathing heavily, seemingly at a loss for words yet struggling to articulate his thoughts. How intriguing, Ling remarked with a slight smirk. Casting a meaningful glance at Sato Mitsuo, had he been another ninja, Ling could have employed the Sharingan to extract information, just as Sato Mitsuo could. However, unlike those ninjas willing to sacrifice everything for their village and comrades, Sato Mitsuo had repeatedly betrayed his allies for the sake of survival. Now, presenting himself with an air of righteousness, to whom was this performance directed? Fadewan, Ling spoke, turning to address the figure behind him. Open his mouth, but do not kill him. Fadewan paused, then licked his lips with a wicked grin as he approached Sato Mitsuo. It seems I have not made a sacrifice to Lord Jashin in quite some time. Hee. His laughter echoed chillingly. What did he intend to do? Sato Mitsuo struggled against his restraints, casting a fearful glance at the advancing Fadewan. Then, a piercing wail shattered the night, accompanied by Fadewan's raucous roar. Where's the Eight Tails? Ling hurled a kunai towards Fadewan's attire, his scornful gaze fixed upon the writhing man on the ground. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh resounded, and Sato Mitsuo emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Hey, where did you stab him? That's incredibly painful. Fadewan glared at the kunai embedded in his clothing, dissatisfaction etched across his face. Isn't your ritual meant to endure pain? Kakuzu interjected, mocking Fadewan. Speak. Where's the Eight Tails? Ling disregarded Fadewan and Kakuzu, once again demanding an answer from Sato Mitsuo, summoning several shuriken into his hands. In the Yunlei Gorge, Sato Mitsuo, seemingly unable to withstand the agony, finally divulged the location. Yunlei Gorge? Ling remained silent, while Kisame murmured to himself before smirking, You should have said so earlier. Yunlei Gorge? I believe it was mentioned in the original work, but... Stepping closer, Ling grasped Sato Mitsuo by the collar. I shall verify if you have spoken the truth. As his words fell, Ling's crimson eyes bore into Sato Mitsuo's bewildered gaze. With a sudden motion, Ling released his grip and turned towards the direction where Shiyen was located. The Akatsuki members presumed the matter was settled, yet he abruptly pivoted, the Kusanagi sword plunging into Sato Mitsuo's heart, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Leader? Kisame exclaimed, astonished, gazing at Ling in confusion. I never expected someone like you to possess such tenacity. Ling let out a chilling laugh. slowly rotating the hilt of his sword as he observed the increasingly agonized expression of Sato Mitsuo. With only the power of the 8 tails and 9 tails remaining, did he still fear that Yunin would become weakened by the loss of the 8 tails? Remarkably, he still considered the interests of the village. Hence, I have decided to grant you a reward to ensure your demise is more excruciating. With that, Ling abruptly drew his sword, tearing through flesh and bone, creating a gaping wound in the once flat chest. It seems he was not entirely truthful, was he? Deidara speculated about the reasons behind this, nodding in agreement. Though in a state of disarray, there was still a semblance of a ninja's responsibility. Kisame also nodded, having once been willing to sacrifice his life for a mission. Witnessing Sato Mitsuo's plight stirred a flicker of resonance within him. Enough of this discussion about that man. Ling interjected, interrupting the chatter of others. You shall wait for me at the stronghold in the land of rice. This fellow's memories hold the final clues regarding the 8 tails Jinchuriki, pointing towards the land of rice. Without awaiting a response, he strode directly towards the incapacitated Yuzuki Yugao. It appears that a conversation not meant for our ears is about to unfold. Kisame chuckled, teasing Ling and Yugao before departing first. The remaining members, witnessing this, complied with Ling's orders, preparing to rendezvous in the land of rice. The obstructing presence has departed. Now, it is this woman's turn. Ling pondered silently, and as the members of the organization departed, he turned his attention to Yuzuki Yuin. At this moment, Yuin lay helplessly on the ground, her chakra sealed by Ling, her eyes glaring at him, brimming with hatred and fury. To be honest, I find your current state quite intriguing. Observing the intensity in Yuin's gaze, Ling tilted his head, his scrutinizing look revealing a depth of contemplation. The usually dignified woman, always wearing a sorrowful expression upon seeing me. Is it merely because I once exploited her to confront Sato Mitsuo? Or perhaps it is due to the fact that I have tended to her wounds and glimpsed her body. In the world of ninjas, where life and death are commonplace, such matters would hardly be difficult for a ninja to accept, would they? Ling Jingjing gazed intently at Yuyu, contemplating her next course of action. Should she eliminate this woman? It seemed unnecessary. The battle in the land of fire had already revealed to the world that Ling and Zhao's objective was the 8 tails Jinchuriki, rendering any information Yu might have disclosed to Konoha irrelevant. Moreover, although Ling did not consider herself virtuous, it would be excessively heartless to act against a woman who had once offered her assistance, especially when she posed no threat and was depicted in a highly favorable light in the original narrative. After a brief moment of reflection, Ling leaned closer and addressed Yu. I fail to comprehend why you consistently regard me with such a gaze. Perhaps it is due to my prior exploitation of your trust. And furthermore, Ling Wei did not finish his sentence, yet his meaning was clear. We are all ninjas. There is no need to dwell on this matter. Although I have exploited you in the past, I shall not take your life this time. Nothing more than that. Having said this, Ling disregarded the astonished and somewhat aggrieved gaze of Shi Yin, rose to smooth the folds of his cloak, and turned to depart. Uchiha Ling stepped forward, and Shi Yin softly called out, her tone imbued with complexity. You might as well end my life. Struggling to rise, Shi Yin trembled, her swollen eyes brimming with sorrow and helplessness. Because of you, I feel unworthy of Jifeng's love, unable to accept it. Because of you, that unbearable memory torments me whenever I attempt to forget, deepening my shame towards Jifeng. Because of you, after Jifeng's death, I cannot wholeheartedly cherish his memory, as I am perpetually reminded of you. In my current state, I wish not to continue living. To perish at the hands of the one who has wrought such disgrace and suffering upon me would be my desire. Her swollen eyes, her aggrieved visage, and the amber tears glistening beneath her long lashes reflected profound sadness. Faced with such an unexpected display from Maihua Xian, Ling finally comprehended the source of her self-loathing. She was excessively loyal to her own will and emotions. Because of Ling, she felt guilt towards the moonlit Jifeng, unable to embrace his affections, while Ling had almost forgotten the humiliation she had inflicted upon her. Ling's actions rendered Xiang unable to confront the fierce winds, while Ling himself remained devoid of guilt, even forgetting the consequences of his deeds. This profound injustice and the unbearable reality that Xiang alone must endure are precisely the reasons for her resentment towards Ling. Taken aback and enveloped in silence, could not respond to Xiang. He had never anticipated that he would leave such a heavy psychological shadow on this woman, preventing her from forming a bond with the moonlight and fierce winds as she did in the original narrative, an idea that was unimaginable to him. I deeply regret that my past actions have caused you such distress. Ling finally spoke, his tone softening. He empathized with the psychological issues stemming from memory, having himself been haunted by the trauma of killing Lai. His subconscious resisted the use of the ocular techniques bestowed by Lai, and he had yet to reclaim his black eyes, still trapped in the state of the three tomo. What significance does an apology hold? Xiang wept, her violet hair obscuring her bewildered eyes. Indeed, as Xiang articulated, what value does an apology possess? She felt unworthy of the moonlight and fierce winds, as the latter loved her wholeheartedly, while she felt tainted by Ling's influence. Chapter 44. The final preparations following the battle in Konoha. Ling instructed the members of Akatsuki to temporarily reside in the Land of Rice, while he returned to the Hidden Rain Village. The Land of Rice was sparsely populated, and the elite members of Akatsuki were the cream of the shinobi world. Moreover, Jinmaru had the ability to utilize wood-release clones, and it was merely a matter of time before they located Kurabi, who was hiding in the Land of Rice. At this moment, however, Ling's thoughts were consumed with concern for Sasuke's condition. During the battle in Konoha, Sasuke had fought alone against two of the legendary Sannin. And although Kakashi had not given his all, the overuse of the Susanoo had left Sasuke physically and mentally exhausted. Upon returning to the Hidden Rain, his vision had begun to blur. You have experienced the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now is the time to bear its curse. In a solitary room, Ling leaned against the window, gazing at Sasuke, who was wrapped in bandages. His words were indifferent, the fluorescent light illuminating the space akin to daylight, yet casting a shadow of desolation. Sasuke turned his head slightly, stealing a glance at Ling, yet remained silent. At this moment, you must be feeling an immense weight upon your heart, Ling remarked, shaking his head, undeterred by Sasuke's silence. Itachi bore such eyes while always protecting you. No, perhaps his situation was even more dire. Sasuke's injuries were not severe. The crux lay in the excessive depletion of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. His ocular power and physical strength were both exhausted, not from wounds, but from the erosion of his life force. Ling refrained from employing the rewind technique. For while it could return Sasuke to the state before the battle, memories are an integral part of life. If time were to reverse, the conflict in Konoha would lose its significance, rendering growth and understanding mere empty discussions. I am about to set forth to capture the Eight Tails. Before I proceed, there is one matter I must ascertain. Ling turned to face Sasuke, his tone both calm and authoritative. Are you willing to transplant Itachi's eyes? Sasuke was taken aback, his expression momentarily vacant, before lowering his head and clenching his fists tightly. Power. Sasuke desperately needed it to exact revenge upon Konoha. It was an essential asset. However, the prospect of transplanting Itachi's eyes was fraught with peril, for it could lead to Itachi's loss of ocular power and put his life at risk, an unsettling reality that Sasuke was reluctant to confront. Ling perceived Sasuke's hesitation. The transplantation of the eye would bestow upon him the power of vengeance, yet it simultaneously signifies Itachi's demise. Conversely, should he choose not to undergo the transplantation, Sasuke would find himself powerless against the very Konoha that obliterated the Uchiha clan. Caught in a tumultuous web of familial bonds and enmity, Sasuke's thoughts are in disarray. Ling pondered for a moment, seeking an alternative solution regarding Itachi's condition, assuring Sasuke that he need not worry excessively. Noticing Sasuke's surprise, Ling continued, I possess a reserve of Sharingan, even the Mangeki Sharingan. The new eyes can provide Itachi with the ocular power necessary for his survival. However, before that, I must personally ascertain whether Itachi will pose an obstacle. Sasuke furrowed his brow, his expression displeased. What are your intentions? Rest assured, I harbor no malicious intent, Ling replied, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery towards Sasuke's wariness. On the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, the elders of Konoha, led by Danzo, seized numerous Sharingan. I transplanted one pair to Nagato to summon the Outer Path's Gedomazo. Most were lost in experiments, yet not all were gone. I still possess 2 remaining Sharingan, along with the Shursues I acquired from Naruto, totaling 4. After reserving 1 pair for Itachi's revival, Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan could be transplanted to Itachi, provided he does not obstruct or threaten me. You mean to transplant new Sharingan to Itachi? Sasuke lowered his gaze, contemplating the variables involved. Precisely, Ling nodded. Consider this. I need to confirm the feasibility of this plan. With that he exited, leaving Sasuke to ponder alone. Upon leaving the infirmary, he encountered Shiro waiting outside. Master Ling. Shiro greeted with a gentle smile, approaching him amiably. Ling affectionately brushed Shiro's forehead and inquired, How is Itachi's condition? Itachi Uchiha? Shiro paused, his expression darkening. I fear he has little time left unless he undergoes a transplant of a more potent ocular power. Indeed, Ling sighed softly, lost in thought. Shirsui's Mangeki is exceedingly powerful. Should it be transplanted to Itachi, it may result in backlash. In the original narrative, although Itachi was liberated through the power of Izanagi following his reanimation, whether this ocular technique can be controlled with the eternal Mangeki remains uncertain. Chapter 45. On standby after a moment of contemplation, Ling commanded. Quickly find a ninja and instruct him to await at the pinnacle of the tower. Without waiting for Bai's response, he strode directly into the rain-hidden tower, a place often frequented by Pain. Upon reaching the rooftop, shortly thereafter, a rain-hidden ninja approached to deliver a report. The village was now entirely under Ling's control. He had triumphed in battle against Konan and the Six Paths of Pain controlled by Nagato, earning the reverence of the village's ninjas as a godlike figure. The fact that he had defeated them instilled both fear and obedience among all rain-hidden ninjas. After assuming control of the village, Ling did not impose tyranny, which led the ninjas to silently accept his rule amidst their trepidation. Lord Ling, a middle-aged ninja, bearing the scars of battle, approached the open platform. Trembling as he gazed at Ling's silhouette, the robust figure stood before the somewhat slender, strikingly handsome young man, a true reflection of power. Ling remained silent, slightly turning his head, his gaze sweeping over the ninja. Their eyes met briefly, and the ninja stood frozen, as if bereft of his senses. Then, in a hushed tone, Ling glanced at his finger, his expression sharpening as he bit his fingertip and invoked a jutsu. Celestial rebirth. Dust and fragments enveloped the ninja, and in an instant, a strikingly handsome youth materialized before them. Where's this place? The youth appeared somewhat bewildered, looking around in confusion. It has been a long time. Ling remarked with a light laugh, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Uchiha Shirsuei. Shirsuei paused, only to realize another figure stood beside him. After a moment of focus, he exclaimed, Ling? What is happening? Due to the myriad of changes, Ling replied with a mocking tone. There is no time to recount every detail. Shirsuei furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual about his body. Is this celestial rebirth? Do you recognize this technique? Ling inquired, a hint of surprise flickering within him, but he did not delve further. He simply knelt at the edge of the platform, quietly observing Shirsuei. There are matters that require your explanation, hence I summoned you back with this technique. A malicious smile crept across Ling's lips. I suppose you never anticipated our reunion would unfold in such a manner, given your betrayal of the Uchiha clan alongside Itachi. What are your intentions? Shirsui's gaze lowered in wariness, yet he found his body unresponsive. Futile. Ling shook his head. This technique was initiated by me, although it does not bind your will. Your chakra is entirely under my control. Unless I permit it, you are unable to perform any jutsu, including the ocular techniques of the Sharingan. Ignoring the furious expression of Shirsuei, Ling continued, My time is limited, so let us address the matter directly. Years ago, Danzo deprived you of one eye, while you entrusted the other to Itachi. Now, both of your eyes reside in my possession. I seek to comprehend the abilities of your left eye, Konoha Tsukimi, as well as the limitations and weaknesses of the Genjutsu wielded by your right eye. Konoha Tsukimi possesses the power to manipulate others without their awareness, altering their will, hailed as the mightiest Genjutsu, surpassing Tsukuyomi. The other eye can infiltrate the mind and control the foe. My intention is to transplant Shirsui's Sharingan into Itachi while simultaneously utilizing Nagato's method to dominate him, all while remaining vigilant against Konoha Tsukimi. Should I impose restrictions and Itachi employs Konoha Tsukimi to suggest to himself, all would be in vain. In truth, my refusal to allow Itachi to perish stems from a desire to prevent his potential reanimation, which could lead him to persuade Sasuke to relinquish his hatred, an outcome I cannot abide. If I can control Itachi, I shall not only acquire formidable power but also enable him to utilize Konoha Tsukimi to confront Madara. However, I remain uncertain as to whether Konoha Tsukimi would be effective against one possessing the Rinnegan. My eyes are in your possession. What is your true intention? Shirsuei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the guardian of peace he had always been feared Ling might use his eyes to harm Konoha. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in Konoha. How I proceed is a matter for Sasuke, Ling retorted with a sardonic smile, shifting the tone to a more oppressive one. What I intend to use your eyes against is not Konoha, but rather the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? Shirsuei gasped, astonishment evident in his expression. He could scarcely believe the records inscribed on the tablet were indeed true. The Rinnegan truly exists, he murmured. He mentioned the tablet? So that is it. Ling, regaining his composure, realized that you had also encountered the stone tablet. With your kaleidoscopic Sharingan, you must have perceived an abundance of information. Indeed, the infinite Tsukuyomi is a reality. And it is precisely such an ambitious individual that I intend to confront through your eyes. Uchiha Madara, confronting Shui. Ling revealed the most formidable hypothetical adversary he had faced over the years. Uchiha Madara? How could this be possible? He existed in the same era as the first Hokage. How could he still be alive today? Shui gazed incredulously at Ling. Impossible? Ling scoffed. Then how can you converse with me now that you have departed from this world? Are you referring to the reincarnation of the heavens? Shui paused in disbelief, then nodded in acknowledgement. During the fateful battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara did not perish. He merged the powers of the first Hokage with his own, awakened the Rinnegan, and devised a plan to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi, Ling gradually recounted the awakening of the Rinnegan, the revival of Obito, and the meticulous plan for his own resurrection. How could you possibly know about these matters? Shizuka furrowed his brow, casting a doubtful glance at Ling. That is my concern, and it does not pertain to you. Ling rose, approaching with an aura brimming with power. I am aware of your thoughts. You merely fear that I might wield your eyes against Konoha. If that is your assumption, you are gravely mistaken. Should I choose to strike at Konoha now, no one could impede me. As his words echoed, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Ling, akin to the shockwave of an explosion, dispersing his long hair, the Akatsuki cloak, and even the dust upon Shizuka's form. Do you see? This is the extent of my power now. Ling chuckled coldly, his suppressed gaze locking onto Shui, determined to dispel any doubts through action. What an immense chakra! Once renowned alongside myself and Itachi as a prodigy, I never anticipated he could evolve to such a formidable level. Shui marveled at Ling's power, his previous reservations beginning to wane as memories of the past resurfaced. Indeed, with Ling's current strength, who could thwart his desire for vengeance against Konoha that might incite chaos? Such a Ling requires no assistance from Shui's eyes to achieve his ends. I never imagined you would possess such formidable power, Shui murmured, suppressing his inner astonishment, and continued, though I do not wholly believe your words, I recognize you would not engage in futile endeavors. Yet, witnessing your present self, I can only deduce that your use of Kodoame Tsukumi against the Rinnegan bears no significance. Chapter 46, Capturing the Eight Tails. What do you mean by that? Ling gently closed his eyes, gazing intently at Shui, remaining silent for a moment. The Kodoame Tsukumi, hailed as the pinnacle of Genjutsu, cannot possibly be ineffective against Madara, can it? Do you not comprehend my words? Shui shook his head, speaking slowly. Madara's strength, though not fully known, can be partially discerned from your current demeanor. The Uchiha clan's conflicts are fundamentally contests of ocular prowess. Only the strong can prevail. Not to mention the Rinnegan, even in your current state. Kodoame Tsukumi would struggle to exert its influence. Are you implying that Kodoame Tsukumi may not be effective against me? Is that not contradictory? He is the most powerful of illusionists. As a fellow Uchiha, you should not overlook such nuances regarding the Sharingan. Observing Ling's confusion, Shui sighed and clarified, the Uchiha clan's ocular power varies with the rank of the Sharingan, while the rest must evolve through combat. Only by engaging in battles with the Sharingan can one truly grow strong. In the past, aside from myself and Itachi with our Mangeki, there were numerous with the three-tomo Sharingan. Could they truly compare to you? Shui's words struck at the very essence of strength. Take Sasuke, for instance. Despite possessing the eternal Mangeki, how formidable is he? Madara once wielded that eye to contend with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Had it been Sasuke, he might have faltered in mere exchanges. The rank of the Sharingan indeed serves as a demarcation of strength, yet within the same tier. It is the finesse and mastery of ocular techniques that determine supremacy. Ling is no exception. 3 years ago, against the fourth Hokage, he had to draw blood to manifest his Susanoo, yet after 3 years of honing his skills, he can now maintain the Susanoo against the fourth without straining his eyes. This is a testament to how combat cultivates one's ocular prowess. Just as Kurizetsu remarked on the clash between Sasuke and Itachi, a master can wield nature as weaponry, while a weakling finds no utility in divine artifacts. In comparing Shui and Madara, there is truly no basis for comparison. Shui met his untimely demise at a young age, while Madara's life was steeped in the crucible of battle. I see now. Upon hearing this, Ling sank back down, realizing his previous intentions to outmaneuver Madara were shallow. His words, it seems, were indeed heartfelt. Observing Ling's expression, Shui's disappointment was palpable, and his doubts about Ling gradually dissipated. In this light, Shui's Manjiki, transplanted to Itachi, holds little significance after all. Ling pondered in silence, feeling both fear of the Eye of Stopwater and a sense of regret. Itachi, unlike Sasuke, was not the reincarnation of a son of the Sage of Six Paths. Despite his strength, he was insignificant compared to Madara. If the Eye were to be transplanted to Itachi, it might aid Sasuke in achieving the Eternal Eye, thereby providing assistance to himself. With restrictions placed upon the Eye of Stopwater, Ling was confident in his ocular prowess and unafraid of any schemes Itachi might devise. Should Itachi summon Susanoo using the Eye of Stopwater, even if he could not rival Madara, he could at least restrain his power. Moreover, Ling still possessed the trump card of the fourth Hokage. With numerous skilled individuals involved, defeating Madara, who had been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, was not an unattainable feat. With his thoughts settled, Ling resolved to release the impure world reincarnation of the Eye of Stopwater and began devising a strategy to capture the Eight Tails to counter Madara. Killer Bee, the host of the Eight Tails, with his flamboyant personality and rap-like speech, did not appeal to Ling. However, he could not deny the strength of the Jinchuriki. In the original narrative, even when Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan, he remained at a disadvantage despite the assistance of Suigetsu, Karen, and Yugo, not to mention Killer Bee's complete mastery over the Eight Tails' power. Nevertheless, although Killer Bee was formidable, he now faced Ling and the members of the Akatsuki. In a location resembling a dam yet akin to a canyon, waters converged into a small lake, its surface shimmering under the sunlight, casting hues of rainbow. This place was indeed pleasant. A cool breeze danced through Ling's garments and long hair. He gathered the scattered strands and gazed toward the imposing figure in the distance. Though the land of Rice was small, the speed of its ninja was undeniable. Kakashi's team had swiftly escorted a drunken man from the land of fire to the land of waves, and then to the land of wind to rescue Gaara, taking only a few days. Thus, searching for Killer Bee in the land of Rice was easier than Ling had anticipated. Who would confront him? Kisame, having removed the Samahata from his shoulder, chuckled and inquired, revealing his intent. Kisame, are you eager? Responded Deidara, adjusting his binoculars. It seems so. Samahata appears to be quite fond of the chakra he emits. Upon saying this, the Samahata in Kisame's hands wriggled, seemingly impatient. Kisame could indeed handle the Eight Tails, but Ling had no desire to delay matters. He dismissed Kisame's inclination to take matters into his own hands. Such a pity, Kisame chuckled, falling silent thereafter. Ling remained silent, disregarding the expression of Kisame, as he meticulously devised his battle strategy. Deidara hovered in the air, seeking an opportunity to strike, while Sasori harassed from a distance with his puppets. Kimimaro, Kisame, and he faced the enemy head-on, with Haiden and Kakazu on standby, ready to secure the blood of the Eight Tails upon inflicting damage, ensuring their plan's success. However, as Ling plotted to capture the Eight Tails, he hesitated, questioning the propriety of such an action. Unexpectedly composed, Madara wielded the Rinnegan, betraying not a hint of disarray. It seemed he intended to capture all the tailed beasts before claiming victory, yet the strategy appeared futile. Indeed, though Madara, reanimated through Edo Tensei, could not summon the Outer Path's golem, he was entirely capable of confronting Ling to reclaim his eyes for resurrection. Afterward, how to deal with the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki would be entirely within his discretion. Why did he not pursue this course of action? Was it merely for the sake of conserving effort in obtaining all the tailed beasts? What were his true intentions? Ling found Madara's thoughts inscrutable, leaving him to act in accordance with Madara's will. Nevertheless, for Ling, regardless of Madara's plans, eliminating him would resolve all matters. Chapter 47. The Struggle for the Eight Tails with a Tranquil Mind. Ling turned to gaze at the members of the Akatsuki and Kimimaro, this time united in purpose. Our strategy was set, and the Eight Tails would surely be ours. Having spoken, Ling elaborated on their plan, and the group prepared for action, conspiring for a decisive strike. Once the Eight Tails were captured, with the Nine Tails and Rinnegan at my disposal, I would summon Madara, and the outcome would be dictated by fate. With a focused gaze, Ling's eyes shone brightly as he summoned a formidable chakra. His arms extended from behind, firmly grasping Kimimaro and Kisame. Before either could respond, Ling leapt into the air, his arms resembling wings, soaring above the lake's surface. Ling's movements did not escape the keen eyes of Killer Bee. The Raikage had tasked Killer Bee with guarding the village. Yet his restless nature led him to sneak out, eager to witness the 5 Kage summit. Passing through the land of rice, he sought to train, only to be detected by the hidden cloud village, which promptly informed the Raikage. Thus, the Raikage remained unaware of Killer Bee's whereabouts. Sato Mitsuo held a position of authority in the hidden cloud village, commanding troops, and upon learning of the Eight Tails' presence in the land of rice, he informed Sato Mitsuo, enabling Ling to uncover the Eight Tails situation. So, this was the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Kisame, restrained by Susanoo, caught sight of the towering, dark-skinned ninja standing upon the lake's surface and smirked, swiftly forming hand seals, adhering to the principle of first courtesy, then combat. Water release. 5 shark bombs. Leaping down from Susanoo, he struck the lake's surface. 5 chakra-formed, shark-shaped water projectiles surged towards Killer Bee. Shark water technique. Who are you? Fools. Scoundrels. Killer Bee chanted a peculiar rhythm, raising his arms in preparation. This matter need not be disclosed. Behind Killer Bee, Kimimaro coldly remarked, as he thrust out his palms, unleashing colossal bone spikes. Bones. Killer Bee paused, then grinned, finding this young adversary amusing. I'll tear you apart first. V. This tone was indeed grating and must be stopped swiftly. Ling chuckled coldly, his fists clenched behind him, striking fiercely towards the onrushing Killer Bee. This move appeared so familiar. What could this be? Killer Bee felt a fleeting sense of doubt, emboldened by the power of the Eight Tails, and did not evade, instead drawing his twin swords to meet Susanoo's fist. Boom. The lake erupted in enormous waves as Susanoo's punch sent Killer Bee crashing into the water. To withstand the Susanoo with mere flesh? Humph. Ling sneered, gazing at the boiling surface of the lake. I inquired, surely your strike will not be fatal to him? Kisame, witnessing the assault, retracted his hand and grinned maliciously, reveling in the misfortune. Ling Moran gazed serenely at the surface of the lake. In an instant, several colossal octopus tentacles erupted from the water, sending waves crashing towards him, targeting both Kyubi and Jinmaru. How rude. Kyubi sneered, brandishing his sword, the shark muscle, towards the tentacles. A torrent of chakra surged within Ling as a towering black giant rose from the ground, seizing one of the tentacles. Would release. Would dragon. Jinmaru clasped his hands together, summoning a massive dragon that surged from the lake's depths, entwining the tentacle like a mystical serpent, rendering it immobile. Who are you? Why do you seek to challenge me? A gigantic bull-headed beast surfaced, glaring menacingly at the trio. It appears to be in its tailed beast mode, Kyubi proclaimed, severing the tentacle while scrutinizing the Eight Tails. The shark muscle seems to have a penchant for your chakra, he added, as the enlarged shark muscle extended its tongue to taste the barbs. Ling Bian gently raised his hand, and Susanoo followed his movement, shielding Gitsuka and Junmaru. In the next moment, a colossal white bird surged towards the lake's surface. Art is akin to an explosion. With a resounding roar, flames illuminated the sky, reminiscent of burning oil. The small lake, ravaged by the blast, transformed into a crater, with water cascading down like torrential rain. A complete hit. Indeed, Deidara nodded in midair. The ambush a resounding success. The lake lay dry, reduced to a burning pit, with thick smoke billowing upwards. There, the minotaur-like octopus creature loomed over the trio, unscathed, seemingly untouched by Deidara's assault. Howling fiercely, the eight-tailed form of Karabi sensed that Ling and his companions were no ordinary foes, preparing to unleash his full might. In his complete tailed beast transformation, he truly embodied the epitome of a perfect Jinchuriki. Ling nodded calmly, gazing at the immense body of the eight-tailed beast. To be frank, I am quite eager to test your limits, but alas, this moment does not allow for delay. With serene composure, Ling shifted his palm to his lips, slightly parted his crimson lips, and bit into his fingertip. Summoning technique. A formidable pressure rivaling that of the Eight Tails emerged, as a swirling mass of red chakra manifested beneath Ling's feet, with the Nine Tails following suit, roaring with a thunderous presence. The Nine Tails. Who exactly is this individual capable of summoning that foolish fox? The bull demon questioned Karabi in disbelief. The manifestation of Ling's Susanoo has already left him astonished. And now with the appearance of the Nine Tails, Nyogue begins to contemplate an escape rather than engage in battle. How do I know this? This fool. Scoundrel. I have no time to heed your nonsensical chatter. Ling's gaze was intense, as the Susanoo enveloped the nine-tailed beast like a flowing stream, forming an ancient armor adorned with sharp edges and spikes. From its back and tail sprouted two formidable arms, one wielding a sword and the other a shield. The ferocity of the beast was palpable. The Kusanagi sword, the eight-span mirror. Next, the one hailed as the most perfect Jinchuriki. Stand tall upon the forehead of the nine tails, and gracefully beckon the eight tails. Allow me to witness your prowess. In the midst of a chilling silence, the nine tails opened its maw, drooling as it unleashed a torrent of purple-black chakra, charging towards the eight tails, leaving deep rifts in the earth. Tail Beast Bomb. Chapter 48. The Wrath of the Nine Tails. The vast spiritual energy plummeted towards the ground like a meteor from the heavens, its crimson fury saturating the air. Enveloped in a fiery armor as dark as ink, a terrifying amalgamation of black and red, the ground trembled with the force of the impending clash, dust swirling ominously. Regarded as the most perfect host for a tailed beast, Ling stood atop the Nine Tails' forehead, casually beckoning to the transformed figure of Killer Bee, his tone indifferent. Show me your true abilities. No sooner had he spoken than the Nine Tails, brimming with impatience, unleashed a sphere of black-purple chakra towards the bull-headed apparition. The overwhelming energy carved a deep trench in the ground even from mid-air. Tail Beast Bomb. What an astonishing display of power. How fortunate I am to have refrained from provoking him in the past. Deidara, high above in the skies, marveled at the spectacle, relieved. Once, Ling was the leader of Akatsuki, and Deidara had been somewhat resentful, yet his respect for Itachi's Sharingan had kept him in check. Now, it appeared to be a wise decision. How vexing. We agreed to attack together, yet he is so hasty. Kisame grinned, his expression one of regret. You should have stayed put. Kimimaro cast a cold glance at Kisame, his hands clenched tightly, gathering strength within. Boom. Faced with Ling's insurmountable assault, the eight tails could only respond with a tailed beast bomb. The two chakra forces collided mid-air, erupting violently, as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart, flames soaring skyward. A mushroom cloud obscuring the vision, accompanied by a tempestuous wind. We must escape. We stand no chance against this individual. The eight tails immediately warned Killer Bee, bracing for the onslaught. Damn it. I understand. That fool. That bastard. Though Killer Bee was somewhat brash, he was not foolish. The power Ling displayed was beyond his capacity to withstand, especially with the Akatsuki organization lurking menacingly. Escape? It won't be that easy. Kimimaro's gaze turned icy, veins bulging as his formidable chakra caused the surrounding stones to tremble. Would release secret technique. The forest of death descends. Countless massive vines and trees surge forth from behind Kimimaro, rushing towards the eight tails like a torrential wave. What kind of technique is this? Killer Bee exclaimed in astonishment from within the eight tails. Watch me fend him off. The eight tails roared, a colossal amount of chakra erupting from its mouth. Foolish. It seems you have forgotten about Lord Ling. Kimimaro pressed his lips together, his emerald eyes turning to ice. As Kimimaro pointed out, the eight tails was so focused on his attack that it momentarily overlooked Ling. Would Ling allow such an opportunity to slip away? The nine tails leaped, the arms of Susanoo swinging freely, the eight-span mirror positioned in the path of the tailed beast bomb. Bang! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as the tailed beast bomb was rebounded into the sky like a rubber ball. Meanwhile, Kimimaro's would release approached the eight tails ominously. The writhing vines and trees seemed alive, their eerie curves and directions ensnaring the eight tails with relentless tenacity. It seems that we have captured him. Fadewan nodded upon witnessing this. No, it is not over yet. Kakuzu's gaze was profound, tinged with pessimism. Just as Kakuzu had anticipated, although the trees ensnared the eight tails. This was not the original Hokage's technique, the tree world technique, but rather a creation of Kimimaro. Just as Madara and Sasuke both possessed the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Could their powers truly be compared? The answer is evident. At this moment, Kimimaro was in a similar situation. Although the momentum of the tree world technique was not inferior to that of the original Hokage, the true might of this jutsu could only be perfectly executed by the first Hokage. Even Madara's would release could not be compared. Roar! The eight tails bellowed. Cracks appearing in the binding would release. Kimimaro furrowed his brow, preparing to increase his chakra output. After all, the eight tails was not easily subdued. Ling nodded. Her crimson eyes filled with indifference and resolve. However, no matter how much you struggle, the outcome is already determined. The nine tails suddenly rose, with the arm of Susanoo shielding its front. Leaping into the air with sword in hand, the Kusanagi blade aimed directly at the still struggling eight tails. In an instant, The air surged, debris flew, and a cloud of dust obscured everything. The members of Akatsuki watched the battlefield anxiously, awaiting the result. What happened? Fade One swung his scythe. Slightly agitated. How should I know? Kakuza retorted, his gaze fixed on the dissipating dust. It should be fine. Scorpion spoke slowly, a hint of fear in his voice. That sword's power is not easily withstood. In the distance, as the dust settled, a deep chasm emerged, revealing only the figures of Ling and Kimimaro alongside the fallen Kurabi. Kimimaro, go and check. Ling narrowed her eyes and instructed Kimimaro. Understood. Kimimaro nodded and approached, placing his hand on Kurabi, closing his eyes for a moment, then hoisting Kurabi and walking back towards Ling. This was no clone, but indeed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Very well. Ling nodded and turned towards the mountain, simultaneously issuing orders. The Eight Tails has been captured. Prepare for the sealing process. Just as her words faded, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. She furrowed her brow and glanced towards a certain direction. An extraordinary sense of perception. Members of the Uchiha clan should not be so acutely aware. It seems you have utilized the item I left with Orochimaru. A shadow emerged, expressing astonishment to Ling Kurizetsu. Is it you? Ling furrowed her brows, then her expression darkened. Where is Madara? Such an impatient character. Kurizetsu chuckled hoarsely, his black hole-like pupils scrutinizing Ling. Are you so eager to confront Madara? Madara? Rather than Lord Madara? What could be the reason? Ling's eyes were clouded with deepening confusion as he grappled with the inscrutable intentions at play. This will had undeniably been forged by Obito. Yet the actions taken were unexpectedly unanticipated. Who exactly are you? He inquired after a brief silence, his voice low and contemplative. Could my arrival have triggered a change? It doesn't add up. Based on the timeline of my traversal, Black Zetsu had already been created by Obito. Even if there were alterations, they should have occurred subsequently. Why would they manifest before that? And if there were no changes, then what is the nature of this fellow? Black Zetsu remained silent, intently observing Ling, as if mocking him for his inquiry. You are a creation of Obito, acting solely according to his will, are you not? Upon hearing this, Zetsu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ling with a look of utter bewilderment. How do you know of this? Although a question, there was no hint of anxiety in Zetsu's demeanor. Rather, it seemed to be a quest for confirmation. I have my sources of information, Ling replied, unwilling to delve further into the matter, as Zetsu's reaction had already led him to some conclusions. Chapter 49. The drums of war will sound transported into the body of Uchiha Ling at the tender age of 7. When Kakashi was merely 12 and had just awakened his Sharingan, and Obito was of the same age as Kakashi, while Ling was only 6. What circumstances led to this alteration? If not for Obito's will, then how else could it be explained? What benefit is there in such musings for you? Black Zetsu spoke with a calm demeanor, perceptively addressing Ling's doubts. Did you not always believe that by eliminating Obito, everything would come to a conclusion? If that is the case, what relevance does my identity hold? Yet it is crucial. Should you suddenly appear, acting in an unfathomable manner behind Obito, how will the situation resolve? Ling Moran's gaze was rife with suspicion. The actions of Black Zetsu were perpetually inscrutable, unworthy of trust by the foolish. Uchiha Itachi once uttered a truth I wholeheartedly endorse. Black Zetsu, indifferent to Ling's scrutiny, spoke in a vague tone, his words equally ambiguous. Humanity often acts based on their own limited understanding, yet remains ensnared by it. This is the essence of reality. The truth is frequently the most implausible yet simultaneously the most reasonable. Do you not concur? What, indeed, are your intentions? Ling furrowed his brow, the three tomo in his eyes coalescing into an enigmatic pattern. Do not be hasty. This is not the you I am acquainted with. Black Zetsu shook his head, a hint of a sigh escaping him. The Eight Tails has already fallen into your grasp, and Madara has long been eager. The truth is on the verge of revelation. I eagerly anticipate that meeting. Having spoken, he disregarded Ling's vigilance, his form merging with the earth like ink, leaving no trace behind. Yet Ling's doubts regarding Black Zetsu intensified beyond previous encounters. Not the you I know. We have never met. Yet your tone suggests a familiarity with my actions. What necessity lies in this? Before obtaining the Sharingan, I was as fragile as an ant. After acquiring it, I concealed myself in Orochimaru's domain until the Chunin exams unveiled my presence, an unreasonable reason for his attention. Furthermore, despite numerous inquiries into my own being, there was no trace of White Zetsu. How could he discern my utilization of Orochimaru's possessions? Merely by sensing his presence? Lord Ling? Observing Ling's troubled expression, Kimimaro stepped forward to inquire, bearing the weight of Kirabi upon his shoulder. Ling, he was momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure as he shook his head at Junmalu, signaling that he was unharmed, yet his heart was increasingly shrouded in doubt. Was Ban not the ultimate adversary? If one were to triumph over Ban, in what form would this young man manifest? Could I possibly contend with him? The situation grew ever more perplexing. With a hand pressed against his brow, Ling anxiously rubbed his forehead. Observing this, Lord Ling, Junmalu approached him, unaware of his lord's concerns. However, regardless of the formidable foes that stood in their path, he vowed to confront them with his very life, clearing the way ahead. Junmalu. Ling Imo murmured his name, a tapestry of guilt and relief weaving through his heart. Initially, he wished to use Bai and Junmalu as instruments of reincarnation, to resurrect the fierce spirit, believing that only through Junmalu's pure heart could he earn Ling's complete trust and bestow upon him the eye of reincarnation. Yet, for Ling, both were willing to sacrifice their lives, and Ling harbored a deep resentment for his past thoughts, albeit grateful for their understanding. Do not worry, Junmalu, Ling assured, gently patting Junmalu's shoulder. These trivial matters are but fleeting disturbances. Very well, let us return. I must have waited for quite some time. At your command. With that, the two transformed into shadows and vanished, while the Akatsuki members dispersed, preparing for the sealing of the Eight Tails. The acquisition of the Eight Tails brought great joy to the Akatsuki, as it pertained to Ling's promise. For this group of forsaken warriors, the vision of establishing their own nation stood as a path of solace. Ling manipulated the long gate to summon the Outer Path's golem, joining the Akatsuki and unsealing the Eight Tails. Within the dim cavern, only the occasional cries of Killer Bee and the sound of dripping water disrupted the oppressive silence. The Eight Tails had been captured. When would they proceed to Konoha to seize the Nine Tails? Deidara channeled chakra, shattering the stillness. While curious about Ling's connection to the Nine Tails, he could not help but focus on Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails, dismissing deeper thoughts of Ling. The capture of the Nine Tails had been promised to one, without causing harm to Naruto. Ling cast a sidelong glance at Deidara, countering his intention. Not to capture the Nine Tails? What then would be the next step? Kisame, taken aback, failed to grasp Ling's intent and directly inquired about their objective. Ling remained silent, her blood-red eyes scanning the Akatsuki members. A hint of indifference mingled with a trace of pity, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Ling has always been aloof and obsessive, yet at this moment, his peculiar gaze is utterly perplexing. I ponder a question. For those of you who are ignorant, does revealing the truth elicit a sigh from Ling? Is tone ethereal? Ignorance? Kakuzu furrows his brow, questioning the meaning. The literal interpretation. Ling slightly parts his lips, a sardonic smile gracing his face. My ideal is not erroneous, and your actions are not entirely misguided. To believe that gathering the tailed beasts equates to fulfilling one's mission is a grave misconception. The members of Akatsuki exchange glances. And Scorpion speaks. What do you wish to convey? There exists an individual, perhaps unfamiliar to you, yet Kakuzu must have heard his name. Ling coldly laughs, fixing his gaze upon Kakuzu, an oppressive aura making even the century-old warrior uncomfortable. Have I heard his name? At that time, all powerful beings had already perished. Who could possibly threaten this child? It is hard to fathom. Kakuzu ponders deeply, while the Akatsuki members scrutinize Ling's expression, awaiting his explanation. The ruler of the world. Establishing an ideal nation based on a feudal system, Ling chuckles coldly, the curve of his lips harmonizing with his delicate cheeks, revealing indifference rather than hope. Everything hinges on defeating that person, Uchiha Madara. At last, Ling discloses the legendary name to the Akatsuki members. Uchiha Madara? The man who co-founded Konoha with the first Hokage and quelled the chaos of the era. How can this be possible? Utter nonsense. How could Uchiha Madara possibly survive to this day? Kakuzu frowns, rebuking Ling, disbelieving his words. Kisame hesitates, aware of Obito's identity and sympathetic to his ideals. Yet at this moment, he is uncertain of Ling's authenticity. Is the truth so shocking and hard to accept? Ling narrows his eyes, seemingly filled with indignation as he states, the greatest legend of the Uchiha clan, the power of the Mangeki Sharingan is epitomized in him. He is the true adversary. Chapter 50. Ling's hatred. Ling was deeply incensed by Madara's actions. It was due to Madara's abandonment of Konoha that the Uchiha clan found themselves leaderless, subsequently facing ruthless oppression from the village without any reservations. Ling also harbored resentment towards Obito. for his unleashing of the Nine Tails had sown seeds of doubt against the Uchiha clan, leading to the tragic demise of his kin. Through this turmoil, Ling discerned the preciousness of familial bonds, yet he was left to mourn the loss of his loved ones. Madara's vision was excessively idealistic. He yearned to construct a peace that resided within his heart. However, Ling's selfishness would not permit another to dictate their fate. Only through the establishment of the peace that Ling recognized could his kin find solace, and thus, this outcome was the sole one he would acknowledge. The despair of others mattered not to him. Madara Uchiha was indeed a figure of legend, eliciting awe from Kakuzu as he reminisced about the tales of decades past, having only heard his name without ever witnessing his presence. "Do you believe that Madara will thwart your plans?" Kakuzu inquired. As the Sand Village's talented scorpion swiftly grasped the essence of Ling's intentions, the man sought to ensnare the world in his illusions, crafting a realm where dreams were realized for all, reminiscent of a joyous childhood where one's parents were still alive. Ling cast a cold gaze upon Scorpion, his calm words striking like a hammer upon the latter's heart, rendering him speechless. "What are your intentions, then?" Kakuzu pondered for a moment before seeking Ling's perspective. "What are my intentions?" Ling replied with a light chuckle. "Madara has his ideals, and I possess mine. Since our visions of peace are irreconcilable, the only resolution lies in a struggle to the death. Should I prevail, the world shall be mine. Should I fail, I shall merely perish. In my previous life, I was utterly alone, but in this life, having family, I shall not let go." The members of Akatsuki were taken aback, astonished that Ling dared to confront a figure of legend. Though his power left them in awe, if legends could be vanquished, could they still be considered legends? "This is fate," Ling declared, sensing their shock. "Regardless of your musings, I do not subscribe to Madara Uchiha's illusory peace. Our ideologies are at odds, and only through combat can we discern right from wrong." The Akatsuki members fell silent, absorbing the profound implications of Ling's revelations. All were geniuses, isolated in their own thoughts. Yet Ling's gaze was cast toward the world, a depth of insight that eluded their grasp. "What do you wish from us?" Kakuzu asked solemnly after some contemplation. "What do I expect from you?" Ling responded. "What can your powers truly achieve?" Ling let out a disdainful laugh, concealing her true thoughts while expressing her conclusion in a gentle manner. "The battle between myself and Uchiha Madara is one that no one can intervene in. I share this truth with you, hoping that you will not be deceived. As for my promise, should I emerge victorious, everything shall come to fruition, but if I fail..." Ling Weiyan had not spoken fully, yet the meaning was unmistakable. Defeat equates to death, and promises inevitably remain unfulfilled. I never anticipated it would unfold in such a manner." Kisame chuckled softly, though his concern was palpable. "I had initially believed that Obito was the final adversary, only to discover that the name of Madara would unearth the true Madara. Is Uchiha Madara truly so formidable?" Observing Ling's expression, Haiden uneasily inquired. "The prowess displayed by Ling has surpassed their wildest imaginations. Now, what caliber of ninja could instill such apprehension in Ling? A shadow? No, not a shadow, but a deity. The truth may be harsh. Should one attempt to describe that individual, you would find yourselves defeated in an instant, even when united, beneath the weight of death." Ling Morin spoke, his calm voice resonating profoundly among the crowd. "So formidable?" Deidara gazed at Ling, sensing that his words might be somewhat exaggerated. "Nevertheless, it is essential for an artist to continually challenge oneself to ignite the spark of creativity." Indeed. With that, he nodded in agreement. Ling remained silent, a cold smile gracing his lips, yearning for death, yet no one intervened. "What did you say? Do you wish to test my artistry?" Deidara exclaimed angrily, his blue eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. This individual held art above life itself, willing to self-destruct for its sake, a pure fool. "Silence, Deidara, you cannot intimidate Ling." Scorpion interjected, casting a glance at Ling before continuing, "He need not deceive us. If he wishes to break his promise, he can certainly kill us. He possesses that power." Scorpion's words compelled Deidara to fall silent, as Ling indeed had the capability to slay them all. "Humph, I merely speak the truth. How you choose to act is entirely up to you," Ling said, the corners of his mouth curling in a mocking manner, his eyes undergoing a sudden transformation, as a bizarre kaleidoscope emerged within his crimson pupils. "The final sealing was about to commence. Should I survive, I look forward to meeting you all again." With the sealing of the 8 tails complete, the members of Akatsuki departed, each harboring their own thoughts. The existence of the entity Ling spoke of exceeded their imagination. If such a being were to exist, It seemed there would be no safe place in the world. Upon returning to the Hidden Rain village, Ling adjusted his slightly fatigued body after sealing the tailed beast and encountered Sasuke once more. "How are your eyes? Still unable to perceive clearly?" Ling speculated, noticing the habitual squint in Sasuke's gaze, despite Sasuke's attempts to conceal it. Sasuke remained silent, irritably rubbing his eyes, hoping that all of this was merely a psychological issue rather than reality. Useless. Ling found amusement in Sasuke's actions. Could the side effects of the Mangekyou Sharingan truly be alleviated by merely rubbing one's eyes? Yet, Sasuke's demeanor revealed his hesitation. "It appears you have yet to decide regarding the transplantation of Itachi's eyes." The struggle Sasuke faced was not merely for the power of the Mangekyou, but rather concerning Itachi's safety and his vengeance against Konoha, especially after learning the truth. "Is there truly no other way?" His voice trembled slightly. Sasuke gazed at Ling, a mix of suppression and hope in his eyes. "Naturally, there is no other way. How could there be?" Ling closed his eyes in silence, while Sasuke lowered his head in despondency. "Do you recall what I mentioned last time?" Ignoring Sasuke's demeanor, Ling spoke. "I possess the Mangekyou Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. This I may bestow its ocular power, aiding Itachi's survival. Furthermore, I have ascertained that this poses no threat to me. Now, I present to you your choice." Ling harbored concerns that the power of the infinite Tsukuyomi might prove detrimental to himself, as transplanting it would result in the loss of his Susanoo, a prospect he resolutely refused to entertain. Thus, the ocular power could only be transferred to another. Although Kinshiki was a potential candidate, the extensive use of wood release and the corpse bone path had drained his vitality, rendering him incapable of fully utilizing the Sharingan. Only Itachi, well versed in the intricacies of this ocular prowess, emerged as the most suitable choice. Ling employed Shursui's abilities to eliminate the threat posed by the infinite Tsukuyomi, establishing a barrier against it, while using Madara to intimidate Sasuke regarding his safety. Faced with a common adversary, Itachi found himself devoid of any means to resist. Chapter 51. The curtain rises. Ninjas regarded closing their eyes in the face of death as a mark of shame. As Ling prepared for Madara's ambitions, ninjas from various nations conspired on his behalf. The fate and aspirations of Madara held little significance for them, as both Ling and Madara were unwilling to allow others to dictate their will. Thus, whether or not Madara existed in the current world was ultimately inconsequential. The pressure exerted by Ling compelled the formation of the ninja allied forces. The youthful Wind Shadow, alongside the Fire Shadow and Earth Shadow, leveraged the power of Akatsuki, while the Mist Village further nurtured Akatsuki's growth. The Lightning Shadow ultimately assumed the leadership of the alliance. Although doubts lingered regarding his strength, he was nonetheless unrivaled among the other shadows, leading the ninjas to acknowledge him as their leader. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails had gone missing, a fact that the five shadows kept shrouded in secrecy. However, it seemed that Ling had discovered the whereabouts of the Eight Tails during their last confrontation. The five shadows could only hope that Karabi had not fallen into Ling's clutches while dispatching ninjas to seek out the Jinchuriki. In the Land of Rivers, within a medical hut in the Rain Village, Bai gently unveiled the bandage covering Sasuke's eyes, while Ling leaned against the wall, eagerly anticipating Sasuke's transformation. "Young Master Sasuke, you may open your eyes now," Bai softly said, her delicate hand caressing the contours of Sasuke's eyes to confirm the success of the transplant. Sasuke remained silent, slowly attempting to open his eyes. The sudden influx of light pierced his long-shrouded gaze, and after several attempts, he finally managed to fully open them. Before him stood Bai, clad in a flowing white robe, ethereal and otherworldly, while Ling awaited patiently by his side. "How do you feel?" Ling inquired, scrutinizing the peculiar kaleidoscopic patterns in Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke, however, did not respond, his gaze devoid of the joy that the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan typically bestowed. Instead, he urgently asked, "What about Itachi? How is he?" Ling Wei arched an eyebrow, gently tilting her head as her long hair swayed with the motion. "The Shursui I suited him even better than anticipated." Itachi, afflicted by a grave illness, relied on medication to sustain himself prior to his confrontation with Sasuke, rather than seeking a cure. When Ling transplanted the Shursui eye, she established restrictions to prevent Itachi from turning against Sasuke. As for the cause of Itachi's ailment, Ling surmised it was due to the excessive use of the Mangekyou Sharingan, compounded by the emotional turmoil within him, resulting in his affliction. The power of the Mangekyou Sharingan is formidable. Even Kakashi, while wielding Kimui, bears a heavy burden. Itachi has utilized the Mangeki since the age of 13 without respite, sacrificing his life force to enhance his ocular power, which has undeniably taken a toll on his body. After all, Itachi does not possess the eternal Mangeki, and thus the consumption of his ocular power cannot be disregarded as it might be with the eternal variant. As for Itachi, there is no need for excessive concern. Noticing Sasuke's slight alleviation of anxiety at her words, Ling continued to reassure him, stating that for the Uchiha clan, ocular power equates to life. Itachi's overuse of the Sharingan has led to the depletion of his ocular power, impacting his life. However, with Shirsui's Mangeki, moderate usage should pose no significant issues. Ling had yet to activate the Shirsui Eye, and the power of Konoha Tsukumi had accumulated over the years due to its dormancy. While excessive use of the Mangeki undoubtedly incurs costs, their current adversary is solely Obito, and whether they triumph or perish leaves Ling little room for distraction, particularly concerning Itachi. Sasuke appeared somewhat reassured by her words, while Ling regarded him thoughtfully, contemplating new questions. Ling retrieved a scroll from his pouch and tossed it to Sasuke, who caught it and examined it closely, a look of confusion crossing his face. Who are Shueiwa, Xianglin, and Zhongwu? They are the allies I have procured for you. Ling replied, raising his hands in a gesture of contemplation as he gazed at Sasuke. All three are subordinates of Orochimaru, each possessing unique abilities. I shall have neither the time nor the inclination to attend to them. If you seek vengeance, you shall need their assistance. Whether you can subdue them rests solely upon your own capabilities. The trio had originally been members of Sasuke's snake team, but due to Ling's involvement, Sasuke had yet to engage with them. Xianglin could be easily conquered due to her encounter in the Forest of Death, while the fates of Shueiwa and Zhongwu remained uncertain. Ling held a deep affection for Sasuke and wished to spare him from unnecessary peril, yet the ability to recruit these three was a matter of destiny, beyond Ling's control. Sasuke scrutinized the scroll, his gaze lowered, fully aware that Ling often possessed information unknown to others. He had neither the time nor the inclination to delve into these mysteries. Ever since their acquaintance, Ling had maintained an air of enigma. Rather than pondering the riddles surrounding Ling, it was far more prudent to focus on the task at hand. Find them and make them your allies. What follows thereafter is for you to determine. Ling approached Sasuke, gently patting his shoulder. Do not engage in actions that would lead to my disappointment. Disappointment in me? Do you not harbor hatred for Konoha? You possess the power to obliterate it. Why refrain from doing so? What does the Uchiha clan signify to you? Is everything you do merely to oppose that Madara? Sasuke voiced the confusion within his heart. Yet Ling offered no response, redirecting the conversation elsewhere. Sasuke, perhaps you can sense it. Indeed, I hold a certain fondness for you, which compels me to teach you earnestly. That is all, unlike Itachi's profound love for you. To me, the Uchiha clan is merely a symbol of identity, devoid of any other significance. Among the entire clan, there is but one individual I genuinely care for, and that person is neither you nor Itachi. Having spoken, he did not wait for Sasuke's reply and walked straight towards the door. Chapter 52. The Great War is about to begin. To you, the Uchiha clan may be nothing but an illusory dust, Sasuke murmured, his tone shifting to one of indignation. Yet for me, Itachi, my parents, and the Uchiha clan, they are the weight of existence. Every matter in the world has two sides. Ling contemplated the various possibilities of opposing Madara. Who would not overlook this intriguing Ling twisting a lock of dark chain? Madara connected the blazing fan to the end of his scythe, the wind howling as he wielded it, exhibiting no weaknesses in his physique. The crimson armor danced, leaving behind afterimages like a bloody specter flickering amidst the scythe's radiant flow. Lord Madara, we have received the latest intelligence. As Madara toyed with his words, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground like a shadow in the night. Uchiha Ling has acquired the 8 tails and sealed it. He is now eager to meet you. Upon hearing this, Madara halted, casting a sideways glance at Zetsu. Eager to see me? This boy is rather amusing. His tone held a playful yet slightly regretful note, as he had assumed that being a fellow Uchiha descendant, he would share my ideology. After all, possessing extraordinary eyes should enable him to decipher the secrets of the stone tablet. What a pity. Indeed, Uchiha Ling will undoubtedly hinder your actions. Black Zetsu replied, his expression resolute. Oh? Madara raised an eyebrow, regarding the contemplative Zetsu. The last time we met, I sought to kill him to reclaim the Sharingan. You said the time was not right. Naturally, information is difficult to grasp without experiencing the events firsthand. Since you are aware that Ling will obstruct my plans, why did you not allow me to eliminate him back then? Was it merely because of the 9 tails? The nine tails is indeed one reason, Black Zetsu nodded, continuing, but there is another factor concerning your eye. I, along with the other white Zetsu, have searched for the Rinnegan without success. If we were to kill him, the Rinnegan might be lost forever, as only Uchiha Ling knows its whereabouts. I see. Madara curled his lips into a smirk, a smile that was neither fully joyful nor entirely sardonic. As my will, you have not pondered as deeply as I would expect. Black Zetsu was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Is that so? In life, the things we hold dear must be safeguarded closely to ensure peace of mind, and they can also serve to intimidate adversaries at any moment. Hence, the Rinnegan is undoubtedly within Uchiha Ling. This is beyond question. Black Zetsu fell silent. And after a moment, he spoke in a grave tone, Indeed, I have been negligent. Negligent? Madara raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to scrutinize Black Zetsu. His gaze sharp and teasing. Such negligence is not typical of me. It must not occur again. Do you understand? Remember it well. Ju nodded slightly, deliberately avoiding the profound meaning hidden within Ban's gaze. It was best not to mention the matter any further, since Uchiha Ling was so eager to meet. Then let it be so. Changing the subject, Ban ceased to pay excessive attention to Ju. Given my temperament, prolonged waiting is not to my liking. It is preferable to conclude the story swiftly. Moreover, the technique of Edo Tensei was created by Tobirama, although I have been resurrected through it. Hashirama could also potentially be revived, which might obstruct my plans. There is no need for you to worry about this, my lord. Hearing this, Kuroju let out a hoarse chuckle. Currently, the only ones capable of executing this technique are Uchiha Ling and Orochimaru. And Orochimaru would certainly not allow the first Hokage to appear, thwarting your efforts. Contemplating Orochimaru, Ban nodded in agreement. Yet, Ban was genuinely puzzled by Orochimaru's true intentions. Although Kuroju used Ling as a bargaining chip, Orochimaru seemed rather uninterested. What, then, was Orochimaru's scheme? What did he desire? As a top-tier powerhouse, Ban had to admit that he could not see through this younger generation, yet, in light of their disparity in strength, he did not fear any of Orochimaru's machinations. Enough of this. With a wave of his hand, he stowed away the fan and scythe, shouldering his burdens as he turned to depart in a certain direction. Since his eager junior could not wait, let us hasten to conclude all matters. Having spoken, he forcefully stamped the ground, his figure transforming into a crimson streak of light, vanishing in an instant. To conclude everything, indeed. Kuroju chuckled softly. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Amidst his reflections and anticipation, Ju's form gradually sank into the ground, leaving behind an atmosphere of tranquility mixed with an impending sense of crisis. Ban embarked on a quest to reclaim the Rinnegan, setting out to find Ling. Though he was unaware of Ling's precise location, with Kuroju and countless white Jews searching, it was merely a matter of time. Simultaneously, the five great nations in the neutral land of Iron formed a coalition of ninja warriors, advancing towards the Akatsuki's base in the Land of Rivers. The five Kage remained unaware that Ban had been resurrected through Edo Tensei. Defeating either Ban or Ling was essential to prevent the world from being manipulated at their whim, which was the future they could accept, rather than waiting passively for doom. The development of events was always unexpected. Through Ju, Ban learned that Ling had seized Akatsuki and was heading towards the Rain Village, while he awaited confirmation from White Ju regarding Ling's presence there or elsewhere. Meanwhile, the ninja coalition pressed onward to the Rain Village, where the two forces would inevitably collide within the borders of the Land of Rivers. Just as in the original tale, Sasuke encountered the Edo Tensei Itachi, the coalition advanced, and Ban's figure flickered among the rubble and trees. Hold on. The sensory-type ninjas sensed something amiss. That hidden yet surging chakra made their breaths hitch. The ninjas halted, awaiting intelligence. They resembled scouts on an ancient battlefield, needing to ascertain whether the Akatsuki had laid traps or ambushes to prevent their forces from suffering significant losses. Such an overwhelming chakra. The adept sensory ninja shut their eyes tightly, sweat trickling down their foreheads. Who possesses such formidable chakra? Even without seeing the person, the powerful aura was palpable. Adorned with the symbol of shinobi on their forehead protectors and clad in various attires, could this be the newly formed ninja coalition? Amidst the towering trees, a blood-red figure stood indifferently among the dense foliage, their crimson eyes calmly surveying the dozens of ninjas before them. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that his eyes were devoid of substance. The dozens of ninjas appeared non-existent, leaving no trace within his gaze. Who could this be? Many ninjas instinctively turned to look, Yet in the next moment, it was as though their souls had been ensnared by those eyes, rendering them immobile. It was the Sharingan. Do not meet his gaze. Experienced ninjas hastily cautioned, their suspicions regarding this individual's identity burgeoning. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated, aside from Uchiha Ling and Sasuke. There remained only the mysteriously absent Uchiha Itachi. Clearly, the foe before them was not one of the three. Could it be that, like Kakashi, he had acquired a transplanted Sharingan? Yet, how to explain that face marred with cracks? Who on earth is he? Chapter 53. Diligent Instruction. It seems we have encountered something of elegance. Lord Madara. A unique, hoarse voice emerged, attached to White Zetsu's form. As a ghostly figure materialized from the branch upon which Madara stood, Madara pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Zetsu before inquiring, have there been any discoveries? Is there any trace of Uchiha Ling? Indeed, Zetsu nodded. Since the sealing of the Eight Tails, he has been concealed within the Rain Village. It appears Uchiha Ling is also awaiting your arrival. Thus, I can only hope that this meeting will differ from the last, allowing me to appreciate his distinct qualities. Perhaps as you surmise, the situation may unfold accordingly. The two conversed as if oblivious to their surroundings. Yet those ninjas who had not fallen prey to the hypnotic gaze of the Rinnegan could still hear their dialogue. Uchiha Ling, the Eight Tails. White Zetsu, each piece of intelligence was staggering. Yet, what astonished them most was the honorific used by White Zetsu for this individual, who commanded such formidable presence. Madara, the Rinnegan. When amalgamated, this information could only point to a legendary being possessing such attributes. But could it truly be him? If so, not only would victory be elusive, but even their safe departure from this place would be in jeopardy. Could it be? A ninja struggled to swallow, trembling as he uttered the name, Uchiha Madara? That ninja renowned alongside the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, hailed as the god of the ninja world. Madara paused, taken aback by the astonished ninja's recognition. You know of me? In this era, few are aware of my name. His tone bore an air of scrutiny and mockery, although a hint of disdain was not easily concealed. However, I do not appreciate the mention of that ninja's name in my presence. With a piercing gaze and icy tomo. Merely his stare caused the ninja to cry out in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head, muffled groans escaping uncontrollably. What is happening? Is it an illusion? Do not let him strike first. Attack together, eliminate him. A multitude of ninjas shouted, their shurikens and kunai embedded with talismans soaring toward Madara's position. To be honest, you have yet to pique my interest. Before those piercing eyes, all assaults appeared as still frames, and the power of impure reincarnation rendered him fearless. However, I advise against excessive warm-ups before reclaiming my eyes. Fire release. Dance of the Dragon Flame technique. Unbeknownst to the others, Madara formed hand seals, his hands casually resting on his shoulders, yet countless colossal fireballs manifested in the sky behind him, their searing heat staining the horizon crimson, plummeting down like meteors. Here, Madara engaged in combat with the ninja allied forces in search of Ling. While there, Ling made final preparations for Madara. Inside a humble and somewhat disordered room, there existed but a long table, illuminated by a solitary overhead light that cast a dim yellow glow. In the shadows, Ling, clad in a long robe of black adorned with red clouds, busied himself at the table. An unfurled scroll lay before him, alongside a pair of ninja wrist guards inscribed with sealing symbols, intended for sealing ninja tools. Ling had envisioned countless scenarios to counter Madara, meticulously supplementing details that could easily be overlooked. Shuriken or firearms would be ineffective against Madara. Instead, he prepared smoke bombs and flash grenades, tools capable of disrupting the Rinnegan. As for the ninjutsu employed, it held no significance. The Rinnegan could absorb ninjutsu, and even the supportive mist concealment technique or standard fire release could dissipate mist. Let alone Madara, who excelled in fire release, nearly elevating it to the realm of sage arts. Thus, all of Ling's preparations were aimed at identifying a flaw in Madara, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. Perhaps some would suggest using the Rinnegan to resurrect Madara, nullifying the immortality granted by impure reincarnation. Yet such an endeavor would be futile. Observing that Madara, even after resurrection without his eyes, could easily subdue the first and second Hokage, it became clear that should Madara be revived, Ling would likely have no choice but to surrender. In the grand scheme, the only viable path lay in overcoming Madara's formidable Susanoo, delivering a lethal blow with the Tensigen, and achieving a permanent seal. Even if Madara were slain, he could still be resurrected through impure reincarnation. Only sealing would provide a lasting resolution. Taking a deep breath, Ling organized the scroll and placed it into his ninja tool pouch, slowly donning the wrist guards. The overhead light illuminated the long table, casting a blurred silhouette of him. Observing his almost enchanting shadow, Ling felt a mix of surprise and resignation. A man often yearns to embody a robust masculinity. Yet his present appearance seemed to contradict that notion. Although accustomed to his visage, Ling remained puzzled. At the onset of his journey, the original Ling could only be deemed handsome, far from beautiful, yet after his transition, he found his features increasingly feminine, the resemblance to his former self diminishing. Ling could not comprehend the reasons behind this transformation. Chakra. The first Hokage possessed tailed beast-level chakra, yet he did not exhibit femininity. Genetic mutation? There seemed some correlation, yet it remained uncertain. Why was this so? Humph. Could it be that I was a woman in my past life? Ling murmured almost self-deprecatingly, interrupting these futile speculations. Regardless of appearance, it was power that held true significance. Lord Ling. The door creaked open, and the gentle voice of Bai Qiqian reached him. Ling turned to see Bai. Clad in a white yukata, approach his side and state, "Everything is prepared, awaiting your command." Very well. After a brief silence, Ling nodded in acknowledgement. It has been a decade since my journey began. The time has come to reveal everything. With emotions settled, Ling gazed at Bai, his tone somber yet ethereal. Do you remember? I once spoke of a grand aspiration I seek to fulfill. Indeed. Bai nodded, momentarily lost in thought, almost instinctively responding. Master Ling's ambition is also my own. Yes, I understand. Gently caressing Bai's long hair, Ling brushed past the girl's shoulder. This is the final battle. If I prevail over him, my dream shall be realized. Do you comprehend? At that moment, I may find myself in grave danger. Either Junmaru or Sasuke could be captured by him and used as leverage against me, yet I would not hesitate to forsake you. If such a moment were to arise, please do not hold it against me. Silently, Ling completed the unspoken words in his heart. Bai and Junmaru have followed Ling for many years, receiving his meticulous guidance, while Sasuke is a figure of significant concern to Ling, the protagonist of the Hokage and the successor of the Sage of Six Paths. If it truly comes to that, Ling would selfishly abandon them to preserve his own life, without a doubt. Chapter 54. Mockery and Contempt with another soft sigh. Ling gently shook his head, his long hair cascading to his waist, casting a graceful shadow in the flickering candlelight. Subsequently, he stepped slowly toward the door. Let us depart. Bai. Ling slightly turned, bestowing upon Bai a gaze deep and inscrutable. As you command, Bai replied, following Ling's lead, their figures gradually fading into the emptiness of the house. All preparations made, Ling awaited Madara's arrival in the Rain Village, much like Pain, seated in the towering structure that reached for the heavens, gazing at the ceaseless curtain of rain. To be precise, Ling was uncertain of when Madara would manifest. However, having been tracked by Kaguya on several occasions, he was confident that Madara was aware of his whereabouts, merely a matter of time. Standing beneath the eaves, his indifferent gaze was solely captivated by the splashes of rain, while the crimson orbs of his eyes mirrored the ripples forming in the accumulating water. Suddenly, a subtle furrow appeared on his brow, and a hand, concealed beneath his dawn robe, quietly extended. The rainwater upon the ground seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, gradually rising and coalescing into a sphere of water that spun gracefully within his outstretched palm. My curiosity regarding your true identity has intensified. Ling gazed at the water sphere floating in his palm, and, addressing the desolate surroundings, spoke softly. Who am I to you? Am I of any significance? A hoarse voice resonated, and a shadow gradually emerged before Ling, revealing none other than the enigmatic Heiju. Naturally, Ling's expression remained unperturbed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the water orb, captivated by its shape-shifting form wrought by chakra. As far as I am aware, you are the self-aware entity birthed from Obito's yin and yang release. However, your demeanor has cast doubt upon the veracity of this information. Heiju, taken aback, displayed no sign of movement in his shadowy form. How did you come by such confidential knowledge? Is it Obito Uchiha? Since only Obito was present when Madara created Heiju, he speculated whether Obito had leaked any information prior to Madara's resurrection. Who can say? Ling's tone was elusive, showing little inclination to delve deeper into this matter with Heiju. Ah, how enigmatic you are. Heiju sighed lightly, a blend of joy and hesitation in his voice, the gravelly timbre unable to mask his astonishment and contemplation. Let us cease this trivial banter. Ling's palm gently closed, and the water sphere erupted with a resounding burst, scattering countless sparkling fragments like shattered glass. Rising to her feet, Ling followed the droplets trail to Kurizetsu, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she inquired with keen interest. "What brings you here this time? Last you mentioned, Obito awaited my response. I have captured the 8 tails and hold the 9 tails as well. Why has he yet to make an appearance?" She had intended to come, yet trifling matters ensnared her. Kurizetsu shook his head, a hint of schadenfreude lacing his regret. Trifling matters? Ling arched an eyebrow, gazing at Kurizetsu in surprise. It all stems from you. Kurizetsu chuckled darkly, observing Ling's bewilderment before elaborating. You disrupted the 5 Kage summit, disregarding others while capturing the 8 tails, prompting the ninja world to cast aside their prejudices and unite as a coalition against you. These ninjas are presently en route here, but they unfortunate enough to encounter Obito, who is also hastening to this location. TSK, TSK, TSK. He clicked his tongue, seemingly lamenting the situation. Is that so? Quite unfortunate indeed, Ling replied with a light laugh, her smile widening. With the 9 tails in my possession, he remains unhurried, even preoccupied with the ninja coalition. It is truly beyond comprehension. Indeed, it was a one-sided massacre. You ought to witness it firsthand. In this world, aside from the late Hashirama Senju, you are perhaps the only one capable of matching Obito, Kurizetsu remarked. A blend of flattery and provocation evident in his tone as he cast a sinister glance at Ling Hashirama Senju. That too is my trump card against Obito. Yet the tone of this fellow. Ling Wei narrowed her eyes, her gaze heavy with restraint. Where is Orochimaru? If he were to summon the 4 Hokage first, it would spell disaster. At that moment, dealing with Madara. TCH, as if merely guarding against Obito was sufficient, I should have eliminated Orochimaru long ago. You seem to have surmised my thoughts, Black Zetsu remarked, a sly grin dancing upon his lips as he regarded Ling. I must remind you, in confronting Madara, you ought to reconsider your strategy. Those 4 Hokage cannot aid you. This wretch. Indeed, if Orochimaru summons the 4 Hokage first, I will be unable to call upon them thereafter. Observing Black Zetsu's expression, it is clear that Orochimaru has summoned the Hokage but refrained from awakening them, solely to thwart my efforts to summon them against Madara. What is Orochimaru truly scheming? What could he possibly gain by assisting Madara? Once the infinite Tsukuyomi is activated, even the grandest of promises will become utterly meaningless. Feeling disheartened? I can understand, Black Zetsu shook his head, offering a semblance of comfort akin to that of an old friend. Ninjas often speak of relying on their own will, pursuing their ideals through the path of ninjutsu. You too ought to embrace such a spirit. Yet, within those mundane words, the mention of ninjas dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Perhaps. Ling fell into a moment of silence, his teeth clenched in quiet resentment. At this instant, he yearned to eliminate Kurizetsu without delay. However, being a spiritual entity born of Yin-Yang ninjutsu, he was impervious to harm except through celestial techniques, which Ling himself did not possess. Given his enigmatic nature, it would be prudent to eliminate him through the hands of Jiraiya or Naruto. Enough with the trivialities, speak plainly. Ling's agitation was palpable as he spoke in a low tone. Speak plainly? Is it not sufficiently clear? Kurizetsu chuckled. I have merely come to inform you that Madara is soon to arrive. Yet, due to the troubles you have caused, there will be a slight delay. You must exercise some patience. Patience? I apologize, but I have never been one to possess such a virtue. Bye. Kimimaro. With a mocking gesture, Ling waved his hand, and Bai and Junmaru appeared behind him. What does this mean? Are you searching for Obito? Kurizetsu glanced at Bai and Junmaru behind Ling, his abyss-like pupils lingering on Junmaru for a moment, slightly taken aback. Surprised? Ling cast a derisive glance at Kurizetsu and continued. I have no knowledge of your identity or intentions. However, once I deal with Obito, I shall swiftly take your life. You should hasten your escape. With that, Ling, Bai, and Junmaru employed the body flicker technique and vanished, leaving a bewildered Kurizetsu lost in contemplation. That child possesses the power of the Senju and the bones of the deceased, he murmured, beginning to ponder. It seems I must inform Orochimaru. The plan has taken an intriguing turn and requires appropriate adjustments. Thus, my mother shall return in an even more formidable form. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Kurizetsu gazed in the direction of Ling's departure, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he gradually melded into the earth beneath him. In the midst of action, Ling felt restless due to the news brought by Kurizetsu. Chapter 55. Akatsuki members in the realm of the Naruto world. The land appears absurdly small to Ling. who was born in Huaxia in a past life. Kakashi had led Team 7 across the entire shinobi world in just 3 days, from Konoha to the Land of Wind, and then tracked Akatsuki to the Land of Earth in a single day. In such a confined world, how is it possible to sustain countless civilians and shinobi? Only by immersing oneself in it can one understand why past perceptions of productivity do not apply here. No wonder Obito would say, "This realm's territory is so sparse that it can only accommodate my solitary gallop." Departing from the Hidden Rain village, Ling and his companions had traveled merely 2 or 3 hours when they encountered traces of battle. The acrid smoke, splattered blood, shattered corpses, and visible signs of jutsu on the ground painted a grim scene that Bai could hardly bear to witness, while Jumura calmly examined the bodies, assessing the situation. "What do you see?" Ling inquired as he noticed Jumuru focusing on a bisected corpse. The warmth of the body still lingered. The time of death had not exceeded half a moment. Moreover, Jumuru furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the wound, and continued, "Such injuries are evidently inflicted by a sharp, long weapon. An ordinary longsword could not have created such a clean cut. Could it be a scythe?" In a flash of realization, Ling understood the circumstances. All of this must be Obito's doing, yet he is not present. Boom. As Ling contemplated, a deafening explosion echoed from the nearby valley, its sound muffled by the mountains. "Lord Ling?" Jun Malu rose, gazing at Ling, awaiting instructions. "Advance, we must adjust to our optimal state." Ling pressed his lips together, his hawk-like gaze fixed on the source of the sound emanating from the mountains. At this moment, on the vast plain surrounded by mountains, Uchiha Madara stood upon a boulder, calm and disdainful as he surveyed the throngs of ninjas below. Flames danced lightly in his grasp while his scythe remained concealed behind him, its blade not yet revealed. What he had assumed to be merely a diversion had unexpectedly summoned all 5 Kage, a surprising turn of events. Madara caught sight of 5 figures, shielded by ninjas, and a smirk crept across his lips, a soft chuckle escaping him. The wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water shadows had all converged. Uchiha Madara's gaze fell upon the earth shadow, who clenched his teeth as memories of humiliation surged forth, squeezing his throat like a vice, making it hard to breathe. 2 scales, O'Hara? Madara raised an eyebrow, tauntingly remarking, "You have aged, yet your skills have not improved. Is it really Uchiha Madara? What has transpired?" Tsunade's voice was low and chilling, the situation at hand far surpassing expectations. The 5 Kage had initially intended for the Ninja Alliance to advance into the Land of Rivers, clearing potential obstacles or traps, including members of Akatsuki under Ling's command, before joining forces with the ninjas and samurai of the Land of Iron to confront Ling. However, the vanguard troops that had just entered the Land of Rivers were unexpectedly annihilated by the enemy in a mere short span of time. The 5 Kage had presumed it was Ling attempting to undermine the morale of the alliance, but intelligence pointed towards Uchiha Madara, with the truth obscured. The 5 Kage had no choice but to summon their subordinates using summoning techniques to hastily arrive at the scene, only to find their adversary was indeed Uchiha Madara. "The Hokage is from the 1st generation," Madara remarked, casting a slightly mocking glance at Tsunade, reflecting, "The first Hokage was Hashirama, the second was Tobirama. And now the Hokage is yet again from the Senju clan." Ha! Once, the Senju and Uchiha clans had co-founded Konoha. Now, while the Uchiha clan had met its demise, 3 from the Senju clan had ascended to the position of Hokage. The implication of Madara's smile was unmistakable. Tsunade was taken aback, unsure of how to respond to Madara's derision. Indeed, had she been unaware of the truth surrounding the Uchiha, she could have defended the village with words. But the reality was that the Uchiha clan, which had made significant contributions to Konoha, had been slaughtered by it. Itachi, who had sacrificed everything for the village, had not only failed to become Hokage but had instead borne infamy, while the Hokage emerged from the Senju clan. Despite being founding powers of Konoha, their fates diverged drastically. Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, with no position to argue. Chapter 56. Implications enough. Conversing with you children is no different. The recent battle was merely a warm-up. A warm-up? What is your intent? The 5 Kage exchanged glances, pondering the meaning behind Madara's words. I view you so-called shadows as no different from ordinary ninjas. I hold little interest in you yet." With a deep chuckle, Madara fixed his eyes on Tsunade, uttering words that sent shivers through the hearts of all ninjas. "Lady, you are a descendant of Hashirama Senju. Today, I intend to take your life. Are you truly seeking to slay the Hokage?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback, and the ninjas of Konohagakure swiftly gathered around Tsunade, preparing to ensure her safety. First, Eliminate the medical ninja. Mei Terumi whispered, casting a gloomy gaze at Madara. A medical ninja? Madara scoffed, his eyes brimming with undisguised disdain and mockery. Though I am unaware of your medical prowess, you are certainly no match for Hashirama Senju. He requires no hand seals. His wounds heal instantaneously, not to mention his formidable strength and would release. Hashirama is revered as the god of shinobi. I once battled him to the death. Do you truly believe that a mere handful of you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, who was once hailed as the god of shinobi? Those who have witnessed his power equate him with the sage of six paths. His strength transcends the mere rankings of shadow or elite Jainin in the ninja world. For your surname is Senju, you shall perish. For your weakness, you shall perish even more. The powerless Senju clan has no place in this world. With a slow grin, Madara fixed his menacing gaze on Tsunade, enunciating each word with malevolence. Though he once co-founded Konoha with Hashirama, perhaps he had never fully laid to rest his grudge against the Senju. Forgiveness or acceptance was reserved solely for Hashirama, not the Senju clan as a whole. To slay the Hokage? I shall not allow you to succeed. The crowd found themselves intimidated by Madara's imposing presence, and that Such swiftly performed a series of hand seals, unleashing a brilliant beam that pierced Madara's chest. Demonic illusion, original world separation technique. Crackling sounds erupted as dust and debris flew, yet Madara allowed the Such technique to penetrate his chest, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. Witnessing this, the ninjas could not help but cheer, as if a formidable foe had been vanquished. However, before their cheers could fully resonate, the wound on Madara's chest healed beneath the debris. That was the impure world reincarnation. Tsunade gritted her teeth, astonished as her thoughts raced. Madara had been summoned by someone. Who could it be? Uchiha? Did he seek to utilize Madara's power against us? Your courage has certainly grown, Anoki, Madara sneered, mockingly observing the Tsuchiki's astonished and sweat-drenched demeanor. He vividly recalled Anoki's cowardice from years past, yet today, he dared to strike against him. How amusing. According to the original text, during the founding of Konoha, Hashirama had apparently made a pact with the Iwagakure. Yet Madara denied any such agreement with the Tsuchikage or Anoki, who, as a youth, had even hesitated to confront Madara. To erase the shadow cast by a formidable enemy was indeed a monumental advancement. Madara, you are indeed powerful. However, I am no longer the person I once was. Anoki gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination and resolution. I deeply regret your passing, but now that you have returned, grant me this opportunity. Facing the puzzled expression of Madara, Anoki declared passionately, regardless of your reasons or intentions for being here, I shall reclaim my true self this time and shall not retreat. Taken aback, Madara fell silent. The surrounding ninjas seemed to feel a slight reduction in their fear due to Anoki's words. Their gazes toward Madara no longer quaked with trepidation. It appears there has indeed been progress, yet it must be tested firsthand. A subtle smirk played at Madara's lips as his eyes shifted mysteriously, revealing the enigmatic and sinister patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. You all must be cautious. Do not gaze directly into his eyes, Anoki warned, the tension thickening as the battle seemed poised to erupt in the next instant. It was indeed a wise decision to not linger any longer in the Rain Village. Just as both parties appeared ready to engage in combat, the voice of Ling Qiqian resonated from behind Uchiha Bido. Uchiha Ling, when did? And to wait for his command. Could it be that Uchiha Madara has indeed summoned him to confront us? The ninjas were taken aback, astonished by his sudden and silent emergence before them. What kind of formidable power lies behind Madara? Yet, Ling was acutely aware that Madara's preparations were not directed towards the five Kages, but rather at himself. Madara had long since sensed his arrival, awaited for quite some time. Madara chuckled lightly, turning to glance at Ling. As you can see, these youngsters have caused delays. To refer to all ninjas and the five Kages as mere children? Such is a blatant display of disdain. Yet Madara possesses such power. Ling furrowed his brow, gazing at Ban with a peculiar expression, and spoke. What gives you such confidence? Such a significant object rests in my possession. Are you not afraid that I might destroy it while you linger here, frolicking with the other ninjas? Oh, would you dare to destroy it? Ban chuckled lightly, scrutinizing Ling from head to toe. From your words, it is evident that you have not yet shattered my eye. Although I remain unaware of your ultimate intentions, the fact that you have chosen to leave it intact suggests that you must have some reliance on this eye. Is that not so? Ling was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. The depth of Ban's insight rendered all provocations and cleverness utterly futile. His reasoning was sound, indeed. He required that I. After a brief silence, Ling let out a soft sigh, conceding to Ban's speculation, and then inquired, speaking of which, since our encounter with Orochimaru, I have harbored a question that seeks resolution. May I voice it? Do share, Ban replied, crossing his arms and speaking leisurely. If you wish to reclaim your eye, why did you not strike when I last lost control? At that moment, you could have easily vanquished me, could you not? Having regained his composure, Ling found this perplexing. Was it due to the uncertainty surrounding the Rinnegan's whereabouts, or perhaps the elusive presence of the Ninetales? Given Ban's confidence, it seemed implausible that he acted without careful consideration. Regarding this matter, Ban paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, a shadow of gloom crossing his features, merely to confirm certain suspicions. Suspicions? What do you mean? Ling pondered in confusion. At this juncture, I suspect you are not so eager to seek me out for trivial banter, Ben interrupted Ling's contemplation, stating, you comprehend my intentions. I shall ask you once more, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, are you willing to join forces with me? Ling Wenyan fell silent, gazing intently at Ban. Upon meeting Ling's suspicion, Ban continued, with this eye, the Uchiha tablet can indeed be deciphered. It would be a pity to kill you. You should understand that the infinite Tsukuyami is the salvation of our Uchiha clan. It not only redeems ourselves but also the world, bringing an end to all conflicts and severing the ties of cause and effect. This outcome is not in your favor. Chapter 57. My ambition. The sage of six paths placed his trust in the Uchiha rather than the Senju, thus bequeathing the salvation to the Uchiha. Ling Moran scoffed at Madara's words. To base everything solely on an ancestral stone tablet struck Ling as utterly ludicrous. For a millennium, countless shinobi have pursued peace, embodying their beliefs through sweat, blood, and even their lives, all bearing witness to their relentless struggle. Yet Madara, in his folly, sought to attain an ideal of peace through illusions rather than reality. How pitiful Madara is. Though he possesses the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and can decipher the stone tablet, he was once moved by Hashirama and aspired to build a village for peace. It was only later that he abandoned everything, consumed by utter despair towards the real world, doubting that complex humanity could ever understand one another for their own selfish gains. He believed that true peace could only be realized if the desires of the many were fulfilled, and only the eye of the moon could satisfy those desires. What say you? Would you consider my proposal? Noticing Ling's silence and averted gaze, Madara inquired. Redemption? Humph, if it is merely a fleeting dream. What have my years of training amounted to? My sole objective is to vanquish you and dominate this world. It is regrettable. It seems you have not chosen as I had hoped. Observing the murderous intent in Ling's eyes, Madara understood his resolve, feeling a mixture of regret and anticipation. Since your mind is made up, let us test it then. I am eager to discover how you differ from your former self. With a languid motion, Madara removed the flame fan and scythe from his back, the iron chains clinking ominously as the flame fan pointed resolutely at Ling. Ling nodded in agreement. Calm and composed. Then let us commence. With that, a profound silence enveloped the two, disregarding the conversations of the five Kage and the shinobi, provoking much speculation. The eye, the stone tablet, and Orochimaru. The connection among these three concepts eluded understanding. Lord Hokage, how should we proceed? Observing that Madara and Ling were oblivious to the crowd and preparing for battle, Kakashi quietly approached Tsunade from behind. The situation is intricate. Tsunade gritted her teeth, leaving faint marks on her full lips. We shall observe for a while longer. Understood. Ling and Ban are poised for action, their immense power emanating an overwhelming pressure that renders the surrounding ninjas breathless, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. These two individuals are truly anomalies. The ninjas cannot help but mutter curses under their breath. Ling's previous assault on the venue of the Five Kage Summit has instilled a profound sense of dread among the witnessing ninjas, while Madara remains utterly indifferent to the Five Kage. In this clash between the two, what fate awaits the surroundings? These ninjas. Ling furrows his brow, seemingly intent on clearing the battlefield first. You need not concern yourself with these insignificant insects. Madara gestures dismissively, stepping forward to gaze intently at Ling. In due time, others will attend to them. Others will attend to them. Ling, he was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the matter, yet soon realized it was unnecessary. The ninja, a mere triviality in his affairs, was inconsequential. His only adversary was Ban. Very well, let us commence. Silence. As Ling concluded his words, all the ninjas held their breath. The once clear sky suddenly turned oppressive, shrouded in dark clouds, casting a pall over all. Heaven grant that these two monsters perish together. Leaves, shattered stones, and soil trembled with the tension as the ninjas fervently prayed for divine intervention amidst the eerie atmosphere. Whoosh! The suffocating ambience affected everyone, leaving them unable to remain calm. And Ling took the initiative to strike. His feet sprang into action like a coiled spring, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he thrust the Kusanagi sword directly at Obito's chest. Obito, upon noticing, let out a cold smirk, and the flame fan met the Kusanagi sword without hesitation, while simultaneously his scythe aimed for Ling's waist. With a resounding clash, the Kusanagi sword and the flame fan collided violently, sending gusts of air surging. Ling seized Obito's wrist, which held the scythe, and the two pairs of crimson eyes locked in a silent confrontation. There was a striking resemblance to Hashirama's former grandeur in Ling's demeanor. Obito smiled in approval. For 3 years, Ling has engaged in combat with the fourth Hokage, and it is hardly surprising that his techniques or movements bear traces of imitation. However, when Madara remarked that Ling possessed the essence of the first Hokage, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Madara was aware of his training over the past 3 years? This seemed implausible. Madara, as far as I am aware, harbors the power of the first Hokage within you, thus there is a matter that requires verification. As they engaged in a contest of strength, Ling began to speculate. If he indeed possessed the power of the first Hokage, could it be that Orochimaru's methods were utilized for the impure world reincarnation? Let me ascertain this. Annihilation. This is... Madara was momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment at the gaping wound that had suddenly appeared in his chest. Black particles spread around the edge of the black hole. And in an instant, Madara disintegrated into fine dust. Is this the resolution? The onlookers, filled with awe, gazed at Ling with a mix of fear and disbelief. No, it is not over yet, Tsunade murmured, quietly observing the unfolding situation. That is the impure world reincarnation. Unless one were to directly seal Madara's soul, as Sarutobi-sensei did, or find the caster to terminate the impure world reincarnation, it would be impossible to defeat Madara. But who is the caster? Could it be Orochimaru? Clang. As the crowd pondered in astonishment, Madara's dual weapons clattered to the ground, stirring up dust. Yet, Ling did not show any signs of joy. He remained vigilant. His Sharingan heightened to its utmost capacity, prepared for a potential ambush from Madara. I cannot see. My left eye cannot perceive the future changes. Where is Madara? Could it be that the annihilation struck his true body? If so, the impure world reincarnation should begin its restoration. Yet there is no sign of it. Wait. I see it. Underground. A jolt ran through his heart as Ling immediately leaped upward, his free left hand glowing with brilliant radiance. The Rasengan transformed into a beam of light, piercing directly towards the ground. Boom. A muffled sound echoed as the Rasengan was intercepted by a blue shadowy barrier. And from behind that light, a colossal fist suddenly surged towards him. It is Madara Susanoo. Ah, I see. The annihilation struck a would-release clone. Chapter 58. Hidden Village. The fierce confrontation between Ling and Obito has commenced. At this moment, a unique figure stands atop a high platform in the Rain Village, gazing at the incessant curtain of rain, a place once frequented by Pain and Ling. With a striking visage and an indifferent demeanor, he has shed the iconic Akatsuki robe and donned a gray cloak reminiscent of Obito, devoid of any Uchiha clan insignia. It is Itachi Uchiha. The situation seems to have undergone significant transformations as Itachi quietly analyzes the current state of affairs. The so-called Obito is but a mere facade. The true Madara has emerged. Acting in pursuit of peace. Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan powers stem from this change, and within his own eyes lies the Mangekyou Sharingan of his late friend, Shisui Uchiha. Now, the enigma surrounding Ling, which Itachi once found inscrutable, has become glaringly clear. Years ago, in a moment of unintentional fame, you relentlessly pursued me, leaving me with no choice but to be candid. Yet, you remain unconvinced. If that is the case, I can only comply. How I store sustenance is due to the vastness of my being. Though my stature is diminutive, the capacity of my stomach exceeds your imagination. This is no boast. I could fetch water at this very moment, for I possess a swimming pool within my residence. Even before Ling, I was already devising schemes for Madara, including instructing Sasuke and orchestrating my own resurrection. The path I paved for Sasuke has yet to bear fruit, yet it has been seized by Ling, rendering Itachi feeling utterly powerless. Boom. Clark understood. It was the incident involving cloned superheroes. The Assassin Alliance had spawned a new Superman and Supergirl, who clashed violently in Gotham. resulting in the indirect demise of many civilians, including innocent bystanders like Banks Jonathan's wife. Clark plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater. Shaking off the daze, he rose. Breathing heavily, his strength rapidly returning. Once freed from the radiation of the red giant star, his recovery was swift. However, what awaited him was not merely a red giant star projectile. A sound of air being torn behind him echoed, akin to a cannonball slicing through the atmosphere. Instinctively, he turned, attempting to shield himself with his palm, but an unusual energy burst forth from his hand, sending sharp pain coursing through his arm and body. As his protective suit was utterly torn apart, propelling him backward, a bullet from an ultraviolet collider, yet another specially crafted gift for Superman. Clark knelt on the ground, one hand propped on his knee, gasping for breath as the black smoke from his blue uniform gradually dissipated. He looked up to see several enormous mechanical figures blocking his path, the metallic thud of their feet echoing in the air. A deep thunder rumbled like a roar. Oppressive lightning flickering within the dark clouds, causing Itachi to furrow his brow slightly. Suddenly, an umbrella quietly opened above him, shielding him from the rain. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a familiar silhouette and sensation. It was his brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Your body has just recovered. Do not expose yourself to the rain any longer. Sasuke's words, though somewhat stiff, were laced with concern. For Itachi, Sasuke had yet to fully forgive him. Although he understood that Itachi's actions were meant to protect him, he could never overlook the fact that Itachi had slain their parents and clan. You have finally stopped avoiding me. Noticing Itachi's continued silence, Sasuke's expression grew even more complex. Evading is now futile. Finally, Itachi sighed. All my thoughts and actions have been perceived and altered by Ling. Humph. From your tone, it seems you harbor resentment towards Ling. Sasuke chuckled softly as he approached Itachi, both observing the delicate raindrops cascading down, yet his gaze diverged from Itachi's serene demeanor. Conversely, he expressed admiration for everything Ling had done. Ling had unveiled the truth to him and revealed an alternate future. Upon hearing this, Itachi paused, looking toward Sasuke. What do you mean? What are your thoughts? A sly smile crept across Sasuke's lips, tinged with a hint of ferocity. Konoha is akin to a ship, and I am but a plank on this vessel. I can rely on this ship to navigate the tempestuous seas. Even if it were to sink, I could still drift far and wide. Is this not what you expect of me? Sasuke's words took Itachi by surprise, for they echoed sentiments he had expressed 3 years prior when he encountered Ling in Konoha. Ling has imparted much to you, Itachi murmured, his tone laden with complexity. Indeed, an abundance. Sasuke's expression darkened further. The more he learned, the less he could comprehend why the one who had slain their kin would show mercy to him. We are both family. How are my parents and I any different? And yet, you steadfastly uphold your mission, serving as a spy for Konoha within the Akatsuki. Is Konoha truly deserving of such loyalty? Faced with Sasuke's inquiries, Itachi found himself at a loss for words. Sasuke's rapid breaths compelled Itachi to regard his younger brother with an even more intricate gaze. The affirmation regarding Naruto now appearing nebulous. Chapter 59. Touching reality. As he gazed at Sasuke, Itachi pondered whether Naruto could indeed alter him. Sasuke, within every heart lies something cherished and ideals pursued. My actions stem from your youth and inexperience. You should not bear the bitter fruits of the Uchiha clan's demise. Itachi sighed softly, opening his heart to Sasuke, yet lamented, alas, I misjudged Ling. His actions have rendered the path I paved for you into mere illusions. Sasuke fell silent, his hurried breaths gradually calming as he stared at Itachi for a moment, a faint, sorrowful smile forming on his lips. Do you truly believe you can always deceive me? Your strength resides within me. The entirety of the truth is laid bare before my eyes. Your lies are rendered meaningless, just as Ling articulated. You are so selfish. Selfish? Indeed. From a certain perspective, Itachi could be deemed selfish. He slaughtered their kin solely for the peace he envisioned. Yet did he ever consider the yearning for peace felt by his fellow clansmen? In his fervent desire to protect Sasuke, had he ever contemplated Sasuke's feelings? All of this stemmed from Itachi's profound love for peace and his brother. Itachi, regardless of your views on Konoha or your unwavering convictions, you cannot sway me. Your presence in this world brings me solace, yet it deepens my resentment toward Konoha and amplifies my appreciation for Ling's insights. The world requires a ruler to usher in peace, to vanquish Ling's adversaries. Everything will be rewritten. I demand that Konoha pay the price and reshape the realm belonging to the Uchiha, my world, even if that peace is an oppressive, stifling tranquility. Itachi turned to scrutinize Sasuke. Indeed, Sasuke retorted sharply, it is this very village that has propelled us to this day. Your fate has only solidified my acceptance of Ling's philosophy. But what if one day you find that Ling's ideals no longer resonate with you? I shall personally bring an end to Ling, and in his stead, propagate my ideals, my path of endurance, unyielding and unchanging. Sasuke's declaration left Itachi speechless. For Sasuke had grown so close to Ling that he had become akin to him. The subtle yet profound transformation of his values and worldview had reshaped him entirely, rendering him a stark contrast to the original Sasuke who sought power in the shadow of Orochimaru. All Itachi could do was reflect in his heart on the ultimate direction of Sasuke's journey. After all, although Sasuke had laid aside his old grudges thanks to Itachi's protection, this very shield had given rise to new animosities. Coupled with the prolonged companionship of Ling, a transcendent traveler, Sasuke's thoughts and behaviors had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Even if Itachi safeguarded Konoha, as long as the system remained unchanged, countless Itachis would inevitably arise. The only path to resolution lay in a total upheaval of the old world, aligning perfectly with Ling's ideals, while revenge against Konoha also became Sasuke's objective. In the presence of Sasuke at this moment, Itachi seemed to grasp the essence of Ling's previous words. Sasuke was not merely a plank aboard the vessel of Konoha, but rather an eagle soaring through the skies. All he could do was await the moment when the eagle grew weary, offering a refuge named Itachi for solace. Sasuke had matured, learning to think independently. The road ahead could only be traversed by him alone. Ah! How peculiar it is to witness the once irreconcilable brothers now engaged in intimate conversation. As Sasuke and Itachi shared a moment of silence, a raspy, somber voice pierced the air, and a shadow began to rise from the ground. You are Sasuke, who cast aside the umbrella, hand resting upon the Kusanagi sword at his waist. His entire being resembled that of a plant, his visage marred by swirling indentations reminiscent of Obito's mask. Clad in an oversized black robe that belied his form, half of his body shrouded in ink-like darkness, he was one of the earliest followers of Madara. Now possessed by Kagaya, Itachi felt a flicker of surprise, though he did not recognize the individual before him. The shadowy figure was undeniably Kagaya. Who is this person? My identity is of little consequence. The raspy laughter grew heavier in the rain at this moment. Madara was locked in a life-and-death struggle with Uchiha Ling, a rare confrontation not to be interrupted. Clearly, he had appeared to thwart Sasuke and Itachi's aid to Ling against Madara. Finished speaking? Prepare to die. A glint of cold light flashed as Sasuke's sword attempted to cleave Kagaya at the waist, only to discover, to his astonishment, that the blade had pierced the air without touching any solid form. Witnessing this, Itachi fell silent, his expression weighed down by gravity. It seems you have discerned the truth. Kagaya chuckled lowly, casting a gaze toward Itachi, as a vortex-like face slowly revealed an eye-shaped aperture, a glimmer of crimson flowing light flickering into view. Indeed, it was Obito's Sharingan. Furthermore, he was once a member of Konoha's Umbu. I believe you should recognize him. As the mask gradually unfolded, a distinct visage came into the sight of Itachi and Sasuke. Despite one eye being embedded with Obito's Sharingan, Itachi immediately recognized the individual. It was Yamato, codenamed Alpha of the Umbu. Regarding Itachi, though he is unaware of his true name, he is well acquainted with his formidable abilities and ninjutsu. Presently, he finds himself under control, having been implanted with Obito's Sharingan, making him a particularly formidable adversary. My objective is to prevent any interference in the battle between Madara and Rin. Next, let us observe Itachi and Sasuke as they remain vigilant, while the ominous figure of Zetsu chuckles softly. We shall see whether you will cooperate. Itachi and Sasuke encounter Zetsu's obstruction, while Rin, oblivious to her surroundings, faces the terrifying meteor unleashed by Madara. Now, let us witness how you will respond to this onslaught. With arms crossed and a dangerous smile, Madara relishes the impending confrontation. Ling remains silent, casting a fleeting glance at Madara. His perceptive Sharingan discerned the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscope in Madara's eyes dissipating, replaced by the eerie ripples of the Rinnegan. Indeed, he had transformed into the Rinnegan. Before the multitude of ninjas, he no longer concealed his power, so why should I hide mine? With a cold chuckle, Ling gently pierced his fingertip, calmly smearing the crimson droplets onto his other palm. In the next instant, the summoning technique was unleashed. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, dispersing to reveal a colossal crimson figure that emitted a deafening roar. Save for Madara, no one dared to believe their eyes. The Nine Tails? This was inconceivable. Tsunade stood in shock, her gaze vacant and unfocused. Had Uchiha Ling truly captured Naruto and extracted the Nine Tails? Kakashi's expression darkened ominously, the kaleidoscopic patterns in his eyes coalescing into a tempest of murderous intent. The ninjas beyond the borders of Konoha were equally stunned by this scene. They united to confront Ling, striving to protect the tailed beasts, utterly disbelieving of Ling's intentions towards the Nine Tails. Now, Ling had stealthily seized the Nine Tails amidst the battle. Who could possibly accept this reality? Chapter 60. Pouncing with Claws, the Master of Earth release. The Tsuchikage bellowed, his gaze fixed upon Tsunade, who appeared dazed. He hastily dispatched ninjas to investigate the condition of the Jinchuriki. Though the elderly Tsuchikage was resolute in his beliefs, he still required confirmation of the truth. Tsunade, upon hearing his words, was momentarily stunned as Naruto's sunny visage flashed in her mind. She whispered to Shizune beside her, "Make contact with Jiraiya immediately." "As you command." Lady Tsunade. Shizune was taken aback by Tsunade's urgency. Naruto had clearly accompanied Jiraiya to Mount Mayaboku for sage training. Could it be that Uchiha Ling had slain Jiraiya and seized the Nine Tails? Her thoughts were in disarray, and all she could do was attempt to reach out to Jiraiya to ascertain the truth. "Ah, your methods are indeed unexpected," Madara remarked with a light chuckle. Gazing at the Nine Tails, observing the patterns in its eyes resembling Ling's kaleidoscopic ocular techniques, he nodded in understanding. "So it was a newly forged summoning contract. In comparison to your eyes, this is hardly impressive," Ling retorted with a cold smile, engaging in a verbal spar. "Rather than speaking to me about such matters, you should contemplate how to navigate the current predicament," Madara replied, tilting his head skyward, signaling Ling that this was the crux of the issue. If they could not resolve it, obliteration awaited them all. "Such matters require not your further commentary." Ling Mo ran silently cursed as a dark flame-like chakra ignited around him, descending like a raging inferno from the heavens, enveloping the Nine Tails in an ancient armor that perfectly encased its form. To Ling's astonishment, peculiar scythe-shaped wings sprouted from the beast's back, the struggle of the wild creature. This spectacle evoked a mixture of surprise, contemplation, and a nostalgic reminiscence within Uchiha Obito. In the midst of shock, fear, and helplessness, the Nine Tails slowly opened its mouth, condensing a sphere of violet chakra that grew larger, matching the size of half its body. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling gazed at the impending meteorite, his hands suddenly clasped together. Invoking a kaleidoscope of eye techniques in the extraordinary Susanoo, Tail Beast Bomb, the chakra sphere, shrouded in Ling's dark gaze, surged forth like a projectile, targeting the celestial rock. Boom. It was as if a nuclear explosion had erupted in the sky, blinding white light and a tsunami of air currents inundating every inch of land, toppling countless ninjas in an instant, debris scattering, leaving only the dichotomy of light and darkness from the explosion in sight. As the brilliance and gusts subsided, the surviving ninjas cautiously emerged from the earth or behind colossal stones, including Tsunade, who anxiously brushed off the rubble and dirt from her body. Casting her worried eyes towards the sky, the surface of the meteorite revealed a massive indentation, reminiscent of Pain's Shinra Tensei obliterating Konoha. Could even the Nine Tails not resolve this? Tsunade gritted her teeth, disbelief etched across her face. "No." Behind Tsunade, the equally disheveled Kakashi spoke in a low voice, confirming that the situation had been handled. Everyone, including Obito, witnessed countless black specks scattered across the meteorite's surface, visibly vanishing from the bottom to the middle, until the entirety of the mass transformed into mere dots dissolved in the air. Truly astonishing. Obito was taken aback. Seemingly enhancing the Susanoo with eye techniques before merging it with the chakra of the Nine Tails, it was an unfathomable skill. While Obito was impressed by Ling's displayed abilities, it was merely a fleeting moment, far from the significance of his battle with the first Hokage. "Well done. But you will not have the chance to summon a second meteorite." As Obito's expression shifted, the Nine Tails lunged at him with its claws. The Susanoo armor transformed the Nine Tails' sharp claws into blade-like spikes. "Roar. Beast, you are still far from sufficient." Would release. Birth of the tree world. Obito cackled, gripping his hands tightly as colossal trunks and vines erupted from beneath him, assaulting the Nine Tails like tentacles. In 2 minutes and 13 seconds, Obito had yet to employ any technique beyond Susanoo. Was the Obito before them the real body, or a would-release clone? Ling remained composed, meticulously assessing the situation. His vision intertwined with the imagery, spinning as if distorting the very fabric of space, confronting the magnificent force of would-release. Ling resolved the meteorites with no respite for Ban, as the Nine Tails swept its claws with unrelenting ferocity. The armor of Susanoo sharpened the tips of the Ninetales' claws into lethal blades. In the original narrative, Ban had summoned 2 meteorites in quick succession, although Ling could neutralize them. It demanded an immense expenditure of chakra. He was not a reincarnated soul, unafraid of death or depletion. Thus the pressing urgency to exploit any weakness became his sole option. Beast, you are far from sufficient. Ban revealed a sinister smile, his handsome visage now exuding wild abandon, with hands clasped tightly before him. A torrent of colossal trees and vines surged towards Ling and the Ninetales. Would release. Birth of the tree world. The formidable tailed beast, the powerful would release. Akin to the divine Ban and the dreamlike Ling, this clash, transcending the imagination of any ninja, stirred tumultuous waves of despair within their hearts. Is this the level of combat our predecessors achieved? Every ninja could not help but reflect. Indeed, it is would release, a secret technique of my grandfather. Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, her thoughts drowning in boundless helplessness. Kakashi, hidden behind his mask, bore an inscrutable expression, yet the wide, slightly protruding Sharingan betrayed his emotions. Which side's power would prevail? Amidst the shocked and speculative gazes of the crowd, a bizarre, large image surfaced on the exterior of Susanoo, and the encroaching would release was instantly enveloped by runes, vanishing without a trace. It reminded Kakashi of the 4th Hokage's signature technique, the space-time barrier. Could it be the Flying Thunder God? Ban was equally taken aback, yet the onslaught of trees showed no sign of abating. If it were indeed the Flying Thunder God, where had they been relocated? Ben pondered with mild intrigue. Roar. As Ban continued to unleash would release, the Ninetales leapt, vaulting over the constantly shifting trees. Its claw aimed directly at Ban. A thunderous crash erupted, a deafening sound resonating as dust filled the air. The ninjas anxiously strained to see, only to witness a massive figure intertwined amidst the swirling dust, an epic clash of beasts against Susanoo. Well done. Exceeding my expectations, Ban murmured. A blend of mockery and praise directed at the colossal Susanoo and Ling's Ninetales. Is that so? Earning your admiration is no trivial feat, Ling retorted with a cold smirk. As the shadow of Susanoo gradually pressed toward Ban. Yet you have not met my expectations. Chapter 61. Clash of Giants Beneath the Heavens. The explosive sounds were deafening, revealing 2 gargantuan beings engaged in a ferocious battle, wantonly annihilating all in their vicinity. The once pristine meadow was now ravaged by the combat, pockmarked and littered with debris. Heavens! Is this truly a ninja confrontation? It resembles titans wrestling in a world of mere dust. Countless ninjas lamented inwardly. This overwhelming power and chakra made Ling grit his teeth, his gaze intently fixed on Ban. No one could fathom Ban's might without experiencing it firsthand. The yet unrevealed Susanoo could already contend with both my Susanoo and the Ninetales. How could one believe that this Ban was merely a would-release clone and not the true entity? Yet in the original tale, he indeed employed a would-release clone to manifest Susanoo and challenge the 5 Kage. My only chance of victory lies in that technique. Should I fail, then? In comparison to Ban in his Edo Tensei state, Ling possessed no advantage. The Susanoo is a technique that significantly drains both physical stamina and chakra, rendering Ling unable to wield it as freely as Madara. Prolonged battles bear no advantage for him. Only the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's ability to reverse time in his left eye offers Ling a glimmer of hope in defeating Madara. Ling's strategy is, in essence, quite simple. Should Obito unleash his most formidable Susanoo, he would summon the 4th Hokage to engage him in battle. Otherwise, he would harness the power of time reversal to transcend the temporal realm and seal Obito with the Tensigen. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to ruin. Some may question whether Ling, after 3 years of opposing the 4th Hokage, truly lacks the strength to confront Obito head-on. Indeed, Ling has evolved significantly. Yet he has never triumphed over the 4th Hokage in these 3 years. Moreover, the Hokage, although resurrected through the Edo Tensei, is unable to unleash his full potential due to the limitations imposed by the sacrifices, while Ling faces Obito, who wields the Rinnegan and embodies the power of the 1st Hokage. Why does Ling not summon the 4th Hokage immediately to combat Obito? While the notion is appealing, it is constrained by the Edo Tensei technique. Obito's resurrection is unique, exceeding his inherent strength, not only due to the sacrifices but also because of Orochimaru's enhancements to the technique. Although Ling has mastered the Edo Tensei, he lacks Orochimaru's exceptional talent for modification. In the original work, even the 4th Hokage summoned with the cells of the 1st Hokage through White Zetsu could not contend with Obito. How could Ling's Who cannot tailor or enhance the Edo Tensei hope to succeed? Furthermore, should the fourth Hokage battle Obito, he would have to release all of his will. Even if they were to defeat Obito, Ling would remain the sole unparalleled powerhouse in the world. Should the Hokage perceive Ling as a threat, he might turn against him, resulting in a loss greater than the gain. The first Hokage once proclaimed that all things in the world follow the cycle of reincarnation. If Ling were to wreak havoc, there would surely be those who would rise to resist him. However, Ling harbors no trust in these Hokages. He believes solely in himself. What occupies your thoughts amidst such scrutinizing gazes? As the Susanoo clashed with the colossal beast, Obito quietly assessed Ling, questioning whether this was truly his full strength. If so, it was indeed rather dull. What was his intention? Merely to provoke? Ling furrowed his brow, silently observing Obito. Ah, you have consumed too much of my time. I have no desire to continue this game with you. A sardonic smile graced Obito's lips, a blend of arrogance and mockery. It was time to conclude this predictable battle. Upon uttering these words, Obito swiftly formed hand seals, and the Susanoo enveloped him in a dazzling blue light. Ling was taken aback. Was he about to manifest the complete form of Susanoo? The blue giant radiated a soft glow, its form rapidly expanding. Ling, witnessing this, finally resolved himself. Indeed, it is the complete Susanoo. Although Obito had previously utilized a wood clone to manifest Susanoo, I refuse to believe that a mere clone could exhibit its most potent form. What stands before me must be the true body. As thoughts raced through his mind, Ling's eyes suddenly brightened, the unique symbols of his Sharingan intertwining and swirling. With his gaze, the Susanoo on the nine tails extended its arms, one wielding a sword, the other holding a gourd. In Obito's moment of astonishment, the nine tails leaped forward, with its long sword piercing the empty space beyond where Obito stood. What was his intention? Was he attempting to escape? The actions of Ling left the five Kages and other ninjas in a state of bewilderment. Just 3 minutes and 15 seconds ago, Madara stood here. Yet he had not summoned his Susanoo. Now, a long sword pierced the heavens, glimmering with golden light, striking the empty space before him. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rain village, Sasuke faced off against Itachi, confronting the enigmatic figure of Obito. Thunder rumbled ominously, and in the oppressive atmosphere, Itachi gazed intently at the strange Obito, deep in thought. Who exactly are you? Itachi inquired, breaking the silence. Brother? Before Obito could respond, Sasuke looked at Itachi in astonishment. The intelligence on Ling indicated that this individual was a manifestation of Madara's will. Had he not informed you? No, Sasuke, you are mistaken. Itachi's gaze remained fixed on Obito. If he were truly Madara's will, the current situation would be inexplicable. Inexplicable? Obito responded, taken aback, as he turned to Itachi. I would be most interested to hear your perspective. Isn't it evident? Itachi leaned slightly forward, his eyes sharp. You are Madara's will and should act in accordance with his desires. Defeating Ling would be the most expedient choice, yet you have not done so. You only seek to delay us? Itachi's probing questions left Obito stunned. Before he could speak, Itachi continued, before my recovery. You had ample opportunity to confront Ling while he was isolated and vulnerable. Now, as Madara engages Ling one-on-one, you prevent us from intervening. Is your ultimate aim to allow them to battle it out? As Madara's will, could you truly disregard his interests? Obito fell silent, his thoughts mirroring Itachi's words. Indeed. Before Ling revived Itachi, Madara had numerous opportunities to eliminate Ling and reclaim the Rinnegan. Was Ling meant to gather the tailed beasts? After Madara's revival, would he not also be able to summon the Outer Path Deva statue to collect the tailed beasts? Why engage in such futile delays? Itachi. You are a truly formidable man, Obito chuckled darkly. I have always warned myself not to underestimate you, yet I still did. Does this imply that you acknowledge my conjecture? Itachi pressed, his lips pursed as he scrutinized Obito. Who I am cannot be easily articulated, Obito replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender as he approached the steps and knelt down. Before I answer you, I wish to ask, how do you perceive Uchiha Ling? How we perceive Ling? What relevance does that have to your identity? Sasuke retorted with a hint of sarcasm, noticing Itachi's contemplative expression but choosing not to speak further. Chapter 62. The Power of the Unparalleled Uchiha Ling. Have you ever laid eyes upon the secrets inscribed on that stone tablet? Black Zetsu stood beneath the eaves of the Hidden Rain village, his words laden with mystery as he cast his gaze upon Sasuke and Itachi. To concentrate power for dominion over the world, such as Uchiha Ling's ambition? Or is there another reason? Black Zetsu chuckled softly, his words ethereal and perplexing. What do you mean? Sasuke replied, his displeasure evident, as he advanced with his sword pointed directly at Black Zetsu. Heh, a temperament like Indra's is indeed rare, Black Zetsu mocked, referencing a unique name that left both Itachi and Sasuke puzzled. He continued, Uchiha Ling, endowed with extraordinary talent, is unparalleled. One could even say he is captivating enough that few women could rival his beauty. In comparison to his brother, Uchiha Lai, the transformation of Ling is nothing short of revolutionary. In the past, Ling and Lai bore a striking resemblance to Itachi and Sasuke, yet after Ling's traversal, a subtle but profound change began to unfold, with the consolidation of power and the enigmatic transformation of Uchiha Ling. Who exactly is this remarkable figure? Witnessing the astonishment and shock in Itachi's eyes, Korezetsu's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Young Ling, the young scholar named Yang Ling, engrossed in his writings, turned upon hearing his colleague Liu call him. Hey, have you read the latest chapter of Naruto? Uchiha Madara has been resurrected and has become the Jinchuri of the Ten Tails. Liu whispered conspiratorially, his face alight with surprise. Oh, that? Yes, I've seen it. Yang Ling slightly shook his head, his enthusiasm waning. You are quite the fervent fan. Ever since Pain's demise, I've lost interest in Naruto. One moment it's the Ten Tails, the next it's Obito, then Madara. The twists are truly astonishing. Indeed, Liu concurred, but after following it for so many years, it would be a disservice to oneself not to see the conclusion. The conclusion? Yang Ling's lips curled slightly, leaving his stance ambiguous. Hey, Yang Ling, if you were to traverse into the Naruto world and possess Madara's power, how would you act? Traverse? In recent years, this has indeed become a popular topic. If I were to truly traverse, Yang Ling lightly tapped his forehead with his pen, pondering briefly before responding. With power akin to Madara's, I would fear nothing. If it were me, I would undoubtedly delve into the study of immortality like Orochimaru, and perhaps spend the rest of my time wandering the world. I am quite curious. How can such a small world as Naruto sustain countless ninjas and citizens? What shape does this realm truly take? I am most intrigued. Wandering the world? Do you not aspire for dominance? Li Yi gazed at Yang Ling in astonishment, baffled that one with such extraordinary power would be content with the status quo. Not interested. Yang Ling scoffed. That is Naruto and Sasuke's world. I have no desire to intrude. Besides, no matter how the author sets it up, the ultimate victors will inevitably be Naruto and Sasuke. Why should I wade through this murky water? It is far better to remain a mere observer. Liu was taken aback, contemplating his words, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that way one can ensure personal safety. Precisely. If I were to traverse into Naruto, I would have no interest in reform or conquest. I would only wish to peacefully explore the secrets of immortality, travel far and wide, and seek the companionship of a fair maiden. Wouldn't that be delightful? With the consolidation of power and the enigmatic transformation, who truly is Uchiha Ling? On the rooftops of the Rain Village, Korezetsu grinned, posing a question to Itachi and Sasuke, his words unexpectedly laced with intrigue. Is the consolidation of power to dominate the world truly possible? It seems you have begun to perceive. Korezetsu gazed at Itachi, his eyes vacant, occasionally flicking towards Sasuke. This is impossible. Kaguya Otsutsuki. She is the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, revered a millennium ago as the goddess of the moon, a demon. How could such a legendary being still exist in this world? And how could she possibly be Ling? Itachi expressed disbelief, for Ling was 3 years his senior, and he had witnessed Ling's growth since childhood. How could one so rooted in his clan suddenly become Kaguya Otsutsuki? The world often relies upon perception, yet finds itself ensnared by it, all the while holding it as an undeniable truth. Do you not find this perplexing? Black Zetsu observed Itachi's astonishment and disbelief, countering with words familiar to Itachi. Upon hearing this, Itachi paused, lowering his head in silence. Indeed, when all clues converge, no matter how bizarre, they manifest as reality. The transformations and domineering actions of Rin serve to validate Black Zetsu's claims. However, is what Black Zetsu asserts truly accurate? If so, how did he come to know Rin's identity? What connection does this identity have with Black Zetsu? Itachi, consumed by greed, hesitated. Black Zetsu chuckled softly, his fingers swaying lightly, stating, I have spoken my piece. The veracity lies for you to discern. I am here solely to prevent you both from venturing into peril, lest it disrupt the battle between Uchiha Rin and Madara. The delay has been lengthy. It is time to execute the final plan. In due course, You shall discover whether my words hold truth. Leaving behind an enigmatic laughter, Black Zetsu's form eerily melded into the earth beneath him. He had said all he needed. Now it remained to see whether Itachi would prioritize Sasuke or, as in times past, sacrifice his clan and brother for the sake of peace. Your deep affection for Sasuke will not allow him to embark on futile risks. Thus, everything remains within my grasp. As Black Zetsu departed, Sasuke furrowed his brow, gazing at the silent Itachi, awaiting an answer. How to choose? Itachi seemed oblivious to Sasuke's call, still lost in contemplation. If Black Zetsu's words are true, Rin must be akin to Kaguya, poised to dominate the world with infinite Tsukuyomi. And now, there is no second sage of 6 paths to thwart him. Such a scenario would spell disaster for both the world and Sasuke. Conversely, if false, Madara harbors ambitions to control the world through infinite Tsukuyomi as well, should Rin falter. No one could stop Madara, resulting in the same fate for Sasuke. Supporting Rin or aiding Madara would yield identical outcomes. Yet Black Zetsu referred to Sasuke as Indra. What could be the significance of this? Brother. Sasuke's voice grew more insistent, prompting Itachi to return to awareness. Gazing at Sasuke with complexity. What is it? Are you bewitched by that fool's ramblings? Sasuke's tone dripped with mockery, though his laughter was not directed at Itachi. Fool's ramblings? Is that all it is? Itachi sighed softly. His voice subdued as he addressed Sasuke. You have yet to see the stone tablet I mentioned at the South River Shrine, have you? After acquiring the kaleidoscope Sharingan. So what? Sasuke frowned, puzzled. Setting aside Rin's matter for now, his defeat at Madara's hands was not a trivial affair. Before we delve into that, I shall take you to see the tablet. Without waiting for Sasuke's response, he strode purposefully towards the exit. With your current ocular prowess, you shall uncover many secrets previously unseen. Chapter 63, Inaccessible. The tablet. Uchiha Rin once spoke of it, and Uchiha Kaguya also had something to say regarding it. Now, Uchiha Itachi holds it in such high regard. What significance lies in this relic of our ancestors that compels their esteem? Sasuke, unable to fathom Itachi's depth, understood well that his brother was not one to engage in mere theatrics. After a moment's reflection, he followed Itachi's lead, eager to unveil the astonishing secrets concealed within this stone tablet. In reverse flow, on the battlefield, Rin uttered a low command, and all 5 Kage, along with the observing ninjas, were struck with horror at the extraordinary spectacle before them. The figure of Obito vanished abruptly, leaving no trace behind, transcending the realm of ninjutsu, only to materialize before the path of Ling's sword, with nowhere to evade and no defense to set, accompanied by the sound of Ling's intent. The long sword plunged into Obito's chest. What is happening? Gaara gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom the events unfolding before him. Obito had just been there, yet now he appeared before Ling's blade, powerless to withstand the strike. Such a bizarre scene. Who could unravel its mystery? The Ten-Fist Sword. Sealed by the Sage of 6 Paths. Obito's expression became vacant as he stared at Ling. Indeed. Did you not foresee this? Ling chuckled softly. The long sword piercing through Obito's chest, golden light rippling outward. Reversing your time, only to deliver this strike. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot transcend time. Ling's face contorted into a grimace, yet beneath it lay a suppressed joy and bewilderment. Obito had always been his nightmare, and now, to his astonishment, he was so effortlessly vanquished. No one could threaten him anymore. However, Obito's power was beyond imagination. Could this strike truly bring him to his demise? What remarkable eyes. Obito chuckled softly, his form dancing with the sword's brilliance, gradually merging into the gourd. Yet, in an instant, the radiant sword light seemed to be siphoned away, and before Ling's astonished and dazed gaze, Obito's figure slowly transformed into a lifelike wooden sculpture. It was merely a wood-release clone. This is impossible, Ling murmured, lost in thought. His wood-release clone could also manifest a complete Susanoo. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Had his clone's power significantly diminished after being sealed with sage technique, yet Obito could surpass the first? This situation was utterly inexplicable. If Obito were so formidable, how could he have been ensnared by the first Hokage's sage technique, only to be unsealed upon resurrection? This cannot be. As my thoughts swirl chaotically, one cannot help but ponder the formidable strength that would arise if the enigmatic Uchiha Obito could wield a complete Susanoo through his wood clone technique. If Obito truly possessed such a capability, why did he not summon countless clones to confront the first Hokage during their battle against the reanimated corpses? Surely, the first would have faced inevitable defeat. If this were not the case, How else can we elucidate the scene before us? The currents of time reverse and obliterate, granting foresight of the world 3 seconds hence, while holding the Kusanagi sword, the Yada mirror, and the Tatsuka blade. These are the entirety of your power and reliance. In the midst of chaotic thoughts, another figure slowly emerged from the colossal vine born of the tree realm, truly possessing unparalleled eyes. Uchiha Madara. Ling gritted his teeth, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. How had he come to possess such intelligence? Was it Uchiha Ibito? Yet, during the confrontation with Ibito and Danzo, he had not yet wielded the Tensigen in the Yada mirror. Madara could not possibly be aware. Furthermore, he had not divulged the secrets of his left eye's dojutsu, making it implausible for Ibito to know. Could it be Zetsu? Orochimaru? If that were the case, how could they have acquired such detailed knowledge about him? Except for the 4 Hokage, no one was privy to the secret of his countercurrent. Wait a moment. The 4 Hokage. It seems they have guessed. Madara crossed his arms, casting a scornful glance at Ling, reminding these young ones that forbidden techniques must not be misused, for every forbidden technique carries its own price. Ling Moran retrieved a scroll from his waist pouch, and with a resounding thud, for sacrificial offerings materialized upon the ground. Without hesitation, he bit into his fingertip. Impure world reincarnation. As the dust and fragments of the earth began to rise, they disintegrated upon contact with the offerings, resulting in failure. This technique, devised by the illustrious Senju Tobarama in his earlier years, is one I have been fortunate enough to witness. Ibito regarded Ling with keen interest, his expression a complex tapestry of intrigue and understanding. Both you and Orochimaru have overlooked another layer of significance within this technique. In the realm of shinobi confrontations, while strength is undoubtedly paramount, intelligence holds equal weight. Over the span of 3 years, I have come to possess comprehensive knowledge of your growth and all pertinent information through this very technique, such as the price of forbidden arts. He has acquired profound insight into all my intelligence. It appears that, aside from my suspicions regarding Orochimaru and Zetsu, the 4 Hokage, once summoned and bound in will, have inadvertently divulged crucial information. I have been ensnared in a trap. Ling's lips curled into a bitter smile, his heart filled with sorrow. He constantly calculated against Ibito, yet was ensnared by the very calculations he devised, as Ibito, with his unparalleled battle wisdom, discerned all of Ling's abilities and crafted countermeasures with effortless ease. What deepened Ling's bitterness was the revelation that Ibito's wood clone could wield the complete form of Susanoo, surpassing his expectations. Moreover, it must be noted that the wood clone had not even utilized the full power of Susanoo. The expression on Ling's face allowed Ibito to penetrate his thoughts, thus providing another opportunity to strike Ling down. The manifestation was merely an illusion born from the chakra explosion of the wood clone. Had one not intervened, they would have realized that aside from chakra, the Susanoo of the wood clone bore no alterations. Do you comprehend this, Uchiha Ling? I know you inside and out. The illusion of the wood clone wielding the complete form of Susanoo was a ploy to entice you into employing your reverse flow. Now, your reverse flow cannot be utilized for a brief period, along with your ability to foresee the world 3 seconds ahead. How do you intend to continue this battle against me? You have been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Orochimaru, Ibito, Zetsu, countless adversaries and allies alike, Ling, despite his formidable strength, found his intelligence ceaselessly leaking. Over the past 3 years, in his pursuit of greater power, he had divulged his intelligence, ocular techniques, and combat style to the Hokage, hoping their vast experience would aid in refining his abilities, only to be exploited by Orochimaru. The first Hokage once remarked that Ling's over-reliance on his ocular power against Ibito would bear no fruit, and now those words have proven prophetic. Now, since you wish to witness the complete form of Susanoo, let it be as you desire. Ibito slowly uncrossed his arms, his fingers deftly weaving seals. Each movement, even without the Sharingan, was distinctly visible. With his actions, a torrent of brilliant blue light erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. Subsequently, all transformations became glaringly evident. A colossal form reminiscent of a mountain, an eerie visage, and the scorn evident in his blood-red eyes, akin to that of a human. Indeed, it was scorn. Susanoo gazed upon Ling with contempt. Chapter 64. A surprising expression. Ling clenched her silver teeth, her lips slightly parting as a chilling smile blossomed upon her delicate features. Before her stood Ibito, and though her heart was in turmoil, it was not due to his martial prowess, but rather his cunning intellect. The summoning of meteorites, the deployment of wood-release clones, the initiation of the tree realm birth, and even the complete form of Susanoo, all were techniques employed by Ibito in the original narrative, of which Ling was acutely aware. Since their confrontation began, Obito had not revealed any abilities unforeseen by Ling. However, it was precisely his strategic machinations that ensnared her in a dire predicament. For most viewers of Naruto, preconceived notions often cloud judgment. With a character like Obito, one might wonder if, beyond what is depicted in the original work, there lie untapped powers. If so, what magnitude of strength might they possess? Few delve deeply into these musings, for Obito's demonstrated might renders inquiries into other potential techniques seemingly irrelevant. Ling, too, found herself ensnared by her own assessments and conjectures regarding Obito, leading her into the current quagmire, a crisis of her own making, surpassing her initial predictions. To illustrate with a simple example, many Naruto enthusiasts speculate on the Nin exams, pondering how the third Hokage might strategize against Orochimaru, should Jiraiya or Tsunade be present. To restrain the will-deficient first and second Hokages and assist the third in overcoming Orochimaru. Yet, few consider whether Orochimaru would adhere to the original narrative if Jiraiya or Tsunade were involved. Observing the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru reveals that Orochimaru displayed little brilliance, as his focus was predominantly on suppressing the reanimated Hokages. If one of the legendary Sannin were to appear, would Orochimaru still resort to reanimation? When would be the optimal moment for its use? If he refrained, might he possess formidable jutsu yet unexhibited in the original storyline? This represents the unpredictability that external forces can introduce. And Ling's very presence has likewise brought an element of uncertainty to Obito's plans. Ling evaluates Obito in strict accordance with the original text, believing that Obito would undoubtedly confront challenges head-on to seize the Rinnegan, as he only acknowledges the first Hokage and has yet to regard Ling with any seriousness. This ingrained mindset is the very root of the current predicament. In Obito's heart, Ling is not as inconsequential as he presumes. The prowess Ling has exhibited possesses the potential to contend directly with Obito. This possibility naturally resonates within Obito, prompting him to contemplate strategies. In truth, Obito is not as disdainful and supremely arrogant as depicted in the original narrative. Rather, this is merely the facade he presents to the world, who can accurately decipher the depths of his thoughts. In an era rife with conflict, Obito stands as the leader of the Uchiha clan. One must ask, how could a person filled with arrogance and contempt possibly lead a clan teeming with prodigies? Obito's manipulation of Tobi and his concealment of Kaguya all indicate his profound deliberation. How, then, could he overlook Ling, who poses a challenge to him? His contemplation and assessment are, indeed, self-evident. Orochimaru has worked alongside Ling for many years, and their mutual understanding runs deep. It is precisely Orochimaru's insight that leads him to foresee Ling transforming the four Hokages into formidable combatants. 3 years prior, when Orochimaru's arms were sealed by the third Hokage, Ling appeared at a fortuitous moment, promising to assist in their unsealing in exchange for the Kusanagi sword and the summoning jutsu of the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru scoffed at this transaction, as Ling, in the eyes of Orochimaru and Kakashi, shared the common trait of avoiding futile endeavors. In Orochimaru's mind, although Ling harbors a certain fondness for him, this affection is trivial. To achieve Ling's undisclosed goals, he would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. However, Orochimaru is perplexed, faced with a disarmed Orochimaru. Ling could have effortlessly attained his desires, but chose to proceed with the transaction instead. Why? Upon arriving in Konoha and lifting the Reaper Death Seal, Orochimaru regained his arms and was naturally aware of the effects of the unsealing. The souls of the four Hokages were released together. To validate his suspicions, Orochimaru entrusted the cells of the four Hokages in the impure world reincarnation to Ling. Ling's expression revealed a hint of surprise, yet he was not astonished. With Orochimaru's intellect, everything is interconnected. There can only be one answer. Ling aspired to unseal the four Hokages while simultaneously acquiring the Kusanagi sword and the technique of impure world reincarnation. He pondered that should he eliminate Orochimaru directly, he might forfeit the opportunity to obtain the sword. With meticulous calculations, Ling devised a plan that would bring him his desires in the most ideal manner. Orochimaru, impressed by Ling's cunning, inadvertently revealed Ling's ambitions. At present, the intricate web of causality began to intertwine, leading to unforeseen variables for Obito regarding Ling. Obito's contemplations were met with an unexpected flurry of anxiety from Ling. Orochimaru, exerting himself to aid Obito, placed Ling in a precarious predicament. Why would Orochimaru extend such assistance to Obito? Once the infinite Tsukuyomi commenced, Orochimaru became merely a puppet in Obito's grasp, What significance did this action hold? Ling could not fathom that Orochimaru would engage in actions devoid of meaning. Utterly foolish in nature. Unless Orochimaru had entirely embraced Obito's infinite Tsukuyomi, but could this truly be the case? A madman in pursuit of truth, an extraordinary master of ninjutsu. Would he be beguiled by Obito? Such a notion seemed implausible unless the world were turned upside down. How curious. Upon witnessing the complete form of Susanoo, you appear unfazed. Obito scrutinized the fluctuations of Ling's expression, noting only confusion, devoid of fear or surprise. This peculiar disposition left him pondering whether my summoning of complete Susanoo had indeed been anticipated by you. Obito gazed intently at Ling, his thoughts racing. What could account for your lack of astonishment? At this very moment, I find myself astounded. Ling smirked, casting a derisive glance at Obito, proclaiming that the only adversary he acknowledges in his heart is Hashirama Senju, and the fact that he, a descendant of the Uchiha, has caused such concern for Obito is indeed a source of astonishment for him. The scorn in Ling's words was palpable, his speech unvarnished. Did you not often claim that only Senju Hashirama could rival you? Why, then, do you exert yourself so laboriously for me now? Ah, Ling, it seems your reasoning has strayed from its rightful path. To everyone's surprise, Madara directly addressed Ling, his gaze imbued with judgment. One cannot measure a ninja by conventional standards. The phrase you are familiar with from the ninja textbooks was, indeed, introduced by me. Madara spoke, his words leaving Ling astonished. Do you believe I place too much importance on you, thus making a misstep? Is that not absurd? Ling fell silent, unable to counter Madara's assertion. Indeed. Who decreed that Madara could hold no regard for anyone other than Senju Hashirama? Observing your current state, I find myself somewhat regretful. Ling pondered deeply. Chapter 65. Humiliation and Mockery. What, pray tell, do you wish to convey? Ling's brow furrowed in contemplation. Even if I had been present at that time, would it not ultimately have been your plan to revive the Eye of the Moon, with me merely serving as your pawn? What difference is there between the two? My displeasure does not stem from Obito himself, but rather from his intentions. If he could think as I do, I would undoubtedly entrust everything to him. You, on the other hand, remain confident and sincere. Your current disadvantage has not shaken you, further solidifying my suspicions about you. As members of the Uchiha clan, if you could fulfill the Eye of the Moon on my behalf, liberating our clan, it would indeed be my wish to witness such an outcome. Alas, it is a pity. Ling was taken aback by Ban's words, uncertain whether Ban's actions were intended to unsettle him with mere nonsense, or if they were genuine sentiments. Observing Ban, the latter seemed more plausible. In the current state of the battlefield, Ban held the upper hand. However, despite having lost the advantage of the Sharingan, Ling had not yet succumbed to defeat, making it more reasonable for Ban to seek to undermine Ling's spirit. Ling's eyes were filled with scorn, yet Ban remained unfazed, gazing at Ling with his peculiar and sacred ripple eyes, proclaiming, in them, I perceive an abundance of reality, greed, shame, remorse, and anticipation. Yet, for Obito, it is different. His gaze is solely filled with goodness, unrefined by the harshness of the world, incapable of truly comprehending the salvation that infinite Tsukuyomi offers humanity. He merely wishes to impose his beautiful dream upon others, though that dream may not align with the aspirations of all. Thus, in this regard, Obito is not worthy. Unlike him, your eyes are suffused with reality. You have witnessed much discord and conflict. Had you been present then, I would have chosen you to enact the infinite Tsukuyomi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you also bear the responsibility of saving your family. Ban, having traversed a century, possessed an insight into the human heart that Ling could not hope to match. Indeed, Obito's excessive kindness had rendered him susceptible to manipulation, while Ling's experiences in the two realms were starkly distinct. Thus, Ban believed that had he encountered Ling first, he would have guided him to fulfill the infinite Tsukuyomi, leaving the righteousness of such salvation for Ling to determine. Perhaps the prolonged confrontations with Hashirama Senju, coupled with the sorrow of the loss of brethren, had wearied Ban. Yet the existence of infinite Tsukuyomi endowed him with the power to construct a piece born of self-identity, regardless of Ban's methods. His transcendent vision and decisive actions were beyond Ling's reach, a matter of differing realms of existence. What significance does it hold to speak of such matters at this moment? Ling stood atop the Nine Tails, squinting as he gathered his strength. He held no interest in discussing hypothetical inquiries. Moreover, the black chakra surged like flames, enveloping the Susanoo of the Nine Tails, resembling a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell, glaring menacingly at Ban. Are you truly so certain of your inevitable victory? Uchiha-ban. The Nine Tails roared, breaking free from the earth, its claws entwined with dark energy, striking directly at the colossal Susanoo. Indeed, Ling found himself momentarily passive due to Ban's unexpected scheming. However, the battles over the past 3 years against the fourth Hokage had fortified Ling's foundation, mindset, and combat details, granting him the strength to confront Ban. Thus, despite the diminished superiority of the Sharingan, defeat was still a distant prospect for Ling Ha. Ban scoffed, crossing his arms, his expression resilient yet tinged with a hint of resignation. A thunderous roar erupted. A violent explosion ensued, dust swirling like a shroud over the land. The bright noon was obscured by the haze, resembling a blood-red sunset. The battle had only just begun. In his previous life, Ling had often heard practitioners of Taoism and Buddhism mention that great beings could invoke celestial phenomena during tribulations. However, as an atheist, he remained skeptical. What is Tao? What is Buddha? If there exists a Tao, what substance is it? If there is a Buddha, how is it that many wrongdoers evade justice? Celestial phenomena are merely changes in weather. The flapping of an Asian butterfly's wings can lead to a tornado stronger than a hurricane in America months later. This is the butterfly effect. How could the turmoil of the world's climate be attributed to intangible deities? People witness rain and sunshine simultaneously, just streets apart. Such natural wonders need not involve abstract gods. Ultimately, Ling did not believe that human power could influence the weather, yet now, before Madara in the world of Naruto, he was utterly convinced. The complete Susanoo manifested, and the atmosphere became stifling. The once bright noon was suddenly shrouded in dense clouds, defying meteorological principles that state clouds are composed of water. No, it was not water, but the overwhelming aura of Madara that transformed the sky into his backdrop. This was the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade was left in a daze, her pupils vacant, as she faced an enemy her grandfather had once confronted. No need to mention Tsunade. The other four Kage, including the Earth Shadow who had witnessed Madara before, were expressions of despair, realizing the insurmountable gap in power. The disparity was so vast that there was no chance for resistance. All the ninjas were transfixed by the extraordinary clash between the two titans. Seemingly forgetting their purpose as members of the ninja coalition against Akatsuki and Ling, their minds were consumed by sheer astonishment. Behold the complete Susanoo, Madara declared, arms crossed with a mocking smile. And then, boom, dust erupted, and the ground bore a sword mark 1 yard wide, 100 yards long, and unfathomably deep. Madara deliberately angled his display of power, simply to showcase his might to Ling, akin to how he had once humiliated the 5 Kage. Now, the target was Ling. Indeed, Ling gasped in awe, unable to suppress his admiration, for this was a force he possessed but could not command like Madara. Roar! The Nine Tails let out a menacing bellow beneath him, prompting Ling to curse and turn his icy gaze toward the beast. It seemed that his chakra was excessively depleted. Madara's keen eyes captured this moment, realizing that controlling the Nine Tails required the Sharingan. Furthermore, sustaining the Susanoo was taxing on Ling's body. In reality, establishing a summoning contract with the Nine Tails only allowed Ling to call upon it. To wield it effectively, he needed the Sharingan like Madara did. However, how much chakra would be consumed in controlling the Nine Tails, especially when clad in Susanoo and merging the ocular and ninja arts? It was self-evident. Ling could no longer maintain complete control over the Nine Tails. Its loss of control was merely a matter of time. Chapter 66, A Fierce Aura. How is it? Do you wish to abandon the battle? Madara asked, momentarily surprised by Ling's previous fierce demeanor and resolute spirit, not one to concede easily. How absurd, Ling chuckled softly, shaking his head. You have your grand ambitions, and I have my aspirations. The outcome will ultimately see one of us fall here, with no alternative. Indeed, without deploying the Nine Tails and Susanoo, how could he withstand my might? Madara rarely displayed curiosity, stating, the means are not the focus, the result is what I seek. His slender figure trembled slightly as the black flames once again enveloped him, yet it was not the fully realized Susanoo, but rather a form reminiscent of Sasuke. Surrounded by a circle of skeletal remains, the flames spread forth, and from behind him, an arm emerged, extending from the elbow with 2 hands. One grasped a sword while the other held a gourd of wine. This was a partial manifestation of Susanoo, indeed unexpected. Obito felt a genuine sense of astonishment. In the original narrative, Itachi wielded the Totsuka blade or the Yata mirror only when Susanoo was at its zenith, yet here, Ling was able to command divine artifacts with merely a partial Susanoo. With his mastery of ocular techniques and profound comprehension, Ling had already surpassed both Obito and Itachi at this moment. He had not anticipated that he would employ Susanoo in such a manner. And yet why not utilize a less taxing approach before? He required the enhanced annihilative power of the Nine Tails and Susanoo to confront the meteorite. Upon further reflection, Obito deduced the reason for Ling's previous choices. As Obito had surmised, Ling had no alternative means to counter the meteorite. Minato's spatial barrier could withstand smaller-scale assaults. Yet the meteorite summoned by Obito far exceeded the original narrative scale. The spatial barrier could not be displaced. Even if it could be, only a portion would be removed, leaving the situation largely unchanged. Thus, Ling's actions were a gamble, a wager that Obito would refrain from employing meteorites against him. After all, their side was visibly at a disadvantage, requiring no grand displays. Yet Ling's bet hinged entirely upon Obito's intentions. After all, the Edo Tensei version of Obito was least concerned with consumption, a fact Ling could not compare to. How intriguing, Obito mused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Ling. What impact would this maneuver have on the battle? I find myself quite curious. With that, he slashed once more with his sword. Ling discerned the trajectory of the blade, skillfully evading it, his form gracefully rolling as he threw a shuriken in the process. To attack a fully realized Susanoo with a shuriken? Was he mad? No. It was far from that simple. Obito was astonished, observing what effect Ling's shuriken would have. In the next instant, his Rinnegan widened in shock. Clang! The shuriken struck the shoulder of Susanoo with a crisp sound akin to metal colliding. At the moment of impact, peculiar runes began to swirl and expand from Ling's gaze. A spatial barrier. Under Ling's gaze, the Susanoo of Madara experienced a sudden localized shift. A vulnerability became apparent before Madara and Ling. What could his intention be? Madara murmured, utterly astonished. As Ling hurled his kunai to the ground, he propelled himself into the air, thrusting the ten-fist sword directly into the gap, aiming straight for the head of Susanoo. This is disastrous. If struck, it would spell the end. Madara swiftly clasped his hands, and the mended shoulder of Susanoo instantly regained its fullness. The air displaced by the ten-fist sword forced Ling to somersault back, returning empty-handed. I see now. He intended to use the Flying Thunder God to transfer Susanoo, followed by sealing me with the ten-fist sword. Such a perilous junior. Madara's gaze grew solemn as he fixed his eyes on Ling, who was now grounded and panting. The Flying Thunder God technique. Madara had been fortunate enough to witness it in his era, especially since it was created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who had slain his brother. The true might of this technique was realized by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. After Minato's improvements, the Flying Thunder God exhibited unimaginable finesse and power. Even the second Hokage had marveled at Minato's mastery. Not to mention that Ling was currently employing a spatial barrier refined by Minato. Uchiha Ling, you truly astonish me today. Madara chuckled lightly, his suppressed aura and gaze betraying his mindset. From initial mockery to a hint of curiosity, he now had to acknowledge that Ling was the strongest ninja he had encountered since the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Astonished, Ling sneered, unperturbed by his failed attack. For the real surprise awaited. Before his words faded, two Lings materialized silently behind Madara, launching several kunai towards Susanoo. Two clones. Madara sensed Ling's ambush. But it was too late. So his earlier attack was a feint? To divert my attention while the clones struck from behind. Correct. The kunai shimmered with dark light as they surged towards Madara. Naturally, he would not remain idle, and Susanoo swung its sword to block. Yet, before Madara could maintain his smile for a second, Ling raised his hand, and the kunai multiplied instantaneously, from 4 to 8, flooding forth like a tide. Kunai clones. Madara had never encountered the third Hokage's unique secret technique, leaving him quite astonished. This technique is called Shadow Shuriken. Ling corrected, leaping into the air, gracefully brushing his wrist as countless black objects soared towards Madara's vicinity. With his vision obscured, I am eager to see how you will evade the ten-fist sword. Madara, momentarily dazed, gazed at the objects Ling had thrown. They were flash bombs. Bang, 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 bang. A cacophony of explosions erupted, blinding light flickered, and Madara, alongside the 5 Kages and all ninjas present, was compelled to shut their eyes against the overwhelming brilliance of the flash bombs. Meanwhile, Ling leapt up, utilizing the enormous form of Madara's Susanoo to shield himself from the blinding glare. This was truly careless of him. Madara sharply realized that the kunai fired by the clones had left Susanoo riddled with holes. Although he could not immediately open his eyes due to the flash bomb's dazzling effects, he was aware that Ling was attacking from behind. But with so many openings in Susanoo, where would Ling strike? Madara, take your ambition and perish. You are still far from it. The art of discerning position by sound is a skillful technique among ninjas, and Madara excelled in it. Madara was troubled by the fact that Susanoo could not instantaneously fill every gap, uncertain from which opening Ling would launch an attack. Yet, knowing Madara's nature, he would never easily concede. Yada mirror. With Madara's voice, an extraordinary rotating artifact emerged from the open palm of Susanoo. It shot forth, directly aimed at Ling's location. This fellow. Ling's incantation was tinged with evident panic. The Tin-Fist sword had already lunged towards Obito, and if he did not rescue himself in this moment, he would surely fall victim to Obito's Sharingan. The partial Susanoo could not defend against the Sharingan. It was a choice between mutual destruction or relinquishing this opportunity. Should he forfeit, would Obito still be vulnerable? In an instant, Ling's thoughts were a tumultuous whirlpool, known only to himself. After a brief hesitation, the assault of the Tin-Fist sword pressed on relentlessly. It was not that Ling was unafraid of death, but rather that his mind and will were blank at this critical juncture. Chapter 67 slowly unveiling in this dire moment. Both Obito and Ling were poised to claim each other's lives when suddenly an extraordinary vortex of space emerged, swallowing their attacks entirely, dissolving them into the swirling void. Ah, I have arrived just in time. A raspy voice echoed, accompanied by a distorted figure gradually manifesting from the vortex. Is it Obito? The technique he employed just now. Could it be the ocular prowess of Madara? Ling fell to the ground, his eyes trembling, a complex interplay of regret and relief. Indeed, he had nearly slain Ban. Yet he had also come perilously close to losing his life at Ban's hands. It was too late. Ban, regaining his composure, gazed at Ju with a profound and somber look, haunted by the remnants of fear. I apologize, Lord Ban. I intended to directly intercept Uchiha Ling's attack, but I am still unable to fully control Obito's ocular powers. Ju raised his hands, innocence mingling with a hint of schadenfreude. I see, Ban replied, his expression unyielding as his gaze lingered momentarily on Ju before shifting to the panting Ling in the distance. This junior nearly thwarted all my meticulously laid plans. Truly, that wretched boy. Ban rose, his countenance twisted in fury as he slowly advanced towards Ling, the oppressive aura of his suppressed rage instilling fear. Ling Moran secretly swallowed a military ration pill, poised to strike. His fury was unexpected, and Juin stood in the path of Ban. What now? Do you intend to obstruct me? Ban's lips curled into a chilling smile. Dare you? Juwu shook his head, stating, Uchiha Ling is indeed a formidable adversary. Though he appears utterly exhausted, he is not one to be easily defeated. In comparison, I possess a superior strategy to confront him. Ban paused, his anger slightly abetted by Ju's words, and doubt flickered across his face, while Ling in the distance wore an expression of astonishment. What superior strategy could he possibly have? He chuckled, calculating the time. Orochimaru should have received the message I had White Ju convey. Ju turned to glance at Ling, malice hidden within his laughter. Uchiha Ling, I am quite curious to see the expression on your face when you encounter that person. Before his words faded, a pitch-black coffin rose from the ground, ancient and decayed, as if eroded by the passage of time. Edo Tensei? Ling was astonished. Was he truly going to use the past Hokage against me? As the eyes of the crowd filled with speculation, the coffin quietly opened, revealing a face marred with cracks. The astonishment of Ban, the cunning of Ju, and the dazed, perplexed, and barely concealed fear of Ling formed a stark contrast. After a long absence, the figure from Ling's coffin stepped forward, a familiar smile gracing his lips. You've grown. Ling Wuyan trembled, haunted by countless fantasies of those he wished to reclaim. After awakening the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, every action he took bore profound significance. As he intimately felt emotions for the first time, severing the bonds he once held dear with his own hands. Brother, Ling, lost in thought, whispered a name that had remained unspoken for many years, his elder brother, Uchiha Ri, in a cavern of an unknown place. The dimly lit interior appeared ominously gray under the flickering glow of several oil lamps. The ceiling was adorned with sharp stalactites, resembling barbed spikes, while the occasional drip of water echoed softly in the stillness. Beneath the lamp's light, Orochimaru rested his chin on one hand, fixated on the dancing flames. His yellow serpent-like eyes deeply entrenched in contemplation and calculation. Orochimaru-sama, came a voice from a distance as Kabuto approached with measured steps. What is it? Orochimaru inquired, his gaze unwavering from the fire. Ah, your calmness is truly remarkable, Kabuto remarked with a hint of exasperation, adjusting his glasses. Uchiha Ling is locked in a life-and-death struggle with the reanimated Uchiha Madara, whom you personally created. Are you not the least bit curious about this? Curious? What should I find curious? Orochimaru replied with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Everything is proceeding according to plan, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances. The outcome remains unchanged, rendering the victory or defeat between Madara and Ling inconsequential. Therefore, why should I concern myself with who prevails? Indeed, Kabuto nodded, though the unease in his eyes betrayed his composure. But that is contingent upon the veracity of Izanagi's words. Orochimaru chuckled softly, unfazed by Kabuto's doubts. It was entirely natural for Kabuto to harbor such thoughts. It would be curious if he did not. For Orochimaru, it was not the truth or falsehood of Izanagi's statements that piqued his interest, but rather the eventual impact on this world, alongside the truth shrouded in layers of mystery. Kabuto, taken aback by Orochimaru's laughter, instinctively adjusted his glasses and asked, do you truly harbor no doubts about the authenticity of Izanagi's intelligence? Perhaps, Orochimaru shrugged, his expression a blend of intrigue and ambiguity. After hearing Izanagi's so-called secrets, I find myself less interested in the truth behind his words. What truly captivates me is Ling and the truth he embodies. The truth represented by Uchiha Ling, Kabuto murmured, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Yet, when considering Izanagi's intel alongside past actions, this absurdity began to take on a semblance of reality. Orochimaru-sama, do you genuinely believe? Kabuto stammered, his gaze filled with questioning. Do you truly believe that Uchiha Ling is the Tsutsuki Kagaya that Izanagi speaks of? Tsutsuki Kagaya, a terrifying entity once deemed a demon a millennium ago. Kabuto's words suggested that Izanagi believed Ling to be Kagaya, a young ninja who had grown up amidst the tales of yore. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Ah, Kabuto, how do you define a person? Orochimaru smiled, sidestepping Kabuto's inquiry while posing another. A person? How does one define it? Kabuto stammered, puzzled by Orochimaru's question. Are you surprised? It is precisely due to this same astonishment that I chose to assist Izanagi in all of this, for it pertains to the truth I have long sought. Yet, regardless of whether the truth aligns with the assertions of Kuro, the acceptance lies solely within myself. After a moment of contemplation, Do was about to speak when the ground beneath him began to quiver, and an eerie, naked figure gradually emerged. I come to convey intelligence. Kuro has commanded you to execute the plan. With those words, the figure made no pause, plunging directly into the earth. Do furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Orochimaru. Humph. In the end, the decision has been made. Orochimaru shrugged, as if preparing for what was to come. Ling could never have foreseen that every step he took after awakening his Sharingan at the tender age of 7 was meticulously monitored by Kuro. This very reason is why I place my trust in Kuro. No one would squander over a decade observing someone for trivial matters. The ensuing question arose, his gaze shifting as the serpentine pupils abruptly constricted, and the hand striking the ground signified the impending upheaval. How would Ling respond? Chapter 68. A sense of boredom. Ling, you have grown. On the battlefield, an unexpected change rendered Ling astounded, unable to maintain his composure. That familiar visage, that warm smile, seemed to linger from a time of untimely demise, forever etched in Ling's memory at the moment he thrust that sword. Yet now, the face of Lai was marred with cracks, the smile rigid and unnatural due to constraints. The brother Ling was momentarily lost in thought, instinctively stepping forward. However, that single step awakened him to the stark reality before him. This was not home, nor Konoha, but a battlefield. Pausing, Ling abruptly regained his senses, the once confused expression shifting to a darkened countenance, revealing a hint of savagery. Lai had reappeared. Analyzing Kuro's prior words, it was clear that this was the doing of Orochimaru. Confronted with Lai, Ling struggled to maintain a calm demeanor amidst his loathing for Orochimaru. At the time of Lai's demise, Ling was but 15. Having just awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, with only himself aware of the truth. Why was Kuro so certain that Lai's reappearance would affect him? In that moment, he was pitifully weak by any ninja standards, possessing no strength that would warrant such undue scrutiny from Akatsuki or Kuro. Was it merely to manipulate my emotions? granting Madara an opportunity? How so, Uchiha Ling? Noting Ling's silence, Kuro seized the moment to provoke. Do you have nothing to say in the presence of your brother, who perished by your hand? The reality of having slain his own brother struck Ling profoundly. Madara observed silently, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. The confrontation between Ling and Lai reminded him of his own brother, Uchiha Izuna. If, in this moment, he were to utilize impure world reincarnation to face Izuna on the battlefield, what would his state of mind be? As if grasping Ling's current turmoil, Madara's resolve grew more resolute during his contemplation. The redemption of the Uchiha clan must be fulfilled. Such a scene of brotherly confrontation shall never again unfold. Kuro's expression remained eerily calm, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly from exertion. Biting his fingertips, he entwined his hands, and with a resounding thud, two figures were summoned by Ling, Bai, and Kimimaro. Lord Ling? Bai initially bowed, but upon witnessing Ling's gaze and the oppressive aura he emanated, he stood frozen. I have a task for you. Ling's gaze remained fixated on Lai. Seek out Orochimaru and bring him before me. Orochimaru? Bai and Junmaru exchanged astonished glances. Yet the moment they beheld Lai, understanding dawned upon them. In Konoha, they had previously seen photographs of Ling and Lai together. Thus, Lai's current condition rendered further explanation unnecessary. However, Bai, filled with anxiety, found himself at a loss for words. Hurry, Ling commanded in a sharp tone. The chakra erupted uncontrollably, sending clouds of dust into the air and stones flying. This immense chakra elicited a peculiar smile from Bai, as he sensed Ling's fury. Indeed, with Sasuke and Itachi occupied by my interference, these two children were all that he could rely upon. Everything was unfolding as I had envisioned. Lord Ling, Bai whispered through clenched teeth, acutely aware of the tension in Ling's demeanor, which astonished her greatly, for she had never questioned his orders throughout the years. Bai, go find Orochimaru. Junmaru stepped forward, standing beside Bai. I understand your concerns, but if we wish for Lord Ling to regain his composure, seeking Orochimaru to lift this jutsu is the most prudent course of action. Bai paused, his gem-like eyes filled with worry as he glanced at Junmaru, then at Ling, ultimately nodding in resignation. The two exchanged meaningful looks before departing. Assisting Ling necessitated stopping Orochimaru. Ensuring Ling's tranquility was indeed the optimal choice. The situation with Lai appeared to deviate from its intended path. Ling, suppressing her emotions, spoke softly. I never anticipated our reunion would occur in such a manner. But you need not worry. I will resolve this swiftly. When that time comes, I shall truly resurrect you and bring you back to this world. At this moment, Ling's emotions are beyond expression. Lai has been his long-standing nightmare, even a burden of debt. Once an empty shell. Ling comprehended the true meaning of familial bonds when Lai was willing to perish by his own hand. Consequently, he yearned for Lai's rebirth, desiring to liberate himself from this shackling obligation. Yet, he failed to realize that what was a debt to him was perceived as a quality by Lai. As the elder brother, Lai regarded his sacrifices as a matter of course, wholly unaware of the intricate schemes Ling devised and the numerous battles he endured for him. Emotions can only be truly understood by those who are deeply enmeshed in them. Ah, Uchiha Ling, what grants you the audacity to believe in your own declarations? A sinister smile adorned his lips, his voice raspy. Indeed, in the annals of history, you were hailed as a prodigy of Konoha, in terms of ninja prowess and foundation. 10 Uchiha Lai would not stand a chance against you. However, the true power of those eyes remains a mystery to you, since you obtained the Eternal Eye. Time has seemingly stagnated for you. Have you ever pondered the reason behind this? I am genuinely curious how you would feel upon realizing that the eternal life you yearn for is already within your grasp. However, true immortality is not as you perceive it. It is about achieving a perfect harmony with the world. Thus, the existence of Uchiha Ling must be brought to a close. Uchiha Ling, how will you respond to your former elder brother? In the air, now turned to ashes, and amidst the drifting dust. A wicked smile curled on his lips. He contemplated how Ling would confront Lai, while also speculating on Ling's expression upon witnessing Lai's true capabilities. Lai gritted his teeth, gazing at his elder brother, who appeared dazed, murmuring softly. It seemed as though his will had been usurped. The faint smile that once graced Lai's lips had vanished, replaced by an impassive countenance, while his crimson eyes displayed an eerie, snowflake-like pattern that shifted strangely. Ling found it impossible to delve into the reasons behind Lai's emergence or how Orochimaru had procured Lai's cells to complete the reanimation technique. The stark reality was that Lai had become an adversary. Ling could not afford to act recklessly due to his indebtedness to Lai. However, he must thwart any interference from Lai in pursuit of his ambitions. If only he could eliminate Madara, eradicate Ketsu, and confront Orochimaru. He would be free to pursue his aspirations without reservation, allowing Lai to return to this world in perfect form. It was time to take action. The sight of Ling and Lai locking eyes left Ketsu feeling utterly disinterested. Ling frowned, casting a fleeting glance at Ju. Before his gaze drifted toward the distant figure of Ban, who stood with arms crossed. Opposite him, Lai began to descend slowly, gathering momentum. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air as Lai hurled a shuriken with remarkable speed and force, aimed directly at Ling's heart. Such an assault, executed with such precision and skill in the art of ninjutsu, was astonishingly directed at someone who had just displayed an ethereal prowess like Uchiha Ling. Who was this young man? A frown creased the brow of the Tsuchikage among the observing ninja alliance, as he struggled to comprehend the rationale behind Ju's summoning of Lai. What purpose could there be for such a level of skill? Chapter 69. Spitting blood. The four guards remained silent, having no knowledge of Lai's identity. Only Kakashi, standing beside Tsunade, stepped forward, his tone laced with subtlety as he elucidated. He is a former ninja of Konoha, a member of the Uchiha clan's guard, and the elder brother of Ling, Uchiha Lai. Upon hearing this, the five Kage furrowed their brows, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment and complexity. The titles of Ch Nin, the Uchiha clan's lineage, and even that of the guard bore no intimidating weight, failing to clarify the tumultuous shift in Ling's heart. However, Kakashi's final revelation rendered the five Kage momentarily speechless. In the heat of battle, confronted by kin, what a profound emotional upheaval and mockery this must evoke. They had, through Kakashi's explanation, begun to unravel the enigma behind the previously cryptic words. Lai was, in fact, slain by Ling's own hand. As the five Kage fell into silence, Kakashi whispered, his tone imbued with complexity. Ling had long been acquainted with Kakashi, and during that time, Ling, who was the focal point of attention in Konoha, naturally brought his elder brother, Lai, into the public eye as well. Compared to Ling, Lai appeared rather insignificant. In terms of the various qualities and abilities of a ninja, Lai could not be mentioned in the same breath as Ling. Now that Lai reappears, there must be a reason. Kakashi firmly believed that everything unfolding before him was not merely a coincidence, but a meticulously orchestrated plan, with each step and action aimed directly at Ling. A crisp sound of metal clashing awakened everyone's attention. As Lai hurled a kunai towards him, Ling remained motionless, merely deflecting it with his iron gauntlet, causing the kunai to fly away instantaneously. In the distance, Lai swiftly formed hand seals with his fingers, and in an instant proclaimed, "Fire style, grand fireball technique." What is this? The Raikage widened his eyes, the hand seals were slow, and the skill of the fire style was far from exceptional. Was it merely to disrupt Uchiha Ling's state of mind? Ling Wei bit her lip. Realizing that the fire release technique was far from impressive and posed no threat to her in the present circumstances. Amidst the chaos, she feigned composure, deep in thought. The true menace was not the fiery opponent, but rather the formidable Uchiha Madara by her side. She needed to seize control of the situation quickly. Yet the Edo Tensei technique was something she could only attempt, lacking any profound understanding of its intricacies. Moreover, sealing techniques were not her forte, leaving her utterly at a loss against the fiery adversary. Ju chuckled darkly, noticing Ling's gaze wavering between the flames and Madara. Uchiha Ling, your mindset has been thoroughly disturbed, and your brother is not as incompetent as you presume. While you have inherited the power of those eyes, you are incapable of wielding it, which has already begun to affect you. Now behold this taboo strength. In the distance, the fiery opponent's eyes abruptly transformed, displaying an extraordinary snowflake pattern that spiraled and expanded. A sudden dull thud echoed as Ling felt a sharp strike to her abdomen, staggering her to the ground. What is this? Madara raised an eyebrow, utterly astonished. What just happened? Moments ago, he was still casting fire techniques. How could he execute an attack so instantaneously? I witnessed it firsthand. This was no space-time ninjutsu, but a tangible, sudden strike. Not only Madara, but all the ninjas present were incredulous at what they had witnessed. How could someone with seemingly average strength directly assault Ling? What on earth had transpired? What's happening? Ling murmured through gritted teeth, pain radiating from her abdomen. He cannot move at such speed. Even if he could, the Sharingan would not fail to perceive it. I have no idea how I was struck. He does not possess space-time techniques. What is this? In the ninja world, if someone possessed a physical prowess like Guy, their speed could surpass the naked eye. Yet the Sharingan's insight could still capture their trajectory. However, Ling had seen the fiery figure standing still. Before she could even blink, the attack had landed. And the entire process of movement and assault had gone unnoticed. Ju, with a sinister smile, remained silent, watching Ling with keen interest. Since he could not discern the situation clearly, she could only prioritize defense before observing further. Ling gradually rose, a fiery chakra erupting within, black skeletal forms enveloping him. Susanoo. Yet, just as Susanoo was on the verge of taking shape, Ling was once again sent flying. This is impossible. Crumpling to the ground, Ling gritted his teeth in frustration. Susanoo failed to provide defense. What kind of attack is this? A powerful ocular technique? Yet I did not perceive it. Could it be? Observing the battlefield, Madara suddenly paused, a wave of astonishment washing over him as he gazed at the fierce combatant, his eyes reflecting incredulity. Madara's eyes, the Rinnegan, possess insight that rivals, if not surpasses, the Sharingan, yet he could not discern how the fierce one moved or attacked. Space-time ninjutsu? Even if space-time techniques allowed him to instantaneously appear behind Ling, how could he deliver a forceful blow without engaging his muscles? A punch necessitates the use of the arms and entire body as musculature. Only through significant movement can a punch carry power, yet the fierce one's actions showed no signs of disappearing, reappearing, and then attacking. None whatsoever. It is known that even Minato Namikaze initiates an attack only after completing a space transfer. Thus, comparing the fierce one's actions to Minato's is a tenuous assertion. Trusting his keen perception, Madara remained resolute in his observations, no matter how unfathomable they appeared. To reverse time? That too does not hold water. Madara furrowed his brow, analyzing fiercely. Truly remarkable, Madara, to have caught a glimpse of the truth. In the distance, Madara's murmurs reached Ju's ears, prompting Ju to sigh. Your worth was never in vain. I firmly believe that your generation would unlock the Rinnegan, and you have not disappointed me. Yet, the upheaval 16 years ago compelled me to contemplate. My mother is the deity of this world. Every action and thought of hers must have its rationale. If my mother is chosen thus, as her child, I ought to aid her in fulfilling her aspirations. Witnessing Uchiha Ling's growth, I seem to grasp my mother's intentions now. All that remains is to patiently await the unfolding of events as planned. Wow. The low groans of Ling were utterly astonishing. The unparalleled grace displayed during the fierce battle with Ban seemed now a distant memory, as he was relentlessly vanquished by what appeared to be an inept ninja. Reduced to a half-kneeling position, even spitting blood. How could this be possible? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, despite his limited understanding of Lai's capabilities. He could not fathom that anyone could defeat the dreamlike Ling. Yet, the scene unfolding before him was all too real. The eye bestowed by Obito could not penetrate the truth of the matter. All he witnessed was Lai relentlessly assaulting Ling with punches and kicks, while Ling offered no semblance of retaliation. Could it be that guilt over his brother's death had rendered him defenseless? Even so, such a lack of preparedness was uncharacteristic of Ling. What could be the reason behind this? The battle must be concluded swiftly. Time had already been squandered for far too long. Ling, utterly defenseless, astonished Ban with his vulnerability, yet did not forget his original intent. As you wish. A chilling laugh escaped as he cast a gloomy gaze upon Ling. In that moment, Lai suddenly plunged a kunai into Ling's abdomen. Ugh. Chapter 70. Absurd persona. A deep roar reverberated as Ling turned to the side, cold sweat pouring from his brow. Though Lai's kunai had not penetrated deeply, blood gushed forth, clearly intended to render his foe's existence more unbearable than death, leaving Ling powerless to resist. In anguish, now unable to employ his ability to rewind time. The wound bled profusely, and I find myself defeated at the hands of Lai. As Ling's thoughts became increasingly chaotic, Ben stepped forward slowly, positioning himself before Ling. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stooped to grasp Ling's collar, lifting it. The outcome is already determined. Though the process was unexpected, the conclusion is unequivocal. Ban spoke with a tone that was both triumphant and laden with doubt. As a ninja, one must bear the responsibilities that come with the title. Ben slightly tilted his head, gazing intently at Ling in his grasp. This battle could yield but two outcomes. Either I emerge victorious, or you do. Now that the victor has been decided, to dwell on the process is nothing but a futile endeavor. Having spoken, Ban gradually retracted his arm, drawing Ling closer as he whispered in his ear, "Tell me, where are your eyes concealed? One eye has already been destroyed by my hand." and the other shall never be sought after again. Ling let out a low, haunting laugh, both beautiful and tragic. So it is, Ban nodded. As Ling's expression confirmed the veracity of the information. This matter has proven quite convoluted, said Zhu, approaching Ban and spreading his hands. The Nine Tails has been released from the summoning. How then can we reclaim the eyes? Reclaim the eyes? Ban chuckled softly, his sharp gaze piercing like a sword towards Zhu, before shifting back to Ling. Then Ban, with a sharp cry, the crowd turned in astonishment towards Ban. He unexpectedly sank his teeth into Ling's neck. Only when the blood flowed from Ling's body onto the ground did Ban release his grip, leaving Ling's neck marred with crimson stains. In the past, I sought validation through this method, and today I must once again reclaim my vision in this manner. Ling was cast to the ground, and Ban's words were laden with reminiscence. Previously, Ban had bitten into Hashirama's shoulder, transplanting it to the wound, thus awakening the Rinnegan. In this moment, Ban seemed to wish to express his acknowledgement of Ling. Indeed, Ling's performance had surpassed his expectations, with formidable ocular techniques and solid fundamentals. Had he been born in that era, Ban firmly believed Ling could have become as unparalleled a warrior as he and Hashirama. Therefore, even though Ban's heart only recognized Hashirama, he could not deny Ling's strength at this moment. Enough, the required item has been obtained. Ban turned to face Zetsu, remaining silent for a moment before stating, the plan may commence. Dispose of Uchiha. Ling. Zetsu was taken aback, a cryptic gaze sweeping over Ban, then shifting to the gasping Ling on the ground, seemingly filled with regret. The two children have yet to return. How shall Orochimaru act? Alas, though far from perfect, it is still acceptable. Contemplating this, Zetsu gently nodded, while Zetsu's other half, rigid, stepped forward, a kunai aimed directly at Ling's heart, waiting for the strike to descend. A millennium has passed, and the prolonged wait has left me weary. However, witnessing the world gradually succumb to the ninja realm I have woven is indeed a joy. The Uchiha and Senju, the Senju and Uchiha, and even beyond the feathered robes, Indra and Ashura, are all mere playthings in my hands. All this is for the resurrection of my mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. In my waiting, I have witnessed countless Ashura and Indra become ensnared in the altered reality I have crafted, until the newly reincarnated Uchiha Madara emerged, and I firmly believed he could awaken the Rinnegan and achieve the so-called redemption. Yet, just as events were unfolding as I had envisioned, an unexpected occurrence transpired. I sensed my mother's soul. What could be the reason? Such futile musings, akin to tracing back my mother's origins, seeking a foundation that bears no significance. I ponder, why has my mother's soul been reincarnated? It is the meaning of reincarnation that must be understood, not the reason. The chakra of Ashura and Indra endures, and even beyond the feathered robes, though powerful, cannot touch